Chapter 167, Game and Game. Raven easily created a complex and precise gear mechanism before Kairos, the master of change. Countless gears interlocked in perfect harmony. They pulsed like a living heart, contracting and expanding, extending into dimensions that normal minds couldn't understand. Kairos found himself staring. The gears Raven displayed showed the basic laws and principles that govern the universe itself. Should one obtain such a mechanism, they would grasp the ultimate mysteries of existence and glimpse the truth behind all cosmic operations. For merely a small price, Raven offered, you can acquire this knowledge and perceive the universe's deepest truths. Kairos shook his head with visible effort. He struggled to tear his gaze from the mesmerizing rotation of the gears. Knowledge remained a fatal temptation for his kind. Resisting such lure demanded tremendous willpower. Kairos fixed his bird eyes upon Raven intently. Perhaps you should join our faction. You possess a remarkable talent for tricking others. I was nearly swayed by your words. Such techniques of temptation had always been their domain, wielded against lesser beings. Today, Raven was turning their own arts against them. According to your own terminology, Raven replied with a mysterious smile, this is not mere trickery, it is enlightenment. I offer to help you acquire knowledge, and you pay a small price in return. This represents a fair exchange of equal value. Our meeting concludes here. It was interesting to encounter you, Mr. Raven. We shall certainly meet again in the future. Kairos's expression betrayed his unease as he regarded Raven. He had spent considerable effort piecing together fragments of intelligence from various sources. Eventually, he uncovered the truth and learned of Raven's existence. The Cursed One was regarded by the gods as an unprecedented threat, inspiring countless schemes against him. However, these plans failed with Raven's arrival. The Cursed One's power grew at an alarming rate. No opponent remained in the material universe capable of matching him. The unification of the galaxy, perhaps even the entire universe, seemed destined to fall under his rule. The catalyst for these dramatic changes stood before Kairos now. Only then had Kairos invested the effort to arrange this meeting, driven by curiosity to witness this divine being firsthand. Upon their encounter, Kairos immediately understood the reason behind the Cursed One's meteoric rise. His eloquence alone nearly swayed even a greater demon of Tzinch. Why such haste to depart? Raven called out. The surrounding space transformed accordingly. A point of brilliant light emerged. Then countless crystalline structures appeared in dense formations, outlining a complex multi-dimensional labyrinth. The maze shifted constantly, extending and expanding into directions that should not exist. This is my lord's crystal labyrinth, Kairos exclaimed. Momentary shock flickered across his features as he recognized the familiar realm. Indeed, Raven nodded. We now stand at a specific point in the future. What do you intend? Kairos demanded. Naturally, I wish to show you the truth, Raven smiled. Don't your kind prize such revelations above all else? Kairos's twin heads fixed their gaze upon Raven. What truth? Before Raven could respond, a deep rumbling echoed through the crystalline expanse. Cracking sounds came from the crystal labyrinth structure. Kairos witnessed alarming fissures appearing across the smooth crystal surfaces. Soon after, the cracks sealed themselves as new crystals grew to restore the original form. Yet before long, another thunderous crack resounded. Fresh fissures appeared, more severe than before. The repair process took noticeably longer. Should this pattern continue, the crystal labyrinth would inevitably collapse entirely. Confusion clouded Kairos's expression. What was happening? Raven observed his bewilderment and began his explanation. The cracking occurs because the labyrinth's foundation itself is falling apart. Kairos's bird eyes widened in disbelief. The crystal labyrinth's foundation was the master of change himself. Could it be? Kairos shook both heads vigorously, banishing the heretical thought that had surfaced in his mind. The master of change was eternal and immortal. He existed simultaneously across past, present, and future. Such a being could not face dissolution. Come, Raven commanded, let us visit your master. As his words concluded, their surroundings shifted once more. Raven and Kairos appeared instantly at the crystal labyrinth's core, the seat of the chaos god, the master of change. The once mighty deity, with his twin heads and eye-covered form, had vanished. Only a writhing mass of black, tar-like substance remained. It was dark as the abyss itself, inspiring reluctance to approach for fear of being consumed. Kairos, being the chief greater demon under the Master of Change, naturally possessed extraordinary wisdom. He easily identified the nature of that black mass. "My lord, how have you become this?" Kairos turned to face Raven. "All of this is illusion, a deception you employ to mislead." "This is the future," Raven stated with unshakable calm. "To employ your own words, deceiving with falsehoods is an artless endeavor. Not merely your master, but all the chaos gods share this fate. They coveted power that did not belong to this universe, and this is their consequence. Kairos, what you witness now, is merely the beginning. The future holds terrors beyond your current imagination. Offer Tzinch to the human lord, and you can exchange him for boundless knowledge, or even ascend to become the new master of change. Humanity holds no interest in the warp, nor does the human lord. Cooperate, and the warp shall be yours to command." "Enough," Kairos roared. "I shall never believe such lies." The surrounding space shattered, returning them to the game's reality. Kairos vanished as the dark mist faded. Raven shrugged. Was he truly that easily provoked? Though Kairos had fled, the seed of doubt had been planted. One day in the future, it would surely blossom and bear fruit. "No matter, I shouldn't dwell on such things. Let's continue creating my character." Raven returned his attention to the Oraculum game. He intended to design a character to his liking. Since ancient times, fair skin, long legs, and silver hair have been the hallmarks of elite players. Add a flowing cloak for style, and then awesome heterochromia. Wait, my character is male. Making him this handsome would be criminal. Bah, I'm an idiot. How could I consider playing a male character? I'm practically betraying the otaku code. When gaming, I should definitely create an adorable waifu. Raven muttered to himself throughout the character creation process. After completion, he entered the game. Within the virtual world, 9527 maintained his mechanical modifications and prosthetic enhancements. This made it immediately apparent that he was a devoted follower of the flesh is weak, mechanical ascension philosophy. 9527, Raven called out. 9527 turned to see a silver-haired beauty with pale skin, elegant features, long legs, a flowing cloak, and striking heterochromatic eyes. His polished metal face froze instantly. In that moment, 9527 genuinely felt his world collapsing. After this gaming session, am I going to be dragged back to the Mars Forge for merciful termination? By the Omnissiah, the supreme ruler of the human empire, had actually created such a female avatar. Should word of this leak, it wouldn't take an hour for all relevant personnel to vanish completely from the physical realm. Esteemed Lord Raven, 9527's voice trembled with barely contained terror. His core logic modules were already composing final data prayers. Dear Omnissiah, this unit designated 9527 faces certain termination. Grant that this humble servant may enter your hall of eternal calculations upon deactivation. How do we proceed with gameplay? Raven inquired. The mechanics are straightforward. As chosen oraculums, we must develop and construct our domains. Once sufficiently powerful, we challenge the tyrannical despot. Oraculums select blessings from one of 4 ancient gods: the god of magic and wisdom, the god of war and courage, the god of life and death, and the god of beauty and love. They receive corresponding rewards. Different character classes follow distinct advancement paths. For instance, as a mechanical profession, I gain experience and levels through repairing mechs and tanks. In essence, this is an entertainment program focused on leveling and combat encounters. But because its engine employs extremely sophisticated physics simulation, with 98% accuracy to real-world laws, it has garnered widespread acclaim and popularity among the citizenry. What a collection of damned human traitors, Raven muttered. he finally understood the source of the human lord's cunning nature. Those four entities were also failing to maintain proper conduct. Without sufficient cunning, one wouldn't even qualify as a worthy opponent. How long had the instant communication network been operational, and already they were attempting to smuggle in their propaganda? Raven decided that after completing this gaming session, he would lodge a severe complaint and file a formal report. He would have the development team apprehended and dispatch personnel to assume control. The narrative would be revised to feature human empire heroes, guided by the magnificent divine human lord, defeating invading evil deities. For a considerable period, Raven immersed himself in the game. Meanwhile, the human lord attended to his duties. He promoted the human empire's development and guided the second Primarch along the proper path. The human empire's expeditionary advance never ceased. It continued its relentless progress. The Rangdan race's territorial holdings suffered constant losses. Perturabo, Mortarion, Lorgar, and Jagatai Khan, each bearing the gene engine's modifications, along with the recently arrived Vulcan, Fulgrim, and Ferrus Manus, led their respective legions of Astartes as the vanguard in the systematic annihilation of the Rangdan threat. Chapter 168, Death of Dynasties. The forces of the human empire swept through the outer systems, shattering all resistance, and finally reached the capital world of the Rangdan race. Countless Rangdan warriors and every surviving vessel gathered in the capital star system. They fought to the death. They battled for their homeworld until the final moment, spilling their last blood in desperate defiance. Yet against the human empire's total superiority, they were defeated. All their warships were reduced to wreckage, and the void itself became a graveyard of twisted metal and lifeless forms. At last, the forces of the human empire stood at the edge of victory. 10,000 warships surrounded the Rangdan homeworld. The Rangdan people below could gaze upward and witness the dense formation of imperial vessels. The light from their plasma drives blazed like countless newborn stars. The Rangdan ruler lived within a crystal palace. When the emperor arrived at the Rangdan capital world, the ruler used powerful psychic abilities to establish mental communion with the master of mankind. Cursed One, destroyer of worlds, I shall await you in the depths of damnation. The emperor stood upon the command deck of the emperor's grand design, his ancient gaze cold and unmoved. He remained unaffected by the Xenos ruler's final curse. When the alien's words ceased, he severed the psychic connection and commanded the execution of exterminatus protocols. The psychic barriers protecting the Rangdan capital world were incredibly strong. Macro cannons capable of reducing cities to ash merely created ripples across the alien shields. Gravitational warheads designed to rend continents apart exploded harmlessly before reaching the surface. High-energy radiation missiles that could reduce living matter to rotting slime faded within the atmosphere. Their half-lives, typically spanning millennia, were compressed to mere hours. Yet, regardless of these defenses' strength, they could not forever withstand humanity's righteous wrath. When annihilation bombs, specifically engineered to counter psychic phenomena, were deployed upon the battlefield, the end came swiftly. The psychic annihilation bomb was a weapon developed through extensive study of the unique properties of the soulless ones. Its single purpose, the obliteration of beings possessing potent psychic abilities. Boom! 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 Terrible explosions thundered through the Rangdan homeworld's atmosphere. Expanding rings of void-black energy spread like evil specters, consuming all existence. The dark energy hungrily devoured psychic power, rendering them into absolute nothingness. As the annihilation bombs struck the planetary surface, members of the Rangdan race collapsed en masse. Should any observer have examined them, they would have discovered in horror that the weapon's terrible power had utterly consumed their souls. Dense bombardments of annihilation ordnance blanketed every corner of the world. The cities remained intact, only the souls of every living being upon this world had died. Soulless, empty corpses lay sprawled across the ground without external wounds, their features frozen in the despair they experienced before death. The Rangdan monarch also met its end. when human Empire military personnel descended to conduct reconnaissance, its corpse was discovered lying within the ruins of a shattered crystal throne. It was evident this throne had once been suspended through psychic manipulation. With its controller's death, the throne had lost its support and crashed to the palace floor. Having dealt with the Rangdan Xenos threat, the Emperor turned his attention toward the Orc Empire. This greenskin race represented the most challenging threat humanity would face during the Great Crusade. Under the blessing of endless WARHAMMER energy, the Orc Emperor's power rivaled that of the gods themselves. Once this massive Orc Empire was shattered, humanity could sweep across the entire galaxy uncontested. No force would possess the strength to halt the human empire's unstoppable rise. The Emperor planned to return to Terra following the destruction of the Orc Empire. He would oversee the human empire's complete integration of technologies from across the countless universes, accelerating development beyond all previous bounds. Then, in conjunction with Raven, he would establish stable passages to alternate realities. This would elevate the human empire to become a truly multiversal dominion. To secure total advantage in the coming war, the first Celestial-class battleship, recently completed, was deployed to the battlefield for the annihilation of the Orc Empire. She was named Makado's Fury. Makado's Fury possessed computational capabilities beyond mortal understanding. She could precisely calculate atomic motion at galactic scales and employ this data to predict probable futures. Beyond conventional armaments, Makado's Fury housed a reality concept modifier. Through the Celestial-class vessel's immense processing power, she could temporarily alter basic perceptions and physical laws within designated areas, thereby achieving devastating effects upon enemies. Once the Celestial-class battleship entered the theater of war, the Orc fleet, which had previously mounted some resistance, collapsed entirely. WARHAMMER energy could override universal laws within limited ranges, enabling Orc constructions to function through sheer belief rather than logic. But the human empire struck at the very foundations of reality itself. No matter how potent WARHAMMER energy proved that it could not rebuild complete physical frameworks. Whenever Makado's Fury completed her charging cycles and unleashed conceptual attacks, entire formations of Orc vessels would collapse and fall apart within the void. The outer sectors of the Orc Empire crumbled rapidly beneath the human empire's relentless assault. Orc warlords, empowered by WARHAMMER energy, found themselves powerless against the gene engine-enhanced Primarchs and were beaten into submission. The vast Orc Empire, like the Rangdan before them, marched toward inevitable collapse. Orc warlords stationed across countless worlds fell one by one to the Primarchs' might. Ultimately, only the Orc Empire's capital, Ullanor, remained. Upon arriving at Ullanor, the Emperor gazed upon the world covered entirely with emerald light and knew that fierce battle was inevitable. Such potent, I think it works energy possessed enough strength to distort all natural laws. Even with a Celestial-class battleship, the world could not be forcibly breached. The annihilation bombs proved far less effective against WARHAMMER energy than they had against the Rangdan's psychic defenses. Warp energy and WARHAMMER force remained fundamentally different phenomena. Only through direct ground assault, by slaying the Orc Emperor himself, could this vast Xenos empire be brought to its final end. Humanity's wrath shall destroy an empire spanning thousands of star systems, Fulgrim declared to his brother Primarchs in a tone mixing seriousness with dark humor. We shall witness the death of a ruler, such is the way of the universe. No dynasties endure forever. The bells of war mobilization echoed throughout the Emperor's grand design, their ringing tones carrying through every corridor and hall. The Primarchs had gathered upon the observation deck, watching the bustling preparation bays below. Countless formations moved with disciplined efficiency, conducting pre-battle preparations. The logistical requirements for a large-scale planetary assault proceeded with methodical precision. Massive aircraft, each the size of ancient monsters, were towed from their hangars. Fuel lines snaked across the deck as servitors conducted refueling operations. Tech priests and servitors, clad in crimson robes and bearing countless mechanical augmentations, performed careful inspections of instruments and equipment, examining the missiles suspended beneath wing pylons and the cannon arrays mounted beneath cockpits. Not far from the hangars, Titans, colossal as the war gods of ancient myth, also underwent pre-deployment rituals. 2 Emperor-class Titans dominated the assembly area. They stood in majestic magnificence like divine monarchs of destruction. Their armored heads gazed down upon all lesser beings, singing silent hymns to war and annihilation. Vast numbers of ground crew, appearing as devoted worshippers before these mechanical deities, swarmed about their feet. The Titans possessed but one sacred function: obliteration. Numerous thick, ribbed power cables descended from the hangar's vaulted ceiling. These conduits connected the energy core, buried deep within the battleship, to the Titans' armored torsos. Through this connection, these powerful war machines' plasma reactors could draw sustenance from a captured star's essence. Rumbling mechanical arms lowered from the overhead gantries. They bore baskets filled with massive shells and elongated missiles, transporting this deadly cargo to the Titans' weapon-loading bays. Whether the enormous rotary cannons, long-range siege howitzers, or plasma weapons capable of reducing entire cities to ash, each armament stood as tall as a hab block. Is it not our sacred duty to overthrow these Xenos empires and restore humanity to greatness? Lorger responded to Fulgrim's observation. Humanity's destiny shall never be confined to this single galaxy. This represents merely the first chapter of our grand journey. Greater realms beyond counting summon us, awaiting our conquest. That prospect sounds quite thrilling, Jagatai Khan remarked. A universe beyond our universe, the very concept suggests an epic of unprecedented scale. I wonder what marvels await in those distant realities. Do the beings there resemble us? What manner of civilizations and philosophies have they developed? You shall witness them firsthand, Lorger assured him. Mr. Raven will certainly escort you to alternate realities. You will encounter completely different ecosystems and civilizational development patterns from our own universe. Lorger recalled the many events that had happened within the D&D universe, a reality populated by so-called deities. It had utterly shattered his previous understanding of godhood. Those so-called gods were, in truth, merely individuals possessing greater power. They did not possess transcendent wisdom, nor could they transcend epics to guide all sentient life. Faith in them paled before devotion to the great god of fries and ketchup. Lorger formed a resolution within his mind. Later, when an opportunity arose to venture across the many worlds, he would dedicate an entire universe to constructing a holy site for the god of fries and ketchup. This sacred realm would admit only true believers of the god of fries and ketchup. It would overflow with scriptures praising him and monuments carved in his honor. Other universes contain many races as well, Mortarion interjected. Some prove friendly, while others regard humanity as enemies. No matter when the time comes, we shall eliminate those hostile species one by one. They will face but 2 choices: kneel before humanity's feet or embrace destruction. What of the forging traditions in other universes? Vulcan inquired with characteristic interest. It is exceptional, Mortarion replied, drawing forth his death scythe. Chapter 169, Trust and Iron. This weapon had been taken from the hands of death itself and contained the authority of mortality. Every living being that died beneath the death scythe would have its soul become part of the blade. It is indeed a very fine weapon. Vulcan and Ferris both reached out to touch Mortarion's death scythe, sensing the death and decay woven into its essence. Both were masters of the forge, and they could feel the exquisite craftsmanship used in creating the death scythe. Their admiration was genuine. Perturabo stood silently to the side, like a cold sculpture. He wanted to join his brother's conversation, but also hoped they would invite him first. Perturabo, what do you think? Ferris glanced at Perturabo. The specifications are impressive. Given sufficient time, I could forge a similar weapon. Perturabo's tone was measured. Concise and modest, Ferris shrugged. Perturabo, should I be more enthusiastic, more modest, but enthusiasm doesn't suit my temperament. As for modesty, I genuinely can forge such a weapon. Is speaking the truth not modest enough? They're ignoring me again. How infuriating. Even if my response was somewhat arrogant, they could still engage with me. You call yourselves brothers? Disappointing. 1,000 thoughts flooded the Primarch's extraordinary mind in an instant. Annoyance, uncertainty, faint regret, indignation, all flickered through his consciousness. Let's change the subject. Jagatai interrupted the ongoing discussion about the alien universe. This time, we fight alongside Father. Lorgar said, the orcs are the greatest obstacle to humanity's unification of the galaxy. Once this orc empire is destroyed, nothing will hinder our rise. After that, we can consider traveling to other star systems or even other universes. Mortarian's voice carried excitement. I'm impatient to face enemies from beyond our galaxy. This is not a game, Lorgar warned. When that time comes, we won't be fighting the weak beings we face now, but entities of immense power. During the galactic conquest, our enemies were pathetically weak compared to us. Only a few ancient races posed any real challenge. Once we venture to other universes, we'll face the strongest individuals those realities can produce, along with their most elite armies. Beings like the Orc Emperor will be nothing more than minor threats. Fighting gods, creators, unspeakable existences, that is when a Primarch's existence truly has meaning. Mortarian's voice was cold. Weak beings hold no interest for me. My scythe craves the blood of gods and creators. At that moment, the custodian guard marched in formation from the distant archway. Father has arrived, Lorgar said to his brothers. The other Primarchs turned to look. Escorted by the custodes, the Emperor walked before them. He wore golden armor adorned with a spread-winged eagle, and a bronze cloak woven from scales billowed behind him. Terrifying psychic energy swirled around him, radiating a presence that made lesser beings tremble. My sons, are you interested in joining my vanguard? The Emperor asked. No one would refuse the Emperor, especially not his sons. The Primarchs gladly accepted the honor. Where is Mr. Raven? Lorgar noticed that the Raven, who usually perched on the Emperor's shoulder, was absent. He is busy with his own matters. The Emperor's mouth twitched slightly as he recalled Valdo's report. The Raven had become obsessed with games and had been playing continuously. He'd even had custodes arrest developers, claiming they might be involved in betraying humanity or colluding with chaos. I see, Lorgar felt slightly disappointed. Without Mr. Raven, something felt missing, like a child competing alone without someone in the audience to watch. As the order for general assault was given, warships suspended in low orbit began a new round of orbital bombardment. Dense beams of light, antimatter missiles, and annihilation shells rained down, hammering the Greenskin Empire's shields. The bombardment changed the color of Ullener's sky. Everywhere lay the lingering afterglow of dissipated lasers and the bright flashes of explosions. Fighters surged from launch rails like falcons, whistling as they dove toward the ground to suppress enemy fire. With the roar of the teleportation matrix, portals opened across the battlefield. Heavily armored Titans stepped through with thunderous strides, treading upon Ullener's heavily modified surface. The planet was covered with towering structures, gigantic fortresses welded from rusted steel plates, sturdy battlements mounting super-heavy cannons. Endless power generation equipment and shield devices span the landscape like mountains. Supported by their massive population, Ullener's orcs had developed extraordinary intelligence and built their own unique civilization. Unfortunately, that civilization would be erased entirely today. The orc cities had no roads built for Titans, but the Titan legions forced their way through with sheer size and firepower. Thick beams swept out, melting steel structures into molten iron that flowed to the ground and solidified into blackened slag. Ancient gargants, spewing black smoke, were activated throughout the city and lumbered toward the Imperial Titans. They were equipped with deadly weapons, creations forged by the orcs' unique art of destruction and warfare. A colossal battle erupted, and the release shockwaves destroyed everything they touched. Astartes were deployed to battlefields across the planet, engaging in fierce combat with the formidable orcs. They advanced like a tide, killing enemies, destroying objectives, winning battle after battle. They paid a price, of course, but the key to determining this battle's outcome did not lie with them. The Emperor, accompanied by the Primarchs and the Custodian Guard, arrived at the battlefield via teleportation. The orcs surged forward like a raging tide, roaring as they brandished heavy weapons or fired oversized pistols at the Emperor and his retinue. The Primarchs formed a semicircle, blocking the frenzied orc tide like a dam, protecting their father. Mortarian's death scythe danced through the air. A casual swing could easily take the lives of those creatures. Wherever he went, he left swathes of severed limbs, a scene from purgatory itself. Perturabo roared as he wielded a battle hammer of tremendous size. An orc over 5 meters tall was sent flying by his strike, then had its skull crushed by another blow. Jagatai relied on speed, weaving through the orc tide. Blade light flashed like lightning. Enemies were often cut in half before they could even perceive his movements. Valdor wielded a spear crackling with electricity. With each swing, swathes of orcs fell. Roar! A giant orc swung a cleaver at Perturabo, who blocked it with his hammer. Another orc roared and swung a warhammer toward him. The force was terrifying enough to make the air crack, a single blow capable of flattening a heavily armored vehicle. At the critical moment, Jagatai appeared beside Perturabo, blocking the orc's warhammer. Then, with a flash of his blade, the orc was split in two. "I don't need." Perturabo's words came out instinctively. The Lord of Iron needed no help. Only the weak needed assistance. The strong could solve everything alone. Help was pity, and pity would only make him weak. Before he could finish, rationality reasserted itself. He forcibly suppressed the rest of the sentence. What a foolish thing to say. How could he speak such cold words to his brother? "Thank you," Perturabo corrected himself. Jagatai smiled. "It's nothing. I told you you can trust your back to me." Perturabo's battle hammer swept toward Jagatai. Jagatai didn't move, didn't even consider raising his blade. The air shrieked. The disturbed airflow ruffled his long hair. Perturabo's hammer struck a greenskin orc charging from behind. Its massive body flew backward and landed with a dull thud. "You can also trust your back to me," Perturabo said. The Emperor and his retinue formed a wedge-shaped assault formation. Like a spear, they pierced through the orc tide, heading directly toward the magnificent hall where the Orc Emperor resided. The closer they got to the Orc Emperor, the greater the resistance they encountered. The powerful WARHAMMER energy was almost materialized. Every orc's combat power was incredibly exaggerated, with bulging muscles, immense size, and complete mechanization. The most extreme specimens reached tens of meters in height, comparable to Knight-class war machines. Standing still, they looked like statues. Only when they moved would observers realize these behemoths were alive. "Anio brother, how you doing? Fine, happy, shitcho, Chapter 170, Recognition and Reluctance. Within the WARHAMMER, Field's chaotic embrace, reality bent to the greenskin mass mind. Here, the carefully tuned abilities of the gene-rot became unreliable, their psychic gifts dampened by alien belief made real. Only cold steel and bladework could win where brutality ruled supreme. At last, the Emperor came face to face with the Orc tyrant who had dared claim dominion over Ullanor. The shockwaves of their clash surpassed even the exchanges between god machines and gargants. They fought through dying daylight into night's depths, then from darkness back into dawn's pale glow. The magnificent hall that housed the Orc court crumbled beneath their fury. Empowered by his entire race's WARHAMMER energy, the Orc Emperor's strength knew no bounds. Every psychic assault the master of mankind unleashed was absorbed and redirected, the alien tyrant's power growing with each exchange. The Primarchs and Custodian Guard could offer no aid, so instead they formed an unbreakable perimeter, holding back endless waves of greenskin warriors. "Big guy. I'm devastated. 9 consecutive PvP defeats." The Raven tore through space itself and materialized upon the Emperor's shoulder with characteristic disregard for dramatic timing. The Emperor had no attention to spare for his companion's complaints, his blade moving in desperate parries against the Orc Emperor's relentless assault. Swoosh! A mechanical appendage, sharp as any sword, punched through the Emperor's defenses and pierced his form. Golden blood spattered across rubble-strewn ground. And don't get me started on my last teammate, the Raven continued, oblivious to the wound as he channeled ancient energy into his partner's body. Absolutely terrible performance, really dragged down my rating. Raven, the Emperor said through gritted teeth as he resumed his defense, perhaps you might observe our current circumstances. Oh, so now you're getting impatient with me. The Raven's tone carried wounded dignity. My apologies, please continue. With the Raven's power flowing through him, the Emperor's strength became limitless as psychic energies and blade work combined in perfect harmony. After days of unrelenting combat, the battle reached its inevitable conclusion. The Orc Emperor fell to the master of mankind's blade, his massive head severed in a single stroke. The Emperor gathered his remaining power and reduced the corpse to atoms. The tyrant's death unleashed a psychic shockwave that rolled across Ullener like a tide of dissolution. The concentrated WAGH energy collapsed upon itself, creating a cascade of destruction that claimed every orc too deeply bound to their fallen leader. Massive bodyguards and warlords ceased. Their heads erupted in sprays of crude cybernetics as the psychic backlash tore through their primitive minds. The surviving orcs, bereft of a unifying force, became nothing more than scattered tribes awaiting imperial justice. After modest festivities, the Emperor announced his intention to return to Terra for contemplation and preparation. Command of the First Expeditionary Fleet would pass temporarily to senior officers, while the Primarchs would remain until summoned to rejoin their respective legions. Only one among them would accompany the Master of Mankind. You possess exceptional architectural vision, Perturabo, the Emperor declared, his ancient eyes meeting those of the Lord of Iron. Return with me to Terra. We have grand designs to manifest, structures that will kindle the hearts of humanity and inspire them to greater purpose. The words hit Perturabo like a physical blow. Recognition, acknowledgement of his talents, not for siege warfare or grinding brutality, but for creation itself. The vision that burned within him to build something beautiful, something lasting. For a moment, he couldn't speak, couldn't trust his voice not to betray the desperate hunger those words fed. The Lord of Iron straightened, his expression carefully neutral, but his eyes blazed with inner fire. I am honored, Father. I will build wonders that will endure for 10,000 years. This celebration surpassed all others in imperial history. The sheer attendance brought Terra's entire infrastructure to the brink of collapse. Citizens from across the growing empire emptied their savings for the mere possibility of witnessing the ceremony firsthand. When the flagship Emperor's grand design translated from the warp and approached humanity's homeworld, preparations had reached fever pitch. As the ship achieved Terra's orbital zone, a sound like breaking thunder rolled across the world. Billions of voices raised in celebration, echoing from every hive spire across the planet's surface. Aboard the flagship, Perturabo stood at an observation port, gazing out at the spectacle. Truly magnificent, he murmured. After Ullener, Perturabo had chosen to accompany the Emperor back to Terra and oversee construction of the expanding imperial palace. He had become the sole Primarch to witness the solar system's transformation firsthand. The prosperity surrounding humanity's heart exceeded even his enhanced ability to process wonder. Colossal constructs drifted in the void, artificial worlds complete with atmosphere and gravity, their metallic surfaces bristling with spires and energy matrices that pulsed like mechanical hearts. Orbital platforms, studded with countless lights, formed constellations of human ambition, while streams of vessels moved in perfect order along designated transit routes. Beyond even these marvels lay temporal interface stations connected to pocket dimensions, engineering achievements that defied conventional physics. These represent merely our earliest efforts, the Raven observed from his perch upon Perturabo's shoulder. In time, every human world shall bear such wonders, and humanity will claim absolute dominion over not merely the stars, but the very fabric of reality itself. Come, the Raven spread his dark wings. The ceremony approaches. You will stand beside the big guy during the proceedings, a privilege your brothers would kill for." Joy blazed within Perturabo's enhanced heart, though his features remained impassive. He betrayed no emotional response to the raven's words. Yet his quickened pace toward the boarding deck revealed the excitement he refused to acknowledge. The Emperor's grand design completed docking procedures with ceremonial precision, and the Imperial party transferred to atmospheric craft for final descent to Terra's surface. The planet below had been transformed beyond recognition. Magnificent structures pierced the atmospheric envelope, their peaks lost in the upper atmosphere like artificial mountains reaching toward the stars. The Emperor emerged wreathed in golden radiance, his presence transforming the surrounding air into something approaching the divine. Representatives from every stratum of imperial society prostrated themselves in waves, voices raised in loyalty oaths that thundered across the spaceport. Some observers wept uncontrollably at the mere sight of their lord, while others pressed their faces to the ground in absolute devotion. "Such intensity," Perturabo observed, genuine shock registering across his usually controlled features. He had known his father commanded the love of imperial citizens, but witnessing this level of fervor exceeded all expectations. "This is merely the beginning, Perturabo," the raven's voice resonated within his mind. "One day, you will rule a universe of your own creation. Should you prove yourself a worthy sovereign, you too will command such worship and devotion." Will such a day truly come? Perturabo gazed upon the frenzied masses, witnessing adoration he had never received in all his years of service. Deep within his engineered heart, an ember of longing sparked to life. To be beloved by countless souls, to be regarded as the most precious existence in their lives, this was a dream he had harbored but never dared voice. Standing there, watching billions worship his father, Perturabo felt something crack inside his chest. He didn't break, he was too strong for that. But crack, letting in a dangerous light. Hope, ambition, the terrible, wonderful possibility that he might one day matter to someone the way the Emperor mattered to these people. He had built fortresses that withstood millennia, but what he truly wanted to build was love. "Well, let's address the elephant in the room. What do you want to build? Maybe share with us, and when you feel lost, you can come back and look at it." "HMM. I want to be a writer and artist. But shit is man. I gotta learn how to be a programmer taught by a college that cares more about whether I pay the fee in full than actually giving a fuck after ripping us off." Lowell life is. Chapter 171, Emperor's Glory. When the Lord of Steel fell in sacrifice, his loyal followers would carry his body home, and the common people wept until their voices broke. "Behold, there lies the Lord of Steel," they cried. "He gave everything for us and asked for nothing back. He sacrificed everything for us. We can do nothing but cry these useless tears." "There will be more heroes," the raven said quietly. "The Empire's glory will reach every star in the void." Meanwhile, across Terra's sprawling cityscape, preparations for the Emperor's return were already underway. The Emperor and his retinue boarded the ceremonial transport, and the vehicle carried them through Terra's endless street networks. Tree-lined boulevards swept past on both sides, while crowds lined the routes, cheering between towering spires. Wherever the procession went, people raised their voices for the Emperor and showed their devotion and loyalty in countless ways. They celebrated his return and wept for this great lord of mankind. "My son, remember this moment," the mothers said. They lifted their young children high so the children could see the master of mankind with their own eyes. For most, this would be the most memorable moment of their lives, since most imperial citizens would never have such a privilege again. To look upon the Emperor's face, even once, was fortune beyond measure. The procession wound through endless crowds and reached the gates of the imperial palace. Carved reliefs on the towering portals showed the Emperor with a raven on his shoulder. The master of mankind did not approach the grand entrance, but instead climbed steps to a platform carved like a crouching eagle. Malcador and the other high lords waited there, showing complete reverence as they saluted and stepped aside. Gilded servosculls circled overhead and recorded every moment from multiple angles. Across Terra and throughout the Vox network, this scene was broadcast in real time, so every gesture reached countless worlds and billions of souls watched. The emperor walked to the platform's edge, and from that height, he looked down at the endless sea of humanity. Citizens and soldiers alike stretched to the horizon, then he spoke to them all. Humanity's age of strife lasted for thousands of years. The emperor did not shout or gesture, but spoke with calm, apparent authority. His voice had power that reached deep into every heart. That terrible time brought human civilization to the brink of extinction. Humanity lived in despair, they believed such darkness would never end. Now that darkness has lifted, and humanity has proven its strength and spirit again. We rebuilt a great nation from the ruins. Many might give me all the credit, but I say to you, the emperor's voice swelled with power. No, this glory is not mine alone. I did not build the ships by myself. I did not fight every battle alone. I did not reclaim each lost world through my effort alone. I could not provide the vast resources this required. This triumph belongs to every imperial citizen. You built this empire, you made the sacrifices, you endured the hardships, you forged the human empire with your own hands. Without your efforts and sacrifices, human civilization would have died. This glory belongs to everyone. But reconstruction is just the beginning, a great beginning. Human civilization will rise even higher. We will forge a brighter future. Human civilization will be immortal, it will be eternal. The emperor pressed the aquila across his chest. That simple gesture ignited the crowd's emotions, and tears streamed down countless faces. They copied his salute, raising the sign of the aquila, and throughout every corner reached by the Vox network, people watching the broadcast rose to their feet and rendered the same salute. Human civilization had never been so united, and passion surged in every heart, filled with purpose. Their souls were no longer alone, since the emperor had become the bond connecting every human spirit. Humanity would stand as one and overcome all obstacles, while humanity would endure forever. The chroniclers employed every method to preserve these moments, as this would be the pinnacle of their artistic careers, and such an opportunity would never come again. After the emperor's speech, the people held a grand parade, and the celebration lasted for days before the crowds finally went home. Once the public ceremonies concluded, the emperor and the raven made their way to the throne room of the imperial palace. The golden throne was not yet complete, but it had a basic shape and function. Complex machinery formed a pyramid with its surface covered with power runes, and at the top sat two thrones. "Hey, Malkador," the raven said, staring at the golden throne with confusion, pointing with his wing. "Why does this thing have two seats?" "His Majesty's design specified this," Malkador replied casually. He opened a data screen. "Besides, didn't you look at it when you brought it here?" He continued, "The Empire has two supreme rulers, so two thrones make sense." The raven looked at the emperor. "Big guy, please don't tell me the other seat is for me." "What do you think?" the emperor grinned. "Aren't you touched, surprised? We built the human empire together. I won't take all the glory." The raven stared at the emperor, and his small head practically radiated question marks. He suspected the emperor had been channeling some dictator with that rhetoric. "I think you can enjoy this glory alone," the raven muttered. "Please remove my golden throne. I'm happy standing on your shoulder." "How can that be?" the emperor protested. "You're the supreme ruler of the empire. How can you not have your own throne? Do you hate the design? Should I change it to a bird's nest-shaped throne?" The raven said nothing. "Whhh. I really don't want to sit on the golden throne. Why is there still a seat reserved for me? Does maintaining a galaxy-level empire only need the big guy? Does a universe-level empire need to add one poor, helpless little raven? Sure, I've abused power for personal gain. I colluded with Primarchs and accepted bribes. When visiting other universes, I punched the Time Management Bureau and kicked alien civilizations. I bullied people in restricted areas and tricked little demons. But I don't deserve this. It's not about the seat's shape, the raven said out loud. I just don't think it's necessary. The emperor waved dismissively. No need for long explanations. You're a ruler of the empire. You should have a throne like me. Come, let's test the golden throne's power together. I've used all available knowledge. I even built upgrade modules. If we get useful technology from other universes later, we can add it. In the future, the Golden Throne will become the most powerful device in all the heavens. The raven watched the emperor's passionate planning and silently complained. Later, there will be 2 mummified corpses on it, one large, one small. The left one will be a ruler of the empire. The right one will also be a ruler of the empire. The emperor didn't hear the raven's internal grumbling as he walked toward the pyramid. He wanted the raven to experience the Golden Throne's power and identify needed improvements. Let's just try it, the raven sighed. At this point, there was no other choice. Warhammer's predetermined fate had collapsed entirely, and even if he revealed the matter of predestination, no one would believe him. It might even harm Primarchs like Horus and Perturabo, since he had worked so hard to bring them back on track. Speaking out would likely push them toward the enemy again. When they finally activated the Golden Throne, something extraordinary happened. The Raven and the Emperor took their places on the Golden Throne. Though the structure remained unfinished, its authority let the Raven enter a state beyond mortal understanding, and energies surged through both their forms. Their eyes blazed with intense light, brilliant as twin suns. Time and space held no meaning. The Raven's eyes swirled with mists and runes, and with the Golden Throne's aid, he saw the details of countless events across the galaxy. Horus was negotiating with a lost human civilization in the outer reaches of a world called Davin. Complex threads of fate intertwined around that place, but most had become a tangled mess, while many had snapped or balanced on the edge of breaking. After conquering Davin, Horus had established the Webnovel to assist with great crusade operations. Abaddon had earned his place among the Webnovel and become captain of the first company through military achievement, and he was now Horus's most trusted subordinate. Loken had recently become captain of the 10th Company and befriended several chroniclers. He would later achieve fame while Russ continued his operations with wild abandon. Chapter 172, Long Live the Imperium. The Wolf King led his pack through the stellar void, targeting the Durin dynasty. These survivors of the Long Night now suffered beneath a tyrant's iron fist, and Lemon Russ had sworn a sacred oath to bring them into the imperial fold by blade or by word. Aboard his flagship, Lemon Russ sat on his command throne and thought deeply. Beside him rested the severed head of a massive snow creature, a grim trophy from his first campaign. The snowman race had dared to enslave humanity, treating the sons and daughters of Terra as mere chattel and food. The Wolf King answered in kind. Their homeworld was burned to ash, their king's head was severed, and his skull now served as a stark reminder that tyranny always paid this ultimate price. Raven watched the Primarch for a time and caught the Wolf King's low murmur. I am my father's eldest son. I shall inherit all that is his, including those foolish younger brothers. The Raven remained silent, though inwardly he was surprised. Damn, just don't let your brother hear that, or we might really get a heresy. He hadn't realized the Wolf King had such big plans. Shifting his view, the Raven observed the others across the galaxy. Luther, Estellan, and their dark angels moved secretly throughout various sectors. As inheritors of the First Legion's legacy, they had vast stores of old tech and guarded the deepest secrets of the age of technology. To protect these sacred secrets, Lion L. Johnson was already forming his inner circle, a group that would prevent infiltration and ensure absolute loyalty. The First Legion, unburdened by hidden shame, was rapidly taking its destined shape. Meanwhile, on another battlefield far across the galaxy, Angron's fury burned just as bright. Those who make their kinslaves deserve only death. Angron's voice thundered across a battlefield covered with corpses, and tyrants lay broken at his feet. You cannot run, you cannot hide, only doom awaits you, wretched bastards. I am the Angel of Scarlet, I am the Angel of Punishment. I am Angron, breaker of chain. You fools with evil in your hearts, weep and tremble before my wrath. Beneath his feet lay the broken form of a dead king, and around him, mounds of mutilated bodies showed his righteous fury. The World Eaters in their red armor howled their approval behind their Gene-sire. They were noble liberators all, ending bondage wherever it festered in the galaxy's dark corners. Khan followed his Primarch's lead and unleashed controlled wrath upon the foolish native rulers. These tyrants had dared to enslave their fellow humans. Above, the Conqueror maintained a stable orbit under the command of the famous captain Latara Saren. Though merely mortal, her exceptional tactical skill had earned the Red Angel's recognition. He had pressed his bloody handprint upon her uniform as a mark of honor and respect. While Angron carved his path through the galaxy's oppressors, his brother Sanguinius took a different approach to liberation. On the galaxy's far side, Sanguinius soared through blue skies on pure white wings. His blessed spear found its mark in yet another tyrant's skull, and the despot's face showed only terror and panic. The Empire's might had caught him completely unprepared. Before he could mount any resistance, the Angel's forces had crushed him completely. Below, countless freed souls knelt in reverence and cheered their angel's arrival while celebrating freedom's long-awaited dawn. The Ninth Legion, once infamous and hated as blood drinkers, steadily reclaimed their honor under Sanguinius's patient guidance, and his noble example showed them the way. Yet for all of Sanguinius's grace and Angron's passion, it was Robout Guilliman who truly embodied the Empire's systematic expansion. Robout Guilliman's approach stayed careful and organized steady, measured advancement across multiple fronts with clockwork precision. His fleet was the largest among all the legions, and his territory was the most extensive. Already, over 300 core worlds had been brought under Macraga's enlightened governance. Including their vassal planets and colonial holdings, it represented a domain of truly massive size. The Ultramarines' numbers continued growing fast, and their enhanced Oghren auxiliaries supported them. These genetically improved Abhumans now matched their newfound intelligence and tactical skill with unwavering loyalty. This guy, Raven, could only marvel at the Avenging Sun's operational prowess. He truly lived up to his future reputation as Lord Commander of the Imperium. They said he could defeat all other Primarchs armed with nothing but a stylus and administrative genius. The remaining Primarchs were scattered throughout the galaxy's breadth. Each conquered in their own way and spread the imperial truth to the ignorant masses. Raven was thrilled looking at the development. Finally, no grim darkness, no eternal war, just the ascension of humanity as it was meant to be. Long live the Imperium, Raven said, chuckling slightly. With the armies at their command and the immense power granted by their gene engines, they could overwhelm any lost world that dared stand against the Emperor's vision. The human empire's borders expanded daily, and countless new worlds bent the knee to Terra's righteous dominion. Having observed his son's various conquests across the galaxy, the Raven decided to expand his view even further. After observing the galaxy's ongoing conquest, the Raven cast his perception beyond its borders into the universe's vast expanse. The cosmos was so massive that it was impossible to understand. Most regions remained empty void, and life-bearing star systems were very rare. The universe's rapid expansion ensured that matter grew thin toward its edges, making life increasingly unlikely in those empty reaches. After conquering the galaxy, I'll need to select loyal cadres, the Raven mused to himself. I'll implant them with third or fourth generation gene engines and then establish a universe-spanning webway network to maintain effective control. How would humanity govern the universe once galactic conquest was complete? The Warhammer reality was very different from the super gene universe. That realm had the dark plane for convenient spacetime travel, and that advantage allowed the Shen and Angel civilizations to control vast areas of known space. But this reality offered no such convenience. To control the entire universe, they would need to build their own instant transport system. The power of third and fourth generation gene engines was undeniable. They could grant mortals godlike capabilities. The super gene universe's main forces relied on second generation engines, while third and fourth generations were reserved for elites. Fifth generation users ruled advanced civilizations and had achieved true scientific immortality. The Astartes army enhanced with third or fourth generation gene engines would be enough to conquer most civilizations that. Suddenly, Raven detected something. A dark shadow lurking beyond the galactic rim radiated endless hunger, as if seeking to devour all organic life. "Is this Tyranid Hive fleet?" The Raven frowned, and his mood darkened. The Great Devourer represented a natural disaster on a huge scale. In the original timeline, the galaxy's various factions had struggled desperately against mere splinter fleets from the hive mind's greater mass. Though the current empire far exceeded its canonical counterpart in strength, completely eradicating the Tyranids would demand almost unthinkable sacrifices. "I suppose there's still a hard fight ahead," the Raven muttered grimly. Even with gene engine augmentation, facing a hive mind whose psychic presence could warp spacetime itself offered no guarantee of victory. The gene engine operated within universal laws and wasn't omnipotent. Against enemies powerful enough to ignore or distort physical constants, its lethality would drop significantly. Pushing aside thoughts of future threats, Raven turned his attention back to the present and the tools already at his disposal. Raven thought about the Empire's uncertain future while he experimented with the Golden Throne's many functions. Small wonder the Emperor had been so determined to complete this technological marvel. The power amplification it provided was truly extraordinary. Through the throne's enhanced perception, the Raven also observed the Chaos Gods. Right now, they nursed their severe wounds within their respective domains and were still recovering from their previous crushing defeat. When they had united with the Void Realm's corruption to encircle both him and the Emperor, the Raven had led them into the outer universe, specifically the Zheshan, shrouding the heavens, reality. There, the Four Supremes had beaten them so thoroughly that they fled back to the warp in complete disarray. When the Dark Gods sensed the Raven's casual observation, they roared in impotent fury, and their rage stirred terrible warp storms throughout the Immaterium's depths. "Geez, such terrible tempers," the Raven complained with genuine exasperation. "Can't you guys be more magnanimous? Don't you understand that harmony brings prosperity?" The Chaos Gods remained silent in their seething fury. "You were the one who orchestrated our suffering," they seemed to think collectively. "And now you want us to be magnanimous? That's beyond unreasonable." Before completely enraging the Four Powers, the Raven wisely shifted his attention elsewhere. He peered beyond the universe's boundaries and found only void, nothing more. He searched extensively, but found no contamination sources that would terrify Ao and No, wandering evil gods either. Satisfied with his cosmic survey, the Raven returned his focus to more immediate concerns and the projects that would secure humanity's future. After thoroughly testing the Golden Throne's capabilities, the Emperor proposed several crucial modifications. Raven then sought out Perturabo to discuss the construction of humanity's greatest wonder. "We'll build it around Sol itself," the Raven declared with characteristic boldness. "A civilization's strength is often measured by its mastery over stellar bodies. This must serve dual purposes. In peacetime, it provides energy for the Empire. In war, it becomes our ultimate weapon." The Raven paused, his eyes gleaming with vision. It must also possess artistic magnificence, something unforgettable at first glance. Perturabo nodded repeatedly. He recorded each specification. "Any specific requirements for its appearance?" "A scepter," the Raven replied without hesitation. "Design it as a massive scepter, with Sol embedded within it like a precious gemstone." Perturabo paused. His analytical mind calculated Sol's dimensions against the concept of a scepter large enough to contain it. "Isn't that rather large?" "Come on, big means powerful," Raven said simply. "Here, follow this design. Create a system capable of instantly draining stellar energy and releasing it in concentrated bursts. Also, while you are at it, design a wormhole generator. Preferably one that can manifest anywhere in the universe. That way, with a single command, we can strike any corner of reality." Perturabo's eyes widened in dawning comprehension. He had an idea this wonder would be massive, but not on such a staggering scale. "I have complete faith in you, Perturabo. Once complete, we'll name it Perturabo's Will. We'll erect a monument to your genius beside it." The Raven encouraged the Iron Lord while painting a grand vision of future glory. Perturabo accepted the monumental commission. However, he would also remain responsible for the imperial palace's construction and Terra's comprehensive urban planning. After securing Perturabo's commitment, the Raven returned to the Mist Space. The realm had undergone tremendous changes during his absence. Initially, the realm had contained only a mysterious gateway. Chapter 173, Raven, I Have to Work, Yamit. A hall appeared around the doorway. The space was huge, and a person standing alone inside would look like a speck of dust. Light orbs drifted through the air, casting streams of glow downward. Some spheres stayed dark in the shadows, but others flickered urgently. Raven studied them carefully. These were the universes from their previous trips, and the flickering meant distress signals, cries for help from across dimensions. A plea for help from the Transformers universe. The sphere for that realm pulsed constantly. Raven knew without checking that this came from Supreme Tychon, crying out because he'd lost his throne. A plea for help from the Type Moon world. A plea for help from the Halo world. A plea for help from the Honkai universe. More names followed, and each flickering orb showed chaos spreading across dimensions. Raven tested his enhanced abilities. The primal power has been absorbed enough, so the Mist Space has upgraded. I can access deeper information now, but what new functions does it have? Through careful testing, Raven found the most important change. He could create spatiotemporal anchors, which would build permanent passages between universes. This went far beyond their previous methods. Their earlier trips had been like sailing the warp under a gellar field, one fragile barrier against the void. These permanent corridors would work like the webway itself, providing sealed paths through space that were safe from chaos corruption. These passages would change everything. No more subtle influence and careful diplomacy. With stable corridors, the Imperial war machine could pour through endlessly, bringing the Emperor's light to distant worlds through conquest instead of conversion. The difference was huge. Previous ventures had been like delicate courtships that needed finesse and patience. Conquest offered brutal simplicity, overwhelming force and victory by any means until the defeated sang hymns of submission. The gentler approach carried less risk. Even failure brought no revenge from other dimensions. But conquest, once they chose that path, defeat would bring terrible punishment. The thought of enemies ravaging Terra while he cried for mercy made Raven uncomfortable. Raven analyzed deeper. These new abilities cost a lot. Building permanent anchors needs vast amounts of cosmic origin. The problem became clear. He needed a target that would pay for itself. Otherwise, the cost of building permanent passages would bankrupt them before they gained anything. He looked at the Transformers universe. The Cosmic Emperor had stolen Supreme Tychon's authority, so a permanent passage could help them fight a war to restore the rightful ruler. They could also prevent future takeovers through extended Imperial oversight. I'm such a generous person, Raven told himself with satisfaction. But practical thinking cooled his helpful impulses. Transformer technology was incredibly advanced, so in direct war, the Empire might be at a serious disadvantage. Maybe I should pick something more manageable. After long thought, Raven found several weak universes that would be easier for the Empire to conquer. Across infinite dimensional reality, universes varied hugely in size and power. Massive cosmologies, such as Marvel and Saint Ruins, had main universes plus many smaller ones surrounding them. Others had no such protection, small, isolated realms spanning only billions of light years with weak civilizations and incomplete laws. These made ideal targets, universes like the Devil Fruit World, Naruto Realm, Azure Lane, Demon Slayer, Hogwarts, and similar places. Victory could come with minimal cost while harvesting substantial cosmic origin. When Raven presented his analysis to the Emperor, he met unexpected resistance. Our focus must stay absolute, the Emperor declared. Every resource, every effort, every thought must go toward unifying our galaxy. Only when humanity stands united under one banner can we look toward distant realms, and only when our strength is complete and our civilizations set on the right path. The Emperor's refusal came from growing urgency in his consciousness. The alliance between the four chaos gods and the contamination source had shown him how vulnerable they were, so he wanted rapid growth in imperial power, the means to counter chaos even when he wasn't there. The idea of leaving Terra only to return and find his life's work destroyed by the dark gods was completely unacceptable. "But you don't need to go personally, my lord," Raven explained his new abilities. Through spatio-temporal tunnels anchored by dimensional bridges, the Empire could send select forces to conquer distant universes. We could claim their resources and knowledge without risking your presence. This method was completely different from their previous careful trips. Before, they had worked with subtlety and small footprints, but conquest would invite stronger resistance from the universe itself and greater risk of counterattack. The elite forces sent through could face total destruction, which would make the initial investment a complete loss. Universes like the Transformers realm still posed big dangers. What if the enemy used the Allspark and turned every piece of Imperial technology against its creators? But the advantages were equally strong. Unlike their previous journeys, which only brought knowledge and temporary influence, these dimensional tunnels would enable true conquest. They could plunder exotic resources and rapidly strengthen Imperial power through absorbing foreign capabilities. The Emperor studied Raven with patience before responding. "Why not handle this preparation yourself?" "Me?" Raven pointed at himself in surprise. "My current duties consume every moment," the Emperor explained. "The Empire's development needs constant oversight. Building instantaneous teleportation networks and communication arrays demands attention, and implementing the magic net proceeds on schedule. I simply lack the time for interdimensional conquest." The Emperor's schedule had indeed reached maximum capacity during this critical period. "You want me to actually work?" Raven's face showed genuine horror. Visions of administrative mountains danced before his eyes, and his ideal life involved happily eating fried foods while directing the Emperor, that tireless workhorse, through endless labor. "Forget it, absolutely not. I refuse completely." The Emperor's patience with such laziness wore thin. He began to suspect Raven's claims about needing Imperial binding for dimensional travel were elaborate lies motivated purely by avoiding work. "You could delegate the responsibilities," the Emperor suggested. "Build a framework, distribute the tasks, and limit your role to strategic direction." These words completely revitalized Raven's interest. "My previous life as a corporate worker limited my thinking. I'm now a ruler of the Empire, so why should I work like the Emperor? I should recruit a workforce and exploit them ruthlessly." Following the Emperor's advice, Raven decided to oversee this matter personally. He immediately began assembling teams for the preparation of interdimensional invasion. His first candidate was obvious: Constantin Valdor. Political struggles on Terra had grown intense. Representatives from various star sectors, local power brokers, rogue traders, the Adeptus Mechanicus, and countless other factions fought covert battles for advantage. Conspiracies, schemes, betrayals, and manipulations spread throughout the imperial hierarchy. Only the Emperor's overwhelming presence prevented these tensions from exploding into open assassination campaigns and systematic sabotage during critical operations. Raven understood these entrenched interests perfectly. Even as supreme ruler, establishing an entirely new department for interdimensional conquest would trigger opposition, and short-sighted individuals would seek to obstruct or take such power for themselves. He had no intention of wasting time on political games with such petty concerns. This messy business needed a specialist, and Valdor was the perfect solution. As Captain General of the Adeptus Custodes and the Emperor's right hand, Valdor could ensure that troublemakers simply disappeared permanently. Raven found Valdor in the Custodian Guard's exclusive laboratory complex. The man had become obsessed with upgrading their genetic enhancement protocols since returning to Terra, and his dedication to this improvement project bordered on fanatical intensity. Valdor wanted the Custodes to have absolute military power, the power to suppress all other military forces within the human empire if necessary. Each custodian was individually crafted through genetic enhancement, unlike space marines, who shared common gene seed templates. This made their creation process incredibly complex and resource-intensive, but it also made them irreplaceable guardians of the Emperor's will. Chapter 174. Call, Did I Join a Scam Organization? Constantin Valdor was wholly focused on one thing: making sure the Adeptus Custodes had absolute military power over all other forces in the human empire. "I truly wish I could help you, Lord Raven," Valdor said. His expression showed genuine trouble. "But my current duties consume every moment. Please forgive my inability to assist." Raven smiled with apparent understanding. "Of course, no need to worry." Relief flickered across Valdor's face. How surprisingly agreeable Raven seemed today. No pestering or dramatic outbursts, truly rare. His satisfaction lasted exactly 1 second. "I'll speak with Malcador and Perturabo immediately," Raven continued with cheerful malice. "The Imperial Palace needs a large ornamental pond nearby." Valdor's expression froze completely. So guarding ponds was his unavoidable fate. This obsession with water features had gone too far. "Actually," Valdor said quickly, "I'm not quite as busy as I first thought. I can spare some time to help with your work." Faced with such shameless blackmail, he had little choice but to give in. The genuine fear of this madman building a pond just to make him guard it was too real to risk. Raven's laughter carried triumphant satisfaction. "Now that's the right attitude. Oh, and this help is completely voluntary on your part. We need to record your agreement to prove I didn't force you. Otherwise, the Emperor will lecture me again about proper procedures." Valdor fought the urge to roll his eyes in contempt. "Quickly now, say you're participating voluntarily." A recording device appeared from nowhere in Raven's hand. With a resigned sigh, Valdor faced the camera. "I am voluntarily helping Lord Raven in this matter, without any form of coercion whatsoever." Raven beamed with satisfaction. "You truly are a pillar of the human empire. With dedication like yours, how can our civilization fail to prosper?" "Agreeing to work makes me a pillar?" Valdor thought bitterly. "Refusing means exile to pond guarding duties. What a manipulative bastard." Having successfully persuaded Valdor through his considerable charisma and eloquence, Raven began seeking more candidates. Technical personnel formed the backbone of any worthwhile operation. His first thoughts turned to 9527 and Arkan Land, but both had left with the first expeditionary fleet on the Great Crusade. While forcible recall was possible, it would create unnecessary problems, and they might also prove reluctant participants. Following the Great Crusade and uncovering lost mysteries was the lifelong dream of dedicated Mechanicus followers. After consideration, Raven decided to seek alternatives. Through careful use of his fate-reading abilities, he quickly found a suitable candidate: Belisarius Cawl. In the future timeline, this man would become a legendary figure capable of reshaping the Imperium's fate. Born on Mars in the early 31st millennium, Cawl was created in the birthing facilities of Xanthi Terra. During the Horus Heresy, he would play a crucial role in defending against traitor forces. He would live for over 10,000 years, witnessing major events from the Horus Heresy to Cadia's fall. His most outstanding achievement would be creating the Primaris Space Marines during the 13th Black Crusade. Currently, however, Belisarius Cawl remained unknown, a recently promoted tech priest serving as jailer to some dangerous prisoner within a secure facility. Perfect, Raven added Cawl to his recruitment list. He tore open space itself and stepped through the dimensional rift, emerging directly in front of his target. The newly promoted young man startled violently and hastily swept various items from his desk into a drawer before slamming it shut. Call's promotion to full tech priest status had earned him expanded quarters, but they remained as cluttered as ever. Precision electronic components scattered across gleaming workbenches, mechanical parts piled in room corners, and embedded cogitators hummed their endless calculations while status reports scrolled across integrated displays. Raven assessed the scene instantly, using evolution fluid to enhance brain function. After the Emperor returned from the Shrouding the Heaven universe, knowledge of the evolution fluid had been uploaded to Imperial networks. It was available through merit point exchange and differed from Marvel Universe enhancement serums. Those targeted only physical capabilities, but Fanfiction, Flying Immortal Planet, Evolution Fluid enhanced both soul and flesh simultaneously. As a junior tech priest, Call clearly lacked sufficient merit points for such valuable knowledge. The only logical explanation involved black market acquisition. Given Call's character, frequent black market dealings seemed entirely normal. Most components and tools in his quarters hadn't been bought legitimately, only a few items truly belonged to him. The rest had been obtained through uncertain circumstances. Call justified such actions through Mechanicus operating principles, the sacred act of discovery. How could anything related to Mechanicus followers be considered theft? Everything had been found and collected through righteous exploration. Randomly taking Mechanicus property and illegally buying valuable Imperial knowledge through black market channels, Raven observed. Either offense alone would be enough to end your career permanently. Call's face drained of color. He enjoyed pushing legal boundaries, but paying consequences for such behavior was another matter entirely. You have two choices, Call, Raven continued. Join my team, and your past crimes will be forgiven. Plus, you'll gain the honor of traveling to alternate universes. The second option involves Mechanicus enforcement units providing their specialized services for dealing with thieves. Call had little choice but to accept Raven's terms. Excellent, your transfer papers will arrive shortly, Raven said. By the way, for a Mechanicus follower, you have remarkably few mechanical augmentations. Don't your people believe flesh is weakness and only mechanical ascension represents the true path? Mechanical evolution isn't the only approach, Call replied. As the Omnissiah shares expanded knowledge, more followers support alternative theories. I'm one of them. Within Mechanicus culture, many despised human biological form. They believed millions of years of evolution had reached natural limits, and only machinery could elevate humanity to new realms. But as the Emperor continuously acquired technologies and knowledge from other universes, the once declining gene cult had returned. These followers believed human bodies retained infinite potential. They simply lacked proper development methods. Call subscribed to this philosophy. He opposed excessive mechanization while favoring biological enhancement through strengthening agents, evolution fluids, and genetic engineering. I see. Raven showed little interest in internal Mechanicus ideological disputes. After a few quick questions, he moved on. Where will our department be located? Call asked hopefully. Not decided yet, Raven scratched his head. I'm still assembling the team. Find personnel first, establish headquarters later. Call's enthusiasm plummeted instantly. How many people currently make up our department? Counting you and myself, 2.5. Raven had calculated seriously. Since Valdor merely provided assistance, he counted as half. Call's heart turned to ice. Good Lord, Emperor, not enough personnel and we're just an empty shell. Oh, you have your first assignment, Raven continued. Name this new department, then recruit more personnel. If problems arise, ask Valdor, he'll provide assistance. I don't care about process, only results. Call's remaining hope died completely. Not enough personnel was bad enough, but they hadn't even named the department yet. If not for Lord Raven's special status, he would have suspected recruitment into a fraudulent organization. Call found himself trusted with an incredibly bizarre task. The weight of responsibility settled on his shoulders like a heavy cloak. He had gone from an anonymous tech priest to a founding member of a mysterious new department in the span of minutes. But what exactly was this department supposed to do? And how was he supposed to recruit people when he didn't even know what they were recruiting for? These questions would have to wait. Lord Raven had already disappeared through another spatial tier, leaving Call alone with his doubts and a recording device that still hummed softly on his desk. Chapter 175, The Bureau of Celestial Management. Belisarius Call had been ordered to establish a brand new department. Raven, as the Imperium's supreme ruler, had granted him vast authority. He could act freely and mobilize resources, as long as he didn't harm the Imperium's vital interests. After Call took on this responsibility, His first task was naming the new department. "This director is unbelievably lazy," Call grumbled during a brief break from working like an animal. He'd arrived so excited to accomplish great things, and what did he get? Forget about having a clear plan, the man hadn't even prepared paper and pen. Even con artists make PowerPoint presentations and rent office space. This guy hadn't even managed that much. He just talked big and left everything else to his subordinates. Complaints aside, the work still needed doing. To choose a good name, Call gathered linguists and historians. He asked them to consult old texts and draw inspiration from myths, legends, and historical records. After several days of debate, Call finally decided on the Bureau of Celestial Strategic Defense, Offense, and Logistics Management, shortened to the Bureau of Celestial Management. The Bureau was divided into 5 specialized divisions. First was logistics support. They would work with the Adeptus Mechanicus, the High Lords of Terra, and other imperial departments. Their job was getting the weapons, equipment, and political resources the Bureau needed. Second was intelligence gathering. This division used agents whose main task was to infiltrate target universes completely. They would collect information on local customs, regional powers, political conflicts, and other valuable intelligence. Third was technical analysis. Based on information from intelligence, this department would analyze target universes thoroughly and create detailed strategic plans. Fourth was the action division. They would select elite personnel from across the Imperium for special training and enhancement before sending them to target universes. Their missions included assassinating important figures and eliminating enemy elites, breaking down local resistance before large-scale Imperial invasions. Fifth was Bureau security. The Bureau of Celestial Management operated independently from all existing Imperial departments. Like the Adeptus Custodes, it answered directly to the Emperor and Raven. "Excellent work, Call. Keep it up," Raven said, eating fried nutrient strips while casually flipping through Call's report. He painted grand visions of the future. "The Bureau of Celestial Management is just starting, but it has great potential. Work hard, and you'll definitely be rewarded." Call seriously doubted whether Raven had actually read the report. "The Bureau needs a permanent base," Call added. "Given the department's special nature, an independent pocket dimension separate from our universe would be best. This would make operations much more convenient, and if uncontrollable problems arise, we could cut connections quickly to minimize Imperial losses." "Excellent idea," Raven nodded. "Go find Malkador and tell him it's my order." Call brought up another issue. "There's the matter of Action Division recruitment. The various legions won't send their elite veterans, and the selection process has stalled." That. Raven ate another strip. "I'll talk to the big guy. Military promotion resources will be shifted toward the Bureau of Celestial Management. Anyone who wants to rise to high army ranks must have Bureau experience. The Bureau's data system is inadequate and needs more computing power. We should get a stellar-class cogitator." Call noted another report. "Approved, go find Malkador." "The Bureau." "Granted." "Call." "Supported." Raven munch, "Oh, these are so tasty." "Call." Call's smile slowly grew wider and wider. Though Raven was lazy, he was simply the perfect boss. No interference, 100% support. Raven didn't care about Call's thoughts. He just kept eating strips and nodding in agreement. Let Malkador handle the reviews. He only needed to approve things. If something went wrong, Call and Malkador would take the blame. What, make him admit mistakes? Did they want to be sent to watch pawns? A meeting was being held in the Imperial Senate building. It was an exceptionally grand occasion. Envoys from various sectors, navigator houses, rogue traders, and Legion representatives all participated. They sat on their floating platforms, waiting for their turns to speak and vote. Malkador the Sigillite, First Lord of Terra and Imperial Regent, sat on the central high platform. A woman in elaborate robes stood on a nearby platform, presenting her proposal to everyone. "The Frontier Act is an absolute necessity. It will greatly encourage exploration teams to discover and conquer unknown worlds." This female counselor wanted to give rogue traders more power. She proposed granting them legal pioneering rights. This meant merchants who discovered planets never found by humanity and developed them would gain dominion over those worlds. Imperial territory grew larger constantly, with countless inhabitants. Even with stellar cogitators' help, ensuring Terra's rule covered the entire Imperium was difficult. Appropriate decentralization was the best option. The Frontier Act would maximally encourage rogue traders to explore unknown worlds for vast wealth and power actively. After the councillor finished speaking, the presiding prime minister announced the voting session. 30 minutes later, voting concluded, and thus this bill was passed. Explorers venturing into space could now gain dominion over planets if they developed uninhabited ones. The meeting continued for 4 more hours before a 2-hour break. Malkador, escorted by his bodyguards, passed lower-ranking officials and staff heading to his private lounge. Along the way, people constantly tried to speak with Malkador or presented documents, hoping for his signature. Such things were common every day. Experts, officials, and military personnel would wait in corridors leading to influential figures' private suites and washrooms. They did this just to have a few words with the Imperium's powerful or get a casual signature that might solve their problems. Some legislators and planetary governors would spend weeks or months waiting for a chance encounter. Don't think this behavior was undignified. Those allowed into this Senate building were also influential figures in their star systems or sectors. They had wealth and status beyond ordinary imagination. But this was Terra, the Imperium's administrative center, humanity's birthplace, where power and wealth converged. You could throw a brick here randomly, and it would probably hit several planetary governors or sector representatives. Any powerful person who came here had to learn respect and humility first. Lord Sigilite, a voice called. Malkador's group stopped. The speaker was accompanied by custodians who blocked their path. Malkador's bodyguards didn't dare treat the custodians like ordinary petitioners. Officials and representatives nearby showed surprised expressions. They all looked at the custodian squad, wondering which important figure who could be guarded by the great custodians had arrived. Even in the vast Imperium, only a handful of people could deploy custodians. However, they didn't recognize any familiar faces. The custodians were escorting a young tech priest with mechanical augmentations. Judging by his robe style and shoulder markings, this seemed unusual. Malkador was equally surprised. Belisarius Call approached Malkador. "I am Belisarius Call, serving Lord Raven. This is the resource requisition document for establishing the Bureau of Celestial Management. It requires your authorization." Lord Raven, the Bureau of Celestial Management, Malkador frowned. Yes, this department was personally established by Raven to address new challenges, Call explained. The department structure is already planned and complete. It only needs yours, the Lord Sigilite's signature to fill it with personnel and equipment. Malkador's face showed complete confusion. He understood every word they said, but inside he was bewildered. By the throne, Raven actually thought about working, and even established a department. Were they talking about the same Raven here? That Raven, the lazy Raven, that food-eating Raven, by Terra has the sun risen from the west. Malkador opened the requisition document and examined its contents. Pocket Dimension, Stellar Cogitator, 5th Generation Enhancement Implant Quotas, Temporal Management Authority. His frown deepened with each item. It was confirmed that it was the Raven, and it seems that Raven was taking all the good stuff for his newly established department. A single department shouldn't need so many resources, should it? Malkador asked Call. Chapter 176. Russ, the struggle for succession has always been thus. The Bureau of Celestial Management involves many critical matters. Extensive resources are greatly required to serve humanity's greater destiny. Call replied with neither servility nor arrogance, backed by Raven's support. I understand, but Malkador was about to begin when his words died as Raven tore open a spatial rift and stepped through. Yo, old Mac. Every protest Malkador had prepared vanished instantly. He feared that the moment he refused, Raven would make his life insufferable. who didn't know how vindictive Raven could be. Of course, the word vindictive should never be said in his presence. Otherwise, Raven would show exactly how petty he could become within minutes. These requisitions can be approved. Malcador chose a diplomatic path. But supervisory officials must be assigned to prevent the Bureau from violating protocols, misusing resources, or creating waste. Call could barely hide his smile. He had expected success if the Lord Sigillite approved even half these conditions. Yet the moment Raven appeared, Malcador accepted everything, requiring only supervisory oversight. Those bureaucratic parasites who knew only scheming and political games, even if public resources were openly stolen before their eyes, probably wouldn't notice. With Raven's overwhelming support, the Bureau of Celestial Management secured its independent pocket dimension. The establishment went remarkably smoothly. To celebrate the Bureau's official founding, a small ceremony was arranged. Given the Bureau's classified nature, only a select few could attend. The Bureau of Celestial Management's establishment was entirely due to my painstaking efforts, Raven declared, gazing at the magnificent facility with apparent nostalgia. Call, standing beside him, "Your painstaking efforts consist of eating fried strips daily while treating me like a pack animal." The Emperor, Malcador, Valdor, and Perturabo couldn't help but grimace at this proclamation. What kind of shamelessness let this individual speak such words with such righteousness? On the path of audacity, Raven sprinted so far ahead that followers couldn't even glimpse his retreating form. During the celebration, Raven announced Call's appointment as Deputy Director of the Bureau of Celestial Management, while he retained the director position. However, given Raven's lazy nature, Call would likely shoulder the entire Bureau's operational burden. The celebration ended, and the Bureau of Celestial Management quickly became operational. Let's begin with conquering a pocket universe to prove we're not idle bureaucrats. Call, I'm entrusting this to you, execute it flawlessly. Raven assigned Call a new mission: conquer a pocket universe to demonstrate the Bureau's value. As the Bureau's inaugural operation, Call conducted a thorough analysis of Raven's provided data. Finally, he selected the Azur Lane universe as their target. Azur Lane was a small universe, measuring roughly twice the size of their current galaxy. Few species inhabited the Azur Lane universe, with humanity being dominant. Humanity had eliminated hostile races, and their civilization had flourished magnificently. However, an unknown enemy had emerged from the universe's edge, possessing formidable military strength and bizarre physiology. Humanity retreated steadily under their assault, losing most territory. Eventually, the major factions united, setting aside past grievances to jointly create a third-party military organization, Azur Lane. This universe possessed a unique technological path, enabling perfect integration of machinery and machine spirits, thereby granting transformation capabilities. Acquiring this universe's distinctive technology would greatly benefit the Imperium. While the Bureau of Celestial Management busily prepared for its first operation, the Blood Angels Legion, led by Sanguinius, had arrived at the galaxy's western rim. There they discovered a massive Dyson sphere containing terrifying energy fluctuations. Initial scanning revealed the probable presence of a Cetan within, and a complete one. Considering the Cetan's devastating power, Sanguinius refrained from independent action, immediately reporting the situation to Terra. "Is it the outsider?" Raven asked upon reviewing the report while seeking the Emperor. Detailed information about this Cetan surfaced immediately in his consciousness. The outsider, Tseranoga. The outsider was a maddened Cetan whose gaze caused madness and despair wherever it fell. Those in its presence would rather take their own lives than endure its hellish presence. Any being lacking sufficient mental fortitude who approached its sphere of influence would commit suicide rather than directly confront it. According to Ildari legends, during the War in Heaven, the outsider had dueled with the Laughing God. At that time, the outsider was devouring stars alongside 4 lesser Cetan when the Laughing God, Segorach, appeared before it, declaring challenge. After the battle began, Segorach employed trickery, projecting illusions onto the other lesser Cetan. The outsider failed to perceive the deception and devoured its own kin. However, a fragment of each consumed deity's consciousness remained and plagued the mind of the outsider. Upon learning the truth, the outsider shrieked in regret and agony, repeatedly striking its own head and contorting its form until it dimmed. The consumed Citan formed echoing presences within its body, chattering ceaselessly day and night, ultimately driving the outsider to madness. The outsider was a true Citan. More importantly, it had not been shattered like its brethren. It could effortlessly distort physical laws and reshape them according to its will. Even if the Primarchs received the Imperium's most advanced gene engines, victory against a complete Citan remained unlikely. Temporal, spatial, and conceptual attacks could not harm Citan. Only weapons containing rule-based power employed in primitive close combat offered any chance of inflicting damage. A complete Citan, if we can capture it, it will sufficiently support the Imperium's current time anchor network construction. We must secure it, the Emperor declared with absolute resolve. Relay the orders to Horus, Russ, and the other Primarchs to provide assistance. We must capture this Citan and escort it back to the Sol system at any cost. The Emperor issued commands to several Primarchs, instructing them to cooperate in securing the Citan known as the Outsider. The Primarchs accepted their orders without question, leading their forces to the galaxy's edge to rendezvous with Sanguinius. After formulating a strategy, they launched their assault upon the Outsider. The Dyson Sphere's shell at the galaxy's edge was welded from black metal plates, each city-sized in scale. Its proportions defied comprehension, floating in the void while its tremendous mass compressed space, generating its own unique gravitational field. Within the intricate metallic structure, a primage star lay imprisoned, its radiance escaping through catastrophic fractures in the core. Near the Dyson Sphere, countless metal fragments drifted through the void, forming rings of debris. The human Imperium and the Outsider's forces had engaged in their first conflict in the emptiness between stars. Neither side claimed advantage. Warships bearing the Imperial Golden Aquila maintained a safe distance, resting and preparing for renewed assault. Within the sacred hall of Sanguinius's flagship, the Red Tier, the Primarchs had gathered to discuss their following military action. Fully armed honor guards in exquisite armor stood behind them. 8 Primarchs had responded to Terra's command, converging with Sanguinius to confront the Outsider. Horus, the Lupercal, War Master of the 16th Legion, stood beneath sculptures of the Emperor and Raven. Horus wore golden armor bearing an eye motif upon the chest. Crowned with a laurel wreath, he occupied the primary position as though he, rather than the Red Tier's master, commanded this assembly. Lemon Russ, the Wolf King, stood opposite him, flanked by an elite veteran guard squad clad in full battle plate, their faces concealed beneath heavy helms. The atmosphere between the two Primarchs carried subtle tension. They had long competed in secret for the position of eldest son. The other Primarchs were well aware of this rivalry, but chose not to interfere. Footsteps echoed as the great angel, pure white wings adorning his back, entered the hall through the archway. He offered a slight bow to his Primarch brothers. The command bridge received fresh intelligence. I reviewed it before arriving, hence my tardiness. Chapter 177, The Mournival's Moon. It's quite all right, Angron said, his voice carrying unexpected gentleness that contrasted sharply with his battlefield reputation. The other Primarchs nodded their understanding. Thank you for your patience, Sanguinius replied. Allow me to brief you on our current situation. He turned toward the tech marine at the chamber's edge and added, activate the projection device and display the latest battlefield data for my brothers. The machine's spirit stirred to life with a low hum, and light beams danced through the air, weaving together to form a detailed holographic image of the Dyson Sphere and the recent battles overview. Our initial assault wave is complete, Sanguinius began, his voice carrying command authority. We eliminated 6 enemy strategic carriers plus numerous escort vessels and fighter squadrons, so the Void battle has neutralized their stellar defenses. He gestured toward the slowly rotating hologram. However, breaching the Dyson Sphere's interior presents a far greater challenge. Our Auspex readings detect endless mechanical signatures within, almost certainly the Necron legions in their full might. The holographic display unfolded before the assembled Primarchs, revealing the sphere's forbidding metallic architecture. Mountain-sized cannon batteries and vast energy projection arrays dominated the structure, while the weapons bristled across its surface like metal thorns. Green beams lanced skyward from spire-like projectors, spreading to form an impenetrable energy barrier that not only deflected orbital bombardment, but also sealed off real space itself, preventing teleportation or dimensional assault. Any spatial insertion will require destroying those shield emitter towers first, Sanguinius noted grimly. Even having annihilated the void defenses, the Primarchs understood the truth. The coming surface engagement would demand a fearsome price in blood. The Luna Wolves shall serve as the spearhead, Horus declared as he stepped forward with characteristic confidence. We will pierce their defenses and create the breach for our assault. That honor belongs to the first, Lion El'Jonson countered smoothly while moving to face his brother. The Dark Angels will complete this mission. Lion, Horus's eyes flashed with anger. We stand before a great battle, and yet you still play these political games. This is no game but the eldest son fulfilling his duty. The First Legion shall bear the greater burden, 16th brother. The lion's hand rested casually on his sword's pommel, and his smile was genuinely amused. Eldest son, 16th brother, Horus's fists clenched. You claim precedence through mere fortune of numbering, nothing more. Fortune is also strength, Lion replied with maddening calm. I've explained this before. Perhaps this time you'll remember it for our next meeting. Shameless, Horus spat. Each syllable dripped with contempt. The lion's smile widened. The struggle for succession has always been thus since time began. How can it be called shameless? Lion El'Jonson, I'm here today for one purpose, to curb your arrogance. In achievement, I am your equal. In single combat, I do not yield to you. In campaign and conquest, I surpass you entirely. Horus's voice rose to a shout. You want to be the eldest son? Dream on, it will never happen. Then let us settle this, Lion suggested with dangerous quiet. We each lead an assault force and land simultaneously. Let us see who returns victorious first and who comes back in defeat. Agreed, Horus snarled. I will be victorious. The two Primarchs locked eyes, neither willing to concede ground. Behind them, their guards shifted hands to weapon hilts, and tension filled the sacred hall like storm clouds. The other Primarchs watched with varied expressions. Some looked concerned, while others seemed resigned to this familiar conflict. Sanguinius stepped between them, his wings rustling softly. Brothers, set aside this dispute for now. First we destroy the outsider, then you may resume debating precedence. Neither Horus nor Lion moved, but their mutual antipathy burned between them. Why not grant them their wish? Angron suggested pragmatically. Let both Lion and Horus serve as our vanguard, and let them compete for honor in the crucible of war. I find this acceptable. No objections here. Guilliman and Dorn nodded immediately. The other Primarchs followed suit. Very well. The assault mission falls to you both, Sanguinius addressed his brothers solemnly. Remember that our father's blood flows in both your veins, and the bonds of brotherhood cannot be severed by anything. His voice carried the weight of prophecy. We must unite to face the coming darkness, for what we endure now is merely tempering before the true war arrives. With the angel's words echoing in the chamber, the War Council concluded, and the Primarchs returned to their respective flagships to prepare for the coming storm. Aboard the Soul of Vengeance, flagship of the XVI Legion, the Luna Wolves made ready for war. Throughout countless decks, formations moved with practiced efficiency. Technicians and crew hurried through corridors, while industrial servitors transported heavy ordnance under mechanical arms supervision. In a seldom-visited tower crowned by a massive crystal dome, 4 figures gathered for an ancient ritual. Through the transparent ceiling, they could observe the raging ion storms and cold wreckage drifting in the void beyond. The Webnovel, the informal council of 4 captains, assembled to provide counsel to their Primarch. Ezekiel Abaddon, captain of the 1st Company, Tarek Torgeddon of the 2nd, Haster Sejanus of the 4th, and Horus Aximand of the Fifth, called Little Horus, gathered in the Stark Chamber. The tower's sparse decorations consisted only of poorly rendered alien artwork, commemorating past genocides and crude Scythonian poetry etched into the walls. At the chamber's heart lay a shallow, clear pool where reflected starlight formed a watery moon. "This will suffice, given our limitations," Abaddon declared, though his voice carried slight disappointment at the ceremony's simplicity. "You call this a moon?" Aximand stared at the reflection skeptically. "We make do with what we have," Sejanus replied. "Let's begin. This battle will determine our legion's honor. Time to show those rigid First Legion knights their folly in provoking the Luna Wolves." The four placed their silver tokens beside the pool. Each bore lunar phases representing different aspects of their brotherhood: new moon, half moon, gibbous moon, and full moon. "Our name," Sejanus intoned. "Luna Wolves," came the unified response. Above them, "Mournival," the remaining three roared as one. Abaddon's voice carried across the chamber. "Bathed in this moonlight, united in purpose, we pledge our oath until death claims us all. For the living, we kill." They drew their blades. Each pressed his sword tip to his left neighbor's gorget in the ancient Scythonian manner. "For the dead, we kill." The ritual concluded. They placed written oaths within their helmets and drew lots, an old tradition where warriors wrote condemnation oaths before battle. Should they fail their sworn duties, the randomly drawn slips would determine their punishment. Shortly after the ceremony's completion, the Luna Wolves launched their assault on the outsiders' domain. Tens of thousands of drop pods and gunships plunged toward the artificial world's surface, ready to tear it apart from within. Simultaneously, the Dark Angels under Lion El'Jonson began their own assault. Luther, Estellan, Zahariel, and their battle brothers joined the drop forces for the surface engagement. Drop pod retrothrusters ignited. They spewed flame as a massive thrust slowed their descent. With bone-jarring impacts, the pods struck the Dyson sphere's metal surface. Their doors exploded outward. Luther and his Dark Angels charged from their pod. They joined the assault force as green death lanced down from above. Drop pods and gunships traced burning arcs through the hostile sky, while emerald beams sought to claim them. Several vessels were struck. Instantly, dozens of warriors' life signs vanished from the communication network. Even with their gene-enhanced physiques and combat modifications, overwhelming firepower could still claim the Emperor's finest. In the distance, Luther beheld the Necron metropolis, grand and boundless, stretching beyond the horizon's edge. The closer they approached, the more the ancient city's scale became apparent. Dark, endless walls stretched beyond sight. Their immense scale made even transhuman warriors look small. Klaxons wailed. An endless tide of Necron constructs surged toward the landing zones. These were more mechanical than typical Necrons. They had seemingly lost all vestiges of consciousness. They were utterly enslaved to their star god master's will. "For Lion El'Jonson," Luther roared, raising his blade high. The battle cry echoed through Dark Angel ranks. The Necron tide crashed against their defensive line like ocean waves hitting rocks. Then Lion El'Jonson himself descended from near-orbital altitude. He needed no drop pod or grav chute. The impact of his landing obliterated every Necron within 100 meters. The shockwave swept them away like chaff. Drawing his legendary blade, the lion moved with casual grace through the mechanical horde. Each sword stroke unleashed forces that tore through real space itself and the metal ground beneath. Hundreds of constructs were reduced to scattered debris with every elegant movement. He walked leisurely through the raging Necron tide as if strolling through a garden. He left only wreckage in his wake. Necron lords on their hovering thrones fell easily to his blade. Chronomancers were cast into temporal exile with no hope of return. Elite immortals proved as fragile as insects before his transhuman might. A thunderous explosion marked the destruction of a shield generator tower. The Dark Angel's relentless assault had succeeded. The blast cleared several dozen kilometers, reducing magnificent Necron architecture to molten slag and charred debris. The emerald beams reaching skyward flickered and died. A crucial gap opened in the planetary defense grid. Imperial teleportation arrays activated immediately. They deposited fresh waves of the Emperor's forces onto the surface. Titan war engines strode through the dimensional gateways. Their Hellfire missiles loaded with antimatter warheads streaked toward the Necron hordes. Each impact triggered devastating chain reactions that lit the artificial sky with the fires of war. Chapter 178, Gods at War. Autocannons fired like thunder, and steel shells the size of buildings streaked toward the surface below. Metal melted and hissed before cooling into twisted chunks of iron. The Primarchs pushed deeper toward the sphere's core, where the outsider waited. Lion El'Jonson moved fastest among his brothers, while Luther and the Dark Angels followed behind him. The Lion's sword cut down every Necron construct that blocked their path. They descended through kilometers of alien architecture, and the temperature rose with each step. The closer they got to the core, the deadlier the star's heat became, until even the deathless Necrons couldn't function in this furnace. Eventually, the constructs abandoned their posts because they couldn't survive the stellar radiation. Lion El'Jonson pressed on alone, while Luther and his battle brothers had to stay back. Their second-generation gene seed enhancements weren't enough to withstand direct stellar exposure. The captive star raged inside its metal prison, with nuclear fury erupting again and again as it tried to break free. Each explosion could have sterilized entire worlds, but the Dyson sphere absorbed every blast, converting stellar energy into power for its systems. Near the star's heart, something glowed as it fed on the star's energy like a parasite drawing blood from its host. Strange whispers filled the space, carrying madness and chaos that would shatter mortal minds. Detecting special life form, Cetan. Unable to parse target data. The glowing entity was Saranoga, the outsider, one of the 4 remaining Cetan star gods. It had countless forms, shifting constantly through shapes that hurt to look at. The outsider was the most mysterious of the surviving Cetan, driven mad after being tricked into consuming its fellow star gods, so mortals who saw its true nature would scream until their throats bled. Even Lion El'Jonson felt discomfort at first sight, but his gene engine activated protective protocols within seconds. The mental safeguards shielded his consciousness from the star god's influence. Switching to combat mode, the lion said as his enhanced body adapted to face the cosmic horror. Another tyrant falls to my blade today. The gene engine gave him abilities beyond mortal understanding. He could bend time and space, and he could step between dimensions like crossing thresholds. His form flickered, and suddenly the lion stood above the outsider. His sword erupted with destructive energy, expanding into a weapon of pure annihilation. Judgment, sanction activated, target elimination. The blade fell with universe-splitting power. The outsider's energy form contracted rapidly, then reshaped into a towering construct of midnight black metal. A massive hand caught the lion's strike with contemptuous ease, part energy, part living metal. The Primarch strained with all his strength, but his weapon wouldn't budge in the star god's grasp. The entity had no face, only green flames that burned beneath its helm. Through that soulless regard, Lion El'Jonson felt terrible wrath and frenzied intelligence beyond mortal comprehension. The outsider crushed the energy blade to nothing, then backhanded the lion with enough force to shatter reality itself. Space cracked like glass around the impact. The lion's defensive fields flared desperately as he flew through the sphere's interior like a meteor. He smashed through city-sized energy converters in thunderous explosions before finally slamming into a metal bulkhead thick enough to armor a battleship. Only his Primarch physiology and gene engine saved him, for any lesser being would have been atomized. As a Cetan star god, the outsider wielded reality-warping powers beyond mortal understanding. "How is it so strong?" the lion gasped while pulling himself from the twisted metal. Space rippled, and the outsider, moments before thousands of kilometers away, appeared right in front of him. Its fist descended like a falling moon, intent on crushing the presumptuous mortal to paste. A golden figure streaked through the void and hit the outsider's fist with bone-jarring impact. The deflected blow hammered into the bulkhead beside the lion's head, while terrible force spread cracks through metal never meant to endure such punishment. The deck beneath them groaned and split. Lion L. Johnson stared at the crater where the blow had landed, his throat going dry. That strike would have obliterated even his enhanced form, and only gene engine resurrection could have saved him. He turned to see who had helped him, and surprise flickered across his face when he saw Horace Lupercal. The War Master could have just watched, or could have let his rival fall and claimed victory by default. Instead, he'd risked everything to save his brother. "Only I can defeat you, Lion L. Johnson," Horace said, with absolute conviction. "No one else gets that honor, not even a god." The outsider's shriek shattered reality. Space fractured like crystal, while time froze mid-flow, then crumbled to dust. The star god moved with impossible speed as a gleaming metal tentacle carved through dimensional barriers, hurling Horace across thousands of kilometers. The impact spiderwebbed his ceramite armor with stress fractures. The outsider extended its palm, and green flames danced between its fingers. Terrible suction locked onto Horace, dragging him back like a fish on a line. Psychic force pinned the War Master helplessly. Metal fragments scattered throughout the chamber suddenly flew toward Lion L. Johnson, and they reassembled in his hands as a blade wreathed in annihilation fields. The weapon contained world-ending power, and just its overflow warped local spacetime. The lion's strike carved deep into the outsider's metallic body, while energy discharges lit the chamber like a newborn sun. The star god cried out in pain, and its massive form staggered backward. Freed from psychic restraint, Horace broke the entity's hold. He raised his thunder hammer and channeled devastating electrical fury while both Primarchs attacked together now. They switched their gene engines to combat overload, and terrifying energies flowed through their enhanced frames. Not just material forces, but power drawn from creation's deepest wells. In this desperate battle, they began awakening to their true nature. This was their father's most precious gift, and if they could grow and develop, they would possess wisdom and might second to none. Their three-way fight resembled divine warfare. Reality buckled and twisted until natural law became negotiable. The imprisoned star generated apocalyptic fluctuations from their battle and spewed scorching plasma that raised temperatures to murderous levels. Outside the combat zone, Luther, Estellan, and the Mournival witnessed scenes beyond understanding. The Dyson Sphere's core structures disintegrated under the strain, while titanic support pillars of black metal snapped like kindling. Terrible cracks spread across the artificial world's surface. Strange energies mingled with stellar fire, erupting through the fractures in blinding displays. But for all their skill and fury, the star god proved superior. After another thunderous exchange, Horace's warhammer shattered completely, and the outsider hurled him into a massive support column. His armor exploded into fragments before reforming in flashes of light. Soon after, Lion L. Johnson joined his brother in defeat when he smashed into a bulkhead with meteor force. Then the other Primarchs arrived. Sanguinius led the descent through the sphere's ruptured shell. His pure white wings spread wide as he dropped into the stellar core's prison. Behind him came Angron, Guilliman, Dorn, and the rest, 9 demigods united in common cause. They saw the Lion's defeat and immediately joined the battle. 9 Primarchs against a star god. Such a conflict would echo through history forever, and future chroniclers would record it as humanity's gods fighting the ancient deities of a dying race. RAGH. Angron's bestial roar shook the chamber's foundations as his dormant essence began its first true awakening. His form swelled to titanic size, while red armor blazed with inner fire as unprecedented power burned through his enhanced body. He transcended normal constraints of space and time, becoming truly a war god in every sense. In the warp's depths, his awakening stirred terrible storms. The chaos gods watched with hunger and envy. This should have been their chosen champion, an avatar walking among mortals to embody their twisted will. But the Emperor had stolen these demigods away. Chapter 179, How to Cage a Star God and Survive the Paperwork. The battle reached its peak. The remaining Primarchs stirred from their slumber, their forms swelling into massive displays of power. The release of their divine essence sent ripples through the Dyson sphere's foundations. Reality buckled under their fury. The veil between the material realm and the Empyrean tore like silk in a storm. Above them, the heavens erupted in sheets of lightning. The bolts carved burning symbols across the sky. Night fell with unnatural speed. Crimson rain poured down, baptizing the battlefield in blood that hissed and steamed on metal and flesh. As the sons of the Emperor unleashed their might, the sky became transparent crystal, a window into the roiling depths of the warp. Massive orbs of malevolent intelligence gazed down upon the destruction. Creatures whose forms defied mortal understanding accompanied them, things that existed only in nightmares. The fundamental laws of existence collapsed entirely. Countless Necron constructs sprouted flesh and sinew, violating their mechanical nature. Chaotic viral code danced through their neural networks like fire through dry parchment. Whispers from ages past and futures yet unborn echoed through the air, singing hymns of praise to the gods humanity would one day become. The ignorant children of divinity would begin their path to transcendence this day. The outsider released a shriek that shattered space itself. Destructive winds poured through the wounds in reality. The Primarch's display of power brought a moment of terrible clarity to its fractured consciousness. Memories surfaced from the deep wells of madness. It recalled an age when the Old Ones still ruled. Another pantheon had stood as their champions then. The outsider remembered that architect of its torment, the one whose lies had reduced it to this broken thing of rage and isolation. Murderous wrath poured from the star god's essence. It launched itself at the Emperor's sons with renewed fury. The divine conflict escalated beyond mortal understanding. Luther, Abaddon, and their warriors retreated to the surface. This was no longer a battle they could hope to influence. They were but dust before the storm. Imperial forces evacuated through teleportation gates in disciplined formations. They abandoned the collapsing structure to its fate. The Dyson sphere's death throes rent the ground with chasms that glowed with otherworldly light. The fissures swallowed Necron constructs whole, reducing them to ash in moments. Boom! Angron burst through the surface in a shower of debris. The outsider's devastating blow had hurled him skyward. The Red Angel smashed through a towering spire of black metal. His impact triggered an explosion that lit the dying sphere like a newborn star. The World Eater coughed and spat blood. He pulled himself from the wreckage, shaking twisted metal from his shoulders. Glancing down, he found only the hilt of his chain axe remained. The rest had been vaporized in the exchange. Angron stared at the useless fragment for a moment. His weapon had served him through countless battles. Now it was nothing but scrap. He tossed it aside with a grunt. The building he'd demolished was magnificent, dozens of kilometers tall, constructed entirely of midnight black metal in the form of an ascending spear. Without hesitation, Angron grasped the fallen tower. He hefted it like a club, testing its weight with experimental swings. The improvised weapon would do nicely. He let loose an earth-shaking roar. Then he leaped back into the fissure to rejoin the battle. 9 giants wreathed in impossible energies converged upon the outsider. Their combined assault shook the foundations of reality. Again and again, the star god struck them down. Again and again they rose, sustained by the fusion of advanced technology and mystical power that flowed through their enhanced forms. The battle raged for days and nights uncounted. The Primarchs fought with desperate determination. Each blow they landed seemed to wound the outsider, yet it continued to regenerate. Each time they thought victory was within reach, the Citan would surge back with renewed violence. But even gods could tire. Even the maddest of the star gods had limits. Slowly, the outsider weakened. Its regeneration slowed. Its strikes became less precise. The 9 Primarchs pressed their advantage, coordinating their attacks with practiced efficiency. The final blow came from Horus himself. The War Master's power claw pierced the outsider's core matrix, disrupting the fundamental forces that held its consciousness together. The star god collapsed. For the first time in millions of years, silence fell across the battlefield. 9 Primarchs had succeeded where entire civilizations had failed. They stood among the wreckage, breathing heavily, their enhanced forms smoking from exertion. The cost had been severe, each bore wounds that would have killed lesser beings. But they had won. For long moments, none of them spoke. The magnitude of their victory was still sinking in. A star god, one of the galaxy's most ancient and terrible entities, lay defeated at their feet. Horus was the first to break the silence. "It's done." Vulcan laughed, a sound edged with exhaustion and relief. "I thought it had me twice, maybe 3 times." "It had us all," Sanguinius said quietly, folding his battered wings. "But we endured." The Dyson sphere continued its death throes around them. What had once been a monument to ancient power was now collapsing into fragments scattered across the void. Even the imprisoned star that had powered it was shattered, its remnants insufficient to maintain fusion. What had once burned with stellar fire became a glowing nebula, beautiful in its destruction. They worked quickly to contain their prize. The defeated star god found itself imprisoned within a black domain force field, a specialized containment system where time ceased to flow and space itself became static. For a being like the outsider, cut off from the warp's influence, it represented the perfect prison. The Primarchs entrusted Rogel Dorn with the sacred duty of returning their captive to Terra. The Imperial Fist accepted the honor without hesitation, understanding the weight of responsibility placed upon him. "See it safely home, brother," Horus said, clasping Dorn's shoulder. "The Emperor will want to examine this prize personally." Dorn nodded solemnly. "It will reach Terra intact, you have my word." The journey through the warp gave Dorn time to contemplate their victory. 6 weeks of transit provided ample opportunity for reflection as the Eternal Crusade cut through the Immaterium's chaotic currents. In his private chambers, Dorn often found himself staring at the containment cube that held their prize. The black domain matrix hummed almost inaudibly, its alien technology keeping one of the galaxy's most dangerous entities in perfect stasis. Sometimes he wondered what thoughts moved through the outsider's fractured consciousness, if it could think at all in its timeless prison. The victory had cost them. Every Primarch bore scars that would serve as permanent reminders of the battle. Yet they had prevailed where entire species had failed. 9 sons of the Emperor had accomplished what civilizations spanning millions of years could not. It was a testament to human potential, to what they could achieve when united in purpose. As the Eternal Crusade approached the Sol system's borders, Dorn felt a mixture of pride and anticipation. He was returning home as a conquering hero, bearer of a prize that would secure humanity's future. Surely such service merited recognition. The gates of Elysium materialized ahead, their massive bulk dwarfing even his flagship. Home. After months of warfare in the galaxy's darkest reaches, the sight stirred something deep in his engineered soul. However, his satisfaction dimmed when the security protocols were implemented. Identity confirmed, Rogel Dorn, Primarch of the 7th Legion, the Vox crackled. "However, your fleet composition exceeds standard parameters. Prepare for inspection." Dorn's jaw tightened. He understood the necessity. Terra's defenses had repelled countless threats, and vigilance was the price of security. Yet after everything he and his brothers had endured, being treated as a potential enemy stung his pride. "We carry sensitive cargo requiring immediate delivery to Terra," he responded evenly. "A star god captured through great sacrifice." A pause, then, "Acknowledged. The Eternal Crusade is cleared for an inter-system approach. All escort vessels will remain at outer perimeter stations pending full security review." The Lord of the 7th Legion accepted the restriction without protest, but the slight rankled nonetheless. His own brothers had fought and bled to secure this prize. Now he was subjected to the same scrutiny as any unknown fleet. Such were the prices of vigilance in an age of war. Yet as the gates receded behind them, his irritation faded before the majesty of what lay ahead. The solar system's transformation since the Emperor's return was nothing short of miraculous. Massive shipyards orbited every major world, their skeletal frames giving birth to vessels that would carry humanity to distant stars. Computational matrices, the size of moons, processed data streams that would have overwhelmed entire civilizations. Giant rings of metal and energy, encircled both Mars and Terra, microcosm gateways that opened pathways to realms beyond imagination. These monuments to human ingenuity seemed built by titans rather than mortals. Dorn allowed himself a moment of quiet pride. This was what they fought for. This was the future they were building, one bloody victory at a time. Terra's orbital port welcomed Dorn with full ceremonial honors, but the reception party was smaller than he'd expected. Instead of Malkador or the Emperor himself, Perturabo waited at the docking bay. "Brother," the Iron Warrior greeted him with a formal nod. "A complete star god, you have rendered the Imperium invaluable service." Yet beneath the congratulatory words lay something bitter. Dorn had learned to read his brother's moods over the decades, and Perturabo's resentment was barely concealed. News of the 9 Primarchs' victory had spread across the Imperial network, becoming legend among trillions of citizens. While his brothers carved their names across distant battlefields, Perturabo remained in the solar system directing construction projects. For a being bred for war, it must feel like exile. "Fortune favored us," Dorn replied carefully. "Though the cost was higher than anticipated, the outsider nearly killed Vulcan twice. But you prevailed, that matters most." Perturabo's expression softened slightly, then shifted to something resembling pride. "I trust you've heard about my latest project, Perturabo's Wrath, a superstructure capable of striking any target in the galaxy, perhaps even beyond." There it was, the need for validation, for acknowledgement of his own contributions. Dorn chose his words carefully. "A monumental undertaking, the specifications you've shared are impressive." Perturabo studied his brother's face, searching for any hint of condescension. "Construction has only just begun, but when complete, it will be a sight to behold. Once humanity possesses Perturabo's wrath, the entire universe shall bow to Imperial will." The weapon's capabilities were staggering, with the power to ignore distance and destroy any target, given proper coordinates, whether a planet or a star system. In a universe spanning 96 billion light-years, such power would make humanity's dominion absolute. "Should you require assistance," Dorn began. "I am perfectly capable of completing the project myself," Perturabo cut him off, his voice growing cold. "Or do you think otherwise?" The tension that had been building suddenly crystallized. Dorn felt the familiar frustration, another brother taking offense where none was intended. He just offered aid to his brother, but Perturabo has to act like a man-child. "I meant nothing like that." "You didn't." Perturabo stepped closer, his bulk casting shadows across the docking bay. The great Rogel Dorn, returning from his glorious victory, offering to help his poor brother who's trapped playing an architect. The moment stretched dangerously. Both Primarchs felt the weight of unspoken grievances building between them. Old rivalries, perceived slights, and the constant competition seemed to poison their brotherhood. "Wow, my little rock." Raven materialized without warning, perching on Perturabo's shoulder and completely disrupting the confrontation. The Corvid had been demonstrating French fry preparation techniques when the timestream shifted, revealing troubling possibilities. The investigation had unveiled a potential future where this very meeting would end in violence. Perturabo would accuse Dorn of arrogance. Dorn would depart in fury, carrying seeds of corruption in his heart. That timeline led to the Lord of the Seventh eventually embracing chaos, corrupting several brothers, and leading a terrible assault upon Terra itself. To prevent such a catastrophe, Raven had abandoned his culinary demonstration to play peacekeeper. "Mr. Raven," Dorn offered a respectful nod, his tension visibly easing at the familiar presence. Perturabo blinked, his anger deflating like a punctured balloon. It was difficult to maintain righteous fury with a cosmic entity nuzzling your shoulder. "I can sense your desire to aid your brother," Raven said smoothly, "but unfortunately, duty will soon call you elsewhere. Perturabo has been extraordinarily busy lately, and with galactic unification proceeding smoothly, there's no immediate need for you to rush back to campaigning." That oversized bastard should be handling this himself, the Corvid thought irritably. Why does crisis management always fall to me? Suppressing his complaints, Raven hopped to face Dorn directly. The Bureau of Celestial Management has established protocols for its first major operation. Perhaps you could oversee it, ensure everything proceeds without complications. Operation, Dorn's brow furrowed, professional interest replacing personal grievance. Against what target? Raven's expression took on a distinctly mischievous cast. Those adorable ship girls, naturally. Dorn tilted his head, studying the corvid intently. That particular look usually meant Raven had developed an attachment to whatever they were discussing. After their long association, the Primarch had learned to read such signs. I can't elaborate here, Raven explained. Transfer the outsider to the Mechanicus representatives, then report to the Bureau's microcosm facility. You'll understand once you arrive. With that, he vanished in a small explosion of displaced air. The intervention had worked perfectly. The earlier tension dissipated, replaced by professional courtesy and shared curiosity about Raven's mysterious project. After completing the prisoner transfer, watching the containment cube disappear into the deepest vaults of Mars, Dorn gathered his personal guard and proceeded to the Bureau of Celestial Management. The journey gave him time to process the encounter with Perturabo. His brother's resentment was understandable, even justified. While others won glory in distant campaigns, Perturabo shouldered the unglamorous but vital work of fortifying humanity's heartland. Perhaps there was wisdom in Raven's intervention. Let sleeping grievances lie undisturbed. The Bureau's microcosm gateway loomed ahead, a massive wheel rotating around a central axis 800 kilometers in length. Half of this colossal spindle disappeared into the void, connecting to realms beyond conventional spacetime. Every microcosm gateway was a monument to human engineering prowess, but this one felt different, more purposeful, as if it led somewhere specific rather than into the general multiverse. Dorn paused at the threshold, contemplating the implications. Another universe awaited beyond that gateway, another realm for humanity to explore, understand, and potentially conquer. The Great Crusade had never truly ended. It had simply expanded beyond the confines of a single galaxy. His guards shifted nervously behind him, hands instinctively checking weapons and equipment. They were veterans of countless campaigns, yet crossing into another universe will still inspire awe and unease. Ready yourselves, Dorn commanded. We go into the unknown. The transport craft carried them along the axis through barriers of reality itself. Space twisted around them, familiar physics becoming suggestions rather than laws. His guards maintained discipline despite the disorientation, trusting in their Primarch's leadership. Finally, they emerged into the Bureau's domain, a microcosm that existed as one vast, incomprehensible machine. Structures beyond human understanding stretched in all directions, their purposes as mysterious as their construction. Somewhere in this realm lay Raven's new obsession. Whatever had captured the Corvid's interest was about to become Dorn's responsibility. He found himself looking forward to the challenge. Chapter 180, Ship Girls. Steam pipes stretched across the floor and ceiling, their brass surfaces gleaming under harsh lights, while thick cables snaked through the air, feeding power to rows of towering equipment. Every surface was covered with dials, switches, and glowing displays that pulsed with mechanical life. The machines worked with steady rhythm, their pistons driving at the edge of space itself as light cascaded from temporal devices and energy beams danced between stabilizer arrays in patterns no human mind could follow. Hundreds of thousands of oil-stained servitors worked under the guidance of tech priests in red and black robes. At the same time, the machine servants moved with ritual precision, their mechanical songs echoing through the vast chamber as they maintained the sacred devices. At the chamber's heart stood an archway carved with flickering runes, and before it stretched a metal platform where Imperial agents made final preparations. They were bound for the Azur Lane universe. Call welcomed Dorn to the observation deck above the deployment chamber. My lord, the briefing materials you requested. Dorn took the datapad, his enhanced mind already processing the first images, yet he stopped, studying the display with the precision that had fortified 1,000 worlds. The image showed a small figure with large eyes and an innocent expression, clearly human, although the specifications stated that this was somehow a warship. You claim their vessels can transform into girls? Dorn's voice carried professional doubt, even as his analytical mind struggled to process the implications. Indeed, my lord. Call pointed to more displays, while his enthusiasm grew visibly. The Azur Lane universe has technology called the Wisdom Cube, and these artifacts give machine spirits power to take human form at will. Dorn absorbed the complex data in moments, his engineered mind racing through what this meant. Though machine spirits were known to imperial doctrine, this level of human manifestation was new. The tactical possibilities were staggering. Ships that could think, feel, and adapt with genuine emotion, rather than programmed responses. Remarkable, he said, then looked up sharply, though concern flickered across his features. What are their combat abilities in human form? Full retention of original firepower, Call replied, while his voice carried growing excitement. Perhaps even more enhanced through emotional bonds with their crews, since the connection between ship and sailor becomes intimate. Dorn considered this, knowing that the strongest defenses were held by warriors with personal stakes in victory. If these ship spirits could form real emotional bonds. Truly, the multiverse holds wonders beyond imagination, Dorn said, though his tone remained cautious. But wonder must not blind us to strategy. What threats do they face? What is it that drives their conflicts? A hostile force called the Sirens, Call answered, while his expression grew more serious. Intelligence suggests they have technology beyond imperial standards in some areas, and the ship girls are humanity's main defense against this threat. Dorn nodded slowly, understanding that warriors forged in real conflict would be dangerous opponents. And their politics. Multiple factions, Eagle Union, Royal Navy, Eastern Radiance, and others, Call explained, though his tone carried a note of admiration. They keep cultural differences while cooperating against the siren threat. It is remarkably advanced for a divided human civilization. Clang! The first bell echoed throughout the Bureau's expanse, bronze tones awakening machine spirits across countless systems. Tech priests began their chants, binary songs flowing through speakers like digital prayers. Be ready, the deployment is commencing, Call announced. Dorn watched the agents below check their equipment. Each carried years of infiltration training and advanced camouflage tech. They would be humanity's eyes and ears in this new realm. Clang! The second bell triggered mechanical awakening, and dormant machinery trembled as power flowed through it. Mountain-sized reaction columns began to glow, their surfaces crackling with electrical discharge, while focusing arrays blazed to life, channeling raw energy through filters that turned chaos into ordered light streams. The machine spirits sang with joy, their voices rising in celebration, though their harmony created an almost sacred atmosphere. Magnificent, Dorn breathed, watching the display, and even after decades among the Imperium's greatest works, such displays of human achievement still moved him. Clang! At the third bell, the symphony peaked, and pure energy flowed into the archway's structure, lighting runes with a steady glow. Within the gate's frame, light began to swirl, forming a slowly rotating vortex that cut through the barriers between worlds, while reality itself seemed to bend around the portal's edge. The agents activated their protective systems and stepped through the portal with calm professionalism, though each vanishing form marked humanity's first deliberate step toward conquest of infinite realms. History is unfolding before us, Dorn said quietly, knowing that another universe meant new challenges, new variables in humanity's expansion. But also new opportunities and perhaps new allies, if Raven's diplomatic preferences won out. He found himself curious about these shipgirls. What kind of beings were they? How would they react to contact with the Imperium? The dimensional breach sent shockwaves through the warp itself. Carlos felt the impact like a physical blow, staggering against the crystal labyrinth's walls as reality convulsed around him. Fate's threads, so carefully woven by immortal hands, snapped and writhed in chaos beyond mortal understanding. The resulting storm lashed across the warp with terrible fury. every soul-powered vessel in its currents was hit. Navigators screamed as impossible visions seared their third eyes. Countless demons shrieked as the storm left them wounded and lost. Carlos gritted his teeth, weathering the temporal hurricane through will alone. When the storm passed, he found fresh cracks spreading through the labyrinth's crystal walls. "The Cursed One's influence grows," he murmured, running clawed fingers along the damage. Each crack meant a shift in the balance between material and immaterial realms. His master's rage was apparent as Carlos walked deeper into the maze. The Master of Change had spent eons weaving the patterns of destiny, delighting in cause and effect. Now those threads had spiraled beyond all control. Power had increased, yes, but dominion over reality's flow was shattered. For beings whose strength came from authority rather than raw might, this was a catastrophic loss. The labyrinth's deepest chambers housed Carlos's patron deity. As he approached the center, crushing pressure threatened to overwhelm mortal consciousness. The air grew thick with possibility and change. Master of Change, Carlos bowed before the entity of infinite schemes and endless wisdom. "Carlos," 100 mouths spoke as one, voices layering into harmonics that made reality tremble. "Report on the tasks I gave you. The demon's terrible will eliminated any thought of deception." Carlos shared every detail, the corvid entity, its time manipulation abilities, and its strange fondness for fried potatoes with tomato sauce. The information seemed almost absurd when spoken aloud, yet he had seen the corvid's power firsthand. That casual display of multiversal authority still haunted his memories. The Cursed One gained strength through alliance. The Master of Change mused, countless eyes turning toward dimensional barriers that suddenly seemed less solid. "Continuing this path ensures our defeat." With a casual gesture, a clawed appendage tore through reality itself. Winds of absolute nothingness poured through the opening, carrying an aura that made Carlos's demon nature recoil in horror. This wasn't chaos, not even pure chaos. Where the warp represented change and passion twisted to extremes, this felt like the negation of existence itself. Chaos without purpose, destruction without meaning. The air itself seemed to flee from whatever lay beyond that tier. "Master," Carlos said urgently, "I must advise caution." "Fortunately," the Master of Change continued, ignoring his servant's concern, "we too have found new allies. Our partners operate throughout the infinite multiverse. That corvid is not unique in its abilities." Carlos felt Raven's warnings echo in memory. The corvid had spoken of entities that consumed entire realities, threats that made even chaos gods seem small by comparison. "If mortals can reach other realities," his master declared, "so can we. The chaos gods shall devour entire universes to fuel our rise." "Master, please," Carlos stepped forward, his voice carrying millennia of faithful service. "These entities represent absolute negation. They care nothing for corruption or change. They would unmake chaos itself. I have served you faithfully since the Dark Age, but this path leads to the destruction of everything we seek to rule." The Master of Change paused, its attention finally focusing on its servant's words. Countless eyes studied Carlos with new interest. "Explain." Carlos chose his words carefully. "The warp is eternal because reality needs both material and immaterial aspects. No matter his power, the Emperor cannot change this basic truth. But these entities..." He gestured toward the dimensional tier. "They represent pure entropy. They would consume the warp as easily as real space. If mortals gain multiversal reach while we remain bound to a single reality, extinction becomes inevitable," the Master of Change replied. Yet Carlos detected uncertainty beneath the confident words. "Better to rule in one universe than be devoured across many," Carlos countered. "These allies offer only mutual destruction." Silence stretched between them, filled with whispers from beyond existence. Finally, the Master of Change withdrew its appendage. The dimensional tier began to seal, though traces of that terrible emptiness remained. "Perhaps," it said slowly, "we need different allies, those who share our interest in domination rather than annihilation." Carlos felt a spark of hope. His words had planted doubt, perhaps enough to prevent catastrophe. For now, 3 days after the dimensional breach, Agent Kowalski crouched in shadows at a Royal Navy training facility, watching ship girls practice combat moves with their human crews. The sight still amazed him despite hours of observation. Destroyers danced through the air with impossible grace, their rigging, miniaturized versions of their full-sized weapon systems, tracking targets with lethal precision. Battleships moved more deliberately, but with devastating firepower. Their main guns created shockwaves that rattled windows kilometers away. Status report, Kowalski crackled his encrypted radio. Fascinating developments, Control, he whispered. The ship girls show emotional complexity far beyond standard Imperial machine spirits. I've observed genuine affection between vessels and crews, tactical innovation based on personal relationships and individual personalities. Through his scope, he watched a cruiser-class ship girl laugh at something her captain said. The sound carried genuine warmth, not programmed responses, but authentic emotion. What about combat capabilities? His handler asked. It is significant. Their weapon systems appear physically impossible, but they function perfectly. A destroyer I observed earlier was generating missile salvos from storage spaces that shouldn't exist in her human form. The physics involved here defies conventional understanding. Kowalski adjusted his position, keeping visual contact with the training exercises. More concerning is that they're not just weapons platforms. They're individuals with hopes, fears, and personal motivations. Some of them even express concerns about the war, while others show protective instincts toward civilians that seem genuine rather than programmed. Any political implications? Yes, in fact, it's a great matter. The factions cooperate despite cultural differences, united by shared humanity and the siren threat. Their ship girls serve as symbols of national pride while maintaining surprisingly friendly relationships across faction lines. This isn't the fractured human civilization we expected. A pause on the radio. Continue observation. Focus on technological capabilities and command structures. Understood, Control. As Kowalski settled in for another long surveillance session, he wondered what would happen when these beings met the Imperium. Would they see humanity's unity as liberation from factional divisions, or would they view Imperial conquest as simply another threat to their way of life? The ship girls below continued their practice, unaware that representatives of a galaxy-spanning empire watched their every move. Soon, first contact protocols would determine whether these two branches of humanity would stand together or face each other across a battlefield. Chapter 181. How to Turn Your Boss's Ship into a Cute Girl. The Imperial agents had done their job well. Months of careful infiltration into Azur Lane's societies had yielded more than just intelligence. They'd secured an actual wisdom cube. Call practically vibrated with excitement when the artifact arrived at the Bureau of Celestial Management. Round-the-clock analysis, he ordered his tech priests. I want to know everything about this thing. The research chamber hummed with activity. The Wisdom Cube, a perfect 20-centimeter crystal, floated in suspensor fields while scanning beams played across its surface. Data cascaded down projection screens as the Bureau's cogitators worked overtime. 3 days later, Raven arrived to check their progress. We've cracked it, Call announced, unable to contain his grin. Not only do we understand their technology, but we've built something better. He gestured to a containment field where another cube waited, this one etched with the Imperial aquila and pulsing with refined energy patterns. Raven raised an eyebrow. A working prototype already? Impressive. There's just one problem, Call said, his enthusiasm dimming. He glanced toward Dorn. The Lord of the 7th Legion stepped forward. The Azur Lane cubes work on a hierarchy. What we've got here is top tier, but it needs an equally powerful machine spirit to integrate properly. Such as Gloriana class, minimum. Dorn's expression was grave. We'd need authorization from Malkador and the Emperor before risking a Primarch flagship. Raven tilted his head thoughtfully. Each Gloriana represented 5% of Mars's total output, astronomical resources concentrated into a single vessel. The loss of even one would cripple Imperial naval power for years. But then something clicked in his mind. a spark of neuron activation that made perfect sense. What about the Emperor's grand design? Dorn's jaw dropped. The Emperor's personal flagship, the vessel that had carried humanity's master through the whole crusade, it was audacious beyond measure, yet. That's technically feasible, Dorn said slowly, but... Then it settled. Raven tore open a spatial rift. I'll ask him myself. Moments later, space parted again. The Emperor stepped through, followed by Malkador, Valdor, and Perturabo, who'd been mid-conversation with the Sigillite when Raven arrived. You want to experiment on my flagship, the Emperor said. It wasn't a question. The strategic implications are considerable, Malkador noted diplomatically, his ancient mind already calculating risks and benefits. The Emperor's frown deepened. The grand design was more than a ship. It was a symbol of his authority, a vessel that had witnessed the birth of the Imperium itself. His instinct was to refuse. Then he noticed Raven's sharpening talons and the predatory gleam in his corvid eyes. Long experience had taught him to recognize that particular expression. Whatever the corvid had planned, refusal would likely result in something far more dramatic. The Emperor sighed, weighing his options. Very well, proceed. Implementation proved surprisingly simple. After evacuating the Grand Design's crew, Dorn placed the Wisdom Cube on the ship's command throne. Energy threads immediately flowed from the artifact, connecting with the vessel's machine spirit. The response was immediate and profound. The ship's consciousness, ancient and proud, extended its reach to embrace this new existence. What had been a dutiful but limited artificial intelligence suddenly bloomed into something far greater. Joy flooded through its systems, then euphoric excitement as new possibilities unfolded. Dorn withdrew when integration reached halfway. Mysterious patterns of light spread across the 10-kilometer hull like glowing circuitry. Is it supposed to do that? Perturabo asked, professional interest mixing with concern. Before anyone could answer, brilliant radiance engulfed the flagship. The light built to blinding intensity, forcing even enhanced Primarch vision to look away. When the glow faded, stunned silence fell. Where the massive warship had been, a small figure now floated in the void, a black-haired child with a golden halo, clad in ornate armor that mirrored the Emperor's own. Weapon arrays hovered behind her like mechanical wings. For long moments, nobody spoke. Where? Valdor began, his enhanced mind struggling to process the impossible. Where is the ship? Perturabo finished. Malkador blinked slowly. That is the ship. Indeed, Dorn confirmed as the golden-armored child approached with graceful movements. The Wisdom Cube grants humanoid manifestation while preserving all original capabilities. She's no longer just a machine. She has emotions, self-awareness, true consciousness. This violates several laws of physics, Valdor observed. Welcome to the multiverse, Dorn replied. We'll see stranger things than this. The transformed flagship drew closer, and the Emperor found himself face to face with what had once been his personal vessel. She looked up at him with large, curious eyes that somehow retained the dignity and loyalty of the original ship's machine spirit. Master, she said, her voice carrying the weight of eons of faithful service. The Emperor reached out, placing a gentle hand on her head. Hello, old friend. The successful transformation sparked immediate debate about their approach to Azur Lane. Swift military subjugation would be most efficient, Valdor suggested with typical pragmatism. Strike before they can organize any resistance. Absolutely not. Raven's tone carried an edge that made even Valdor pause. They're human, just from another reality. War doesn't have to be our first choice. No one's my ship, girls. Valdor, for some reason, would literally see those words in Raven's eyes. The Imperium was built through conquest, Perturabo pointed out. It's what we do, what we're good at. And look how well that's worked, Raven shot back, his eyes flashing. How many worlds burned? How many civilizations were destroyed that could have been allies instead? Raven has a point, Malkador said quietly. These ship girls represent a unique opportunity, if we can bring them into the fold peacefully. They have technology we need, Valdor argued. Military action ensures acquisition. Diplomacy ensures willing cooperation, Raven countered. Which do you think will be more valuable in the long run? The debate continued for several minutes, each side presenting its case with increasing passion. Finally, the Emperor raised his hand. Raven has authority over multiversal operations, he declared. His word is final on this matter. Both Primarchs looked ready to argue further, but the Emperor's tone brooked no dissent. The Corvid's determination had surprised them all. Usually so laid back, he'd argued with unprecedented passion. But then, those ship girls were rather adorable. With the policy settled, Call presented the transformed Grand Design's capabilities to the assembled leadership. She has 3 distinct forms, he explained, each optimized for different tactical applications. In her current compact form, she moved like liquid light, achieving nearly 80% of light speed with fluid grace. Incredible speed, Dorn murmured, watching her demonstrate aerial maneuvers that defied conventional understanding. The second transformation was more dramatic. Her form shifted from child to adolescent, hair lengthening as a massive golden sword wreathed in flames appeared in her grasp. Balanced configuration, Call noted, speed combined with offensive capability. Perturabo leaned forward, studying the weapon with professional interest. The power output readings are unlike anything I have seen. Her final form revealed a mature woman with flowing black hair, with a golden halo over her head, golden eyes, and a darker skin tone. To an unknown eye, she would look like the Emperor's own daughter. The weapon arrays expanded dramatically, their barrels enlarged and inscribed with pulsing runes. The flaming sword grew proportionally, its surface covered in psychic inscriptions. Maximum destructive potential, Call concluded. Remarkable, the Emperor said, genuine pride in his voice. His ship had become something far greater than he'd ever imagined. Can she still transport personnel? Malkador asked the crucial question. Her humanoid form is a projected interface, Call confirmed. Fundamentally, she remains a fully functional warship. Crew quarters, command systems, everything exists in quantum superposition with her anthropomorphic appearance. Raven perched on her shoulder in her compact form, nuzzling against her cheek with obvious delight. Absolutely precious, perfect in every way. The others had grown used to such behavior. A happy raven is the good raven. A serious raven would be far more concerning. So, the Emperor said, studying his transformed flagship with satisfaction, we have our diplomatic envoy. When do we make contact? Soon, Raven replied, his mind already working through the complexities of first contact protocols. We'll need to choose our approach carefully. These ship girls deserve protection, not conquest. He paused, considering the transformed Grand Design and what it represented, proof that cooperation could achieve what force alone could never do. And if diplomacy fails, he said quietly, well, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Chapter 182, First Contact. The time had come to negotiate with the local faction leaders. Raven decided that Dorn and Call should serve as envoys, a gesture to show their sincere intent for peaceful resolution. Aren't you going? Malkador asked, surprise evident in his tone as he studied the Corvid. Raven was usually restless, eager to throw himself into any unfolding drama. Big Guy's been buried in experiments lately. Raven fluttered his wings casually. I can't stray too far from him. We're bound together. If we get separated by too great a distance, I get yanked back automatically. The Emperor's golden eyes flickered with interest. I shall accompany you, the Master of Mankind declared. Recent experiments and policy implementations have reached satisfactory conclusions. Now we require only the passage of time. Raven's eyes widened with delight. He launched himself from the Emperor's Grand Design's shoulder to perch upon the Emperor himself. Big Guy, I absolutely love you. Let's go, let's set off for Azur Lane immediately. The Warhammer universe was vast, but so many worlds lay barren and joyless. Visiting his wives in Azur Lane would be a pleasure by comparison. With the envoy team confirmed, they prepared for departure. The Emperor's Grand Design reverted to battleship configuration and carried everyone through the activated archway into the space-time tunnel connecting both universes. The mist space provided the tunnel's foundation. Raven had never experienced it before. Swirling mist formed the passage walls, appearing hazy gray in every direction. Strange sounds echoed within, fragments of noise from various universes converging and reverberating through the tunnel. Unlike previous traversals where time held no meaning, this journey through the space-time tunnel let them feel each passing moment. The connection between universes created temporal synchronization, like two pools of different water levels connected by a pipe, eventually finding equilibrium. Days later, they arrived outside the Azur Lane universe's barrier. "Try not to start a war," Raven instructed. "Maintain communication and exchange as much as possible." In the dark void, distortions materialized without warning. Flowing light streamed from spatial cracks, while lightning formed from nothing, intertwining into a grand stargate. The Emperor's grand design passed through as light and lightning slowly dissipated. Conventional engines activated, propelling them toward the distant star system. Dorn stood at the viewport, lost in thought. The space-time tunnel made interdimensional travel faster than traveling between galaxies within their own universe. Conquering alien universes offered better returns than galactic expansion. The Emperor and Raven focused on monitoring screens, ready for contact with native factions. As they approached the target system, a fleet led by a void carrier tore through space, blocking their path. "Incoming communication request," the information supervisor announced. "Connect immediately," the Emperor ordered. Static beams flickered before resolving into a projection. A black-haired ship girl in a red cheongsam appeared, her distinctive phoenix-tail hair ornament marking her identity. "Strangers, this is the B11 star system, belonging to the Sakura Empire. Your unauthorized intrusion violates joint law. Withdraw immediately, or we will attack according to statute." Raven recognized her instantly, Tehu, aircraft carrier of the Sakura Empire. His favorite ship girl, for reasons concerning her, impressive specifications. "Tehu," Raven said warmly, "we come with goodwill, seeking only to establish cooperation." "Cooperation?" Tehu's eyes narrowed. "Who are you? How do you know my name? Spies, siren infiltrators." She leaned forward, expression hardening. "I've never seen that ship design. Your technology signatures match no known faction." "We are envoys from another universe," the Emperor interjected with imperial dignity, "bearing a peace mission to forge bonds that will strengthen both realms under greater imperial unity." Tehu blinked rapidly, her composure cracking. "Another, what? Did you say another universe?" "Envoys from another universe. Peace mission, imperial unity." Her voice rose with each word. "Are you people insane? Another universe is impossible." She shook her head vigorously. "The sirens have tried psychological warfare before, but this is ridiculous even for them." "Another universe entirely," Raven confirmed patiently. "We understand it sounds impossible. Your people have remained isolated, unaware of greater reality beyond your cosmic boundaries." Raven explained their situation and the Empire's existence. He spoke of vast networks connecting realities, the mist space bridging dimensions, and the human empire spanning multiple universes. Tehu listened in stunned silence, her tactical mind racing. The Azur Lane universe possessed relatively advanced technology, but this concept stretched every boundary of understanding. "So you claim other universes exist beyond ours, and you've traveled between them." "The sirens conduct extensive dimensional barrier research," she murmured to herself. "Their technology always seemed impossibly advanced, if they came from elsewhere entirely." Her eyes sharpened. If other universes exist, what are they like? Do they have shipgirls? Do they face similar threats? Are humans fighting for survival like us? Countless implications surged through Tehu's mind. The strategic possibilities were staggering. "These questions are best discussed face to face," Raven said gently. "We've brought proof that will convince you beyond doubt." Tehu studied them, weighing risks against possibilities. "This could be an elaborate trap, but if you're telling the truth." She took a deep breath. "Very well. However, this meeting takes place on my terms, at my chosen location. Any hostile action, and my fleet reduces your ship to scrap metal." "Understood and accepted," Raven nodded. "Calm down, kid, you won't even scratch this ship." The meeting point, a massive orbital port on the system's outer edge. The facility entered maximum alert status with giant turrets and towers granted firing authorization. Any wrong move would result in immediate elimination. On the platform, Tehu waited alongside several shipgirls in human form, a diverse group of destroyers, cruisers, and battleships maintaining wary vigilance. They whispered among themselves, speculating about the mysterious visitors. "Think they're really from another universe, Tehu-san?" asked a petite destroyer, voice filled with nervous excitement. "Impossible," muttered a heavy cruiser. "Has to be some new siren trick." "Their ship design matches nothing in our databases," noted a battleship thoughtfully. "Energy readings are off the charts." When the Emperor's retinue disembarked, the Emperor's grand design transformed into humanoid form. A young girl in golden armor with a sacred halo, radiating unmistakable divine presence. The sight sparked immediate discussion among assembled shipgirls. "What is she?" "That armor isn't decorative. Look at those energy readings." "She feels different from us, fundamentally different." Even Tehu paused, momentarily stunned by the golden figure's overwhelming aura. She recovered quickly, addressing the delegation directly. "Visitors from another universe, what do you hope to accomplish here?" "We seek to establish peace and welcome you into the human empire," Raven replied diplomatically. "The Sakura Empire will never become anyone's subordinate," Tehu declared firmly. "We've fought too hard for independence to surrender it now." "I believe we can make an irresistible offer," Raven persisted with a knowing smile. "Try me," Tehu crossed her arms. "Whatever terms you propose, we refuse. The Sakura Empire bows to no foreign power. We offer cutting-edge technology beyond your understanding, a true win-win arrangement. Resources and knowledge of entire universes at your disposal. Dorn, demonstrate." The Imperial Fist's Primarch stepped forward. The shipgirls tensed, hands moving toward weapon systems. With casual precision, Dorn raised his hand. Reality bent around his gesture as spacetime folded inward. A miniature black hole materialized in his palm, a perfect sphere of absolute darkness devouring light itself. The shipgirls gasped collectively. Several stepped backward in alarm. "Impossible," breathed the heavy cruiser. "He's manipulating gravity itself," whispered the battleship, voice mixing scientific fascination with terror. With another gesture, Dorn collapsed the black hole, annihilating it completely. A third motion created an independent pocket of folded space, a transparent bubble where physics seemed subtly altered. "By Poseidon's beard," someone swore. "That's not technology," another said shakily. "That's godlike power." Tehu's confidence shattered entirely. While they possessed world-shattering firepower, manipulation of fundamental physical laws remained beyond comprehension. She stared at the space where the black hole had existed, mind reeling. "How did you do that?" "A small demonstration," Dorn replied with Primarch authority. "The human empire has mastered sciences your civilization hasn't discovered." Tehu's resolve wavered visibly. She wanted to maintain refusal, but the implications were overwhelming. The ongoing Siren War had severely depleted all factions. Resources were scarce, supplies critically low. Entire sectors had fallen, and they were losing against an enemy with impossibly advanced technology. If cooperation with this human empire provided both resources and revolutionary technology. "The war," she said quietly, almost to herself. "We're losing the war." Sensing hesitation, Raven pressed gently. "I presume you've explored your universe's edges, encountered impassable barriers. The human empire can provide interdimensional travel opportunities to other realities. By joining our empire, you gain technology and resources from countless universes. The sirens would become trivial obstacles. This is the opportunity of multiple lifetimes." Tehu fell silent, wrestling with the decision. Responsibility weighed heavily on her shoulders. She'd expected a routine territorial dispute, not an offer to reshape reality itself. She started, then stopped. "This decision exceeds my authority. I must consult high command. This could affect our entire civilization's survival." The Sakura Empire contained numerous internal factions in constant political friction. Only senior command possessed authority for such momentous decisions. Of course, Raven nodded approvingly. Please inform other faction leaders as well. This concerns the entire universe. Everyone deserves a voice. Tehu withdrew to a secure communication area. This is Tehu to Sakura Empire Command. Priority Alpha communication required immediately. Lunatics, aliens from another universe. Is this elaborate siren deception? When the Sakura Empire Command heard Tehu's report about interdimensional visitors, their first instinct was complete disbelief. Admiral, I understand how it sounds, Tehu said carefully. I thought the same, but you need to see the evidence. Evidence? What possible evidence could? They manipulated a black hole, sir, created and destroyed it with a hand gesture, then folded space into an independent pocket dimension. The communication line went silent. Admiral, are you there? Transmit recorded footage immediately. When the command staff witnessed Dorn casually summoning and annihilating a black hole before creating folded space, skepticism evaporated entirely. This is definitely not siren conspiracy, the Admiral said quietly. If they possessed such power, we would have been crushed within days of first contact. Sir, orders. Contact other faction leaders immediately. All of them, Iron Blood, Royal Navy, Eagle Union, Northern Parliament, Dragon Emperor, even Sardinia Empire. This transcends our usual conflicts. Even our enemies, sir. If these beings speak truth about interdimensional warfare, our petty disputes become meaningless. We're all in the same boat now. After closing communication, priority messages went out to leaders across all factions. Initially, they laughed upon hearing about another universe, peace missions, and a human empire. They assumed the Sakura Empire had finally cracked under siren war pressure. But when they saw evidence, footage of casual black hole manipulation and spatial distortion, laughter died instantly. Such mastery over fundamental forces was essentially divine power made manifest. The message was clear. These were not beings to be trifled with. Whatever game was being played, the stakes had become impossibly high. Chapter 183, Raven's Vacation. Such advanced technology. Perhaps these beings truly were visitors from another universe. Should we tell Eagle Union and Dragon Emperor? One of the Sakura Empire commanders asked hesitantly. If this is real, sharing this information could strengthen our enemies. Another commander shifted uncomfortably. But sir, if we don't tell them and they find out later, they'll accuse us of trying to monopolize interdimensional contact, finished a third. That could unite all other factions against us. The Admiral stared at the recorded footage again, that casual manipulation of fundamental forces. His hands trembled slightly. In all his years of warfare, nothing had prepared him for this moment. We're enemies with them, yes, he said finally. But we now face visitors from beyond reality itself. Our petty conflicts mean nothing if these beings decide we're not worth their time. No one can remain neutral. Contact them, whether they appear is their choice. What if they refuse to come? Then they'll be the ones left behind when history changes forever. Within hours, priority communications went out across all known networks. Raven and his group received quarters in the port facility while they waited. 2 days later, the first foreign fleet materialized through a spatial rift. Admiral Halsey of Eagle Union stood on his flagship's bridge, studying the massive golden vessel through his viewports. Sir, energy readings from that ship are still off our scales, his aide reported nervously. Yeah, I can see that, Halsey muttered. If Sakura Empire isn't lying about these interdimensional people, we need to be here. But if this is all bullshit, keep our weapons ready, but don't point them at anyone yet. Hours later, Dragon Emperor's fleet arrived. Yatsen watched the other fleets with careful eyes. So many of us in one place. This is either really important, or we're all about to get screwed. By evening, Northern Parliament's ice-scarred vessels had joined the growing armada. Even representatives from smaller factions, Iris Libra, Vicia Dominion, had sent delegations. Fleet after fleet continued arriving, ships flying banners of Eagle Union, Dragon Emperor, and Northern Parliament. Representatives from every major faction that had heard about interdimensional contact had come. This unprecedented event could change their universe's fate forever. It would be recorded in history. An unimaginable era of change was about to begin. Nobody dared miss this meeting, fearing they'd become footnotes in history, swept aside by progress. While the great powers prepared their diplomatic positions, Raven found himself with time to kill. The virtual port stretched across vast areas, hosting countless vessels both ordinary and extraordinary. Shipgirls enhanced with wisdom cubes received resupply and maintenance alongside their regular counterparts. Through his storytelling gift, Raven had quickly earned the love and admiration of many shipgirls. Today, he sat on his usual platform, regaling his audience with tales from other universes. After waiting for ages, everything came to nothing, Raven said dramatically. The powerful Supremes felt crushing despair wash over them, their hope transformed into bitter sorrow. Many Supremes had almost no lifespan remaining. When they awakened, they found themselves constantly losing their remaining years. If they couldn't achieve immortality in this final chance, they'd never get another opportunity. A heavy cruiser leaned forward. "Mr. Raven, what made them think they could become immortal in the first place?" "Ah, excellent question," Raven's eyes gleamed. They discovered ancient ruins containing secrets of transcendence, but the path required perfect timing, miss the cosmic alignment, and wait another 1,000,000 years. "1,000,000 years," gasped a destroyer. "That's so long." Thinking about their sacrifices, the countless years of waiting only to face this. Some desperate Supremes turned dark. They decided to initiate the dark turmoil, harvesting all life to sustain themselves. Belfast, standing at the crowd's edge, watched quietly. Look at them all hanging on his every word. He's got quite the talent for this. At this crucial moment, Raven paused dramatically. To learn what happens next, tune in for the next episode. The shipgirls and commanders, completely captivated, erupted in protests. "Newa, you can't stop there. Mr. Raven, please continue. What's the rest of the story? What happened to those Supremes seeking immortality? Tell us more stories about other universes." A crowd of destroyers, cruisers, and battleships surrounded Raven completely. They dismissed their rigging to move in human form. Slender, pale legs, elegant curves, and gentle faces filled his vision. If heaven existed anywhere, this had to be it. Raven's expression went blissfully vacant as he lost himself in the beautiful, welcoming crowd. Lost in the chorus of Mr. Raven calls, he completely forgot about returning home. The human empire, big guy, chaos gods, they could all wait forever. Seeing the shipgirls surrounding him 3 layers deep, Raven adopted a helpless, theatrical expression. All right, I'll tell you another part." Those Supremes realized they couldn't achieve immortality, so they initiated the dark turmoil. They harvested the life essence of entire worlds, using forbidden methods to extend their dying lifespans. Every Supreme had once been the strongest in the universe. Even though they deliberately weakened themselves, they retained incredible power. They could shatter planets with casual gestures. When the dark turmoil began, countless worlds and hidden sanctuaries instantly fell to disaster. All living things became mere sustenance. Especially those of you with special energies. Those hungry Supremes would devour millions upon millions in one bite, then millions more the next. As he spoke, Raven assumed a frightening expression. Sharp fangs sprouted from his beak as he made exaggerated chomping sounds. This sent the destroyer-class shipgirls into delighted panic. They screamed as they scattered. "The evil Supremes are coming. They're starting the dark turmoil. Quick, find the Secretary General." "No, we should get Enterprise-san." "What about Akage-san? She's really strong." Raven laughed as he watched the little shipgirls flee in mock terror. Even in another universe, destroyers are the same, full of energy and completely adorable. Emperor's grand design observed from nearby, staring at him without expression. He's supposed to be representing us, and here he is playing around with kids. How does big guy put up with this? Is that supposed to be entertaining? Why frighten those children? "Don't you find it amusing?" Raven grinned shamelessly. "Look how happy they are. When's the last time you saw shipgirls laugh instead of worry about fighting?" Emperor's grand design paused, watching the destroyers peek out from behind cover, giggling as they whispered about the scary story. Maybe he has a point. Completely boring, she replied, turning away. Though, if you really want to continue, I guess I could listen. Raven blinked. Even as Big Guy's flagship, she shouldn't have mastered his tsundere act so perfectly. The peaceful storytelling session was interrupted when a beautiful ship girl with silver-white hair approached. Her maid outfit was immaculate as she offered a graceful curtsy. Belfast, the famous head maid of the Royal Navy. Belfast, hello, Raven nodded. The meeting is about to commence. We're just waiting for you. The time for entertainment had ended. With the head maid's guidance, Raven and Emperor's grand design proceeded to the conference hall. Upon arrival, Raven found the Emperor, Malkador, Dorn, and the others already present. Unlike Raven, they hadn't spent time entertaining themselves. During their stay, they'd been carefully observing the Azur Lane universe, contemplating the best methods to convince various factions to accept imperial rule. Azur Lane civilization operated under a unique system where humans and ship girls governed together. The ship girls handled combat while remaining outside politics, taking orders from human command structures. Every ship girl maintained a soul contract with her designated captain, called a commander. These bonds allowed them to share memories and experiences, making betrayal impossible. When Raven entered, the busy conference room fell silent. Everyone, both imperial and local, looked at him. The ship girls and commanders whispered among themselves. They'd learned that Raven was one of the human empire's supreme rulers. His casual attitude hardly matched their expectations, though. After all, what high-ranking official spent time telling stories at ports and playfully frightening destroyer-class shipgirls? Raven surveyed the assembled shipgirls and mentally cataloged their identities. Eagle Union's Enterprise, Royal Navy's Queen Elizabeth, Dragon Empire's Yat-sen, Iron Blood's Bismarck, Sakura Empire's Akagi, Sardinia Empire's Vittorio Veneto. He recited their names with an amused grin, appearing completely unserious about the proceedings. Please continue your business. I'm just here as a mascot. With that dismissal, attention returned to the actual negotiations. Raven never involved himself in formal matters like this. His defining trait was following his whims with no genuine desire for political power. The atmosphere in the room grew more serious as the formal discussions began. Dorn stepped forward, his Primarch presence commanding immediate attention from all assembled delegates. The endless heavens contain countless civilizations, each following their own development. Dorn began with the measured authority of a Primarch. Yet human civilizations across all universes share a connected destiny. We must unite to prevail in the final war approaching. Therefore, as envoys of the human empire, we've come seeking to merge our civilizations, to face together the powerful enemies awaiting us. Dorn's diplomatic skills served him well. His voice carried conviction and power, making his listeners instinctively trust him. Your proposal is too vague, Enterprise responded, shaking her head. Her voice carried the weight of countless battles. Eagle Union won't become subordinate to any foreign power. We won't sacrifice ourselves for someone else's ambitions. These people claim they want to help us, but they're asking us to give up everything we've fought for, she thought. How is that different from the sirens trying to control us? Queen Elizabeth's eyes flashed with indignation. The Royal Navy has ruled the seas for centuries. We shall not bow to upstart empires, regardless of their technological superiority. But Your Majesty, Belfast interjected quietly, their demonstration suggests capabilities far beyond our current understanding. Technological superiority does not grant political legitimacy, Bismarck stated coldly from across the table. Iron Blood learned that lesson through bitter experience. Yat-sen of Dragon Empery spoke thoughtfully. The question isn't their power, it's their intentions. Why do they truly need our allegiance? We could both compromise and sign a cooperative alliance instead, trading technology and resources as equals, Enterprise suggested. Dorn's expression remained stoic. They fear subjugation. Understandable, but they don't comprehend the scope of what's coming. The wars ahead will consume isolated civilizations. Human civilization requires unification to possess sufficient strength, Dorn insisted with Primarch certainty. Joining the Empire brings no harm, only technological and resource advantages. The enemies we face cannot be defeated by divided forces. What enemies? Akagi demanded sharply. You speak of threats, but we already fight the sirens. Are you claiming there's something worse? The room fell silent. Even Raven looked up from his wandering thoughts. Much worse, the Emperor finally spoke, his golden eyes surveying the assembled leaders. The sirens are merely scouts. What comes after them will make your current war seem like training exercises. The negotiations reached an impasse. The Empire needed the Azur Lane factions to sign formal membership agreements. Meanwhile, the local powers worried deeply about surrendering their independence. The negotiations reached an impasse. The Empire needed the Azur Lane factions to sign formal membership agreements. Meanwhile, the local powers worried deeply about surrendering their independence. As the heated debate continued around him, Raven listened from the sidelines. Initially, he paid attention, but gradually his mind wandered to more pleasant thoughts. French fries, the ship girls' gentle faces, their fair and slender legs. These political discussions are always the same, he mused. Everyone wants security, but nobody wants to pay the price for it. At least the ship girls are honest about what they want, protection for their people and an end to the fighting. Suddenly, a delicate pale finger poked his arm. He turned to find a small ship girl sitting beside him. Her distinctive beret and elegant bearing marked her as French, Iris Libra, most likely. She whispered conspiratorially, I heard them say you can travel between different universes. Could you take us somewhere without war? Raven tilted his head, studying the little ship girl with amusement. Dark circles under her eyes suggested she hadn't slept well in days. Another one carrying too much weight on small shoulders. You're from Iris Libra, aren't you? Already planning your escape. Very few universes are truly peaceful. The one we come from makes your conflicts appear like gentle disagreements. How did you know I was from Iris Libra? Before she could finish her question. Chapter 184, Upgrades Baby Upgrades. The smaller ship girl received a sharp knock on the head from her companion, clutching her scalp and hissing in pain. How can we be afraid to fight? The mature ship girl frowned. We must face everything with courage. Cowardice will strip us of our strength. The younger girl looked dejected, but I just don't like fighting. Still talking back. The mature ship girl raised her hand again, causing her companion to shrink back into silence quickly. She turned to Raven with an apologetic bow. I'm deeply sorry, Mr. Raven, for this display. I am Richelieu of Iris Libra. Please don't judge our faction poorly based on this incident. Raven chuckled. There's nothing wrong with admitting that. No one truly enjoys war. He looked at the younger ship girl. It's simply that our enemies refuse to stop their aggression. As such, we must rise to resist them and ensure our civilization survives. It's cruel, but we have no choice. The more petite ship girl ducked her head and stayed silent. The negotiations had stalled, progress grinding to a halt. The Emperor, who had maintained his vigil in silence, stepped forward, his presence filling the chamber and drawing everyone's attention. Perhaps you should witness this truth. The Emperor opened a projection with deliberate care, the holographic display showing the corruption he and Raven had observed through Ao's revelations, the current devastation consuming the Taoist universe playing out before them. The ship girls and commanders were sharp, quickly grasping the horrific implications of the Emperor's projection and the accompanying data streams. The Taoist universe was a grand realm that far exceeded the Azur Lane universe in scope and power. Its laws were more complete, its strength greater, yet it had fallen into complete madness merely from witnessing a contamination source pass by, the entire universe becoming utterly corrupted. If Azur Lane encountered such entities, their situation would likely prove far worse. Those enemies wandering the void needed no direct action against the Azur Lane universe, no malicious intent to destroy everything. Their mere existence was annihilation. When the projection ended, solemn faces surrounded the negotiation table as the ship girls and commanders fell into troubled contemplation. These void entities were infinitely more terrifying than the sirens. This demonstrates why cooperation is necessary, the Emperor declared, his voice carrying weight that seemed to press against their souls. No single civilization can withstand the enemies of the void alone. Sensing their wavering resolve, he pressed his advantage. Only through unity can we achieve final victory. All human empire civilizations must stand as one. Through his formidable presence and the generous terms offered, the emperor ultimately swayed the major Azur Lane factions to join the human empire. However, each faction retained certain autonomous rights to protect their interests, with even the choice of universe governor remaining theirs to make. As the peace talks reached this breakthrough, streams of power flowed continuously into both Raven and the emperor. The Azur Lane universe will's recognition of you has reached 3%. The Azur Lane universe will's recognition of you has reached 50%. The Azur Lane universe will's recognition of you has reached 75%. After the agreement was signed, the universe will's recognition of Raven's group reached 100%. This meant the human empire could permanently maintain its space-time tunnel and deploy troops without facing universal rejection. Without sufficient recognition from the world's will, they would be regarded as invaders, inciting hostility from all native forces. The ship girls quickly experienced the benefits of joining the human empire as Adeptus Mechanicus personnel poured through the space-time tunnel. The ship girls received comprehensive upgrades, while the Empire integrated terrifying weapons and advanced armor into their systems. Beyond cutting-edge armaments like space-time ripple cannons, they received antimatter annihilation cannons and dark matter missiles, along with advanced technologies, including space-time warp capabilities and space-time force field protection. The enhanced ship girls were completely transformed. Even the small ship girl who had wished for Raven to find a universe without war received substantial upgrades: a space-time warp device, a star-destroying beam, and an impressively oversized ship-slaying blade. "I feel incredibly powerful now," she bounced with excitement. "I want to apply for combat duty and beat up some sirens immediately." Her enthusiasm was infectious, with all the strengthened ship girls eager to test their increased capabilities. The Empire's benefits were equally considerable. Raven obtained power and knowledge from the Azur Lane universe, while a light sphere representing Azur Lane appeared in the mist space, providing ongoing power to the realm. The Emperor gained both power and vast repositories of knowledge, not only comprehending the essence and manufacturing principles of the Wisdom Cube, but also mastering mysterious knowledge, including the fundamental principles underlying siren technology. Belisarius Cawl devoted himself to studying the basic parameters and characteristics of both universes, seeking glimpses into the secrets of creation itself. Both sides achieved their objectives. While cooperation between the two factions progressed enthusiastically, Tehu led several ship girls eager to test their upgraded systems into the void's depths. Raven accompanied them, primarily curious about the sirens and wondering if these dark-styled ship girls would prove as attractive as their counterparts. The ship girls moved with remarkable speed, arriving at the void's darker regions within hours. Raven observed a massive void fortress shrouded in darkness, its surface bristling with enormous cannons and defensive towers that projected immediate menace. Strange black warships equipped with massive ramming prows and heavy cannons patrolled the surrounding void, every design element focusing purely on offensive capability with no wasted features. Standing on Tehu's shoulder, Raven studied the distant dark fortress and its escort vessels. "So these are the sirens you've been fighting. How long has this conflict been going on?" Tehu shook her head. "I honestly don't know. I've been fighting them since I first gained consciousness." Friedrich der Grosse stepped forward, her black attire and stockings complemented by a cape with black exterior and red interior. At the same time, her formidable ship rigging materialized behind her with intimidating presence. "Mr. Raven, there will be time to understand our grievances with the sirens later. For now, I suggest we demonstrate Imperial technology's power to these enemies." The siren's stellar fortress drifted through the dark, cold void like a monument to warfare itself. Thousands of oddly shaped, red and black hulled unmanned warships hovered in formation, shrouded in ominous black mist, while dense swarms of fighter craft patrolled between the massive towers like metallic insects, their engine trails creating brilliant constellations against the darkness. Within the fortress's core area, countless data screens floated suspended in the air, connecting all systems in a web of technological control, while emotionless, will-less maintainers worked according to their programming with mechanical precision. A white-haired, golden-eyed purifier with a long ponytail stood by the porthole, wearing a sailor uniform, black stockings, and long boots as she stared blankly at the vast emptiness beyond, lost in thought. The core room buzzed with activity, yet she remained the only conscious mind present. Unlike the ship girls, most Siren mass-produced vessels and machinery possessed no individual consciousness, meaning in most circumstances they could only maintain their endless vigil over the stellar fortress in solitude. The loneliness of the vast starry void had made them reclusive and withdrawn. For the Sirens, war represented the only respite from crushing boredom. "Ah, so boring," she shouted into the mechanical din. "When will the war start again? When can I go bully those cute ship girls?" The purifier's complaints echoed through the chamber, as she contemplated when this tedious existence might end. The war had reached a stalemate with neither Sirens nor ship girls able to achieve a decisive victory, resulting in their current standoff. This mundane existence was driving her to distraction. She desperately wanted to resume the conflict, to continue training those adorable ship girls and escape this terrible, monotonous routine. Suddenly, urgent alarms pierced the chamber's ambient noise. "Warning! Enemy detected approaching our position at 55% of light speed." A tactical display materialized before the purifier, showing 15 red contact points approaching the Siren's fortress with alarming velocity. Large question marks practically appeared over her forehead. These guys usually hide in their ports, relying on stellar defenses to resist our fleets. How dare they venture out looking for trouble today? Tusk, did these ship girls eat a corrupted energy core or something? Immediately activate fortress defense protocols, order all fleets to sortie. The purifier issued rapid commands, switching the fortress to full defensive mode, while the patrolling warships executed sharp turns and headed directly toward the approaching ship, altering the girls' trajectory. Target distance: 155,214,201 km. Target distance: 14,250,421 km. The ship girls closed the distance with frightening speed. Within 2 or 3 minutes, the purifier could visually confirm the rapidly moving contacts, their azure flames from their thrusters blazing like newborn stars against the void. "Wait, that's not right. Why is there a bird? And that golden ship girl, I've never seen her configuration before." The purifier cross-referenced the fortress's detection data and frowned with concern. She recognized most of the incoming ship girls from previous engagements, but what surprised her was the bird perched on Tehu's shoulder and the unfamiliar small ship girl with a luminous halo, clad in golden armor she'd never encountered in their databases. Chapter 185, we do a little trolling. Her data core constructed a comprehensive analysis model of the bird, running thorough diagnostic scans. No abnormalities detected. "It's just an ordinary bird." "Forget it, no need to overthink about this. Let's give them all a proper beating. All units attention. The moment the enemy enters firing range, open fire immediately." The purifier issued her commands, while the fortress's defense systems locked onto the incoming ship girls with mechanical precision. As they crossed the defensive perimeter, massive cannons and towers erupted in coordinated assault. Dense volleys of missiles, shells, and torpedoes launched in spreading patterns toward the ship girls, while brilliant pulse beams, annihilation rays, and other energy weapons illuminated the dark void with deadly radiance. "You think you can conquer this fortress with such a pitiful force? I'll show you what true cruelty looks like. Once you fall into my hands, I'll discipline you 100 times. No, actually 800 times, ha ha ha." The purifier's eyes gleamed with malicious anticipation as she fantasized about capturing these ship girls, tying them all up, tickling their feet, and spanking their bottoms. She'd make them personally experience her evil and terror, ensuring they'd learn never to provoke the purifier again. Meanwhile, the ship girls pressed their attack with Tehu charging at the formation's spearhead, her Empire-upgraded thrusters dramatically boosting her velocity. Strike detected. A crimson alert flashed in Tehu's visual display. Enemy firepower is intense, everyone be careful. If things go south, retreat immediately. Don't get caught up in prolonged engagement. Tehu cautioned the other ship girls, receiving a coordinated understood. In response, the ship girls deployed their rigging and activated energy shields, as the fortress's energy weapons released incredibly dense beam patterns. Artillery bombardment capable of leveling cities struck their defensive barriers, creating rippling distortions across the energy fields. At the same time, they weathered the fierce enemy barrage and unleashed their own enhanced firepower upon the unmanned fleet. The battle instantly reached white-hot intensity, with violent energy discharges filling every cubic meter of space. Massive explosions erupted periodically, emitting light far brighter than dying stars as the void transformed into a lethal maze of crisscrossing lasers and projectile streams. "Mr. Raven, please stay close to me," Tehu called to the raven perched on her shoulder, who seemed determined to nuzzle against her cheek. She couldn't understand why this bird constantly tried to snuggle against a ship girl's face, and apparently enjoyed burying his head in warm, soft places. What a perverted little rascal. Not that Tehu particularly minded. After all, Mr. Raven was small and undeniably cute. Dense artillery fire enveloped the void while energy beams intertwined, creating brief but brilliant cascades of light. The Siren Fortress's firepower proved extremely fierce, and with defense protocols activated, the fortress's foundry facilities began operating at full capacity, mass-producing weapons and ammunition, assembling disposable attack craft, and even salvaging destroyed warships for rapid reconstruction. It seems following the mechanical ascension path always involves battlefield recycling, the Raven observed, watching destroyed Siren vessels being teleported away from the combat zone. Sirens and ship girls represented entirely different technological philosophies. Ship girls were endowed with human consciousness and wisdom, while some sirens possessed similar attributes, but ultimately served a collective mechanical will, an alternative form of technological transcendence. Most of their mass-produced vessels and subordinate units remained machines without self-awareness. The Siren Fortress's defensive fleet was terrifying in sheer numbers, with destroyed vessels being transported back to the foundries for repair and rapid redeployment. However, the ship girls, enhanced with Imperial technology, saw their combat effectiveness skyrocket dramatically. Those unmanned warships and fighters proved no match, being systematically torn apart by ship-slaying blades or overwhelmed by superior firepower. Vessel after vessel exploded in brilliant cascades, their detonating energy cores shining like newborn stars. These guys seemed to have gotten stronger than before. The purifier observed with surprise, but soon a predatory smile spread across her features. "Finally, this is getting interesting. Crushing victories are so boring. Time for me to join the fun. These fools need to experience the terror of facing a truly powerful individual. Prepare to taste fear and despair, ha ha ha." The purifier manifested her rigging with theatrical flair as a space shark, and numerous weapon systems materialized behind her. She opened a teleportation channel directly into the chaotic battlefield, her dramatic entrance bringing momentary stillness to the conflict. All ship girls turned their attention toward her imposing figure. "You foolish little." Her boastful declaration was cut short by incoming fire. A beam cannon struck with precise timing, her defensive force field activating automatically to nullify the energy blast's damage. But the tremendous kinetic impact still sent her hurtling tens of thousands of kilometers before she could stabilize her position. "You despicable, shameless bunch. Do you have no manners? How dare you attack while someone is delivering their dramatic speech?" The purifier clenched her fists in outrage, absolutely determined to capture these insolent ship girls and torment them 800 times over. "Too much talking," Friedrich der Grosse stated flatly. She teleported to a position roughly 2,000 kilometers from the purifier, extending one slender, pale hand as terrifying energy condensed in her palm with controlled precision. Boom! An invisible ripple erupted outward, while an extraordinarily brilliant beam burst forth instantaneously, slicing through space itself as it targeted the purifier directly. The purifier crossed her arms defensively, channeling energy into her protective barriers. Still, the impact sent her careening hundreds of thousands of kilometers through space, smashing through countless stellar debris fragments. "All right, now really you made me angry," she shouted, her hair whipping around her in fury. Her entire form erupted with crackling black and red energy, while the rigging behind her shimmered ominously, and her mechanical shark companion roared its challenge. Friedrich der Gross's figure flickered, and the next instant she materialized directly beside the purifier. She extended both hands, generating an invisible fluctuation that instantly dissipated the purifier's gathered energy. The purifier's eyes widened in shock, unable to comprehend the technique. "How did you?" Before she could complete her question, transparent spatial barriers formed a cube around her, trapping the Siren commander completely. "I didn't even use my full power, and you're already defeated," Friedrich der Gross commented with understated casualness, making a theatrical gesture of dusting off non-existent debris from her uniform. The purifier pounded frantically against the transparent spatial prison, attempting to blast her way free, but all efforts proved futile. Without their commander's coordination, the Siren Fortress's defensive systems and unmanned vessels posed minimal threat to the enhanced ship girls. Within minutes, they breached the fortress, shut down the Siren control networks, and rendered the installation's operations completely paralyzed. The purifier found herself captured and restrained with specialized energy bindings, her power suppressed to prevent her from accessing her devastating weapon systems. The Raven hopped onto the purifier's head, gripping her ponytail with his claws in a distinctly undignified manner. "Time to thoroughly humiliate this silly big-eyed cutie," Raven declared with obvious satisfaction. "I'm not silly, don't let me escape, or I'll definitely kill you, you annoying bird," the purifier shouted defiantly. "Still acting tough, seems I'll have to use some special methods on you," Raven replied smugly. "Let me properly discipline you 800 times, that should be sufficient." The purifier paused, struck by sudden recognition. Those words sounded extremely familiar. Weren't those her exact lines from earlier? Damn it, this perverted bird was just like her. Surely he wouldn't hang her up, tickle her feet, and spank her bottom, would he? After paralyzing the Siren Fortress and retrieving crucial core components, the ship girls returned to their home port with their captured prize. The purifier's capture caused an immediate sensation as countless ship girls and commanders flocked to witness what a siren actually looked like up close. Despite their prolonged conflict, they had never successfully captured an intelligent enemy individual. Tehu and her strike group found themselves surrounded 3 layers deep, making movement nearly impossible. Being stared at by so many curious eyes, the purifier blushed so intensely it looked as though blood might drip from her cheeks. This was too shameful. Chapter 186, The Return to Terra. It was only when the faction leaders arrived that Tehu and her group could escape their predicament. Upon hearing the news, the research Kansan rushed over, taking the purifier for study. They wanted to see the differences between the Sirens and the Kansan. Learning of this development, Kao also brought a professional team to participate in the research. As a devout follower of the Adeptus Mechanicus, his thirst for knowledge was beyond ordinary comprehension. He certainly wouldn't miss the opportunity to study the Sirens. The Emperor appeared calm and collected, mainly because he had already acquired the fundamental knowledge of the Siren system. He understood clearly what the Sirens truly were. They were, in fact, also Kansan. Their origins were simply unique. They were not enemies of human civilization, but rather another guardian of human civilization, albeit with extreme methods. The achievements made on this outing were brilliant, easily breaking through the Siren Fortress and even capturing the purifier. In due time, taking down Observer Alpha would also be manageable. Raven had intended to stay in the Azur Lane universe a bit longer. However, with the stabilization of the space-time tunnel, teams from the human empire were continuously being sent over. At the same time, new reports arrived. After spending considerable time and resources, the Golden Throne, which the Emperor had long desired, was finally completed. It would become the core hub for multiple universe-level projects of the human empire and the embodiment of the human empire's supreme will, representing the dawn of a new era. Upon receiving this news, the Emperor handed over his current work to Dorn, preparing to return for a while to control the Golden Throne, monitor the warp, and guide humanity toward the vast expanse of the stars. After discussions, the high-ranking officials of the various Azur Lane factions submitted a request to the Emperor, hoping to send a team to Terra. First, to learn from the human empire's advanced experience and technology. Second, to broaden their horizons and see the conditions of other universes. The Emperor readily granted this request. A team composed of scientific Kansan, combat Kansan, as well as human scientists, philosophers, diplomats, and other members, followed the Emperor through the space-time tunnel back to Terra. Raven also went back with them. At this stage, he couldn't stay in another universe alone without the Emperor. Perhaps when the mist space unlocked more authorities, he might be able to, but at this stage, he absolutely could not. Is this the human empire? Wow, what big warships! That Kansan from the Vichy Dominion had also followed the team to the Warhammer universe. Seeing the magnificent planetary fortresses and warships in the solar system, as well as Perturabo's wrath being built around the sun, she cried out in amazement. It wasn't just her. Tehu, Richelieu, and other Kansan also showed continuous expressions of surprise. The human empire was simply a symbol of greatness and mystery. The Emperor had attendants take the Kansan and commanders to witness the human empire's path to ascendancy. Then he returned to the Terra Palace with Raven, preparing to assume the Golden Throne and take over control of the real-time communication network, the Warp, and the Time Anchor Network, among other vital systems. The Golden Throne had been constructed within the Terra Palace as originally conceived, but its true scale was grander than imagined. It utilized various technologies such as spatial folding, dimensional expansion, and temporal rifts, and was also connected to multiple pocket realms. The fusion of countless cutting-edge technologies gave it incredible abilities, allowing the one who sat upon it to wield power beyond that of gods. This shall mark the beginning of humanity's dominion over all heavens, the Emperor declared, regarding the Golden Throne with satisfaction. Malcador, Perturabo, and others displayed expressions of anticipation. The curtain had risen on the great dual Emperor era, and it would continue until humanity truly transcended, no longer requiring guides and protectors. When the landing craft, emblazoned with the golden double-headed eagle, touched down at the spaceport, a mighty horn sounded. Distant chimes echoed throughout Terra. Noble custodians bowed their heads in reverence, welcoming the great rulers of the human empire. Mountain-like titans knelt upon one knee, expressing their fealty in this ritual manner. Loyal guards stood at attention, saluting with fervent expressions, exalted to witness their twin sovereigns. Small, graceful anti-gravity drones hovered in the air, flags and bells tied to their forms, playing clear and beautiful melodies. The tech priests of the Adeptus Mechanicus sang in unison their hymnal, the Great Omnissiah. Raven perched upon the Emperor's shoulder, following him from the landing craft. Under the watchful eyes of all assembled, they walked toward the throne room. The throne room was located within the Sanctum Imperialis, the very heart of the Terra Palace. Many passages extended from this sacred edifice in all directions. The doors were wrought from golden materials, incredibly resilient, and possessed immense psychic resistance. The great stained glass window at the chamber's center depicted the glorious achievements of the Emperor and Raven. They were surrounded by mythical beasts and demons, shimmering with saintly golden radiance like twin suns. Standing triumphant upon a pierced horned serpent, they exuded heroic presence. The other Primarchs were arranged upon their flanks according to their order of discovery. The throne room's doors were magnificent, vast enough to accommodate an Emperor-class Titan. Even the master of mankind's imposing presence was dwarfed by their grandeur. Accompanied by the resonant sound of mechanical gears, the throne room's doors slowly opened with ponderous majesty. Raven followed the emperor's measured stride, entering the grand throne room. A magnificent platform, several kilometers in height and entirely inlaid with silver runic circuits containing the vast knowledge of both technological and mystical arts, rose before them. Upon the platform, a magnificent machine, constructed with operating principles incomprehensible to mortal minds, roared with contained power, channeling an endless stream of energy into its pulsating core. Spire-shaped devices hummed continuously, emitting unique and mysterious emanations. Accompanied by the custodians and Malkador, the Emperor and Raven ascended the platform. Regarding his exclusive throne, Raven sighed softly and looked upon the Emperor. "Big guy, if you don't help me collect the most delicious fries in all the heavens, you'll truly be letting me down. Is granting you the most revered status within the human empire insufficient?" The Emperor responded through psychic communion. "I hope it truly is the most revered status," Raven replied. He did not voice the remainder of his thought, and not eternal torment. Now, fate had turned toward the unknown. None could predict whether the Primarchs would remain loyal. None could divine the Chaos God's next machination. All was uncertainty. Chaos represented both peril and rebirth. Every being qualified to serve as a player in this cosmic game must exert their utmost effort to guide fate toward their desired outcome. The human empire's current might far exceeded that of the predetermined timeline. Yet the enemies they faced had grown correspondingly more terrible. Those polluters wandering the eternal void were entities that even the 4 chaos gods could not match. They had not yet taken notice of the human empire's ascension, but this peaceful interlude would not endure. One day, those polluters would recognize the threat posed by the human empire's rise. At that moment, they would direct their malevolent gaze upon the civilization that dared aspire to rule all heavens. Then would they employ every means to corrupt this great endeavor, reduce it to ash, and torment its despairing denizens. "Be not troubled," the Emperor's voice resonated with absolute conviction. "No entity shall triumph over us. We shall claim all victories, and humanity shall inherit everything." The Emperor had always possessed such confidence. Malkador silently lowered his head in contemplation. The Emperor had always been thus. When first they met, he was already orchestrating grand undertakings spanning tens of millennia, intending to guide humanity to unimaginable glory. At that time, he had been merely 2 or 3 centuries of age. The Emperor had used antelopes, wildebeest, and humans to create a hunting tableau, a vision of the future contained within. Humanity would startle those beasts, then hunt them at the appointed time and emerge victorious. It was a sympathetic ritual to ensure this future would manifest. The Emperor had left his mark upon that painting. "I have marked it with my hand, it shall come to pass." Malkador's title as the Sigillite derived from this moment. As companion, he served as the Emperor's anchor to reality, a partnership, a seal of belief and power. Now, the Emperor's ambitions had expanded beyond measure. He had formulated new designs, grander visions. One galaxy no longer sufficed to satisfy him. Even a single universe could only momentarily sate his hungry gaze. Originally, he had desired only that humanity construct the webway, rule the galaxy, and achieve transcendence. But now, he coveted far more. The Emperor had always been a being of boundless pride and insatiable ambition. Raven smiled and offered no further response to the Emperor. Together, they approached the Golden Throne. The countless mechanical hymns converged into perfect harmony, forming a sublime symphony. When the twin rulers of the human empire ascended to the throne, the beautiful symphony achieved flawless consonance. Power beyond comprehension surged through the conduits. Chapter 187, Ascension to the Golden Throne. The energy matrix shimmered, and the generators roared, finally converging upon the Emperor and Raven. Mist and flames surged from Raven's eyes. The two intertwined, granting him a unique vision. The entire universe stretched into a single line, winding endlessly through curved, boundless space and time, connecting head to tail like an Ouroboros. All dimensions, all spaces, merged into one. All past, present, and future intertwined into a single entity. Time and space lost all meaning to him at that moment. The completed golden throne possessed immense power, granting Raven control over everything. The Emperor's wisdom transcended imagination. Raven believed that, given time, this being's achievements would rival those of the creator of the mist space itself. He would become an existence that creates all things, annihilates all things, and controls all things. Perhaps, in the distant future, the Emperor would create another mist space, leaving it for those who are lost and in need of guidance. The moment the Emperor and Raven assumed the Golden Throne, a terrifying surge of power emanated from them, spreading outward in waves. Malkador and the assembled custodians felt their bodies and souls sink beneath immense pressure. It was as if they stood before deity incarnate, compelling them to kneel and offer their fealty. Brilliant light and booming thunder enveloped Raven and the Emperor. The thunder roared with such intensity that ears ached. The light covering them grew ever brighter, until finally they shone as brilliantly as stars themselves. The entire throne room, and indeed the Terra Palace itself, was enveloped in blinding radiance. The intense light cut off their vision instantly, leaving them in absolute blindness. Even with eyes tightly shut, they could not withstand the overwhelming luminescence. Not only Malkador and the others within the palace, but every citizen of Terra witnessed a golden sun rising at the horizon's edge. Loud hymns resonated through the air, echoing without end, as if they came from a distant era or perhaps from an unknowable future. Tehu, Richelieu, and the other Kansan had been touring the Empire's orbital megastructures when shouts of amazement drew their attention toward Terra. There they beheld the golden sun slowly rising from the planet's surface, its brilliant light enveloping the entire world. This transformed Terra into an existence many times brighter than the system's star itself. The Kansans' faces filled with shock. Upon learning that this magnificent display resulted from Raven and the Emperor ascending their throne, they were left speechless. "Mr. Raven and the Emperor, are they really not gods?" Tehu murmured, her voice thick with awe. "If this isn't divinity, then what could be?" "Don't be mistaken, they are not gods," Perturabo corrected, raising a hand to shield against the intense light as he accompanied the Kansan on their tour. "The Empire gives recognition to only one god, the great god of fries and ketchup. This is the religion propagated by Mr. Raven, with His Majesty's full support." "Mr. Raven and the Emperor are truly full of mischief," Cardinal Richelieu muttered softly, with the other Kansan nodding in agreement. Anyone could see that this so-called god of fries and ketchup was purely a joke, while the Emperor and Mr. Raven were the true gods in every sense. The Empire recognizes only one god, and Mr. Raven and the Emperor are not gods. This is enshrined in imperial law, Perturabo reiterated firmly. The Kansan chose not to argue, instead gazing upon Terra, now brighter than any star, with expressions of deep reverence. Choosing to join the human empire was indeed the right decision, Tehu observed, earning heartfelt agreement from her companions. Where once they harbored doubts, now not a trace remained. Imperial citizens on orbital platforms, stellar fortresses, and shipyards displayed unprecedented piety and fervor. Some wept openly, overwhelmed at witnessing the might of their human lords. Related imagery spread across the Empire's countless worlds via the instantaneous communication network, stirring an immediate storm of devotion. Though the Empire had conquered various worlds, promoting imperial truth and faith in the god of fries and ketchup, the sheer scale of imperial territory and population remained staggering. Even with the government employing every means, countless citizens still clung to unknown deities. When the events on Terra were disseminated, these citizens' worldviews shattered completely. The gods they had worshipped might be mere fantasy, but the Empire's human lords truly existed within this universe. The impact of the Emperor and Raven ascending the Golden Throne proved profound beyond measure. Even the warp itself churned with indescribable turbulence. A golden sun manifested within that realm of souls, burning the demons and causing them to shriek incessantly. They dared not remain upon the warp's surface, fleeing instead into deeper, more bizarre regions to avoid being scorched by the light of the anathema. A new deity has emerged. Could it be from the humans? The laughing god, Sagorach, hiding deep within the webway's labyrinthine passages, was first to sense the changes in the warp. The oppressive presence of the golden sun far surpassed even the initial birth scream of the Prince of Pleasure in ages past. The Monkeith, once dismissed by the Eldari as primitive beasts, had become something the Eldari now looked upon with fearful respect. The long-lived farseers of the craftworld Eldari also sensed the drastic changes in the warp. Initial surprise and uncertainty gave way to indignation, even jealousy. Why should humans possess such a powerful existence who protected them so completely? This was utterly unfair. Many Xenos races that had fled to the galaxy's edge during the Empire's Great Crusade fell into despair upon sensing the warp's transformation. That golden sun would leave them no chance for resurgence. Never again would there be opportunity for revenge similar to the Long Night Crisis. Humanity would rule this universe until eternity's end. The Chaos Gods reeled in shock at the Emperor's ascension, their gaze toward real space mixing astonishment with rage. With the Golden Throne's aid, the anathema's power in the material realm had steadily surpassed their own. Should this development continue, their defeat was merely a matter of time. "We must accelerate our plans," Tzinch muttered from deep within the crystal labyrinth, casting its gaze toward the eternal void beyond reality's borders. Colluding with those polluters had never been its desire, but if even the architect of fate ceased to exist, what value held the universe? Let the entire cosmos burn in its name. From galaxy's heart to universe's edge, let the star sea boil, let suns be extinguished, let all return to nothingness. The Emperor sensed the Chaos God's hatred, but paid it no heed. The moment he assumed the Golden Throne, he set to work on his first task, weaving the webway. The foundation had already been laid, he need only expand it continuously through force of will. Under the Golden Throne's blessing, the webway spread through the cracks between reality and illusion as if possessed of its own life. It covered the entire galaxy, then extended toward regions beyond. The warp and real space were two faces of the same coin, encompassing not merely the galaxy but the entire universe. Theoretically, the webway could span all existence, though practical implementation proved less straightforward. Initially, the webway's expansion went smoothly. Within mere moments, it covered the entire galaxy, then expanded outward at speeds far exceeding light itself, like cosmic inflation made manifest. Yet in certain regions beyond the galaxy's rim, the webway inexplicably twisted. As it approached the large Magellanic Cloud, portions were simply devoured, forming pitch-black voids. The Emperor probed these anomalies and immediately sensed entities of terrifying power. Each possessing might equal to a Citan at full strength, or even greater. "What a headache," the Emperor complained through psychic communion. "What's the problem? Just send Lion L. Johnson to handle it," Raven responded telepathically. Such work perfectly suited the First Legion. Knowing the lion's nature, he would undoubtedly collect fragments of those entities, perhaps even secretly imprison them entirely. The Dark Angels would advance with bolters blazing their defiant chants. Caliban holds no secrets, and neither does the First Legion. "Indeed, that appears our only recourse," the Emperor conceded. Beyond expanding the webway, the Emperor also assumed full control of the Instantaneous Communication Network and the Time Anchor Network, weaving them into a tapestry of imperial dominance that would span the heavens themselves. The light released by the Emperor and Raven's ascension to the Golden Throne pierced through multiple dimensions. Even the Terra dungeons, located beneath the magnificent Terra Palace within the gaps between realities, were illuminated by their radiance. During the Age of Strife, many unspeakable entities of darkness had manifested. Some possessed the capability to destroy human civilization entirely, to erase entire species on conceptual and metaphysical levels. To safeguard the human race, the Emperor had contained those entities beneath the Terra Palace. Selected custodians were chosen for this sacred duty, donning black armor and swearing oaths of eternal guardianship. They dedicated their very existence to this vigil. Chapter 188, Shadows and Starlight. A secret unit known as the Shadow Keepers was formed. Their sacred duty was to guard forbidden things until time's end. They dedicated themselves to this arduous task, patrolling the dark, silent underground corridors, vigilantly watching over the terrifying echoes of the Age of Strife. Members of the Shadow Keepers always carried various creations from the dark age of technology, as well as weapons of mysterious origin. These included shackles capable of severing biological neural networks and annihilation grenades that could erase the very concept of existence from the realm of the highest heavens. When prisoners in the dungeon attempted escape, the guards would deploy these terrifying weapons, re-imprisoning them at any cost. Guarding the dungeon was never an easy task. An oppressive atmosphere of terror perpetually lingered there. An eternal threat deepened the shadows, making them crawl and writhe as if possessed of corporeal form. Even Astartes, with their resilient minds, remained constantly alert within the dungeon's confines, for the unspeakable sense of oppression never diminished. But today, the guardians of the dungeon felt unprecedented ease. Golden light illuminated the dark passages, dispelling the lingering atmosphere of terror. The contained entities released ear-piercing screams, fleeing in fear toward darker recesses, cowering and trembling in forgotten corners. Tyrant, tyrant! In the deepest part of Terra's dungeons, a madman howled hysterically. His name was Basilio Foe, one of the warlords defeated by the master of mankind during the Unification Wars. Basilio Foe had been a genius engineer in the field of biomechanics. The biological monstrosities he created could kill an unaugmented Astartes in single combat. During the Age of Strife, he had unleashed countless aberrations upon Terra's civilized cities. After the Emperor launched the Great Crusade, Basilio harbored extreme hatred and fear toward the master of mankind. He feared that his sovereign would settle accounts for past transgressions. Realizing that unification was inevitable and learning that warlords who resisted had been executed, Basilio attempted escape into the void. Unfortunately, he was captured by the Astartes before reaching orbit and cast into these dungeons. Had Raven been present, he would surely have recognized Basilio Foe. This wretch was no simple prisoner. In the predetermined timeline, when Horus rebelled and led his massive traitor host to Terra's gates, the defenders had retreated to the inner palace. This man should have been executed, yet he managed to deceive the Astartes with his silver tongue and even used his talents to develop a virus specifically targeting the Space Marines. The power of this pathogen was terrifying, effective not only against Astartes, but capable of harming even the Primarchs, those demigod sons of the Emperor. This virus was later stolen by Nurgle's favored demon, Kugeth, and deployed against Guilliman. The Lord of Ultramar had nearly perished, saved only by the Emperor's divine intervention, splitting Nurgle's garden with a single stroke of his flaming sword. It must be said that Terra's warlords from the Age of Strife were each more formidable than the last, capable of concocting plagues that could affect a Primarch. Poor wretch, is the mere radiance of my lords more than you can bear? The black-armored custodian guarding Basilio removed his helm, revealing a resolute and noble visage. His tone carried pity. One day, his arrogance will drag all of you into hell, Basilio hissed through gritted teeth, his body trembling with impotent rage. The custodian regarded him with contempt, then replaced his helmet and resumed his eternal vigil. Meanwhile, upon Terra's surface, the magnificent cities were completely enveloped by the radiance of the Emperor and Raven. There was no longer distinction between day and night. It had become a realm of eternal light, like the divine domains described in myths. Initially, people found the perpetual illumination somewhat unsettling, but soon they grew accustomed to it. Residents of other worlds were driven to jealousy, envying their kin who could bask in their lord's radiance. Terra's property values soared astronomically. Any random dwelling was worth more than the grandest palace in any hive world or even entire planets. Even at such exorbitant prices, demand far exceeded supply. No one wished to leave Terra. Even enduring poverty in the labyrinthine cities was preferable to luxury on other worlds. While the entire human empire was gripped by fervor, some scholars from the Scholastica Psychona noted a concerning development. The emperor was the most powerful psyker in human history. With the Golden Throne's blessing, his power surpassed even the gods of mythology. Citizens of Terra, long bathed in the emperor's radiance, would have their minds gradually purified and refined, eventually transforming them into zealots. Unfortunately, these scholars' warnings were quickly drowned out by public fervor and received insufficient attention. After the Golden Throne was activated and operating independently, Raven and the Emperor rose from their seats. The light and thunder slowly faded, transforming them from gods back into mortals. Upon detaching from the omniscience and omnipotence granted by the Golden Throne, Raven experienced a profound sense of loss. But his attention was quickly drawn to the new flavor of fries and ketchup offered by Malkador. The Golden Throne's capabilities are extraordinary. It has allowed me to perceive certain flaws in our grand design, the Emperor discussed with Malkador. In the galactic core region dwells a powerful human subspecies. We must bring them into the Imperial fold. You mean the Leagues of Votan, those space dwarfs? Raven asked, munching on fries. When the big guy mentioned the galactic core, he knew exactly whom he meant. The core region's density far exceeded the outer rim, filled with stars and high-energy radiation. Who else would inhabit such hostile environs besides those peculiar folk? Space dwarfs? How apt, the Emperor mused, combining this with visions witnessed upon the Golden Throne. He had observed that this human subspecies was indeed shorter than baseline humans, yet powerfully built, much like the dwarfs of fantasy literature. Bringing the Leagues into the Empire is wise, Raven agreed. They've inherited considerable technological legacies from the Dark Age. Long ago, the first human colonists had arrived at worlds orbiting the galactic core, discovering vast mineral deposits, including compounds condensed from superheated cores of dead stars. They found strange substances formed at the galaxy's birth, which could be smelted into alloys of unique properties. Ruins were also uncovered. These discoveries attracted adventurers, commercial enterprises, miners, and explorers to the galactic core, forming numerous settled worlds. The core's stars were older, larger, and possessed stronger gravity than elsewhere in the galaxy. Planets orbiting these stellar giants were mineral-rich rocky worlds, barren, desolate, and lifeless, impossible to terraform. The colonists carved their dwellings beneath stone, building self-sufficient communities in excavated tunnels and mines. Over millennia, these settlers changed under environmental influence. Their bodies became short and compact, their bones and muscles adapted to withstand greater planetary gravity, hence they were called squats, or more properly, the Leagues of Votan. During the Age of Strife, warp storms isolated the galactic core from other regions. The immense gravitational forces generated by dense stellar formations made the warp more stable there, so the Leagues suffered minimal damage. They emerged from the Age of Strife quickly, developing rapidly under guidance of their ancestor cores, the Votan, quantum computers constructed during humanity's golden age. The Leagues possessed incredible megastructures, stellar particle excavators that could completely dismantle nascent stars, converting them to rare elements, planetary mining engines that could pulverize entire worlds, using pipelines tens of kilometers long to extract required substances. These folk were the finest miners imaginable. They could work the deep places with unmatched skill. Bringing them into the Empire would surely accelerate its development. Angron and Gilliman are closest to the galactic core. Which would you recommend? The Emperor inquired. Obviously Angron, Raven replied, rolling his eyes. Gilliman's intent on building his little kingdom. Send him, and he'll try every means to get the Leagues to join his personal kingdom instead. Everyone knew the ambitions of the famous king of Macragge, future lord of Ultramar. Whatever the Empire has, his empire must have it also. And whatever the Imperium lacked, his empire specifically possessed that in abundance. The Emperor nodded. Then issue orders to Angron. Let him travel to the galactic core and negotiate with the leagues, seeking their peaceful integration into the Imperial fold. I'll tell him myself, Raven said, his eyes gleaming with mischief. He intended to use this opportunity to slip away and visit Angron. Having just returned from the Azur Lane universe, the big guy would certainly remain on Terra for some time to perfect his plans. Staying here would be boring. Better to visit the Primarchs and ensure none had been corrupted by the Chaos Gods. Don't tarry overlong, the Emperor nodded, then addressed Malkador. Draft formal orders for Raven to deliver to Angron. It shall be done, my lord, Malkador replied with a bow. When preparations were complete and Raven prepared to depart for Angron's location, a custodian arrived with startling news. A group of Eldari has manifested upon Terra's surface. One claims divine status, Segorach as he calls himself. This news stopped Raven, as he delayed his walk and accompanied the Emperor to meet this Xenos deity. When She Who Thirsts was born, the Eldari pantheon collapsed, their gods either devoured or shattered into fragments. Only the laughing god, Segorach, who hid deep within the Webway's heart, Isha the life goddess imprisoned within Nurgle's garden, and the yet unawakened Unid had escaped destruction. Since that catastrophe, Segorach had guarded the Black Library left by the Old Ones, occasionally slipping into Slaanish's domain through cunning and deception to rescue Eldari souls from eternal torment. Sensing the drastic changes in the warp and witnessing the Golden Sun's rise, he had immediately led members of his Harlequin troop and Craftworld Farseers onto Terra's sacred soil. The custodians had detected them instantly and moved to surround the Xenos delegation. Chapter 189, The Covenant of Necessity. Segorach was compelled to demonstrate his power before the custodian guard, a necessary display to earn an audience with the master of mankind. The Golden Sentinels observed with cold appraisal before one departed to convey their petition to the throne. When the Emperor's permission was granted, Segorach and his entourage were escorted toward the heart of the Imperial Palace. Walking through the resplendent halls of Terra's seat of power, the laughing god witnessed the home world of humanity bathed in the Emperor's radiance. Above, in low orbit, grand structures defied the void, monuments to human ambition and industry. With each step closer to the throne room, the immensity of the power contained within pressed against them like a physical weight. Even the ruinous powers could never match such an overwhelming presence. Segorach understood then how far human civilization had truly advanced. They had already surpassed the Eldari. Given time, even the Old Ones, the ancient creators of his own people, would be eclipsed by humanity's ascent. The Eldari are no longer fit to compete with humanity, he thought with bitter acceptance. How glorious the Eldari had once been. Now their proud civilization was reduced to scattered remnants, their former prosperity nothing more than fading memories. The upstart humans they had once dismissed now commanded the galaxy, objects of Eldari admiration rather than scorn. The Eldari who accompanied the laughing god remained silent, equally shaken by what they witnessed. Each understood with crushing clarity that their era had ended. Even if they escaped She Who Thirsts, reclaiming their position as masters of the galaxy was impossible. Humanity had risen too far, too fast. The Emperor received the laughing god and his followers in the throne room, seated upon the golden throne that had become his prison and his power. "Greetings, great lord of humanity," Segorach said with uncharacteristic respect, his usual divine arrogance absent. He understood his position perfectly. Terra was not a place for presumption. The danger here rivaled entering a chaos god's domain. One wrong move, and his head would decorate the palace gates as a warning to others. The Eldari behind him bowed deeply, their once proud heads lowered in deference. "It is truly unimaginable that you would come to me." The Emperor's expression remained impassive, his features absolute as if carved from stone. He was no friend to Xenos. His opposition to alien life was well documented and absolute. That he granted this audience at all was solely due to Segorach's divine nature. A god, even a diminished one, warranted caution. The raven perched upon the Emperor's shoulder, cocking its head to study the laughing god. Segorach stood taller than typical Eldari, his smiling mask an eternal fixture, divine power pulsing beneath his form. To have survived the war in heaven and escaped Slaanesh's birth scream, this one possessed genuine strength. "We seek to establish a formal alliance with the Imperium," Segorach said. "If you are willing, the Eldari will share the legacy of the Old Ones, including webway construction technology and access to the Black Library." Webway construction technology, the Black Library. For the first time, the Emperor showed interest, leaning forward slightly. "Yes, in exchange for your oath not to pursue the Eldari's extinction, allowing our people to survive and rebuild, we will share the Old One's legacy with you." Segorach stated his terms clearly. The Old Ones had once been masters of the Immaterium, wielding powers beyond mortal comprehension. Many galactic races, the Slan, the Jakaro, the Krork, had been either created or guided in their evolution by these ancient beings. At their zenith, the Old Ones may have ventured beyond the galaxy itself, perhaps transcending the boundaries of this universe entirely. They had crafted the Webway, an impossible network of interdimensional tunnels that spread knowledge and life across countless worlds. In many ways, they had been gods, architects of life, shapers of destiny. Their legacy was a treasure beyond measure. The Emperor was tempted. If humanity could inherit the Old One's knowledge, their control over the galaxy and reality itself would ascend to unprecedented heights. Why stumble through millennia of trial and error when the answers already existed? "I can agree to your conditions." The Emperor met Segorach's gaze directly, god to godlike being. "But I have conditions of my own. The Craftworld Eldari and Harlequins may continue to exist, but you must help us eradicate the Drukhari hiding in Komorog and the other Webway cities." The Old One's legacy was worth any compromise. If Segorach was willing to share it, the Emperor would permit the Eldari to exist, disarmed, diminished, but alive. "Eradicate the Drukhari of Komorog." Segorach hesitated, turning to the Eldari seers who had accompanied him. The Raven followed his gaze, quietly reading the information embedded in each figure. Eldrad Ulthrin, chief farseer of Craftworld Ulthwe. Ephron, who would one day become a Shadowzer of the Anari. Larian Sunstar, currently a striking Scorpion Exarch and future chosen of Unid. Each had lived for millennia, possessing wisdom and power far beyond ordinary humans. "They are our kin," one seer objected. "No longer," another countered sharply. "From the day the Empire fell, they ceased to be our people. They cling to the decadence that birthed She Who Thirsts. Their souls are already claimed." Before anyone could respond, a third seer spoke up. "We cannot turn on them. What guarantee do we have that humanity will honor this covenant?" "We have no choice," another replied grimly. "Either we cut them loose and preserve what remains of our civilization, or we all face extinction together." The debate erupted into a heated argument, with voices rising in the throne room. The Raven, the Emperor, and the other Imperial representatives waited patiently, allowing them to reach their own conclusion. "If we wish to move toward the future, we must sever ties with the past." Segorach stepped forward, silencing the debate with his presence. As the only surviving free Eldari god, his authority was absolute. After the fall, the survivors in Komorog did not learn restraint, they became worse, indulging in every excess, accelerating the Webway's collapse. His voice was steady, final. "Abandoning them is not merely pragmatic, it is necessary for our survival." After quelling the dissent among his followers, he turned back to the Emperor. "We agree to assist in eliminating the Drukhari, but humanity must sign a binding covenant. If you violate your oath and turn on the surviving Eldari, you will be cursed to suffer the same fate that befell our people." "Agreed," the Emperor said. "As long as the Eldari comply, I will not risk damnation to destroy you." The calculation was simple. The Eldari birth rate was catastrophically low. Their technological advantage had evaporated. The solar system alone held more humans than all remaining Eldari combined. In time, the surviving Eldari would pose no threat whatsoever. They would become living relics, specimens for future generations to study, reminders of the enemy's humanity had surpassed. Segorach and the Emperor signed the covenant, a pact that would bind both parties across the ages. The emperor promised the Eldari access to the rebuilt webway and permission to establish their own cities within it. The craft worlds could remain, though heavily restricted in armament. In return, the Eldari would join imperial forces in annihilating the Drukhari and help humanity claim the Old One's legacy. Covenants possess their own power. The consequences might not manifest immediately, but over time, they would push any oathbreaker toward their agreed-upon fate. Once the pact was sealed, Segorach began to explain the Old One's legacy in detail. Among the countless wonders the Old Ones had created, the most valuable was the Black Library, a repository containing knowledge vast enough to reshape the universe itself. If humanity could access the Black Library, they would inherit everything the Old Ones had left behind. Do you want the knowledge our race has gathered? If you want it, you can have it all. Go find the Black Library. We have placed everything there. Those were the words spoken by one of the last Old Ones before their extinction. The Black Library existed in a place that was neither the warp nor real space, a pocket dimension accessible only through the webway. During their height, the Eldari had visited freely. However, as their empire decayed from within, they lost the technical expertise necessary to navigate its approaches. The library's defenses were formidable. Without a deep understanding of the webway, any attempt to reach it would trigger lethal traps. Even gods could be wounded, or worse. Currently, we can only wander the library's outer reaches, gathering fragments of the Old One's wisdom, Segorach explained. The truly transformative knowledge, technology capable of reshaping reality itself, lies in the deepest vaults. To reach it, we must open the library's inner sanctum. The secrets of the Black Library were beyond imagination. It was not merely a structure, it was semi-sentient, continuously collecting ancient and forbidden knowledge since its creation. Even after the Old Ones vanished during the War in Heaven, the Black Library continued its function, gathering secrets across the eons. The Old Ones had exhausted their considerable wisdom to protect it. Even Segorach dared not force his way into its depths. How do we open the inner sanctum? The Emperor asked. We must gather 3 fragments to create a key, Segorach said. One fragment is located on Caliban, the home world of your first Primarch, guarded by an ancient keeper. A key, Caliban? The Raven's head jerked up, realization dawning. You're not referring to the Ouroboros, the Heart of Life, and the Tucholcha engine, are you? Segorach's masked face turned toward the Raven, surprise evident despite the fixed smile. You know of them. Chapter 190, The Discordant Engine. How did you know? Segorach asked. These 3 items are fragments of a harmonic engine. The Old Ones built it ages ago. Some disaster destroyed it, and the pieces were hidden across the galaxy. Does the Black Library contain the secret of how the Chaos Gods were born? Raven asked. Segorach nodded. The Black Library holds knowledge beyond mortal understanding. It records the birth of the ruinous powers. It explains the true nature of the Citan. It even documents the origins of chaos itself. I see, Raven understood now. No wonder Vashtor had been so obsessed with collecting the fragments in the original timeline. The Black Library held the secret to apotheosis, the path to godhood. Once he obtained it, Vashtor would have everything he needed to ascend. He could stand as an equal to the Chaos Gods. If the Black Library truly contained such secrets, the Imperium could do far more than just defend against the warp. The Immaterium wasn't just the domain of the 4 ruinous powers. Many other entities existed there: Vashtor the Archiphane, Malice the renegade god, and countless others. They fed on mortal emotion. They drew strength from events in real space. The Chaos Gods corrupted the ignorant and desperate. Why couldn't the Imperium offer deals to those demons who hungered for divinity? If the enemy used such tactics, why shouldn't the Imperium? Why were they hidden? The Emperor asked, his golden eyes fixed on the laughing god's avatar. Segorach was silent for a moment. You already know about the war in heaven, the conflict between the Old Ones and the Citan. 2 races possessed the fundamental truths of reality. Both wielded godlike power. That war twisted the Immaterium beyond recognition. The despair and hatred of countless slave races allowed the Chaos Gods to form from the psychic maelstrom. The Old Ones lost control of the warp. They fell into disadvantage against the star gods. Ultimately, they were defeated in the war in heaven. The harmonic engine was corrupted during this process. It became the discordant engine. It gained malevolent sentience and became something terrible. Before their final defeat, the Old Ones recognized the danger. They disassembled the engine. They gave their fragments to their most loyal servants. After some time, those servants recognized the peril these devices represented. They sealed them away. Over millions of years, the former guardians declined one by one. Some were swept into the dust of history. The locations of the seals were lost. To enter the deepest vaults of the Black Library, you must gather those three components. You must reassemble the discordant engine. Only by using it to open the webway can you reach the Black Library's heart. Segorach's expression grew grave. But understand this. The discordant engine is corrupted. You must possess absolute certainty before wielding it, or it will control you instead. Caliban itself is Ouroboros, the serpent that eats its tail. It's the shell of the discordant engine. The Old Ones originally gave it to one of their most valued races, beings of terrible power that even demons feared. So those robed figures on Caliban are guardians left by the Old Ones. Understanding flashed across Raven's mind. No wonder the Tzintkian demons were hunted down by the Watchers after they invaded the rock. The Watchers in the Dark have been fighting demons since the war in heaven. He finally understood why the Watchers assisted the Dark Angels, but never revealed Caliban's true nature. Caliban itself was a weapon of immense power. If its secret were exposed, it could easily be exploited. That would lead to a catastrophe. What of the other two fragments? The Emperor asked. Segorach shook his head. That knowledge is lost to me. They must be sought. I shall dispatch agents to locate them, the Emperor declared. Let Lion Eljohnson handle the recovery, Raven whispered telepathically to the Emperor. Caliban is his homeworld, after all. The Lion is currently campaigning in the outer reaches. When he returns to find Caliban has been assembled into the discordant engine, he'll be furious. The Emperor weighed the implications. Then he agreed to Raven's suggestion. Acquiring the Old One's legacy was important, but this matter required a delicate touch, not the master of mankind's personal intervention. He would have Malkador coordinate the effort. The population of Caliban would need to be relocated. Segorach and the Emperor continued their discussions. The Laughing God recounted events surrounding Slaanish's birth in terrible detail. Few could share with the Emperor the experience of battling the Chaos Gods directly. Segorach was the sole surviving member of the Eldari pantheon from that event. He had faced She Who Thirsts in direct combat. His experience was invaluable. Raven ignored their conversation. He launched himself from the Emperor's shoulder. He landed on a nearby Eldari farseer, one who possessed a slender frame and a graceful bearing. Ivrain, Raven called out. Honored Lord Raven, you know of me. At this time, Ivrain had only recently completed her trials on the path of the seer. She had not yet become the renowned emissary of Uneed. The Whispering God's power had not touched her. When Raven addressed her, she seemed startled and uncertain. Of course, I know you. Who doesn't know Ivrain, future companion of Robout Gilliman, Lord of the 500 Worlds? Raven muttered under his breath. He certainly couldn't say that aloud. If the Emperor learned this Eldari farseer would develop complicated relations with the 13th Primarch in the future, he'd probably draw the Emperor's sword and go after his own son. He'd spent centuries creating the Primarchs, only to have one seduced by a Xenos witch. Just imagining the 13th Primarch holding Ivrain's hand and saying, Father, you don't understand her. She's different from other Eldari. The Emperor would have a heart attack. Even if this relationship was just in memes, wouldn't it be fun to have it in reality? Just imagining everyone's face. Hi, muhahaha. I have glimpsed your fate line, Raven said carefully. It is complex, filled with hardship and trial, but if you persevere, you will achieve something remarkable. My fate line. As a farseer, Ivrain could perceive fragments of possible futures, but she had never seen anything concerning her own destiny. Yes, Raven nodded. You may even become key to peaceful coexistence between humanity and the Eldari. I don't understand. You don't need to. In time you will, Raven said. After the alliance discussions concluded, the emperor ordered a banquet to honor the Eldari delegation. Tehu, Richelieu, and the other Kanmusu were invited to attend. When these guests from another universe manifested their ship forms, Segorach's eyes widened in astonishment. Eldrad Ulthrin, Ivrain, and the other Eldari Farseers were equally shocked. Even at the height of their empire, the Eldari had merely dominated the galaxy. They had never ventured beyond it, and much less traveled to alternate realities. Perhaps the Old Ones had achieved such feats. Their technology was sufficiently advanced. Their understanding is profound enough. Traversing to other galaxies or parallel universes would not have been beyond them. But humanity. Humanity had ventured into another universe and allied with its inhabitants. The Eldari of this fallen age could barely aspire to match humanity, much less surpass them. Raven remained at the banquet only briefly. He ate several servings of the latest French fry flavoring, then he departed. He obtained a document from Malkador, then he tore through the spatial barrier. He crossed instantly to the far side of the galaxy. He appeared on the World Eater's flagship, the Conqueror. Angron stood on the bridge. He was discussing the next military campaign with his company commanders, auxiliary army generals, ship captains, and other senior officers of the expeditionary force. Raven materialized out of thin air, landing softly on Angron's shoulder guard. The noisy bridge fell instantly silent, only the hum of machinery continued. Master Raven, Angron was first to react. He saluted the Raven and simultaneously opened the Legion Vox to order French fries and ketchup brought to the bridge. The others quickly followed suit, offering their respects. Little Choppy, you've got a new assignment. Raven passed Angron the document. The document bore the biometric seals of Malkador and the Emperor. Angron opened it and carefully reviewed the contents. Raven was probably the laziest figurehead in the Imperium, leaving others behind in pursuit of laziness by Severalfold. If he was here to deliver a document, it must be something important. These were the Anger's thoughts. I'm to travel to the galactic core and persuade the Demiurge to join the Imperium. The new orders from Terra disrupted Angron and his officers' original plans. They'd been preparing to launch an offensive against a newly discovered Xeno species, to purge them from Imperial space. Now they'd have to complete Terra's assignment first. What do we know about the Demiurge? Angron looked at Raven, hoping for intelligence. Raven shook his head. Honestly, not much. It was the Emperor who glimpsed their existence while using the Golden Throne's enhanced perception. According to him, they possess technology from the Dark Ages. They're a stable abhuman strain. The preference would be for a peaceful integration. All we know currently is that they've established a powerful civilization in the galactic core. Raven opened a holographic panel. It displayed the galaxy's structure. The galaxy consisted of 5 primary regions: the core, the nuclear bulge, the galactic disk, the stellar halo, and the galactic corona. An elliptical disk rotating around the supermassive black hole at its heart. The core had a diameter of 20,000 light-years. Its thickness was 10,000. This region was composed of densely packed stellar masses, mainly red stars over 10 billion years old. In the holographic projection, the core region showed red markers. They indicated the Demiurge's sphere of influence. They're approximately somewhere in this area. Raven ate a French fry. He pointed to the markers. That region is saturated with massive stellar bodies, my lord. The warp navigation will be challenging. Latara Saren frowned as she observed the map. Her uniform still bore bloodstains from the last boarding action. Despite being a baseline human woman, she was one of the Imperium's youngest ship captains and Angron's most trusted Void officer. Her exceptional command abilities earned her respect throughout the World Eater's Legion. She could even persuade Angron to abandon his gladiator's mindset, to think like a Primarch, like a true commander. Latara approached the holographic projection. She manipulated the display. It revealed the overlapping gravitational influence ranges of the core's stars. Different stellar masses created interlocking gravity wells. They left only narrow corridors for safe warp translation points. The immense gravitational forces were sufficient to distort the barrier between real space and the immaterium. Even a minor miscalculation could tear a ship apart. All hands lost. Second-generation warships can ignore those limitations, Khan offered. They can transit safely within stellar gravity wells. But only a quarter of our fleet consists of second-generation vessels, Latara countered. The rest are first-generation designs. Those ships must translate beyond the Manville Point or be torn apart. This is a diplomatic mission, Librarian Varus interjected. Not a war. There's no need to bring the entire fleet. Overwhelming force is the foundation of successful negotiation, Latara said as she met his gaze. We must make the demiurge understand the consequences of opposing the Imperium. Only by demonstrating that the Imperium possesses sufficient strength to crush them will they willingly negotiate in good faith and sign a treaty. That's a narrow perspective, Varus replied. Displaying military might doesn't guarantee peace. Chapter 191, Angron's Smooth Diplomacy. But it can resolve most of the differences, Lotala said, her voice carrying conviction. Enough. Angron's tone ended the debate, and the Primarch's word hung in the air like an edict. Bring all the second-generation battleships. Sometimes you don't need a massive fleet to display power. You need vessels that embody dominion itself. His gaze swept across his commanders. The remaining first-generation battleships will continue to hunt those Xenos and see them annihilated. Leave no trace of their corruption in our wake. After further discussion, they divided the fleet. One contingent followed Angron into the Silver Heart while the other pressed on to complete its purge. Raven departed with Angron, heading toward the galactic core. The Silver Heart, the galaxy's luminous nucleus, exerted gravitational forces so immense that even the Immaterium's surface lay calmer here than elsewhere, and no warp storms clawed at reality's edge. They entered the region with unusual ease. The void rippled and tore, and with a flash of light, the Conqueror breached the barrier between the warp and real space. Raise the blast shields and begin information gathering, Lotala commanded. The plastisteel viewport shutters ascended with hydraulic precision, revealing the sight beyond that stole breath from even transhuman warriors. Magnificent stars floated in the boundless dark, each spewing torrents of stellar flame into the void. Thick nebular matter crackled with plasma lightning, flickering across the cosmic expanse like synaptic fire. The fleet's auger arrays swept the surroundings, and within moments, they detected signs of kin activity, massive structures orbiting within and around the stars themselves. Colossal constructions hung in the void, while planets and stars were being dismantled by machinery, their fragments conveyed through vast pipelines into processing facilities. These kin possess technology far exceeding most human empire colonies, Lotala said, scanning the data streams. The Silver Heart's unique structure shielded them from the subspace storms that ravaged the rest of humanity, allowing them to retain much of their Golden Age heritage. Khan stroked the weapon at his waist. I wonder what their attitude toward the human empire will be. Chief Librarian Varius spoke with quiet certainty, his psychic consciousness extending through the ether. They will join us. I hope so, Khan said, uncertainty coloring his words. Angron's voice resonated through the chamber. It will be resolved peacefully. His words carried power that penetrated the hearts of all who heard them, as though fate itself had already been decreed. Detecting a fleet of 25 battleships, the officer monitoring the detection systems called out. Image feeds flooded the bridge displays, and Angron and his command staff studied the approaching vessels. The kin warships were iron gray, their hulls marked by rugged lines that spoke of efficiency. Engines bloomed at their sterns with contained stellar fury, and the largest among them rivaled the Conqueror itself in mass. Void shields flickered to life across their formation, as light danced in the darkness and power cycled through their defensive grids. Giant weapon batteries emerged from broadside mounts and bow positions, while energy arrays glowed with barely restrained power, charged and ready to unleash devastating firepower. The Conqueror and her sister ships sounded general quarters, and klaxons echoed through steel corridors. It seems the kin have discovered us, Lotala observed. Angron opened fleet-wide communications, attempt to establish contact. The kin maintained high vigilance as the human fleet approached their domain. But war did not come. After communication channels opened, Angron expressed peaceful intentions, and under his measured overtures, the kin commander granted them an opportunity for negotiation. The conqueror hosted a ceremony of considerable grandeur, welcoming the envoys sent by the kin. Angron donned his most imposing ceremonial armor, a magnificent suit adorned with the honors of countless campaigns. A longsword hung at his side, paired with a finely crafted bolt pistol, and behind him stood a retinue of gladiators, each one a company champion who had emerged victorious from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Raven, as always, perched on Angron's shoulder, munching on fries and watching the proceedings with interest. Angron is quite good at putting on a show, Raven thought. If this were the predetermined fate of the original Warhammer 40K timeline, the other Primarchs would probably be beside themselves. "This is impossible. This is unscientific," they'd cry. Who would have thought that Angron, without the butcher's nails lobotomizing his empathy, could serve as a diplomatic envoy? His skill rivaled that of Sanguinius, Guilliman, or any other Primarch who favored diplomacy. This time, Angron was in contact with the Greater Thurian League, one of the most powerful factions in the Silver Heart. The League comprised over 200 clans, each commanding vast void fleets and nearly inexhaustible armies of kin. Organizations like Ingvar Unified Logistics, the Star Strider Trade Alliance, and the Deep Rock Mining Guild ensured the League's continuous operation and ever-broadening prosperity. Beyond the Greater Thurian League, other kin factions occupied the Silver Heart region, including the Panhyperian Confederacy, the Chronos Hegemony, the Emir Conglomerate, and the Uranisert Pact, commonly referred to as the URSR. The hum of engines announced the arrival of a kin vessel as it glided into the Conqueror's boarding deck. Hydraulic mechanisms hissed, and the heavy hatch opened. Uthar the Destined stepped forth, wielding the blade of the ancestors, a weapon of legend among his people. He was one of the Greater Thurian League's most powerful leaders, his merits carved into the annals of kin history. Born into the Votan clan of the Abyss Gate, Uthar's birth had been marked by prophecy when the Votan core housed in the Ancestor Shrine had spontaneously spoken words of destiny. The mechanical forging devices had activated unbidden, crafting the magnificent energy blade he now bore. From birth, he had been granted the title of Destined and entrusted with the blade of the ancestors. Behind Uthar marched a cadre of equally formidable kin warriors. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Angron, Primarch of the Imperium," Uthar said, approaching with measured steps. Even without prior video communication, Angron's massive build and commanding aura made him unmistakable. The Primarch extended his hand. "I am pleased as well, Uthar." "Your army is formidable," Uthar observed, his gaze sweeping over Khan and the assembled warriors. He could sense immediately that these men were elite veterans, each having clawed their way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Pride flickered across Angron's features. Even the most powerful army exists to protect the human empire's citizens. Raven was momentarily stunned. Little Angron and Red really couldn't be separated, could they? Just a slightly different shade of red. But if Corn Red is red, then is Mark's red not red? "Your virtue truly puts us to shame," Uthar said, respect evident in his tone. An army that prioritized protecting its citizens over honor or conquest commanded respect. "Thank you for your praise. We come with peaceful intentions," Angron began, his voice taking on the measured cadence of a statesman. After the age of strife, human civilization was fragmented and plunged into crisis. The human lord rose from Terra, salvaging the crumbling edifice of our species. He expelled the Xenos, confronted the gods themselves, and established the human empire. Now, the galactic war nears its conclusion, and humanity's dominion over the galaxy is inevitable, the prevailing trend of our age. Learning that a branch of humanity established civilization here in the Silver Heart, the human lord sent me to negotiate. We hope you will peacefully join the human empire and avoid unnecessary conflict. Uthar's gaze sharpened. So your so-called peaceful purpose is to demand the Greater Thurian League submit to your human empire. Not just the League, Angron said plainly. All factions should submit to the human empire. What arrogance? Uthar's voice hardened. Why should we submit to the human empire, and not the human empire submit to us? You are merely children picking through the remnants of the past, while we have continuously inherited and preserved most of our ancestors' knowledge and technology. From any perspective, we are more fitting inheritors of humanity's legacy than you. Angron met Uthar's gaze without flinching, and after a moment of silence, he spoke with absolute conviction. Because the Imperium of Man is more powerful, his answer was simple and direct. You are direct, at least, and did give an irrefutable reason, Uthar acknowledged, looking up at the towering Primarch without fear. But how will you prove it? Power isn't merely spoken into existence. You will see. Angron took a single step toward Uthar. The surrounding space twisted and folded, and suddenly they appeared near a star. In the distance, particle extractors belonging to the Greater Thurian League mined stellar matter, drawing vast streams of fire and feeding them into massive converters that produced rare substances. Space transfer? Interesting, Uthar said, his tone suggesting he was unimpressed. But if you expect the Greater Thurian League to submit based on this parlor trick, you're being naive. Have you ever seen a star extinguished? Angron asked calmly. Remember what you are about to witness. This is the true power of the human empire. Raven turned to look at Angron, surprise evident on his face. Wow, one really should look at a scholar with new eyes after 3 days apart. Was Angron really this smooth at flexing? Angron extended his hand, activating the World Eater engine within him. Before their eyes, he demonstrated the immense power he commanded. The star flickered, like a light bulb with a loose connection, then it went out. Internal nuclear fusion ceased, and the star's massive volume lost the outward pressure supporting it against gravity's pull. It collapsed inward. Pressure caused a catastrophic implosion, and the star collapsed into a nova. Its dimmed surface reignited, releasing light thousands of times brighter than before, a death scream of stellar proportions. After several heartbeats, the nova extinguished again. It collapsed further, then reignited once more. After several such cycles, the star died completely, becoming a rapidly rotating neutron star. The surrounding space was cut away with surgical precision, compressed to the size of a palm, and fell into Angron's outstretched hand. Within a crystalline barrier, a neutron star spun with impossible fury, confined. This is a gift for you, Angron said, presenting the spatial cube imprisoning the star to Uthar. It will be a testament to our friendship. Uthar's eyes widened and his jaw hung open. He felt like he was dreaming. It felt completely unreal. A star compressed to fit in the palm of his hand. He reached out and took the cube from Angron's hand. A star, it's really a star. I am holding a star in my hand. The other kin witnessed the scene, personally watching a star taken away as casually as plucking fruit from a tree. Uthar's communicator erupted with incoming messages as countless factions demanded to know what had occurred. Now, Angron said, looking at the stunned Uthar, has it been proven that the human empire is stronger than you? Chapter 192, Halting Diplomacy and Worry of Twins. Uthar remained in a daze. Hearing Angron's words, he finally surfaced from his shock. He looked at the cube in his hand, then at Angron, and finally nodded. The power Angron had displayed would confuse not only him, but anyone in the entire Greater Thurian League. With a gesture, the Primarch had confined and imprisoned an entire star. Such methods could be attributed to gods. Behind Angron, Khan, Lotala, Varius, Gale, and the others straightened with pride. Thinking of their Primarch's power and the expressions on Uthar and the other kin dignitaries' faces, they felt an inexplicable surge of honor. Joining the Imperium is your best choice, Angron continued. We come with sincerity. Can't you simply allow us to live independently in the Silver Heart? Uthar asked, still hoping to secure autonomy for his people. Angron simply offered a slight smile. Do you think that's possible? The galaxy is a cruel place, my friend, and you are either an ally or an enemy. Neutrality is a luxury and a sin. With numerous legions, vast armies of warriors, and weaponry that reshapes reality itself. Why would we not unify the galaxy, expel the hostile Xenos, and forge a united humanity? Would we gather such power merely for display? If we don't submit, what will you do? Uthar pressed. War, Angron said with utter calm. I do not wish to shed the blood of my own kind, but some things must be done. The galaxy will be unified, peacefully, if possible, or by force, if necessary. Uthar sighed heavily. I am merely one Cal among many in the greater Thurian League, and I am not qualified to make such a decision alone. Such a matter requires the full League to convene before any answer can be given. I have that much patience, Angron acknowledged with a nod. But I must warn you, if you betray this opportunity and open fire on Imperial vessels, it will mean total war, and I will show no mercy. I understand, Uthar said quietly. Over the following days, Angron took Uthar on a tour of the Conqueror. The Primarch displayed his full charisma, cultivating a harmonious atmosphere. Through laughter and casual conversation, he extracted valuable intelligence from his guest, cultural norms, political structures, and technological capabilities. He selectively presented aspects of himself that would most appeal to Uthar, and the kin responded with increasing sincerity and frankness. This is the rope of triumph, Angron explained, gesturing to a magnificent cord woven from countless threads. A section is added after every war, with red representing victory and black representing defeat. He indicated his own rope of triumph, displayed prominently in the training hall. It has always been red. With such power, who could possibly be your opponent? Uthar asked. Aside from my brothers, there are others. Angron was about to continue when Uthar interrupted, unease creeping into his voice. You said your brothers, forgive my presumption, but how many brothers do you have? Are they all like you? Angron nodded. My gene father, the Emperor, created 20 Primarchs in total, and each of them equals or surpasses me in talent and capability. Uthar, you can already imprison stars with a gesture. And you're telling me there are 19 others as powerful, or more powerful than you. Are you giving anyone else in the galaxy a chance to survive? This human empire is absolutely cheating. Sensing Uthar's emotional turmoil, Angron waved his hand. Static-like beams flickered, projecting a massive holographic display. It showed the Primarchs, who had returned to the human empire. Uthar's small remaining hope for independence died completely. The human empire's power was not something the kin could contend with, and once war broke out, the entire Silver Heart would be flattened. This version of Angron's ability to manipulate people's hearts is truly terrifying, Raven muttered, having watched the entire negotiation. He was genuinely very satisfied with Angron's performance. The Angron without the butcher's nails was indeed a well-rounded warrior, capable in both war and diplomacy. After the tour concluded, Uthar departed to return to the Greater Thurian League and consult with the other Cals. Over the following days, various kin factions sent representatives to board the Conqueror and negotiate with Angron. The Primarch demonstrated remarkable patience, meeting with each delegation personally and engaging in deep, sincere conversations. Sometimes, Angron, Khan, and others visited the kin warships in turn, touring their advanced technology and colossal stellar constructions. A week later, Uthar returned. He brought the Greater Thurian League's reply. The Kaz were willing to submit to the human empire, but the conditions required detailed discussion. They hoped to gain substantial autonomy and expected the human empire to formulate policies favorable to the kin, particularly regarding the sharing of resources and technology. Simply put, they wanted to be the human empire's privileged class. Naturally, such demands could not be granted. After another unproductive round of negotiations, the kin representatives returned to their ships. Khan vented his frustration before his companions. Are those bastards treating us like fools? They just keep demanding this, and that with their mouths open. Why don't they simply demand the human empire provide for their every whim? The situation has reached a stalemate, Lotala said, shaking her head. Those representatives are professional politicians who ask for the stars to negotiate down to the moon. It's always a good sign that they're willing to negotiate, Angron said, maintaining his optimism. As long as we have patience, we should be able to persuade them. War, after all, remained a last resort. Once war began, it would become a sea of blood and mountains of corpses. All the human empire would gain would be ruined cities, suffering populations filled with hostility, and worlds perpetually seeking opportunities to rebel. Peaceful integration was infinitely preferable. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the galaxy, while Angron negotiated with the kin, the Alpha Legion, the 20th Legion, responded to the 73rd Expeditionary Fleet's distress call. They were bound for a world called Norse to execute a cleansing operation. According to the 73rd Fleet's reports, the Norse people's technology was several tiers below the human empire's standard, and they should have been easily swept aside. But they possessed something else. They wielded mysterious knowledge and had received powerful support from certain entities. Like mages from ancient fantasy tales, they manipulated elements freely and reshaped natural terrain at will. An entire knightly order had been annihilated, and over 200 knight mechs had been destroyed. 3 tank clusters and 6 regiments had vanished forever on the Norse battlefields. Realizing the war could not be won with conventional forces, the 73rd Fleet called for reinforcements. Alfarius learned of the situation and responded immediately, leading a massive fleet toward Norse. The Alpha, flagship of the 20th Legion, was a Gloriana-class battleship equipped with advanced technologies. By current Imperial classification, it qualified as a second-generation plus battleship, capable of freely entering and exiting subspace even within a star's gravitational field. In the bridge, Alfarius stood before the railing of the command platform, overseeing the busy work of personnel below. Beside him stood a warrior without a helmet, one who looked exactly like him, with the same height and features as though perfectly replicated. This warrior was Omgan. Like Alfarius, he was the 20th Primarch. When the Primarchs were stolen by the gods and scattered across the universe, Omgan had been cast onto an unnamed planet far from Terra. He grew up in solitude until a group of human raiders arrived. After defeating them, he acquired a spacecraft and embarked on a journey through the stars. The two twins shared some form of telepathic connection, and they eventually met on a world called Ballsaver. Alfarius discovered Omgan, but did not immediately inform Terra. According to the Emperor, he had created only 20 Primarchs. Why then was Alfarius the only twin? What secret lay within this anomaly? The more Alfarius pondered it, the more he felt an inexplicable sense of dread. He knew something of the warp and was aware of what his father fought against. The reason the Primarchs had been scattered throughout the galaxy was due to the machinations of powerful chaos entities. The appearance of twins was highly likely a chaos conspiracy, or perhaps the result of some other unknown variable. Alfarius fell into confusion. He didn't know if he was the original or a copy. If he were the latter, how should he conduct himself? If his brother Primarchs discovered the truth, how would they view him? He would not reveal Omgan's existence until the truth became clear. Footsteps echoed through the bridge, disturbing his thoughts. Omgan donned his helmet, concealing his features. The information supervisor, half his face replaced with cybernetic augmentation, instinctively overlooked the nearly imperceptible Omgan. He approached Alfarius and reported, "My lord, we have reached the vicinity of Norse and are about to enter real space." Alfarius nodded and rose from his seat. "Open full ship communication. I have something to say." A servoskull hummed through the air, its anti-gravity engine vibrating as it suspended itself before the Primarch. A mechanical arm extended, presenting a communication speaker. Every Primarch was an excellent politician, military strategist, and orator. Alfarius paused, organizing his thoughts, then spoke with conviction, his voice transmitted throughout the fleet. "The enemies on Norse have refused to submit to the human empire and have used warp sorcery to inflict severe losses upon the 73rd Expeditionary Fleet's ground forces. This is an unforgivable crime, and they must be punished. Since we departed from Terra, we have swept from one end of the galaxy to the other, establishing countless victories. Now, I propose we add another glorious chapter to our record." We will wage war upon Norse, until the last enemy who dares resist the human empire falls. Cheers erupted across the communication channels. After the morale boost, Alfreus summoned his senior command staff. First Captain Ing Pek, second Captain Sias, captain of the Alfreus Unjur, Expeditionary Lord Commander Matt, and other high-ranking officers. In the strategy room, a gleaming tactical table displayed a projection of Norse and the intelligence provided by the 73rd Fleet. The Norse have become pawns of chaos, Alfreus began, his voice cold and analytical. They possess extraordinary psychic abilities. Currently, the main resistance forces have retreated to a region called Utan, an area filled with mountains and guarded by unnatural power. Uthar remained in a daze. Hearing Angron's words, he finally surfaced from his shock. He looked at the cube in his hand, then at Angron, and finally nodded. The power Angron had displayed would confuse not only him, but anyone in the entire Greater Thurian League. With a gesture, the Primarch had confined and imprisoned an entire star. Such methods could be attributed to gods. Behind Angron, Khan, Lotala, Varius, Gale, and the others straightened with pride. Thinking of their Primarch's power and the expressions on Uthar and the other kin dignitaries' faces, they felt an inexplicable surge of honor. Joining the Imperium is your best choice, Angron continued. We come with sincerity. Can't you simply allow us to live independently in the Silver Heart? Uthar asked, still hoping to secure autonomy for his people. Angron simply offered a slight smile. Do you think that's possible? The galaxy is a cruel place, my friend, and you are either an ally or an enemy. Neutrality is a luxury and a sin. With numerous legions, vast armies of warriors, and weaponry that reshapes reality itself, why would we not unify the galaxy, expel the hostile Xenos, and forge a united humanity? Would we gather such power merely for display? If we don't submit, what will you do? Uthar pressed. War, Angron said with utter calm. I do not wish to shed the blood of my own kind, but some things must be done. The galaxy will be unified, peacefully, if possible, or by force, if necessary. Uthar sighed heavily. I am merely one Cal among many in the Greater Thurian League, and I am not qualified to make such a decision alone. Such a matter requires the full League to convene before any answer can be given. I have that much patience, Angron acknowledged with a nod. But I must warn you, if you betray this opportunity and open fire on Imperial vessels, it will mean total war, and I will show no mercy. I understand, Uthar said quietly. Over the following days, Angron took Uthar on a tour of the Conqueror. The Primarch displayed his full charisma, cultivating a harmonious atmosphere. Through laughter and casual conversation, he extracted valuable intelligence from his guest, cultural norms, political structures, and technological capabilities. He selectively presented aspects of himself that would most appeal to Uthar, and the kin responded with increasing sincerity and frankness. This is the rope of triumph, Angron explained, gesturing to a magnificent cord woven from countless threads. A section is added after every war, with red representing victory and black representing defeat. He indicated his own rope of triumph, displayed prominently in the training hall. It has always been red. With such power, who could possibly be your opponent? Uthar asked. Aside from my brothers, there are others. Angron was about to continue when Uthar interrupted, unease creeping into his voice. You said your brothers, forgive my presumption, but how many brothers do you have? Are they all like you? Angron nodded. My gene father, the Emperor, created 20 Primarchs in total, and each of them equals or surpasses me in talent and capability. Uthar, you can already imprison stars with a gesture. And you're telling me there are 19 others as powerful, or more powerful than you. Are you giving anyone else in the galaxy a chance to survive? This human empire is absolutely cheating. Sensing Uthar's emotional turmoil, Angron waved his hand. Static-like beams flickered, projecting a massive holographic display. It showed the Primarchs, who had returned to the human empire. Uthar's small remaining hope for independence died completely. The human empire's power was not something the kin could contend with, and once war broke out, the entire Silver Heart would be flattened. This version of Angron's ability to manipulate people's hearts is truly terrifying, Raven muttered, having watched the entire negotiation. He was genuinely very satisfied with Angron's performance. The Angron without the butcher's nails was indeed a well-rounded warrior, capable in both war and diplomacy. After the tour concluded, Uthar departed to return to the Greater Thurian League and consult with the other Cals. Over the following days, various kin factions sent representatives to board the Conqueror and negotiate with Angron. The Primarch demonstrated remarkable patience, meeting with each delegation personally and engaging in deep, sincere conversations. Sometimes, Angron, Khan, and others visited the kin warships in turn, touring their advanced technology and colossal stellar constructions. A week later, Uthar returned. He brought the Greater Thurian League's reply. The Kaz were willing to submit to the human empire, but the conditions required detailed discussion. They hoped to gain substantial autonomy and expected the human empire to formulate policies favorable to the kin, particularly regarding the sharing of resources and technology. Simply put, they wanted to be the human empire's privileged class. Naturally, such demands could not be granted. After another unproductive round of negotiations, the kin representatives returned to their ships. Khan vented his frustration before his companions. "Are those bastards treating us like fools? They just keep demanding this, and that with their mouths open. Why don't they simply demand the human empire provide for their every whim?" "The situation has reached a stalemate," Lotala said, shaking her head. "Those representatives are professional politicians who ask for the stars to negotiate down to the moon." "It's always a good sign that they're willing to negotiate," Angron said, maintaining his optimism. "As long as we have patience, we should be able to persuade them." War, after all, remained a last resort. Once war began, it would become a sea of blood and mountains of corpses. All the human empire would gain would be ruined cities, suffering populations filled with hostility, and worlds perpetually seeking opportunities to rebel. Peaceful integration was infinitely preferable. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the galaxy, while Angron negotiated with the kin, the Alpha Legion, the 20th Legion, responded to the 73rd Expeditionary Fleet's distress call. They were bound for a world called Norse to execute a cleansing operation. According to the 73rd Fleet's reports, the Norse people's technology was several tiers below the human empire's standard, and they should have been easily swept aside. But they possessed something else. They wielded mysterious knowledge and had received powerful support from certain entities. Like mages from ancient fantasy tales, they manipulated elements freely and reshaped natural terrain at will. An entire knightly order had been annihilated, and over 200 knight mechs had been destroyed. 3 tank clusters and 6 regiments had vanished forever on the Norse battlefields. Realizing the war could not be won with conventional forces, the 73rd Fleet called for reinforcements. Alfarius learned of the situation and responded immediately, leading a massive fleet toward Norse. The Alpha, flagship of the 20th Legion, was a Gloriana-class battleship equipped with advanced technologies. By current Imperial classification, it qualified as a second-generation plus battleship, capable of freely entering and exiting subspace even within a star's gravitational field. In the bridge, Alfarius stood before the railing of the command platform, overseeing the busy work of personnel below. Beside him stood a warrior without a helmet, one who looked exactly like him, with the same height and features as though perfectly replicated. This warrior was Omgan. Like Alfarius, he was the 20th Primarch. When the Primarchs were stolen by the gods and scattered across the universe, Omgan had been cast onto an unnamed planet far from Terra. He grew up in solitude until a group of human raiders arrived. After defeating them, he acquired a spacecraft and embarked on a journey through the stars. The two twins shared some form of telepathic connection, and they eventually met on a world called Balsaver. Alfarius discovered Omgan, but did not immediately inform Terra. According to the Emperor, he had created only 20 Primarchs. Why then was Alfarius the only twin? What secret lay within this anomaly? The more Alfarius pondered it, the more he felt an inexplicable sense of dread. He knew something of the warp and was aware of what his father fought against. The reason the Primarchs had been scattered throughout the galaxy was due to the machinations of powerful chaos entities. The appearance of twins was highly likely a chaos conspiracy, or perhaps the result of some other unknown variable. Alpheus fell into confusion. He didn't know if he was the original or a copy. If he were the latter, how should he conduct himself? If his brother Primarchs discovered the truth, how would they view him? He would not reveal Omgan's existence until the truth became clear. Footsteps echoed through the bridge, disturbing his thoughts. Omgan donned his helmet, concealing his features. The information supervisor, half his face replaced with cybernetic augmentation, instinctively overlooked the nearly imperceptible Omgan. He approached Alpheus and reported, "My lord, we have reached the vicinity of Norse and are about to enter real space." Alpheus nodded and rose from his seat. "Open full-ship communication. I have something to say." A servoskull hummed through the air, its anti-gravity engine vibrating as it suspended itself before the Primarch. A mechanical arm extended, presenting a communication speaker. Every Primarch was an excellent politician, military strategist, and orator. Alpheus paused, organizing his thoughts, then spoke with conviction, his voice transmitted throughout the fleet. "The enemies on Norse have refused to submit to the human empire and have used warp sorcery to inflict severe losses upon the 73rd Expeditionary Fleet's ground forces. This is an unforgivable crime, and they must be punished. Since we departed from Terra, we have swept from one end of the galaxy to the other, establishing countless victories. Now, I propose we add another glorious chapter to our record. We will wage war upon Norse until the last enemy who dares resist the human empire falls." Cheers erupted across the communication channels. After the morale boost, Alpheus summoned his senior command staff. First Captain Ing Pek, second Captain Sias, captain of the Alpheus Unjur, Expeditionary Lord Commander Matt, and other high-ranking officers. In the strategy room, a gleaming tactical table displayed a projection of Norse and the intelligence provided by the 73rd Fleet. "The Norse have become pawns of chaos," Alpheus began, his voice cold and analytical. "They possess extraordinary psychic abilities. Currently, the main resistance forces have retreated to a region called Utan, an area filled with mountains and guarded by unnatural power." Chapter 193, Fry's Fate and Feelings. Orbital bombardment and saturation strikes are useless. They can't destroy the enemy's resistant strongholds. "How do we deal with them?" Ingo Pech asked. "With what we do best," Alpheus said. "The legionaries will conduct combat drops and advance from the periphery, systematically eliminating all enemy resistance." While the military council convened, the Alpha translated from the immaterium into real space. The transition was flawless. Once stabilized, the warship engaged its conventional drives and set course for the target world. Norse planet, Utan region. Scorching heat blanketed the desolate Gobi. Herds of long-horned beasts thundered across the vast plains, raising clouds of dust. Several Xenos stood atop a majestic mountain range, clad in armor or robes. These beings represented different races, one was even human. "The twins have arrived, as fate foretold," a slender Xeno spoke. At his words, the beings turned their gaze skyward. Tiny points of light appeared in the cloudless expanse, rapidly transforming into blazing meteors that tore through the atmosphere, trailing fire as they plummeted earthward. Norse anti-aircraft batteries opened fire. Beams of bright energy lanced upward alongside explosive shells, but they failed to halt the descending storm. War had come. The Imperium of Man unleashed its wrath upon those who refused submission. "The universe's dark fate is about to unfold," one being said. "The struggle between the Chaos Gods and the human empire begins here. Our duty is to guide. The twins are pivotal to the war between Chaos and the Imperium." The beings conversed, weaving plans for futures yet unwritten. At that moment, aboard the Conqueror, the Raven, who had been enjoying space dwarf fries, suddenly froze. The once orderly threads of fate rippled with disturbance. A vision flashed before his eyes, Alpheus's great rebellion. Big question marks appeared on the raven's small head. Primarchs really are the big guy's children. When it comes to causing trouble, they're always top tier. He was genuinely impressed. How could every Primarch have betrayal potential? If he didn't cheat using his powers, the Chaos Gods would trick him to death. The raven sorted through the disturbed threads and traced the interference back to its source, the Cabal. The Old Ones created the Cabal at the end of the war in Heaven to counter the out-of-control warp. Its membership was extraordinarily diverse: Eldar and humans, mechanical life forms, energy beings, and races resembling birds, insects, and lizards. These guys still want to cause trouble? The raven's eyes narrowed. I need to find Conrad. If I don't teach these idiots a lesson, they'll always think they can play puppet master. He thought fondly of the little bat. What's wrong, Mr. Raven? Not to your taste. Angron, who stood nearby, noticed the raven had stopped eating. I'll have them send fresh ones immediately. No need. The raven shook his head. I have things to do. Remember to handle the negotiations with the space dwarves properly. If you mess it up, don't panic, just tell me before you announce anything to Terra, and I'll help you manage the fallout. Rav, Angron called out, wanting to keep him, but the raven tore open space and vanished. Visions of futures dark and manifold plagued Conrad Kurz like a curse. The fragments appeared endlessly in his mind, making it impossible to distinguish reality from illusion. His consciousness was tormented, with no one to confide in. He saw Gilliman crowned king of the 500 universe. He saw the lion dominate the vast heavens. He saw Sanguinius transformed into an angel of redemption, walking through despairing universes. He saw the Emperor's radiance cover every universe where humanity existed. He saw Master Raven tasting delicious fries from countless universes in the sanctuary Lorger built for him. These futures were beautiful and sacred. The Imperium embarked on a path of infinite glory where everyone could find happiness. But alongside these visions came others, dark and desperate futures tormented by pain. The Emperor's withered body was enthroned upon the golden throne. The noble Mr. Raven lying bloodied in a mist-shrouded palace. Sanguinius's wings torn away by an unspeakable enemy, his noble face shattered. The lion's body sprawled in a dark abyss, crimson blood flowing like waterfalls. Battle-worn Angron losing his sanity, fighting like a machine on a battlefield without end. The loss of both emperors plunged countless imperial citizens into despair and suffering. Without the Emperor's guidance and the Primarch's leadership, the Imperium became something extreme and terrible. Fanatics burned universe after universe, driven solely by revenge and conquest. These visions troubled the Night Haunter deeply. Who could he tell? The Imperium was thriving. Who would believe such a dark fate awaited them? The bell rang, signaling the Nightfall's emergence from the warp. Another conquest awaited. Conrad Kurz rose and left his quarters. His room was an empty steel cage, devoid of comfort, utterly incompatible with his station as Primarch. But he was satisfied. This room was his refuge from illusion. When the pain grew too intense, he would strike his head against the solid walls to find relief. The heavy door opened with a hiss of gas. Lord Primarch. Primarch. The warriors waiting outside saluted. Kurz walked past them without expression, heading directly to the stratagem. The 8th Legion still had conquests to complete. Even exhausted by visions, Conrad had to fulfill Terra's mandates. The Imperium needed to unify this sector and advance toward the wider heavens. The future he saw was filled with despair, but the Imperium had to move forward. The warriors followed closely. They were long accustomed to their Primarch's coldness. He seemed never to smile, cold as a statue. Many times, they doubted whether he possessed human emotions at all. Just then, the space in front of them suddenly tore open, and the raven leaped through. The warriors immediately adopted defensive stances, some raising bolters. Recognizing the visitor, they lowered their weapons and saluted. Lord Raven. Lord Raven. Conrad stared in surprise at the raven, who had landed on his shoulder. His mind seemed to crash, blank, and unable to form words. Little bat, the raven said cheerfully, swaying his head. How have you been lately? I heard from Malkador that you scared a group of dark Eldar so badly they wet themselves a while ago. Surprise flashed across Conrad's face before he regained composure, though the happiness in his eyes betrayed him. He turned to the warrior beside him. Bring the new fry flavors and ketchup we've collected recently. The warrior nodded. Oh yeah, is that Sevatar? The raven peered at the warrior, recognizing him. Jago Sevatarian was first captain of the 8th Legion. His prowess, like Abaddon's, Sigismund's, and Corswain's, placed him in the first tier below the Primarchs during the Great Crusade. Since Conrad was administratively disinclined, Sevatar served as the Legion's de facto commander, a powerful psyker who concealed his abilities. If someone told Mortarion, "Let me see the true Legion master," Mortarion would have a breakdown. If someone said that to Conrad, he'd shrug and call Sevatar over. Sevatar himself was a character. What normal person was the first to shout, "Death to the false emperor," and then later surrender when things got rough? His signature style, dramatic declarations followed by practical decisions. Yes, Master Raven, I am Jago Sevatarian, first captain of the Night Lord's Legion. Sevatar's pale face broke into a brilliant smile. He hadn't expected one of the Imperium's supreme rulers to know his name. Chapter 194, The Seer and the Spy. You are excellent, the Raven praised. Help Conrad well, and in the future, you will achieve unimaginable accomplishments. Humanity's history books are destined to record your glorious deeds. The Raven's few words filled the first captain with joy. He happily went to fetch the fries. Lord Raven, why are you here? Conrad asked. Why do you ask? I'm here for you, of course, the Raven said. Alpharius has a small problem, and he urgently needs support from a good brother like you. What happened to him? Conrad asked curiously. He's about to be abducted, the Raven said, looking troubled. So I came to find you to give those traffickers a profound lesson. The smile on Conrad's face grew wider. When Mr. Raven encountered a problem, the first person he thought of was him. What did this represent? It meant his position in the Raven's heart was the highest. Otherwise, why wouldn't he go find Horus or Sanguinius? What should I do? Conrad asked. The Raven was about to continue, but suddenly tilted his head, scrutinizing Conrad, and asked another question. Has your condition gotten worse? No, Conrad shook his head in denial, but quickly stopped and nodded. Yes, what I'm seeing is very different from before. It seems your talent is awakening. The Raven paced back and forth on Conrad's shoulder. What did you see? I don't know if I should say, Conrad hesitated. He feared no one would believe what he saw if he spoke it aloud. It's fine, the Raven said. It's nothing more than the big guy and me sitting on the golden throne, squeezed into mummies, right? That didn't happen. Conrad's words made the Raven breathe a sigh of relief. Good, such a future was not foreseen. But with the next words, the Raven's momentary relief vanished. I saw you collapsed in a mist-shrouded palace, your body shattered, blood flowing like waterfalls. Father was on the verge of death, sitting alone on the golden throne. I saw my other brothers, some gone mad, some dead. The entire Imperium plunged into madness, and our armies ignited universe after universe for revenge. It seems the future you saw is very bad. The Raven paced back and forth. Will those visions become reality? Conrad looked worried. The future is uncertain, I told you, the Raven said. It is woven by us. The fact that you can see those visions means someone is trying to push us toward that destiny. Who is it? Conrad asked reflexively. I don't know yet, the Raven showed a troubled expression, but I will find a way to figure it out. Right now, the most important thing is to solve the problems we're facing. Also, don't tell these things to the other Primarchs or your father. The Imperium is currently in a rapid development stage. If you say these things, it's very likely to discourage them and may even cause them to isolate and antagonize you. I understand, Conrad nodded. But you can tell me, the Raven added. I know how bad the future will be, and I've anticipated it. Our enemies will be very powerful, and their methods will be vicious. If you feel you can't bear it anymore, come and tell me. Your visions should also provide some clues. You need to pay close attention and see if there are any hints about the enemy in those future visions. Conrad nodded. I will, Master Raven. First, let's talk about how we can save Alfreus. Oh, right, I almost forgot about the main business. The Raven brought the topic back. An organization called the Cabal is preparing to lure Alfreus. Alfreus is very smart. No one can deceive him. Conrad didn't have much contact with Alfreus, but he usually read the battle reports of his other brothers. He would analyze their personalities from their tactical styles. Gilliman favored operations. Whenever he arrived at a world, he would promise a better future, provide advanced technology and markets, and divide local power networks, achieving peaceful compliance. If he confirmed the other party was unyielding, he wouldn't hesitate to launch war. The Lion preferred secrets and the knightly way. Alfreus favored infiltration, incitement, and sabotage behind enemy lines. He would entice different local factions in various ways, making them fight among themselves, leading to endless slaughter, ultimately taking them down without bloodshed. How could such a Primarch Alfreus, so skilled in deception, be deceived by anyone? Those guys from the Cabal are shamelessly awful, the Raven said. Just come with me and remember not to hold back. You need to break their will with fear. I need to ask some things. I know, Conrad nodded. When do we depart? Wait a moment, the Raven said. Wait for what? Conrad asked, puzzled. They're here. Sevater and several Astartes warriors ran over, looking like they were prepared for a tough battle. They hurried to the Raven's front, offering the fries and ketchup in their hands like treasures. Let's go, bring Sevater too. We'll have more people this time. The Raven took a portion of fries, then tore open the spatial barrier, opened a passage, and led the Night Lords to Norse Planet. Norse Planet, Utan region. With the arrival of the Alpha Legion, the Norse resistance front was rapidly collapsing. Even with extraordinary psychic powers and warp-spawned aid, Norse strongholds were destroyed one after another. The fleeing lord, his ministers, and his retinue hid in ancient ruins. Quick, Lord, we must flee. The front-line fortresses have fallen, and the enemy is only 3 kilometers away. A loyal Norse general burst in. The next second, the Lord drew his gun and shot the general dead. The other soldiers hadn't even reacted before they, too, were killed. The ministers and retinues widened their eyes, unable to believe what they were seeing. The Lord held the gun, turned to look at the ministers and retinues filled with fear and confusion, and smiled. Sorry, I am not your lord, but the first captain of the Alpha Legion in Gopech. Since 3 days ago, all operational orders have been issued by me, solely to destroy your resistance forces completely. As the voice fell, the Norse lord underwent a transformation. His slender body rapidly expanded, his physique and appearance changing drastically, transforming him into a warrior of the Alpha Legion. The ministers and retinues showed expressions of despair. They finally understood why the enemy could easily break through every defense line and why those hidden strongholds were detected and completely destroyed. Where is our monarch? An old minister asked in grief and anger. He was killed 3 days ago, the warrior replied coldly. When he was captured, he threatened to use the Black Cube to destroy the Imperium, so I consumed his brain and plundered all his memories. The Black Cube was a dark technological creation from humanity's golden age, tainted with chaotic power. It needed enough blood to activate. Once activated, it could quickly gather sufficient warp energy to change the target world's climate, making it poisonous and storm-racked. It could destroy all surface structures and even boil the oceans. The Norse had intended to keep it for mutual destruction, but the Alpha Legion detected their intentions and launched a surprise attack, seizing it. Now the resistance forces had lost all leverage, becoming prey for the Imperium. When Alfreus arrived at the ruins, the old ministers and retinues had already been executed one by one in despair. You did an excellent job, Pech. Alfreus regarded his first captain with satisfaction. Thank you for your praise, my Primarch. Ingopech was pleased to receive such commendation. Having dealt with the enemies of this world, it is time to address those vermin hiding in the shadows. Alfreus turned his gaze toward the depths of the ruins, his voice cold. Come out, I know you are here. John Grammaticus has confessed. Human mental will is too fragile, but that is acceptable. He has completed his mission and brought you here. From the dark depths emerged a member of the Cabal who had been observing the war. Its entire body was enveloped in light, a pure energy life form. Humans are an inferior species. You are latecomers, an incomplete race, a disease of the galaxy. I will bring you enlightenment, make you complete, and turn you into instruments to benefit the universe. Alphereus's expression darkened. The creature's condescending tone annoyed him. He extended a hand and activated the Alpha engine. A cube made of transparent spatial barriers appeared, trapping the being inside. The Cabal member showed astonishment. It tried to strike the spatial barrier to no avail. "Did no one tell you to put away your arrogance and stupidity?" Alphereus said coldly. "Tell me everything you know. Otherwise, you will discover why John Grammaticus revealed everything. Believe me, you will not enjoy that kind of pain." Just then, "I am very sorry. My companion used inappropriate words." Another voice emerged. An alien with an insectoid face and an Eldar dressed like a prophet stepped forward. "My name is Gahit," the alien introduced himself. He gestured to the Eldar beside him. "This is Slough Dha, and the one you captured is another member of our organization. We all come from the Cabal." "I know, you come from the Cabal," Alphereus said. "Your tricks cannot hide from me. The moment I arrived on Norse planet, I detected an anomaly. By integrating that information, I found your traces. You sent a psyker, intending to infiltrate the Imperial army, but his skills were too clumsy." "Thank you for your assessment, Alphereus," Gahit said. "But before discussing the Cabal's shortcomings, perhaps we should first talk about important matters." "What important matters?" Alphereus asked. "About humanity and the universe." Gahit reached out and chanted an obscure spell. Several sharply angled amulets ascended with the spell, swirling around him. The amulets glowed, releasing bright rays that intertwined, ultimately outlining a holographic projection. When the Cabal was established, humans were just a species that had recently gained intelligence. But as time passed, you grew, rapidly expanding by virtue of your tenacity and wisdom. We have always been observing you, evaluating your potential and threat. As Gahit spoke, alien figures appeared in the projection. They continuously flashed, representing the races that joined the Cabal. A look of disgust flickered in the depths of Alphereus's eyes. These were all Xenos. He should immediately draw his weapon and execute these creatures instead of listening to their nonsense. Chapter 195, 2 Primarchs, 1 Problem. But for those unknown truths, appropriate caution was necessary. "We must acknowledge that you have become the most significant players on the galactic stage, no longer to be ignored or dismissed," the voice continued. "You have already drawn the gaze of the primordial annihilators. They have sown seeds of destruction among your people. Throughout these long ages, we have striven to resist the primordial annihilators. Today, we come to you seeking enlightenment, to make you understand, to stand with the Cabal and prevent the primordial annihilators from unmaking the universe." "You know nothing of human technology," Alphereus said, his voice calm and measured. Gelato chuckled softly. "We have watched you for some time. I know you possess unique and formidable technologies. But the cunning of the primordial annihilators exceeds your imagination. Sometimes, you do not even recognize who your true enemy is." The projection shifted rapidly. It displayed the ever-changing tides of the warp. An ancient battlefield materialized within the hololithic display. Entities born from the psychic emanations and base desires of countless species waged war upon one another in eternal carnage. Among them walked a figure who appeared human, with long hair, dark skin, a tribal beard, and bone ornaments draped across his frame. He carried a flint spear, moving through the chaotic battlefield with a purposeful stride. The tribal warrior hunted the warp-spawned abominations with exquisite skill and terrible strength. Alphereus's brow furrowed. That primitive figure stirred something within him, a strange familiarity. Arrogant, powerful, unyielding. As if he gazed upon another aspect of his father, the master of mankind. "It feels familiar, does it not?" Gelato observed. "Do you know what you are witnessing?" "Do not attempt to deceive me with crude fabrications," Alphereus warned, his tone hardening. "You will regret such folly." "I offer no lies, Alphereus. All I seek is to illuminate truth." Gelato's voice carried an appeasing note as he continued. What you see is the ruin of empire, a reflection forged from your victories. The enemies that fell by its hand mirror the races and xenos you have conquered. All events in the Materium create echoes within the warp. The stronger humanity grows, the more powerful the ruin becomes. Do you comprehend its origin? Alpheus remained silent, his gaze fixed upon the slender form of the Eldar seer. It was born from humanity's first murder, a curse flowing through human blood. So long as humanity endures, so too shall it persist. No matter what measures you employ, you may only weaken it, never truly destroy it. Because it is intrinsic to humanity's collective consciousness, embodying greed, betrayal, and slaughter. It grows stronger still. In time, it will surpass even the master of mankind. When that moment arrives, it will twist the threads of fate, ultimately guiding your entire Imperium toward annihilation. You wish us to stop it, Alpheus's frown deepened. No, Gelato shook his head. It cannot be destroyed. The optimal solution is to let it be consumed alongside humanity's fall. Sacrifice humanity. Let chaos devour itself in madness and allow the other races of the galaxy to survive. Your proposition is absurd. Alpheus shook his head. Is this all you sought to tell me? I confess disappointment at having wasted such time on this. No matter the enemy, humanity will prevail. Your words are meaningless. Chaos strengthens with humanity's ascension because the warp is the universe's reflection. Gelato's voice rose. This is immutable. If humanity no longer exists, what purpose does preserving this universe serve? Before Alpheus could respond, another voice cut through the chamber. Reality tore open, and the raven emerged from within, alighting upon Alpheus's shoulder. Lord Raven. Master Raven. Several Alpha Legion warriors rendered salutes to the Black Avian. Omgun saluted with them, astonishment flooding through him beneath his helmet. He had never anticipated the raven would manifest here. Alpheus felt equally surprised. His emotions churned, first with shock, then with joy at the raven's presence, and finally with dread. He feared his discovery of Omgun without reporting it, and his clandestine dealings with the Xenos organization known as the Cabal would be exposed. Either transgression was sufficient to brand him disloyal. Gelato's eyes widened. This development clearly fell outside his predictions. Alpheus, the raven regarded Alpheus with an unblinking gaze. I understand your worry and your reluctance to inform the big guy. But how dare you hide it from me, Emmy? When you departed from me and the big guy, I warned you, this universe is filled with lies. Those deceivers will wield plausible truths to mislead you and turn you from your path. You must maintain absolute trust in me and the big guy. Only then can human civilization achieve glory and reach its apex. Doubt in your heart breeds betrayal, Alpheus. After reprimanding Alpheus, the raven turned his attention to Gelato and the other Cabal members. This is outrageous. I'm usually the one doing the poaching. How dare you poach from me? You dare attempt this. Right or wrong, I have no interest in debating. Regardless, you will all die today. In the predetermined strands of fate, had the Emperor's design not involved so many who believed themselves masters of destiny, it might have actually succeeded. It was precisely because too many individuals assumed they controlled fate and could manage events that everything had become such a catastrophe. You are nothing but the master of mankind's pet. What right have you to speak so arrogantly here? Gelato's expression darkened. Do you truly believe you can contend with the entire Cabal? We have existed since the war in heaven and possess means and powers bay. Blah blah, a gaggle of washed-up has-beens, how dare you question what I am? The raven placed his wings on his hips. Fire, kill them. Alpheus did not question the raven's command. He clenched his fist abruptly, and the energy being imprisoned within the spatial barrier was crushed by the rapidly contracting cube. Detected 100% probability of target resurrection. Target determined to be immortal. Initiating special obliteration protocol. Erasing all spatiotemporal information retained by target. Spatiotemporal information erasure, 1%, 13%, 35%, 65%, 85%, 99%, 100%. Spatiotemporal information erased, redetecting target resurrection probability. Resurrection probability reduced to 45%. Initiating conceptual definition program. Defining target resurrection probability as 0. Along with the system prompts, Alpheus suddenly felt his strength being drained. The Alpheus engine drew rapidly upon his power. These creatures are remarkably difficult to kill, Alpheus thought grimly. The other Alpha Legion warriors opened fire. Antimatter rounds detonated before Gelato. His instinctively raised psychic shield blocked some projectiles, while his innate precognitive abilities allowed him to evade the others. He dodged the Alpha Legion's assault. The other Cabal members were not so fortunate. Rounds struck their bodies, tearing through armor and ripping their forms apart like rotted sacks. The battle ended swiftly. Gelato attempted to flee, but was subdued with lightning speed by Alpheus and pinned to the ground. The Raven stepped upon his head. "Your master is already dead. How dare you still boast before me? How dare you scheme behind my back? That Segorach must give me an explanation. Is this how he treats his allies?" Gelato's face paled. He had always served the Cabal and knew little of the movements of the Laughing God, Segorach, and his other compatriots. How had they formed an alliance with the Imperium? When did it even happen? The Raven gave him no opportunity to inquire, directly ordering his imprisonment within a specially constructed cage, prepared for transport back to Terra. As soon as he emerged, Alpheus received reports from the fleet in orbit. They had detected a massive Cabal vessel. It had been concealed using dimensional technology, undetected by Imperial sensor arrays. For reasons unknown, it had suddenly manifested in real space and was immediately locked onto. The Cabal ship was enormous, its surface smooth and gleaming with gold and brass. Its appearance was peculiar, like a budding flower displaying fringed petals to the void. Or perhaps twisted, grotesque thorns contorting at impossible angles. Ordinary individuals who gazed upon it for too long felt their neural pathways intertwine, their vision filled with overlapping hallucinations. Eventually, the fleet commander ordered all crew to refrain from directly observing the Cabal vessel. This is a higher dimensional construct. What we perceive is merely its projection upon the three-dimensional plane. Ordinary human cognition cannot process such complex multidimensional imagery, which causes distress. The accompanying Mechanicum magos, after performing calculations, analyzed the detailed specifications of the Cabal ship. The fleet commander connected to Alpheus's communication channel, requesting permission to destroy it. "Mr. Raven," Alpheus looked to the avian, "your counsel." "Not yet," the Raven shook his head. "Your brother is inside." "My brother who, Sanguinius or Horus?" Alpheus's heart sank. If they discovered he had been in contact with Cabal members, would his reputation not be utterly ruined? "Conrad," the Raven said. "Also, stop with these pointless worries. You are a Primarch. Why are you having a panic attack all the time like a girl in love? Just trust Uncle Raven." "You can always trust the Raven." "Conrad's situation is worse than yours. Bringing him here serves two things: dealing with the Cabal members and letting him communicate with you." The Cabal possessed numerous technologies inherited from the old ones. Therefore, members who joined the Cabal were essentially immortal. Even if slain, they would resurrect. In the past, their immortal constitution had been their greatest advantage. But falling into the night, Lord's custody proved unfortunate indeed. As an entity capable of breaking even the Flayer, Conrad's methods of interrogation were sufficient to shatter any soul that claimed resilience. When the Night Lords escorted the Cabal members down from the ship, they were utterly broken. No matter what the Imperial interrogators asked, they answered without hesitation, their only condition being distance from Conrad Kurz. After the Cabal members were secured in containment, the Raven dismissed all others, leaving only Alpheus, Omgan, and Conrad. When Omgan removed his helmet, revealing features identical to Alpheus's, Conrad was surprised. "How can there be two 20ths? Are you creating clones, Alpheus? This is something Father would absolutely forbid." I am not a clone, Omgan said. Alpharius and I are twins. My name is Omgan. When the Chaos Gods stole us from Father's laboratory, Alpharius fell back to Terra, while I fell upon an unnamed world. What is this? Did Father create 2/20ths? Conrad looked to the Raven. The matter is complex. I am still organizing the information. The Raven accessed certain cosmic data, beginning from when the Primarchs were stolen. The big guy did not create 2/20ths. Rather, the 20th split into two. The essence of the 20th is akin to a hydra. Sever one head, and two shall emerge. When the 20th entered the warp, he suffered an incident. His entire gestation pod was destroyed by warp turbulence, but his warp essence was not destroyed, which is why 2/20ths manifested. So you mean Omgan and I are both the 20th, or rather, each a portion of the 20th? Alpharius asked. The Raven nodded. Precisely. The two of you combined constitute the true 20th. These words lifted a tremendous burden from both Alpharius and Omgan. Since their encounter, they had harbored fears, dreading that one of them was a chaos plot. They were in constant fear that the Emperor would believe the enemy had corrupted them. Chapter 196, of Primarchs and Potato Chips. He was afraid that he was the fake one. You two shouldn't celebrate too soon. The Raven looked at Alpharius and Omgan. Now, we need to discuss the matter of concealing information and failing to report it. Hiding things from the big guy is one thing, but how dare you hide it from me? Hearing the Raven's words, both Alpharius and Omgan showed expressions of shame. We were deeply concerned, Alpharius explained. Father always spoke of 20 Primarchs, and given our circumstances, Omgan and I believed that either Father was lying or one of us was false. We feared that once revealed, the entire 20th Legion would be viewed as a prime example of chaos corruption and utterly purged by Father. Everyone understands Father's nature. He is the master of mankind, he loves humanity, but he is also a warlord. I know what Father originally planned for the Thunder Warriors. Had you, Master Raven, not appeared, the Thunder Warriors would never have received an honorable death on Luna. The custodians would have simply eliminated them. The Raven's gaze toward Alpharius and Omgan had been stern, but after hearing Alpharius's explanation, he sighed. Then why didn't you tell me? Did you really think I wouldn't help you? Alpharius lowered his head. I didn't dare take that gamble, Mr. Raven. You are one of the supreme rulers of the Imperium, a time traveler with infinite power. Astartes are demigods to ordinary humans, immortal angels of war. But I know that to you, Astartes are nothing. As long as you and Father are willing, you could create a new 20th Legion at any time. But for us, the 20th Legion is everything. Our sons cannot leave me, and I cannot abandon them. I cannot allow the 20th Legion to become a thing of the past, a footnote in the annals of annihilated history. You make me very sad. The Raven's expression turned sorrowful. I will not abandon you, not any one of you. That is why I watch over you constantly, to prevent you from straying down darker paths. What if, one day, the existence of the Alpha Legion poses a grave threat to human civilization? Alpharius asked. Then you would still have to be eliminated. The Raven set aside his sorrow and spoke with cold seriousness. The sudden shift in tone left Conrad, Alpharius, who had been expecting the Raven to say he wouldn't, and Omgan completely thrown. The script wasn't supposed to go like this. Shouldn't he have firmly declared something like, I will never abandon you? I know my answer disappoints you, but for the sake of human civilization, we are all expendable pieces. The Raven regarded the three Primarchs. Every soldier of the Imperium, Astartes, Primarchs, custodians, including me and the big guy, can be sacrificed. In this grand game, if we lack the courage to view ourselves as expendable, we will never achieve victory. But I can promise you this, unless we are pushed to absolute desperation, we will never abandon you. And if the decision to abandon you must be made, you will certainly be informed beforehand. The three Primarchs looked at the Raven, all falling silent. I could choose to deceive you, but that would be meaningless. Lies breed confusion, confusion breeds unease, and unease breeds betrayal. The Raven's voice was calm, his words measured. You possess power, which means you are destined to walk a difficult path, perhaps misunderstood, questioned, or even slandered by those who do not comprehend your purpose. If you feel you cannot accept this burden, you may choose to withdraw now. I, as a supreme ruler of the Imperium, guarantee that you will never be purged. Your legions will not be disbanded, they will simply return to a state without a Primarch. There is only one condition. You must relinquish the power you possess to prevent irreparable harm to the Imperium in the future. The raven flapped his wings, stirring the air, his gaze fixed upon the three Primarchs. I have said enough. You don't need to listen to my rambling any longer. All that remains is my question: will you leave me? Alpheus and Omgan exchanged glances, instantly understanding each other's thoughts. We will not leave, Master Raven. Conrad shrugged. This matter had nothing to do with me in the first place, and from the moment I gained self-awareness, I was very clear about my identity as a tool of the Imperium. The Raven said, "Don't try to hide anything from me again, Alpheus. Conrad, you too. You're already suffering headaches from the visions. You continue down this path, you'll likely go mad." Visions? Are they visions of the future? Alpheus looked at Conrad with sudden interest. Is it still that dark? Conrad nodded gravely. What's my ending in your visions? Alpheus asked curiously. Conrad was silent for a moment before slowly speaking. There are many endings. There's a good one, where you create an organization called Hydra, dedicated to spreading the Imperium's faith and truth throughout the multiverse, controlling one universe after another. And the bad ending is being killed by some powerful creature in a remote universe, your armor shattered and your body incomplete. Alpheus said, "The bad ending is quite grim, but the name Hydra is excellent. When I visited the Marvel universe, I heard that there was a similar organization there. Perhaps I'll take control of it in the future. At that time, I'll trick Captain America into joining," the Raven thought, mentally planning out the members of the Hydra organization for Alpheus. Just imagining Captain America shouting, "Hail Hydra," gave him an unexpected thrill. It was classic after all. By the way, how is the Marvel universe doing now? Have the Avengers thwarted the multi-pronged offensive launched by the multiversalists, or has the war escalated? It doesn't matter if the war expands. Perhaps they could even cooperate with the One Above All to let the Imperium rule the Marvel universe and open a new chapter. Let this incident serve as a warning. If it happens again, I'll drag you back to Terra to squat in the dark cells. Remember to discuss anything with me immediately, even if you tear a hole in the high heavens themselves. I need to know so I can help you patch it up in time. The Raven's warning made the three Primarchs nod vigorously, their heads bobbing like pecking chickens as they repeatedly promised it would never happen again. The Astartes warriors standing at a distance occasionally glanced over. In the entire Imperium, only Mr. Raven could scold a Primarch like a wayward child. After dealing with the Cabal, the Raven prepared to leave. "Please accept these gifts, Master Raven." Alpheus gestured, and legionaries brought forward crates filled with exotic snacks, new flavored potato chips, and artisan ketchup varieties the Alpha Legion had collected during their travels. "Alpheus, are you attempting to bribe your superior officer?" The Raven looked at the mountain of new flavored potato chips and ketchup, and that one sentence made Alpheus and Omgan's hearts leap to their throats. "I have to say, you're a good judge of character. Keep up the good work next time." Taking the Alpha Legion's acquisitions from this period, the Raven sent Conrad back to his legion. He also sent the Cabal members to the Night Lord's flagship, telling Conrad to entertain them well before sending them to Terra for proper interrogation. After resolving these matters, the Raven went to check on Angron. Negotiations between the Imperium and the Demiurge were still ongoing, with both sides repeatedly debating rights and obligations, but progress was being made. In due time, the Demiurge would become part of the Imperium. Raven did not reveal himself to Angron. After confirming that the peace talks were progressing well, he set off to return to Terra. "Mr. Raven. Mr. Raven." Upon his return, the Raven encountered the shipgirl group touring the Terran palace. The magnificent palace left them in awe. The human civilization of the Azur Lane universe was also an interstellar civilization, but it had far fewer wonders than the human Imperium. and it had never constructed such a grand and imposing palace. "Hello, lovelies." The raven, seizing his chance, rubbed his feathered head against each of them with shameless affection. "Raven, you old pervert," a voice sounded in his mind. A curvaceous woman, enveloped in golden light, walked past the shipgirls and approached the raven. She had a halo behind her head, like a goddess from the shipgirl world. Emperor's grand design. The raven recognized the shipgirl's identity at a glance. Wasn't she the big guy's flagship? As the big guy sat on the golden throne and grew more powerful, she had also received an upgrade, becoming stronger than ordinary Astartes and custodians. The raven suspected she could now fight Valdor to a standstill. "Where have you been? I haven't seen you for days." Emperor's grand design reached out and took the raven from Tehu's reluctant shoulder, placing him on her own. "Show some respect, I am a ruler of the Imperium." The raven raised his head indignantly. Emperor's grand design pouted, her thoughts echoing in his mind. Perverted bird. The raven felt annoyed, wanting to give her a beating. This one definitely inherited the big guy's sharp tongue. Before he could complain, the raven spotted two new shipgirls. One wore yellow armor, was curvaceous, and looked somewhat shy and timid. The other wore iron-gray armor and also had an excellent figure, but her gaze was very aggressive, looking like she wanted to hit everyone with a club. Eternal Crusader, Iron Blood. The raven accessed the information on the two new shipgirls, somewhat surprised. Good heavens, are they planning to turn the entire Gloriana-class fleet into shipgirls? With the approval of Lord Perturabo and Lord Malcador, there is a plan to grant sentience to second generation and above warships of the Imperium. Eternal Crusader and Iron Blood both meet this requirement, so wisdom cubes have been implanted in them. Not only warships, but they also plan to conduct in-depth analysis and modification of the wisdom cube, integrating technology from other universes, to grant intelligence and further the fusion of machinery and humanity. Emperor's grand design explained Perturabo and Malcador's plan. Perhaps witnessing the loyalty of ship incarnations to humanity in the Azur Lane universe had given them new ideas. The raven shrugged, whatever they like. He had a feeling the Imperium's aesthetic was about to collapse soon. Soon enough, a group of Astartes would be charging forward, shouting for the Emperor, for the Imperium, followed by a group of shipgirls and mechagirls firing away with pew pew pew. Maybe there will also be gun girls, vehicle girls, tank girls, who knows, maybe even Nico girls. Hehe, not bad, not bad. Just thinking about it felt surreal. Bidding farewell to the touring shipgirl group, Raven went to find the Emperor. He was still conducting experiments, preparing to perfect the Golden Throne further, and also planning to establish a warp local area network exclusively for humanity. It was equivalent to the Orcs WAGH field. Previously, the results of reverse engineering the Orcs WAGH. The field had been scarce, but now, with the support of the Laughing God, Sagorach, the Emperor had uncovered some secrets of the Old One's creations, learning the mechanisms of the WAGH field. Coupled with the technology acquired earlier in the Marvel Universe and Ultraman Universe, he was ambitious enough to create a local area network to circumvent Chaos's influence. This approach was equivalent to building a divine realm within the warp, which would undoubtedly lead to attacks from numerous warp entities, resulting in another brutal conflict. After finishing his experiments, the Emperor asked the Raven about the progress of negotiations between Angron and the Demiurge, then immersed himself in his work again. Most of the Imperium's political affairs fell on Malcador's shoulders. Malcador had tried to get the Raven to share the workload. "Sorry, I'm not suited for this," Raven flatly refused. When he first formed the Bureau of Celestial Management, he was only responsible for recruiting a few people, and he already found it troublesome. Now they wanted him to handle political affairs. Forget it. Let Malcador suffer first, I'll enjoy the benefits. As time passed, most of the galaxy fell under Imperial control. Rogue traders began attempting to explore other galaxies. The task of collecting the Black Library keys had been assigned to Lion L. Johnson. Cooperation between the Imperium and the Azur Lane universe deepened further. In addition to supporting various advanced technologies, they also provided substantial resources. Of course, these came at a price. The Imperium's reputation quickly spread throughout human society in Azur Lane. Envoys began entering the command center, intervening in the war between the shipgirls and the sirens. With the Imperium's expansion, lost Primarchs were also found one by one and sent back to Terra. Chapter 197, Magnus meets Emperor and Emperor. Magnus was the first to be summoned to Terra. He had come of age on Prospero, a world where he had cultivated psychic abilities second only to the Emperor and Malcador themselves. Now, as the ship's bell tolled, signaling their arrival at the heart of the Imperium, Magnus felt anticipation stir within him. The viewport's blast shield rose with a mechanical hiss. What Magnus saw left him breathless. The solar system spread before him, a testament to human mastery over the cosmos. Magnificent orbital structures crowned every strategic point, their purpose as much symbolic as functional. Yet even these marvels paled before what awaited at Terra itself. Perturabo's wrath hung completed in the void, and Magnus could only stare. The testing of this stellar-scale weapon defied comprehension. Even with all his psychic prowess, Magnus understood in that moment how formidable the human empire had become. The construct dwarfed imagination. Stars themselves served merely as ornamental fixtures upon this great scepter of annihilation. As the weapon activated, Magnus watched an entire sun's energy drain away, siphoned through incomprehensible mechanisms. The stolen power transformed into pure force, flowing with ethereal luminescence through channels built on a cosmic scale. Streams of multicolored light surged through the megastructure. Countless arrays and matrices blazed to life in sequence. Spacetime twisted, warping until a transluminal corridor tore open in reality's fabric. Then the scepter's tip began to glow. A lance of stellar fury erupted forth, bridging tens of thousands of light years in an instant to strike an uninhabited world. The beam pierced the planetary crust, drilling into the core and triggering a cataclysmic detonation. The explosion ripped through the mantle and the surface alike, shattering continental plates before consuming the entire planet. In seconds, a world ceased to exist. Magnus felt something shrivel within him, the quiet arrogance that had taken root during his years on Prospero, nurtured by his unmatched psychic talents. It withered now, exposed as the delusion it had always been. Against such devastating ordnance, deployed across impossible distances, what use was sorcery? An enemy would be annihilated before they even knew death approached. His psychic might meant nothing in the face of such power. After witnessing Perturabo's wrath, Magnus was escorted to the Imperial Palace for his first meeting with the Emperor. Terra's architecture sprawled in layered magnificence, seemingly without end. Accompanied by the Legio Custodes, Magnus passed through a grand archway and emerged into an open-air plaza that stole his breath anew. Pilgrims thronged the thoroughfares in such numbers that passage became nearly impossible. Surrounding the plaza stood walls of stained glass, each rising several kilometers high and depicting the portraits of significant figures in brilliant, painted light. At the very center stood the Emperor. A radiant halo crowned his form, and perched upon his shoulder sat the other ruler of the Imperium, Raven, whose name was spoken with reverence throughout the realm. Below them, arranged in order of precedence, stood the Primarchs. Lion El'Jonson, proud as any knight of legend, standing victorious amid mountains of the slain. Lemon Russ driving his wolf packs forward, their howls echoing among the stars. Horus, magnificent in bearing, cradled a captured star in his mighty hand. A warhawk mounted on a winged white steed, blade held high in dominion over the heavens. Vulcan, lord of the salamanders, wielding a forge hammer of impossible size, with an entire world serving as his anvil below. 3 other panels remained blank, awaiting their subjects. Magnus understood that one belonged to him. Like these legendary figures, he too was a son of the master of mankind, destined for greatness from the moment of his creation. The party did not linger among the pilgrims. They continued through Terra's architectural wonders, traversing the triumphal avenue with its heroic statuary before arriving at the towering gates of the Imperial Palace itself. They abandoned their transport and continued on foot, passing through opulent corridors and magnificent halls until they reached the throne room, where the emperor held court. After a final security inspection, Magnus walked through the slowly parting doors and entered. The throne room exceeded all imagination. Intricate mechanical systems interwove with arcane runes to form a machine of staggering complexity. Even after mastering every grimoire and text Prospero possessed, Magnus could not comprehend the principles at work. Technology and mysticism existed here in perfect harmony, producing a resonance that channeled immeasurable power into the pulsating core at the chamber's heart. A custodian gestured for Magnus to ascend the high platform, climbing the steps to the summit where the emperor waited. This privilege belonged to the Primarchs alone. Lesser mortals could approach only the platform's base. The closer Magnus drew to the golden throne, the more keenly he felt its power. Immense forces rippled outward from the throne like a stone cast into still waters, spreading in waves that touched all of Terra and beyond. Step by reverent step, Magnus ascended until he stood before the father he had yearned to meet. Everything he had witnessed spoke of the Imperium's might, power sufficient to obliterate worlds across countless light years, to grant ordinary mortals abilities approaching divinity. And all of it had been forged by the master of mankind, his creator, his father. The emperor sat upon the golden throne, making fine adjustments to the webway's construction. Raven lay sprawled like a sunbathing cat across a custodian's shoulder, while another guard dutifully held out French fries for him to eat. When a fry appeared, Raven opened his beak, then resumed his lounging. "This one's laziness knows no bounds," Valdo muttered, his mouth twitching. Rogel, Dorn, and Segorach, the laughing god, recently returned from the Azur Lane expedition, stood nearby, assisting with the webway's calibration. When Magnus reached the platform summit, Raven stirred from his repose. "Little Magnus has returned to the Imperium. This calls for celebration. The webway's master has found his heir." "Master Raven," Magnus inclined his head respectfully. Before departing Prospero, he had learned of the Imperium's other ruler, his father's most trusted companion, the Great Raven. It was also due to Master Raven's influence that the Imperium's specialty flavored fries commanded such astronomical prices. Rumors suggested a single new variety could trade for the wealth of an entire sector. There was even a popular saying that illustrated the relationship. The great emperor could lose all else, but never Master Raven. The emperor opened his eyes slowly, and brilliant flames of golden light spilled forth, making direct observation impossible. When he rose from the throne, the fire receded, though his radiance remained bright as a captured sun, merely no longer blinding. "Magnus." His voice carried absolute authority, and Magnus found his head bowing instinctively. "I am pleased by your return. You possess remarkable psychic talent and will serve ably as master of Webway. But first, you must undergo sufficient tempering to ensure your worthiness for this responsibility." Raven covered his small head with one wing, utterly exasperated. The communication between father and son left him speechless. It also made him understand why, in the original timeline, Magnus had been so easily manipulated by Tzeentch, setting out as a loyalist only to become one of history's most tragic traitors. Magnus was arrogant, disdainful, and self-assured, second only to his golden father in sheer hubris. His temperament combined the emperor's stubbornness with Perturabo's bullheadedness. Meanwhile, the emperor spoke either too bluntly or too cryptically, leaving his sons to interpret his intent. The two played guessing games with each other's meaning, and then Tzeentch stepped in to help translate, twisting every message until their relationship shattered completely. In the predetermined timeline of the Horus Heresy, Magnus had started as loyal. He'd projected himself psionically to Davin, attempting to thwart Erebus's corruption of Horus. After failing, he'd immediately tried to warn the emperor about his dutiful son through psychic means. The emperor had erected psychic barriers around the nascent webway for protection. Magnus, in his arrogance, had relentlessly assaulted these barriers. Unable to breach them alone, he'd borrowed power from the chaos gods themselves, tearing open the breach known as Magnus's Folly. Through it, legions of demons had poured into the webway, igniting the catastrophic webway war that decimated the Legio Custodes and the Loyal Mechanicum, leaving the Emperor weakened and vulnerable. Realizing the magnitude of his error, Magnus had retreated into seclusion. When Russ arrived to bring him to account, Magnus had ordered no resistance, allowing the space wolves to slaughter his sons. Then chaos had interfered again with deliberate miscommunication, transforming a retrieval into a massacre that left Prospero in ashes. Afterward, Magnus had turned to chaos entirely. Stubborn man, stubborn fate, Raven thought. He needed to intervene personally to teach young Magnus that there were always greater powers, vaster mysteries. The myriad cosmos contained wonders and terrors beyond counting, and arrogance was a luxury that invited disaster. How about sending Magnus to a mystical universe for his tempering? Raven suggested. The Lord of the Rings world, perhaps. Mystical universe, Lord of the Rings. Magnus looked confused. What do you believe exists beyond our universe, young Magnus? Raven asked. The void, naturally, eternal nothingness. Magnus spoke with certainty. There is nothing there. You are half correct. Beyond our universe does lie the void, but it is far from nothing. Strange entities wander that emptiness, and other universes exist within it. Some are vast, comprising multiple grand cosmoses. Others are small, no larger than a few galaxies. The Lord of the Rings universe is one such grand cosmos. It was shaped by Eru Illivatar, and countless stars drift through its void, home to innumerable races. They developed a unique power system, known as the Rings of Power. Through these artifacts, native beings can harness universal forces, reshape reality's rules, and open gateways between worlds. The most potent of these is called the One Ring, powerful beyond measure, capable not only of commanding lesser rings, but of usurping the Creator's own authority. That sounds fascinating. Magnus's expression shifted, hunger flickering in his eye. That's not even the strangest example, Raven continued with a shrug. The Discworld universe defies belief entirely. In its void, enormous turtles swim through space, and upon their shells stand 4 colossal elephants bearing disc-shaped worlds on their backs. The beings inhabiting those worlds command equally peculiar magics and lore. Are these inventions of yours? Magnus asked, curiosity warring with skepticism. They sound too fantastical. How could universes exist on the backs of turtles and elephants? In the vastness of the infinite cosmos, nothing is too strange to exist, Raven said with obvious amusement. You are currently a frog at the bottom of a well, unaware of how boundless the world beyond truly is. Chapter 198, Expedition to Transformers Universe. Magnus felt a spark of indignation at being called a frog in a well. I'm a frog in a well. What else would you call it? You've only just emerged from Prospero. No matter how much you've learned, it remains the knowledge of a single planet. How could you have witnessed the profound mysteries contained within the vast cosmos? Raven replied. Though I was confined to Prospero, my soul escaped my flesh long ago, Magnus countered. I soared through the highest heavens, reading the echoes left by countless civilizations in the warp, drawing knowledge from their remnants. Eloquence means nothing without practice. Words are cheap. Action is what matters. Go to another universe, child, Raven suggested, seizing the opportunity. Once you set foot in a foreign cosmos, you'll understand just how differently reality can be structured. I confess, I'm curious to see what surprises it might offer, Magnus admitted. Raven moved quickly, though in truth, he delegated most of the actual work to Valdor. No wonder bosses enjoy their positions, Raven muttered, watching Valdor return with his report only to be immediately dispatched back to the Bureau of Celestial Management. Who wouldn't enjoy ordering people around? After weighing the interests of the human empire, its military strength, and numerous other factors, the high-ranking officials of the Bureau of Celestial Management, led by Call, selected a universe that would both broaden Magnus's perspective and deliver substantial benefits to the Imperium. The Transformers universe. They swiftly formulated a comprehensive campaign plan and submitted it to the Terra Council for evaluation by the High Lords. The Great Crusade to unify the galaxy was approaching its conclusion. Most worlds had already fallen under Imperial control, and the Primarch's conquest objectives neared completion. To sustain expansion, the Imperium faced two options: dispatch the Primarchs to other galaxies or send them to other universes entirely. In practical terms, traveling to distant galaxies, often hundreds of thousands of light years away, consumed more time than reaching alternate universes. With the mist space controlled by Raven serving as a foundation, the constructed interuniversal corridors could bridge the gap to another cosmos in mere days. The journey proved more convenient and expedient than intergalactic travel within their own reality. While the conquest of their native galaxy would certainly continue, there was no need to commit all military assets to that single theater. Better to venture into other universes to secure resources and acquire novel technologies. Under the same cosmic framework, regions beyond their galaxy likely mirrored conditions within it. Even if unique technologies existed elsewhere, they would at most reach the sophistication of the Necrons during the war in heaven, already the pinnacle of what material science could achieve in this reality. The current Imperium of Man utilized technologies from other universes to transcend the limitations of their native cosmos, forging entirely new paths of development. After careful deliberation, the Emperor, Malkador, and other imperial authorities approved the war plan submitted by the Bureau of Celestial Management. The objective: launch a sustained campaign against the Transformers universe, gradually claiming its territories while plundering its technology and resources. The timing proved fortuitous. Primus, the grand cosmic consciousness of the Transformers universe, had been betrayed by his own twin, the Chaosbringer Unicron. Weakened and losing cohesion, Primus actively sought aid. Therefore, when the Imperial Expeditionary Force entered his domain, they would face no resistance from the universal will itself. Indeed, they would receive its blessing, making their operations significantly more effective. After extensive consultation, the Emperor, Raven, Malkador, Valdor, and other luminaries of the Imperium selected Robout Guilliman and Sanguinius as the vanguard commanders for this cross-universal expedition. Deployment orders were issued swiftly. Guilliman and Sanguinius received the news with some bewilderment, but dutifully withdrew from the Great Crusade and set course for Terra. Assembly proceeded with remarkable speed. The Golden Throne's construction had greatly enhanced humanity's mastery over the warp, rendering it calm and stable in most regions, a development that saved considerable time for vessels undertaking warp transit. Shortly after the conscription orders went out, the 9th Legion and 13th Legion arrived at Terra. The 13th Legion's fleet dwarfed the 9th's, with most vessels being second-generation warships. When Sanguinius saw Guilliman's armada, he briefly questioned whether Raven had some bias about Guilliman. Raven was never late in giving all the advanced vessels to the 13th, while leaving none for the 9th. Upon investigation, he learned that most of Guilliman's second-generation warships had been constructed in the 500 worlds under his personal administration. After the fleets entered the orbital dockyards, they replenished ammunition and supplies before proceeding to the pocket dimension, housing the Bureau of Celestial Management. During this interval, the Bureau had been constructing a space-time conduit to the Transformers universe. By the time both legions completed their resupply, the channel stood fully operational. The 9th and 13th legions entered through the aperture opened by the Bureau of Celestial Management, committing themselves to cross-universal warfare. Magnus was dispatched with them. Before departure, Raven specifically instructed Guilliman and Sanguinius to grant Magnus no special consideration, to ensure he experienced firsthand the cruelty and indifference of an alien cosmos. The cross-spacetime conduit churned with ethereal mist. Its walls consisted of an unknown, exotic material, curving through dimensions that human eyes could not perceive, ultimately forming a tunnel capable of piercing the void between realities. Warships pushed through the fog, traversing the immense passage. Their rear propulsion arrays expelled cerulean plasma flames that burned like torches in the gloom, illuminating the dimensional corridor and casting azure hues across the swirling mists. Gilliman stood on the command deck of the Macragge's Glory, gazing through the viewport with solemn intensity. As a Primarch implanted with the Imperium's most advanced gene seed and awakening to his essential nature, he could perceive things hidden from mortal senses. Something lurked beyond the tunnel's boundaries. They shrieked endlessly, battering themselves against the barriers maintained by the Emperor and Raven in frenzied assault. This was a war of silent desperation, enemies that could not be observed, heard, or detected by any human organ. Yet Gilliman knew they existed, waiting for humanity to show the slightest weakness. "Is there something outside the tunnel?" Valthius, one of the Tetrarchs, muttered. "I feel inexplicably uneasy. My heart keeps pounding. This tunnel won't crack, will it?" "That's not remotely amusing, Valthius," Augustus, another high-ranking champion, said irritably. "I'm simply stating the truth. This passage makes me deeply uncomfortable. I keep sensing something terrible hidden out there," Valthius insisted. "There must be something horrifying beyond these walls. I can feel their hunger." "Don't let fear overwhelm your judgment," Icos Lamiad, another of the Tetrarchs, interjected. "This isn't fear, Icos," Valthius protested. "Gentlemen, regarding your concerns, I have an excellent suggestion." Toro Nicodemus, the fourth Tetrarch, interceded before his colleagues' debate could escalate further. The other Legion champions turned toward him, curiosity evident on their faces as they waited to hear Toro's wisdom. Valthius bowed deeply to Toro, as though addressing the Emperor himself. "Then, esteemed Lord Toro, would you be so gracious as to enlighten us fools, who are only fit to bask in your radiance with your supreme wisdom?" "Commendable that you recognize your limitations," Toro grinned, his sharply defined features creasing with mischief. "So what's your suggestion?" Augustus asked bluntly. "It's quite simple." Toro turned and gestured toward the statues of the Emperor and Raven standing on the bridge. "Trust in the great Emperor and Raven." Valthius, Icos, Augustus. Speechlessness settled over the assembled champions. "Am I wrong?" Toro looked at his colleagues and raised an eyebrow, expression deliberately impish. "Oh, you're absolutely right," Augustus growled, lunging forward. Toro had spoken an irrefutable truism, wasting their anticipation entirely. Who possessed the authority to question the Emperor and Raven? The other champions joined in, holding Toro down so he could properly appreciate the iron fist of friendship and learn the price of toying with his brothers. "Enough," Gilliman commanded, halting his subordinate's scuffle. "There are unimaginably powerful entities beyond this tunnel, but with the Emperor and Raven's protection, those beings cannot breach our passage." "What exactly are those things outside?" Augustus asked. Gilliman's expression darkened. "I don't know. Father and Master Raven were deliberately vague, claiming we must grow strong enough to be worthy of knowing such dark truths. Don't dwell on it overmuch. One day we will face those enemies, but not now, only when we've grown sufficiently powerful." The fleet traveled through the cross-spacetime tunnel, where the concept of time lost all meaning. Every timekeeping method proved useless. Each ship's chronometers displayed different readings. On one vessel, clocks indicated they still existed in the third millennium. That ship even received a human transmission claiming to be the first pioneers colonizing space, requesting assistance. Mist coalesced into faces, human, alien, and wholly unknown. They produced strange sounds, calling out crew members' names like siren songs, full of temptation, seeking to mislead unwary souls. Countless images and sounds flickered past, captured briefly by human senses before vanishing. Even the most advanced recording technology could not capture their memories. The fleet journeyed for what felt like an eternity. Gilliman repeatedly established communication with Sanguinius, discussing their perspectives on the coming war and the tunnel's bizarre phenomena. "We've arrived." The navigation director's announcement echoed across the entire fleet. Sirens wailed throughout the decks, and the great bell suspended from the ceiling tolled with profound resonance, shaking the hearts of all who heard it. "Prepare to transition into the target universe. All departments, battle stations." The navigation officer shouted from his elevated platform, his ceremonial visor glowing with eerie green light. Servoskulls hovering around him synchronized with his words, broadcasting them to every corner of the ship. Chapter 199, Arrival. The bell swayed to its apex, hung suspended for a heartbeat, then the clapper struck metal. The second chime rang out across the fleet. "Order the legions to prepare for battle," Gilliman commanded, his voice carrying the absolute authority. His champions acknowledged with solemn nods before departing to marshal the legion's might. Aboard the Red Tears, the situation mirrored that of her sister vessel. Sanguinius issued his own orders, and his warriors moved to comply with practiced efficiency. Dong! The third chime reverberated through every ship in the expeditionary fleet, including the transport vessel where Magnus had been placed. For reasons of preservation, he occupied a position at the fleet's rearmost edge, a positioning that suited him more than he cared to admit. Without the Primarch-exclusive gene engine implanted within his physiology, his capacity for survival remained diminished. If he joined the battle, he would die like any other mortal. A Primarch lacking the gene engine still remained formidable by mortal standards, a demigod walking among lesser beings. But against cosmic-level entities, such advantages meant nothing. He would be crushed as easily as any other oversized target. Someone had been kind enough to explain these realities to him. When he heard it, Magnus was not grateful, he was furious. He believed his brothers looked down upon him. Why should they survive encounters with cosmic horrors while he could not? The implication was intolerable. Even without a gene engine, I surpassed them all. Hearing the chime, Magnus understood the fleet had reached the target universe. Ambition burned hot within his chest. He had waited so long for this opportunity, not for glory, not for conquest, but for vindication. He would prove to his brothers that even without the gene engine, he remained superior in every way that mattered. Transition to real space is imminent. Prepare for protective measures. The warning klaxon sounded throughout the fleet. Red countdowns materialized on every screen and display. Crew members secured themselves with restraint harnesses. Astartes activated their maglocked boots, fixing themselves to the deck plating. Armed ratings returned to their shock frames, while the Mechanicus chanted their litanies of safe passage. Reality screamed as it was cut open. Paradoxical light, colors that should not exist, spilled through the wound. Ship after ship surged through the breach, entering a vast and boundless starfield. The transition was smooth, unnaturally so. It was as if the universe's governing consciousness did not exist, or chose not to interfere with these outsiders. Following their pre-established protocols, the expeditionary fleet deployed Magos-class personnel to begin construction of an anchor device at the translation point, a spacetime gate. The gate served as the Bureau of Celestial Management's primary method of anchoring two universes together, maintaining stable cross-dimensional channels and preventing catastrophic collapse. The Mechanicus arc that accompanied the fleet immediately went to work. Servitors and unmanned machinery stripped resources from nearby asteroid belts, feeding raw materials into the Empire's colossal manufactories. Mining equipment of truly staggering scale was deployed. Entire asteroids were seized by gravity tethers and dragged into processing facilities. Cutting beams dissociated them into manageable fragments. These pieces entered smelting facilities where complex separation equipment extracted individual elements at temperatures that could liquefy adamantium. Within a surprisingly short span, void fortresses began to take shape, forming gigantic celestial constructs, orbital platforms, and continent-sized manufacturing complexes that formed an interconnected defensive network. Each structure bristled with weapon towers, turret arrays, and lance batteries, creating overlapping fields of fire that could obliterate any approaching threat. Shortly thereafter, Perturabo's wrath arrived through the gate. The superweapon, newly completed and fresh from final testing protocols, had been explicitly transported for field trials. It desperately needed a battlefield to prove its devastating potential. The expeditionary outpost neared completion. Meanwhile, intelligence teams reported an unexpected discovery. They had located a star system near the Imperial staging area that contained a planet with a complex biological species. Upon receiving the news, Gilliman and Sanguinius led an investigation team that included Magnus and numerous Mechanicus Magi. They wanted to study this universe's native life. The planet's inhabitants remained primitive, pre-tribal, struggling at the most rudimentary threshold of civilization. What surprised the Primarchs, however, was that particular intelligent creatures on this world could transform. These beings lived ordinarily in bestial forms. When threatened, they shifted into semi-mechanical, semi-biological configurations capable of sophisticated combat. Not all creatures possessed this ability. Just a tiny fraction, merely 100 or so individuals across the entire planet, could manage the transformation. They belonged to different species. They had organized themselves into two factions, locked in perpetual conflict over the planet's unique energy crystals. Several Imperial warships now held position in low orbit. Magnus stood on a bridge observation deck, watching the surface below. He witnessed a leopard transform into a semi-mechanical hunter. It used a bow to engage its enemy at range before closing for brutal melee combat, fists against armor, savage and direct. What a peculiar life form this is, Magnus murmured, genuine fascination momentarily overriding his wounded pride. Mago's Belisarius Call and the other Mechanicus savants studied the planet intensively, analyzing its fundamental physical laws and deriving principles that might govern the more wider universe. They concluded quickly. This universe possessed unique metaphysical laws. Any sufficiently intelligent creature could potentially acquire transformation elements, gaining the ability to shift between organic and mechanical states. Once a species' civilization reached a certain developmental threshold, it unlocked mechanical metamorphosis as naturally as breathing. In essence, the universe's laws themselves gave rise to transformers. Much like magic, cultivation arts, or chakra systems emerged from the fundamental nature of other realities. Fascinating, Gilliman remarked, reviewing the compiled investigation report. I honestly never considered a universe could function in such a manner. Indeed, Sanguinius agreed, his noble features thoughtful. The infinite variety of the multiverse never ceases to amaze me. That mechanical transformation unlocks automatically upon reaching sufficient intelligence, remarkable, almost absurd if you ask me. Magnus remained silent. He recalled his earlier argument with Raven. Fine, he would admit it, if only to himself. He had been a frog at the bottom of a well. The wonders of the multiverse indeed exceeded even his imagination. It's nothing special, Magnus said aloud, forcing his expression into careful neutrality. Otherwise, he would surely become a laughingstock in Imperial history, to be extensively written about by those damned chroniclers. Whenever new students enrolled, he would be criticized as a negative example of narrow-mindedness. It seems we were indeed ignorant, Sanguinius said. Since Magnus is so knowledgeable, he must know the ins and outs of these creatures. Why don't we let you serve as an envoy, go to the surface to investigate the situation and negotiate? A small matter for someone of Magnus's talents, Gilliman added with perfect timing. We'll naturally assign champions from our legions as honor guards for your safety. Magnus gripped his staff tightly, striking the floor heavily with a dull thud. I don't need your protection. I can easily handle it alone. I will prove this to you. He turned and strode from the bridge without another word. Gilliman glanced at Sanguinius. Will he be all right? Yes, of course, Sanguinius replied. His power is immense despite his situation. Unless a cosmic-level entity appears, he'll be safe. Magnus, to prove himself, led the diplomatic mission shortly after leaving the bridge. He would negotiate with the semi-biological, semi-mechanical beings himself. At that moment, the outpost detection arrays registered an anomalous energy signature. A group of powerful mechanical life forms was approaching the fortress. Spacetime Gate Fortress. The Imperial outpost dominated local space. Enormous structures and magnificent warships establishing the Empire's first foothold in the Transformers universe. Elites from the 9th and 13th Legions held garrison duty, alongside Mechanicus Magi and support personnel. Additionally, several ship girls had taken up temporary residence. After touring Terra and the Sol system, they had been scheduled to return to the Azur Lane universe. But hearing about the cross-universe expedition, they'd applied to visit the Transformers universe instead. They wanted to see how it differed from their own reality at home. The detection array scanned the approaching contacts and displayed them via hololithic projection. Small spacecraft approached the Empire's outer fortifications. As they closed, they transformed mid-flight into gigantic mechanical beings. Their maneuverability was exceptional. They dodged automated defensive fire with contemptuous ease, closing rapidly before tearing through the unmanned fortress with devastating efficiency. "Are they ship girls too?" a destroyer-class girl asked, her eyes wide with confusion. "Idiot," Tehu snapped, flicking her sharply on the forehead. "Didn't you read the briefing data? They're called Transformers, not ship girls." "You didn't have to hit me," the smaller girl protested, clutching her head with watering eyes. "Cry and I'll do it again," Tehu threatened, raising her hand once more. Chapter 200, First Impression is Bad Impression. The little destroyer fled behind Friedrich der Grosse, seeking shelter from Tehu's wrath. "Enough," Friedrich said, stepping forward to protect her. "Let's focus on these Transformers and see what makes them special." Richelieu studied the projection closely, watching the mechanical beings focus fire on Imperial fortifications. "Their firepower is stronger than what we had before," she observed. "And they probably don't have commanders, no dimensional spaces or biological signals detected inside them." Sharp observation. The ship girls turned toward the new voice. A group of Astartes in blood-red power armor entered the command center. Among them walked the ship girl version of Red Tears, a beautiful woman with long crimson hair and an aloof bearing. She wore crimson battle armor with various weapon systems floating behind her, and carried a spear glowing with scarlet energy. Richelieu recognized several of the Astartes from previous meetings: Ascalon, commander of the Sanguinary Guard; Raldoron, captain of the First Company; Amit, captain of the Fifth. "You're too kind, Commander Ascalon," Richelieu said, saluting the senior blood angel. "I heard you were an excellent commander in your own universe," Ascalon replied, walking toward the command console. He stood before the floating displays like a god controlling the many worlds before him. Of course, from the view of lower life forms, he was indeed a god. With just one command, those planets and asteroid belts would turn into ruins and ashes under the Empire's bombardment. "Just some insignificant deeds," Richelieu said, joining him at the console. "What's your next move?" Ascalon turned to look at her. "That's a rather obvious question. We counterattack with full force, naturally. The 13th Legion's warriors and their flagship, the Macragge's Honor, have already been sent out. They'll deliver a decisive blow to these natives." Primitive planet. A battle raged across the contested territory. Two groups, Predacons and Maximals, fought viciously over a super-energon mine rich with high-purity ore that could trigger their next evolution. Transformer development happened in different stages. Powerful individuals could transform multiple times, improving their combat power and environmental adaptation with each change. Both group leaders, Megatron of the Predacons and Optimus Primal of the Maximals, had reached the fourth stage. They could transform 3 times, making them the strongest beings on this planet. The super-energon mine before them was the key to their next evolution. Neither would surrender it. "I've had enough of you, you fool," Megatron snarled, his armored form standing before his assembled Predacons. "After today, our feud ends permanently." "Yes, your tyrannical rule ends today," Optimus Primal countered, his own large form equally impressive in its armored state. Neither wasted more time with words. The battle erupted. Predacons transform, Megatron roared. Maximals transform, Optimus Primal bellowed in response. Warriors from both groups transformed in waves. Tarantulas transform. Rhinox transform. Transformation gave them devastating abilities, energy weapons, missile batteries, and flight systems. The two sides crashed into each other in brutal combat, their conflict shaking the land below them. Megatron's dragonhead arm fired a brilliant beam. Optimus Primal dodged, the shot carved through a distant mountain instead, toppling it with a thunderous crash. Optimus Primal fired back with heavy missiles, leveling several hundred meters of terrain in an instant. The battle got worse. Mountains collapsed, rivers changed their paths. Massive craters marked the landscape while debris and dust filled the air. Die, Rhinox! Tarantulas shrieked, his 8 spider leg appendages transforming into rapid-fire weapons that hammered the Maximal's position. Rhinox hid behind a large rock. Within seconds, the rock was destroyed, but he'd bought enough time to launch a grenade at his attacker. Boom! The explosion sent tarantulas flying. Gah! He crawled out of the dusty rubble. As he prepared to fight back, a strange humming filled the sky. He looked up. A transport ship with a golden double-headed eagle descended from high above, its hull protected by shimmering force fields. Missiles and energy beams hit the shields harmlessly, making only ripples. It landed at the battlefield's center, directly between the warring groups. This planet's energy readings are very high, Call noted from inside the transport, reviewing data on the control panel. Since entering the atmosphere, he'd turned on every instrument available, measuring atmospheric content, energy levels, ecological data, and geological information. A complete planetary assessment was already taking shape. Where did that come from? Waspinator stared at the transport, then glanced at Megatron. Boss, should we blast it? Not yet, Megatron said. We don't know which side they're on. If we attack too soon, we'll push them toward the Maximals. On the other side, Optimus Primal similarly held back his warrior's aggressive instincts. High-pressure gas hissed, the hatch opened. A tall figure descended, wrapped in bright flames, revealing himself to both groups. A crimson and gold giant, warrior and scholar combined. He wore fancy golden armor carved with eagles and marked with strange runes. A crown with curved horns sat on his head. One hand held a scepter, the other a massive book pulsing with mysterious power. Magnus had arrived. His arrival on the Maximal Predacan battlefield was like a thunderbolt. The loud combat fell into uneasy silence. Who are you? Optimus Primal stepped past Cheater and Rat Trap, approaching the giant. Are you with the Predacans? Megatron likewise advanced past his subordinates, flanking Magnus from the other side. Magnus struck the ground with his scepter, a declaration of authority that echoed through the earth itself. I represent the Imperium of Man. The Imperium? Optimus Primal looked confused. What Imperium? The Imperium is the great empire created by my father, Magnus said with an arrogant expression, dedicated to unifying the powers of the infinite cosmos. I have come here to announce that this planet will also become one of the Empire's territories. This is our home, Megatron said flatly. It is your home, but it will also become the territory of the Empire. There is no conflict in that, Magnus explained. Joining the Empire is a good thing for you. I don't think good things are forced into my hands by others, Optimus Primal said. You come here and say this is the Empire's territory. That's too overbearing. The conflict between the Maximals and Predacans was intense, but facing the threat from the Empire, they uncharacteristically reached a consensus, temporarily uniting against the outside. Are you questioning me? Magnus said sternly, involuntarily gripping his scepter tighter. Are you intending to resist the Empire? We have no intention of being your enemies, but this is our home, and we don't need a master riding on our heads. Optimus Primal raised his weapon. The Maximal warriors behind him also raised their weapons one after another. The Predacans also raised their weapons. Terrifying psychic power surged from Magnus's body. How dare these damn guys? Why, after he declared the name of the Empire, did they not bow down in submission? This was an insult to his great wisdom. It was necessary to show them his power. To let them know that the Lord of Prospero was in existence, they could never offend. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. If you are unwilling to submit, then welcome destruction. Magnus roared, and a terrifying psychic fire erupted from the scepter in his hand, sweeping forth. Counterattack, Optimus Primal shouted, missiles shooting from his back, heading straight for Magnus. The other Maximals and Predacans also attacked. At this moment, the sky was suddenly lit up. 2 bright beams of light descended from the sky, striking the ground and creating vast ripples of light waves. Guilliman and Sanguinius emerged from the beams with their guards. Time stood still with their arrival. They initially didn't want to interfere, but Magnus's actions made a simple matter turn into a bad situation. Guilliman and Sanguinius activated the gene engine within their bodies, locking down the surrounding spacetime, bringing everything to a halt. They then moved to erase all the destructive attacks released by both sides. After everything was handled, and they confirmed that no one would die from this infighting, the two Primarchs reactivated time. A battle was stopped before it could happen. The power displayed by Guilliman and Sanguinius made the warriors of both the Predacons and Maximals groups deeply feel what despair was. Chapter 201, Raven, Who Said It's Yours? We come in peace. Guilliman communicated the message to Megatron and Optimus Primal, leaders of the warring factions. Sanguinius turned his gaze upon Magnus, disappointment clear in his features. We tasked you with negotiation, brother, not provocation. The outcome remains unchanged regardless of method, Magnus replied, his tone clipped. They will submit to the Imperium. Magnus's expression darkened with barely contained anger. The humiliation burned through him. He was certain his brothers had orchestrated this spectacle deliberately. They had observed from orbit, watching the situation spiral beyond his control, descending only when his failure was assured. All to make him appear the fool. The outcome is far from ideal, Sanguinius countered, shaking his head. A world conquered through war, its population seething with hatred, demands far greater resources to govern than one brought into compliance through diplomacy. You entrusted this matter to me, Magnus said, irritation bleeding into his words. Why interfere now? Do you question my capabilities? We question no aspect of your ability, Magnus. We seek only to prevent unnecessary bloodshed. Sanguinius's tone remained measured, though firmness underlay his words. But you must temper your approach. The galaxy is vast beyond comprehension. We must maintain humility before it. I require no lectures from you. Magnus turned sharply and strode toward the transport shuttle. Sanguinius watched in silence as the shuttle's engines roared to life, carrying his crimson-skinned brother from the planet's surface back to the warships waiting in low orbit. Guilliman's subsequent negotiations with the faction leaders proceeded with remarkable efficiency. I shall present an offer you cannot refuse, the Lord of Ultramar stated simply. The only price demanded is your loyalty. Terra, Imperial Palace. Within the Imperial Laboratory, the Emperor labored over his latest work, refining minor imperfections in the Golden Throne's architecture and strengthening his dominion over the warp. The Imperium's influence had spread to every corner of the galaxy now. Even the most isolated worlds found themselves touched by its currents. The Psionic Academy had begun systematic instruction of newly awakened psychers, teaching them to interface with the warp safely. The curriculum guided students in harnessing their talents, drawing upon the Empyrean's power while maintaining safeguards against chaos corruption and the predations of warp entities. Raven lounged upon a miniature throne upholstered in soft fleece, the entire seat borne aloft by a custodian. Several other golden-armored warriors attended him. One held a container of fried potatoes, another bore ketchup, and a third weighted with clean towels. Whenever Raven opened his mouth, a custodian would deliver a perfectly sauced fry. Once consumed, another would fastidiously wipe his beak. Valdo's eye twitched at the display. This damned corvid had truly perfected the art of self-indulgence. The Imperium's finest warriors, the 10,000 themselves, were reduced to serving as this creature's attendants. Raven remained blissfully unaware of Valdo's internal commentary. Fortunate for the custodian, or he'd likely find himself reassigned to pawn duty. The Raven consumed his fried potatoes while observing the hololithic display floating before him. It showed real-time imagery from the Transuniversal Expeditionary Force. His connection to the Emperor bound him to this universe. Where the master of mankind remained, so too must he. Remote observation was his only means of monitoring Guilliman and the others, ensuring none of the Primarchs walked paths that might lead to rebellion. Magnus's recent performance prompted a headache. That stubborn fool was undoubtedly sulking. I need to find some method of tempering Magnus's obstinacy, Raven muttered. The display suddenly flickered with interference. A strange metallic visage replaced the expeditionary footage, dominating the screen. An impossibly vast mechanical entity stared back at him, countless mechanical tendrils extending in every direction. Its eyes blazed like twin stars, vast and terrible. The Unicron, the betrayer who had turned upon Primus, creator of the Transformers universe. Unicron wielded infinite power over creation and destruction alike. He existed as a creator god who transcended conventional dimensions and temporal constraints. After Primus had been betrayed and forced into hiding, only he could stand against Unicron's might. Yet Primus lacked the Chaos God's capacity for treachery and cruelty. In their cosmic conflict, Primus had consistently found himself at a disadvantage. Now his whereabouts remained unknown. He had even abandoned his own children, the Transformers of Cybertron, leaving them enslaved by Unicron's pawns, Sentinel Prime and the Quintessence. Currently, Unicron reigned as the supreme power throughout the Transformers multiverse. The entire universe had become his feeding ground. Whenever civilizations developed sufficiently, when races awakened high-level transforming capabilities, they drew Unicron's attention. His agents would harvest those civilizations through any means necessary, treating entire species as mere nutrients to sustain their dark master. They orchestrated despair and destruction with methodical precision. He resembles a metallic Cthulhu, Raven observed, studying the entity, albeit with 2 additional horns. The mechanical tentacles certainly match the scale. Exercise caution, Lord Raven. The custodians reacted instantaneously. Weapons activated, their enhanced physiology tensing beneath golden warplate. Their eyes scanned every shadow, prepared to strike or sacrifice themselves without hesitation. Valdor stepped forward, placing himself between Raven and any potential threat. His complaints meant nothing when measured against duty. Any who sought to harm the Emperor's companion would face his guardian's spear first. The Emperor abandoned his experiments and approached, intent on discerning Unicron's purpose. Segorech, the laughing god, followed in his wake. "You have trespassed into my territory," Unicron's voice scraped like metal grinding against metal. "Do you seek war?" "Your territory?" Raven tilted his head, and a glowing golden question mark materialized above him, physically manifested, hovering in the air. Even Valdor, typically stoic, felt momentarily speechless. At such a moment, this infuriating bird still found time for theatrical pranks, conjuring literal punctuation above his head. "Withdraw your forces, it would be better for all parties." Unicron extended a tentacle, projecting hololithic imagery, a battle raging in the void between Transformers and Astartes' forces. The Blood Angels and Ultramarines had united against Unicron's vanguard. Each Blood Angel bore pure white wings of light upon their backs, gene-crafted modifications that mimicked their Primarch's gifts and enabled void flight. The Transformers possessed formidable power, yet the Astartes, enhanced with 2nd or 3rd-generation gene engines, proved equally capable. They wielded spatial manipulation, superhuman speed and strength, and more. Despite their size disadvantage compared to the Transformers, the Space Marines fought with equivalent ferocity. The 2 forces clashed within a small asteroid belt, their conflict shattering countless rocks. Even continent-sized meteorites fragmented under the shockwaves of their battle. Raven recognized several warriors from the 13th and 9th Legions, all heroes of the Imperium. Amit of the Blood Angels, who had held Terra's walls until the final moment in another timeline. Augustin of the Ultramarines, who had sacrificed himself opening the path to Terra. Toro of the Ultramarines, fallen at Calth. All of them had been tragic heroes in that predetermined future, giving everything in humanity's war against chaos. In this timeline, they remained equally valorous, launching assault after assault against Transformers many times their size. Fallen warriors and destroyed Transformer wreckage drifted together through the void. The fleet spirits, manifested as the Imperial vessels Red Tears and Macragge's Glory, prowled the battlefield's edges, hunting isolated Transformers for experience. Their appearance as humanoid girls surprised every transformer who witnessed them. They hadn't expected that a spacecraft could transform into such forms. The battle remained stalemated, losses mounting on both sides. The Astartes possessed gene engine enhancements and the Emperor's gifts, but the Transformers were far from weak and their numbers were vast. Several stood over 10,000 meters tall, true titans of war. Their equipped artillery boasted staggering calibers, single shots capable of obliterating supercities or sinking continents. Swarms of smaller Transformers surrounded these giants. More critically, the Transformer forces included technomancers who wielded both psychic power and technological sorcery. The conflict raged, with neither side gaining a clear advantage. "This serves as a warning," Unicron reiterated. "Depart from my universe, or you will face the consequences." "Your universe?" Raven's tone carried mock confusion. "Primus created this universe. You betrayed him, yet here you are shamelessly claiming the fruits of his labor. Your audacity is truly impressive." Raven's talent for verbal provocation never disappointed. A few choice words caused Unicron, who had presented himself in a position of superiority, to falter noticeably. Betraying one's creator was hardly an honorable achievement. Having it announced publicly, indeed, created an uncomfortable moment. Chapter 202, You Will Do What? "This universe is mine, not that obsolete relics." "Shameless," Raven shrieked. "You stole everything from your own creator. Have some shame, you shameless." "Shame. Shame. Shame." Unicron's terrifying form trembled with rage. This creature's tongue remains as venomous as ever. Valdor and the Emperor silently approved in their hearts. The Raven Lord served as their perfect mouthpiece. Rhetoric had never been their strength. During the Unification Wars, the Emperor frequently found himself on the brink of a breaking point due to Terra's warlords. Unable to win through words alone, he would simply vaporize his opponent with psychic fire, achieving through raw power what diplomacy could not. After Raven's arrival, this weakness had been remedied. To date, numerous powerful adversaries had been goaded to fury by the Corvid's insults. The most pitiable were those who could neither outargue Raven nor defeat him in combat, leaving them no recourse but miserable annihilation. A venomous tongue means nothing in the infinite expanse, you Corvid. Unicron's tone carried menace. Survival requires strength alone. Either your forces withdraw, or we are in for a total war. "War?" Raven raised his head, fixing the entity with an unblinking stare. "We fear no war, you clanker. Let us fight then. At worst, we'll drag a few universes down with us." Unicron glared at the Corvid. "Good, very good. I trust you'll remain as defiant when my armies sweep through your universe. One day, I will tear that bird head from your neck." With that, Unicron severed the projection, denying Raven any opportunity for rebuttal. Raven stared at the blackened screen for a moment, then forcibly reconnected. "Don't let me catch you, thief, or I'll tear off your head and cast it into Nurgle's cesspit, you coward." Without waiting for Unicron's response, Raven mimicked his opponent and terminated the communication. He also blacklisted the bastard. No communication requests would be accepted, and even forced reconnections would be immediately blocked. The essence of his strategy was pure insolence. If he couldn't hear it, it didn't exist. Somewhere in the dark void of the Transformers universe, a scream of absolute fury echoed through the emptiness. Staring at the dead communication screen, Unicron seethed with rage. "I will kill that bird. I will grind him to particles, pluck every feather from his body, then cast him into a star to burn. Even if he dies, I will resurrect him, only to kill him again." Unicron catalogued countless revenge scenarios in his mind. At this moment, he possessed a single-minded obsession. That bird must die. No matter the cost, that accursed Corvid had to die. Terra Imperium. Raven, meanwhile, felt thoroughly refreshed. Arguing with someone felt magnificent. Absolutely exhilarating. Enraging a creation-level deity is unwise, Sagorach exclaimed. During his time on Terra, the Laughing God had studied the Imperium's intelligence reports on the Transformers universe. He understood Unicron's true nature. His status exceeded Sagorach's own. The Eldari deity was merely one member of a pantheon. Unicron was a creation god of an entire universe. Oh, please, nothing extraordinary about him. That clanker of a creature has a fundamental brain problem, Raven declared, sprawling back onto his miniature throne. The custodians bore him aloft, as he resumed enjoying the luxurious life of being fed by the Golden Warriors. How can you be certain he has a problem? Valdor asked, puzzled. Simple logic. If someone provokes you and prepares to attack, would you waste time on speeches? You'd probably impale them with your spear immediately. Raven rolled his eyes at Valdor. What, you think a creation-level deity has better self-control than you? Valdo remained silent. If you're going to make comparisons, why must you use me as the example? Am I truly that aggressive? It appears we must reinforce the 13th and 9th, the Emperor observed. Unicron would certainly not allow this matter to rest. He would dispatch additional forces to dismantle the Imperium's beachhead, possibly even launching counterattacks. The pressure on the Blood Angels and Ultramarines legions would increase dramatically. More troops would be required to consolidate their defensive lines. At that moment, Malkador arrived with news. Primarch Lion Eljonson I was approaching the solar system. The Lion had successfully completed the Emperor's assignment. He had recovered 2 artifacts, the Plagueheart and the Tuchulcha engine. With assistance from the Watchers of his homeworld, Caliban, he had also secured the Ouroboros. Using these 3 relics, Lion Eljonson had successfully synthesized the harmonic engine, an ancient webway breach device created by the Old Ones, and was bringing it to the solar system for the inspection of the master of mankind. The Lion's efficiency exceeded expectations. He delivered the harmonic engine to the outer solar system's void. This Old One creation had been corrupted during the war in heaven, and it would drive any operator toward the abyss of madness. Therefore, only the Emperor possessed sufficient power to activate it. His psychic might was unparalleled, and chaos could not corrupt him. To access the Black Library left by the Old Ones, the Emperor once more ascended the Golden Throne. He fashioned a projection of himself and dispatched it to the harmonic engine. Under Segorach's guidance, the projection easily activated the ancient device. The harmonic engine was a spherical construct of brass and crystal. Massive gears rotated slowly, overflowing with psychic resonance. Crystal chains drove intricate cogwork, radiating eerie luminescence. The harmonic engine shifted through infinitely complex configurations, while auroras of strange energy danced across its infernal atmosphere. Supernatural power erupted. The planet-sized device released unimaginable radiance, blazing like a newborn star. Something terrible and insane emerged. Mountain-sized eyes and twisted horrors from madmen's nightmares peered into reality, emitting indescribable, piercing shrieks. Thousands of personnel screamed involuntarily upon witnessing those blasphemous visions. The Emperor, enthroned upon the Golden Throne, swiftly suppressed these anomalies. He wielded his power to forcibly stabilize the harmonic engine's function. As the device activated fully, space itself began to distort. A passage filled with mist and dazzling light opened, a direct path to the Black Library. The Imperium would master every secret this universe held. The far side of the galaxy. A demon-hunting team, bearing the Imperial Aquila, traveled by voidship toward their destination. Within the ship's containment cells were various prisoners. Humans, bizarrely shaped xenos, malevolent warp entities, and specialized Empyrean constructs that required permanent sealing. As the voidship exited the Immaterium, in that brief interval when the Gellar field deactivated and energy shields had not yet risen, a terrible presence invaded the vessel. All machinery underwent a grotesque transformation. Countless silver and copper wires manifested, writhing like metallic serpents across walls, ceiling, and deck. Thin metal needles erupted like the spines of some mechanical abomination. The spines blossomed outward like flowers, folding into intricate brass gears that whirred and meshed with perfect precision. The demon hunting team seized their weapons immediately, sweeping the vessel for intruders. They found their target quickly. A creature of iron and molten metal stood upon 2 hooves planted against the deck, eyes burning with flame. "Identify yourself." The team leader gripped his weapon, voice sharp with challenge. The entity spoke in an otherworldly tone. "I am the god of mysteries mechanical. I am the lord of the everlasting forge. I am the Archiphane Vashtor." The demon hunters activated their specialized weaponry. The unique aura of the pariahs spread outward, nullifying warp's influence and forcibly restoring the natural laws of reality. "Demon, what foul scheme drives you? How dare you manifest aboard our vessel?" The captain activated his longsword's power field, watching intently, prepared to strike. "I wish to pledge eternal loyalty to the Imperium." Vashtor's declaration made the battle-ready demon hunters' eyes widen in disbelief. They wondered if they were experiencing some shared hallucination. This warp entity had invaded their ship merely to swear allegiance to the Imperium. What manner of absurdity was this? Vashtor ignored their shock and continued. "Convey me to Terra. I would stand before the master of mankind. I shall swear allegiance to him and offer all that I possess. The only compensation I desire is a single visit to the Black Library." The Black Library was vast beyond comprehension. Its floors and walls were constructed of smooth obsidian. The library consisted of infinite hexagonal chambers extending in every direction, endless, without a terminus. The shelves within each chamber rose to impossible heights, holding countless tomes. The books contained the infinite secrets of the universe's birth and cycles. Chapter 203, Black Library. Any civilization that obtains the Black Library can quickly ascend to become a top-tier power in the universe. When Raven followed the team of Mechanicus sages and Eldar prophets into the Black Library, he recalled a story from his previous life. God descended to Earth and selected a human lord, offering him the chance to ask questions. Some hoped he would ask about nuclear fusion. Others wanted him to inquire how humanity could colonize the stars. Still more wished he would ask how to achieve immortality. That man, despite the objections of others, asked God two questions. What is the meaning of the universe's existence? And what is the meaning of humanity's existence? God did not answer directly. Instead, he told the man to enter his library to find the answers. That library was vast beyond comprehension, storing an endless collection of books that recorded all the universe's secrets. With knowledge from the library, humanity made rapid progress. They broke through the limits of lifespan, ventured into the cosmos, and established countless colonies. Human civilization reached an unparalleled height of glory, with science, technology, and culture touching the very limits allowed by the universe. But they never found the ultimate secret. Later, humans grew weary of eternal life. One after another, they returned to Earth and ended their lives. In the end, human civilization vanished. Throughout it all, that man continued to read. He kept reading until the universe was extinguished and all things withered. Finally, God asked him if he had found the answer. The man nodded. God asked what the answer was. The man did not answer directly. He merely looked at the void and said, "This world should have light." The story never revealed the answer. Perhaps even the author didn't know what it was. Now, Raven stood inside a library like the one described in that tale, a repository hiding all the secrets of the universe. As long as he was patient enough, he could find answers to any question here. If he took the Black Library to other universes, he could become the god in that story. Thinking about it, Raven almost wanted to laugh. His mind conjured an image of himself descending upon an industrial-era world and becoming the deity of those native creatures. A black bird being sent into a church to become the omniscient god would certainly be a hilarious image. Perhaps I should visit those worlds to reveal myself and enjoy the shocked expressions of those natives, Raven thought. The Black Library is still recording everything in the universe, Segorach said, walking to a high platform. On the table lay an open book. An unmanned crystal pen danced between the pages, writing ancient characters one by one. Raven did not recognize the script, but he could understand its meaning. The book was describing the opening of the Black Library. "So this is a historical archive," Malkador observed, standing beside Segorach as he examined the book being written. "Whatever it is, This library should be managed by the Adeptus Mechanicus. The mechanical skulls floating behind Fabricator General Kalber spoke in unison. The Eldar should manage the Black Library, Eldred Ulthrin, the Eldar Farseer, objected. For a long time in the past, it was under our care. You yourself said in the past, Kalber retorted. You lost it, and now we've found it, so it should rightfully be under our control. You are too crude, you will destroy the library. Ephraim, another Farseer, supported Eldred Ulthrin. If you had any reverence or respect for knowledge, you wouldn't have lost the Black Library, Kalber shot back. Those who lose knowledge are the crude ones. An unnamed Eldar prophet spoke up. You revere knowledge, why don't you explain how the technology of the Dark Age was lost? As the argument continued, both sides grew increasingly hostile. Several tech priests quietly reached for high-energy weapons. If they couldn't win with words, they intended to eliminate the other party through physical means. Though the Adeptus Mechanicus were scholars, they were also warriors. In the predetermined timeline, for SDC templates, they had even dared to strike against the Astartes and Custodes. Enough, Segorach said, halting the Eldar. The human lord and I have already signed an alliance to share the knowledge of the Black Library. This place will be co-managed by both races. Segorach looked at Raven, knowing full well that in the Emperor's absence, neither Malkador nor anyone else could make the final decision. Only Raven could decide this matter. You are quite right. The Black Library will be co-managed by both races, Raven nodded, making Segorach breathe a sigh of relief. After a brief tour, Raven handed over the matters of the Black Library to Malkador and the others to handle. Before leaving, Raven asked with mock seriousness, "Do you know what the primary goal here is?" "Of course, to find those precious pieces of knowledge and explore the ultimate mysteries of the universe," Kalber said. Raven frowned, clearly dissatisfied with that statement. Malkador laughed. "Of course, it's to find the recipe for the most delicious French fries." Raven smiled. As expected, Malkador still knows what's important. Kalber, these damned degenerates. Has that wretched French fries recipe really surpassed the developmental prospects of human civilization? Eldred Ulthrin, Ephraim, and the other Eldar prophets were equally speechless. This was the Black Library, a sacred repository containing all knowledge of the universe, and their first thought was to find a way to make delicious French fries. Raven ignored their expressions. After giving instructions on what to pay attention to, he left the Black Library with Segorach and returned to the Emperor's side. The entrance to the Black Library was moved to a specialized pocket dimension. As for the harmonious engine, it was disassembled by the sages of the Unification Council, who planned to analyze and replicate it fully. Lion Eljonson, having completed his mission, did not rest for long before the Emperor gave him a new task. Take the First Legion to the Transformers universe to support the Blood Angels and the Ultramarines. Lion Eljonson, the 13th Legion plus the Angels. Good heavens, the Second Empire is going to rise in the Transformers universe, isn't it? Raven muttered to himself upon learning of the Emperor's arrangements. This lineup made it hard not to let his imagination run wild. But he did not stop Lion Eljonson from assisting the 13th Legion and the Angels. After the last incident, Unicron had become enraged and dispatched more of his minions, intending to uproot the Empire's strongholds. The 9th Legion and 13th Legion suddenly faced overwhelming pressure. If the 1st Legion joined them, they might reverse the defensive posture and even push back the enemy. If they could defeat Unicron's army, they would have more leverage when negotiating with Primus. Whether the Second Empire would appear was something Raven didn't care much about. As long as humanity could advance into the myriad multiverses, it didn't matter how humanity developed and grew strong. As the Empire's territory expanded, Primarchs establishing their own domains was inevitable. Once humanity occupied several universes and no longer needed his and the Emperor's guidance, Raven would gracefully exit the stage of history. At that time, he would take the Emperor, along with Valdor and Malkador, to become travelers of the infinite multiverse, wandering and traversing different universes. He would leave the Empire's troubles to the Primarchs and the bureaucrats, letting humanity decide its own destiny. After resupplying, Lion L. Johnson set off with the Dark Angels, traveling to the Transformers universe through the Cross-Universe Passage and plunging into the Grand Cross-Universe War. After seeing Lion L. Johnson off, Raven intended to continue his idle pursuits, but the Night Watchers brought explosive news. Vashtor, the Archiphane and Lord of the Forge of Souls, wished to meet the Emperor, preparing to pledge allegiance to the human empire. This momentous news unsettled even Raven. Vashtor was the demon lord of science, technology, and artifice. Whenever a new technological breakthrough was achieved in the Materium, its power increased. During this time, as the Empire constantly achieved breakthroughs, this creature's power should have amplified considerably. Perhaps its inflated power had given it the ambition to abandon the Chaos Gods and pledge allegiance to the human lord, thereby seeking an opportunity to achieve true godhood. Vashtor was not a slave of the Chaos Gods. It had its own territory and followers in the warp. Its role in the Immaterium was that of an arms dealer. The demonic armies under the Chaos Gods, as well as the Chaos Undivided demons roaming various parts of the warp, would purchase weapons and equipment from Vashtor. It also provided soul loans. Demons unable to repay their debts would be stuffed into demon engines and sold as commodities. For years, it had painstakingly cultivated its influence, gathering many demons and always scheming to achieve full godhood. It had clearly learned that the Empire had obtained the Black Library, which was why it sought to pledge allegiance now. Chapter 204, The Closing End. There was no doubt, he just wanted to use the Black Library to find the path to godhood. The news of Vashtor's intention to defect to the Empire was immediately sealed off. Only a few high-ranking Imperial officials knew about it. They are all untrustworthy. Upon hearing the news, the Emperor had no intention of accepting Vashtor's loyalty. In his opinion, the only good demons were those reduced to ashes. As long as a demon was still breathing, it deserved to die. Why should we trust them? Raven tilted his head, looking at the Emperor, a bit puzzled. We just need them, that's all. Unicron has countless minions, and we also need some cannon fodder to charge into battle. Warp demons are evil, but they're definitely excellent choices as expendable forces. Use them as cannon fodder. The Emperor looked at Raven, confusion written across his features. Raven said, "The warp is the other side of the Materium. It cannot be destroyed. We can only suppress and utilize it. Sending these demons to other universes would make them ready-made cannon fodder. We can also use them to dismantle the Chaos Gods' foundations and entice more demons to serve us." Those demons are insatiably greedy, the Emperor said. They hunger eternally, craving always to devour souls. Let them go fight the beings in other universes. How many souls they can harvest is up to them, Raven said. Are we supposed to provide them with food and lodging? HMPH, what great cannon fodder. No need for logistics, just use them until they're spent. When we no longer need them, we'll just find an excuse and dispose of them all. Raven had it all planned out. Once the demon's value was squeezed dry, he would let them experience the treachery of humanity. Tomorrow, the Empire will distribute soul rations. You all gather, without weapons or armor. The Emperor watched Raven for a long time, as if he saw his own reflection in the other. After much hesitation, the Emperor nodded. All right, I'll listen to you on this matter. For safety's sake, Valdor personally took the Emperor's order to the Night Watcher ship to meet Vashtor. Due to the suppression of the Materium, Vashtor manifested in the form of a tentacled mechanical being, his size and height similar to Valdor's. You said the anathema, no, His Majesty is willing to accept me. But to enter the Black Library, I need to earn merit. Vashtor's eyes, burning with warp flame, stared intently at Valdor, making the Captain General of the Adeptus Custodes somewhat uncomfortable, and he kept his guard. He also despised the denizens of the warp. If not for Raven's repeated orders, he would have already acted. Yes, you must earn it with merit. The Empire is currently at war with mechanical life forms from another universe, and you might prove useful. Mechanical life forms from another universe, Vashtor inquired. So, the Emperor is willing to let us accompany Imperial forces to another realm. Valdor nodded. The Night Watchers will accompany you, and you will remain in the containment field ship throughout the journey until you reach the other universe. Only then will you be free to move. You are free to plunder and claim the souls of the Xenos in that universe. The Empire will not interfere." Vashdor fell silent. He had intended to pledge allegiance to the anathema, gain access to the Black Library, embark on the path to godhood, and reach the pinnacle of demonic existence. To live a life where he could kick corn, beat Nurgle, make Slaanesh warm his bed, and have Tzinch tell jokes. Now, it seemed, that was probably out of the question. Going to other universes to charge into battle for the human empire was purely acting as cannon fodder. But there were still benefits. He could harvest souls and knowledge from another realm, and perhaps even find an opportunity for godhood in other universes. "All right, I agree," Vashdor nodded. "Your decision is most wise," Valdor offered with measured formality. "Your words are truly perfunctory enough." Vashdor could feel Valdor's disgust, but he didn't care. Mortal beings simply couldn't understand him. He only cared about one thing: how to achieve godhood. "I will return and gather my subordinates. Remember to prepare your ships. I'm already eager to taste the souls of other realms." Vashdor didn't waste words. After receiving Valdor's reply, he opened a warp rift and departed. "Truly vile filth," Valdor murmured, watching the closing rift. After a moment, confirming that Vashdor had truly left, he turned and departed, returning to report to Raven and the Emperor. "Everything is as expected." The news Valdor brought back did not surprise Raven. He knew very well that Vashdor would definitely compromise. The Archiphane had long been unwilling to remain subservient to the Chaos Gods, and had always wanted to ascend to become a new Chaos God. The Black Library and going to other universes were all opportunities for him, all potential avenues to find a chance for ascension. He ordered close monitoring of warp activity, awaiting news from Vashdor. Once the Lord of the Soul Forge was ready, he would be sent to the Transformers universe as cannon fodder. After finishing these matters, Raven originally intended to resume his lazy ways. Just as he lay down, he remembered that he hadn't visited some of the Primarchs in a while, and Corvus Corax still hadn't been found. So Raven decided to visit the Primarchs first, to show the Emperor's concern for them, and incidentally bring Corvus Corax back. After all, the Great Crusade was nearing its end, and the intergalactic and cosmic wars were about to begin. Corvus Corax also needed to return and adapt to the Empire before he could lead troops into battle. After much thought, Raven decided to visit Horus first and also see the well-known figures of the 16th Legion, Abaddon, Loken, and the others. "I was there the day Horus slew the Emperor." Garville Loken, captain of the Luna Wolves' 10th Company, always used this iconic opening when recounting the story of the Battle of 6319. The Battle of 6319 was just an insignificant battle in the Luna Wolves Legion's campaigns across the galaxy. But with Loken's excellent storytelling skills, it always left people wanting more, eager to hear it again. The Remembrancers also loved this story. So whenever he had free time or at gatherings, Loken would tell it. As time passed, the human empire grew increasingly powerful, with various new technologies emerging rapidly. Unimaginably huge structures and instant communication, networks capable of connecting every planet. Abundant resources, flourishing commercial trade, and the Empire's perfected system of profit distribution visibly improved the lives of its citizens. Desolate planets were transformed into beautiful garden worlds. Prosperous industrial planets boasted countless towers reaching near-orbital heights, making space travel as convenient as stepping out of one's home. This was a glorious era, an era where gods guided mortals and coexisted with them, just as described in ancient myths. Gods descended from their heavens, came among their people, bestowed knowledge upon them, guided them to the path of happiness, and built a heaven on earth. Even though the Imperium repeatedly reiterated that there were no gods in the universe, people still regarded the Primarchs and Astartes as gods and demigods. Horus also became one of the focal points of attention throughout the galaxy. The Luna Wolves became a focus of attention for many Imperial citizens, who constantly followed the movements of this legion anticipating that they would bring more victories to humanity. And the 16th Legion never disappointed those who trusted them. To date, they had never failed. It could be expected that they would not fail in the future either. The Battle of 6319 erupted in the late stages of the Galactic Conquest War. The Rangdan race was annihilated. The Greenskin Orc Empire was crushed. Any significant forces were swept away by the Empire, leaving no organized greenskin power. The Cetan were successively captured and sent back to Terra to serve as energy batteries. The Craftworld Eldar surrendered, and the Laughing God, Segorach, offered the Black Library and promised to fight the Druckery jointly. The Necrons fought individually, were discovered and annihilated, causing no significant harm whatsoever. The Galactic Conquest War was slowly drawing to a close. Many discerning people could see that the Galactic War would soon end. It would either move to other galaxies or to other universes. The Primarchs would achieve even more incredible feats in the future. As the territory expanded, the human empire, with Terra as its capital, would become the suzerain state. And the Primarchs were highly likely to become independent, managing and arranging the territories they had expanded themselves. Currently, the ongoing war activities in the galaxy were merely a mop-up operation, clearing out the Xenos to allow humanity to fully control the galaxy. The 16th Expeditionary Fleet planned to encircle a Necron overlord who called himself Trazyn the Infinite. This fellow had always been dedicated to collecting various artworks and collectibles that should not have belonged to him. Rumor had it that he possessed biological specimens of the Old Ones, ancient orcs, and ancient Eldar, as well as various miraculous creations from humanity's dark age of technology. As for why he attracted the encirclement of the 16th Expeditionary Fleet, this fellow was audacious enough to publicly raid a human fleet and even abduct high-ranking commanders as part of his collection. When this matter spread on the network, it ignited the fury of the Imperial people. Currently, the Imperial network was filled with cries of, "Those who offend humanity, no matter how far, shall be exterminated." Countless people petitioned Terra to make Trazyn the Infinite pay for his foolishness. Are the second-generation battleships built just for show? Collecting so many taxes, not sending troops, is it for reparations? They keep saying humanity has risen. Is this what rising looks like? Questioning the system, the Empire is doomed. Chapter 205, Another Emperor. The storm of online outrage placed immense pressure upon the human empire's leadership. Horus was commanded to resolve the matter. During the campaign against the Endless Derrickson, the Expeditionary Fleet had stumbled upon an unexpected discovery. A sudden warp storm forced the fleet to alter course, translating into a star system containing 9 worlds, a fortuitous twist of fate. 9 planets orbited a yellow sun. On the 3rd world dwelt a human regime. That regime called itself the Human Empire. Its ruler bore the title of Emperor. When the 16th Expeditionary Fleet discovered the local civilization, the Emperor likewise became aware of their presence. The two sides swiftly established contact. After initial exchanges, the Emperor demanded the 16th Fleet pledge fealty to him. According to his account, he was humanity's rightful lord, the Great Emperor. He had steadfastly guided his people through the suffering wrought by the warp storm's ravages, endured the cruel trials of Old Night, and consistently upheld stable rule and strict law among his subjects. He had protected the flame of human civilization, keeping it burning throughout the long darkness. He had ensured the fragments of civilization survived intact to the present day. The 16th Fleet needs only to swear allegiance to advance humanity's great resurgence. Such claims struck everyone in the 16th Fleet as absurd. Fleet Commander Comnus reiterated multiple times that they already served the human empire, one that possessed a true lord of humanity, an even greater emperor who had already embarked upon a grand crusade, leading human civilization toward new glory. Negotiations proceeded many times, but achieved nothing. Horus considered the matter carefully and ultimately chose not to initiate hostilities. Instead, he appointed Haster Sejanus as a diplomat to negotiate with the locals. Sejanus was one of Horus's most trusted sons. not as prideful and volatile as Abaddon, nor as rough-edged as Torgidon. He served as both warrior and envoy, possessing an impressive combat record second only to Abaddon himself. He was also handsome and well-loved, a man without apparent flaw, truly perfect in every regard. Sejanus led the diplomatic delegation aboard a gilded vessel for the negotiations. In the Golden Palace upon the third planet, he met the Emperor. The false sovereign demanded Sejanus swear fealty. When refused, murderous intent flickered in his eyes, and he commanded his invisible custodians to attack. Yet Sejanus had been implanted with a third-generation gene engine, granting him an immortal body. Despite being outnumbered, he fought his way clear. Mindful of local sentiment and determined to protect the delegation's vulnerable members, Sejanus refrained from striking the emperor directly. Instead, he planned to withdraw and seek the Primarch's wisdom. The enraged emperor, however, ordered Sejanus's transport shot down and surrounded the survivors, determined to annihilate them at any cost. Sejanus and his warriors chose to mount a defense, protecting the mortal envoys while transmitting a distress signal. Upon receiving the message, Abaddon's fury ignited. He immediately opened a channel and personally delivered a final warning to the emperor. "False emperor, cease your foolish actions. Our patience and benevolence have limits." The response came in fiercer offensives and a prepared enemy fleet. "Commander, we have no choice," Abaddon said, standing before Horus. "That impostor has gone mad." "Then we shall enlighten them through force," Horus sighed. "Minimize the killing as much as possible. I will not have the 16th Legion seen by the Empire's citizens as one that revels in slaughter and destruction." "Understood." Abaddon nodded and departed to execute the order. The 16th Fleet, having received authorization, moved swiftly. Leveraging their second-generation warship superiority, they suppressed the enemy fleet and deployed several companies groundside, including Loken's 10th Company. Loken bore a second-generation gene engine that had undergone multiple optimizations and upgrades. Its combat capability fell slightly short of third-generation standards, but far exceeded ordinary second-generation models. Combined with his extensive battlefield experience and the engine's enhancements, he led 10th Company in a devastating advance, sweeping aside resistance. After destroying a defensive platform and breaching the Imperial Palace's outer perimeter, Loken paused to assess the tactical situation. The enemy's weapons and equipment were Golden Age relics. He observed large formations of soldiers armed with energy weapons and clad in substantial armor. Tracked artillery vehicles, automated weapon systems, and gun platforms mounted on hydraulic legs advanced methodically across the battlefield. Such forces would be considered formidable on a galactic scale. Many Xenos and human regimes lacked comparable military strength. Unfortunately for them, they faced Astartes, demigods made manifest. Defeat was inevitable. Loken withdrew his gaze from the battlefield and studied the majestic Imperial Palace, then checked the positions of the other companies. "Loken to Commander," he opened the channel. 10th Company has breached and reached the designated coordinates." After a brief pause, Horus's voice resonated through the Vox. "You have performed admirably, Loken. Enter the palace. Should you be first to reach that false emperor, perhaps I should consider petitioning Terra to have you implanted with a third-generation gene engine." "Understood, Commander," Loken replied. As Horus's transmission ended, Abaddon's voice crackled across the channel. Loken, are you so eager to humiliate me?" "Not at all," Loken quickly responded. The Legion maintained a strict hierarchy. Even as a senior officer, Loken owed proper respect to the Mournival. "I'm merely jesting with you, Loken." Abaddon's tone carried unmistakable amusement. "Ha, you'd better accelerate, or I might claim that reward myself." Loken couldn't suppress a smile. Abaddon was notoriously short-tempered, and few could share levity with him. Clearly, Loken's performance in this assault had impressed the Primarch and earned him favor with Abaddon and the others. If he secured the honor of a third-generation engine implantation, it would vastly benefit his future. The second-generation engine had already elevated him to near-demigod status, the third generation would grant far more. Energized by the prospect, Loken accelerated 10th Company's advance. After breaching several palace gates, his warriors became entangled with the false emperor's guard, while he alone penetrated the throne room. An elderly man in purple robes stood by the window, gazing upon the majestic and prosperous palace now consumed by flames, grief written across his features. When Loken entered, the old man turned to face him. Why unleash destruction upon this world? You are human, the same as us. We attempted peaceful resolution, Loken said, securing his weapon. But you refused and attempted to murder our envoy. Why question us now? Because you speak only lies, the old man shouted. You are merely grotesque monsters intent on destroying civilization, while the emperor we serve is humanity's savior and protector. We have reunified human civilization, Loken replied calmly. The glory of the human empire spreads across the entire galaxy and beyond. We are simply soldiers serving another emperor, nothing more. And what has your emperor accomplished? What purpose does argument serve now? The war is over. You have lost. Surrender and spare needless bloodshed. Defeat shadowed the old man's face. Are you the supreme commander? I am not. I command 10th Company, Loken explained. I cannot surrender to you. I demand to see your supreme commander. I will surrender only to him. The old man's words drew a frown from Loken. His gaze instinctively shifted to the golden throne dominating the chamber, and an engine prompt materialized in his vision. Detecting spatial anomaly, analyze. You are not the emperor. Where is he? Loken advanced toward the golden throne. Anxiety flashed across the old man's features as he rushed forward, attempting to intercept Loken. Stand back, you cannot approach the throne. At that moment, a thunderous impact resonated through the chamber. The throne room's dome shattered, debris cascading downward. Several figures plummeted from above like meteors, cratering the floor with terrifying force as dust billowed outward. Abaddon emerged from the smoke and debris, unleashing a deafening roar. Slay the false emperor, unify the galaxy. No, you must retreat. The old man screamed, surging forward with desperate speed. A thunderous impact. His chest collapsed inward, blood and charred silk and shattered flesh spraying outward. He swayed, his tattered purple robes catching fire as his broken body collapsed onto the gleaming floor. Crimson blood spread rapidly across the polished surface. Sorrow crossed Loken's features. It need not have come to this. Has the false emperor been executed? Abaddon demanded. No, that wasn't the emperor. Loken shook his head, striding rapidly toward the throne. The almost perfect, indistinct silhouette upon the throne retreated frantically. The seemingly flawless illusion betrayed itself through subtly distorted shadows surrounding it. That emperor had concealed himself within a pocket dimension, intending to use himself as bait, hoping to trap the Primarch himself. The throne trembled, erupting with a powerful shockwave that burst forth like a storm, hurling the Astartes warriors across the chamber before slamming them heavily to the floor. Boom! An earth-shaking detonation. Loken and Abaddon raised their weapons and fired upon the throne. The antimatter rounds struck the storm's epicenter, triggering an explosion that consumed everything in annihilation. The terrible energy storm gradually dissipated, scattering debris across the floor. The once noble throne was reduced to smoking wreckage, its hidden arcane mechanisms utterly destroyed. A charred corpse sat amid twisted metal and shattered components, its skeletal arms still clutching the armrest of the ruined throne. Chapter 206, Raven Declaration. You killed the false emperor. Loken rose to his feet as the storm's fury subsided, turning his gaze toward Abaddon. Yes, Abaddon inclined his head. For humanity's sake, I personally slew the emperor. What a dark, cold jest, Loken said with a slight shrug. The campaign to dismantle the false empire proceeded with ruthless efficiency. By the time the Remembrancers set foot upon the planet's surface, the resistance had been largely crushed. They documented the Astartes' achievements and bore witness to the systematic dismemberment of the fraudulent regime. Numerous local dignitaries were purged, and their wealth, accumulated over millennia, flowed into imperial coffers. The enforcement teams seized vast quantities of property and supplies. A portion was distributed among the populace to win their loyalty, while the remainder replenished the expeditionary force's depleted stores. This method of profit distribution had proven effective throughout countless campaigns of the Great Crusade, securing hearts and minds while sustaining the war machine's endless appetite. Most of the populace cared little for their overthrown rulers. Grant them a share of the powerful's former holdings, and they would embrace imperial rule, even defending it of their own accord. Mercedes Allerton, an official remembrancer, secured an interview with the campaign's hero, Garville Loken. In the training halls aboard the Vengeful Spirit, Mercedes learned the battle's full account directly from Loken. So Abaddon killed the Emperor. Mercedes repeated the seditious metaphor carefully. Yes, Loken confirmed with a nod. Mercedes opened her mouth to continue when space itself suddenly twisted. A raven materialized from nowhere and descended before Loken. That metaphor is far too obscure, both of you. The raven's sudden appearance sent a bolt of panic through both Mercedes and Loken. His status was incomparably exalted. He was one of the Empire's supreme rulers. If he took offense at the phrase, Abaddon killed the Emperor, many would find themselves in grievous trouble. If you'd said Horus killed the Emperor, it might prove more compelling, the raven added mildly. Mr. Raven, Mercedes and Loken said in unison, bowing low. Neither dared respond to such words. Don't be so tense. I'm merely jesting, the raven said. Such a harmless metaphor will bring no trouble. The raven studied them both with keen interest. These two individuals, in the predetermined timeline, were tragic figures whose fates intertwined throughout the entire Horus heresy. Mercedes had been close friends with Cinderman, future architect of the Lectitio Divinitatis, and with Euphrates Keeler, the living saint. They had witnessed Horus's ascension, his corruption of Davin, and his purge of loyalists during the Istvan campaign. Eventually, Garvan Loken of the Luna Wolves' Third Company rescued them from Istvan's slaughter. Later, Mercedes was imprisoned on Titan, where she encountered Loken several times. He wished to extract her from Titan's cells, but Mercedes understood her imprisonment was by order of the Sigillite, Malcador himself, and thus refused. Toward the heresy's end, just before the traitors reached the Sol system, Mercedes was repeatedly drawn into dreams by Keeler, who begged her to deliver a message to Rogel Dorn on Terra. When the traitors invaded the solar system, purge protocols were activated, and all prisoners were to be executed to prevent them from falling into enemy hands. Mercedes numbered among the condemned. But Loken received her desperate distress call, arrived in time to save her, and brought her to the Phalanx to meet with Dorn. Yet all of it was a chaos conspiracy. The Keeler who haunted Mercedes' dreams was false. Samus used her as an anchor to wreak havoc aboard the Phalanx. In the end, to stop the demon, Mercedes chose to cast herself into the fortress's reactor core. I know you have a story. I want it remembered by future generations. Which story? Horus killing the Emperor. That conversation from her first meeting with Loken became the final memory surfacing as she leaped to her death, beginning and end forming a tragic circle. Yet something even more bitter lay within this tale. Samus was a demon born from Loken's own death. In the final battle during the Siege of Terra, the Emperor confronted Horus. Loken witnessed the Emperor strike down the War Master and chose to stand vigil over Horus's corpse. When Abaddon returned to the Vengeful Spirit, Loken and the first captain had their final argument. Loken pleaded with Abaddon to surrender with the 16th Legion's survivors. Instead, Erebus ambushed him, driving a cursed blade through his back. Thus was Samus born, the demon that would haunt the heresy's entire bloody history. The Raven conducted himself with warmth and familiarity, yet the vast gulf in status kept both Mercedes and Loken deeply on edge. They announced the Raven's arrival to the entire Legion. Soon, Horus arrived with the Mournival and numerous senior officers of the expeditionary force. Little bald head, the Raven said, alighting on Horus's shoulder and affectionately nuzzling the Primarch's face. Master Raven, came the unified greeting. The Mournival members, Abaddon, Tarek Torgedden, Haster Sejanus, and Surgar Targast, all smiled broadly and saluted the avian figure. Mr. Raven, Horace said, turning to Abaddon, please retrieve the gift I prepared for our honored guest. At once, Abaddon nodded and departed. I hear you eliminated the false emperor. The Raven's words made everyone exchange nervous glances. Such things could be said privately, but having the Raven overhear was another matter entirely. Mr. Raven, it was merely a jest, Horace said carefully. No disrespect was intended. I'm not reproaching you, I'm simply curious. It sounds like an intriguing story. The Raven tilted his head. You don't need to be so anxious. Big Guy and I aren't particularly concerned with our authority. According to the Empire's current trajectory, its territory will expand to other galaxies and universes within the next few centuries. The larger the domain, the lower the administrative efficiency becomes. Eventually, it will inevitably transition toward a confederation model. When that day comes, you'll each rule the universes you've conquered. The Raven's words made many senior officers' eyes widen. This was explosive intelligence, tantamount to confirming the Primarchs would eventually become independent sovereigns. Mercedy quietly activated the memory device implanted in her skull. This was an invaluable first-hand declaration. Even if it couldn't be published now, it would serve as crucial historical material for future generations. Master Raven, please be cautious with such statements. You cannot simply announce these things freely, Horace said, before turning sharply to the others. You are absolutely forbidden from repeating a single word of today's conversation, or you will face a military tribunal. I'm not announcing it freely, I'm telling you specifically. The Raven's simple statement made Horace's lips curve upward, unable to conceal his satisfaction. See, I remain his favorite. The Raven had even shared such confidential intelligence with him. Lion, what can you possibly compete with me for now? Abaddon returned with servitors bearing all the fries and ketchup the 16th Legion had recently procured, every imaginable flavor. The Raven's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. It seemed Horace's ambition for advancement remained strong, a teachable child indeed. The Raven had come to the 16th Legion simply for a visit, no specific mission in mind. After Horace had the fries properly served, he led the Raven to the stratagem, inviting him to observe the upcoming military action briefings. With the false emperor's fall and the collapse of the ancient centralized regime, organized resistance fractured into scattered bands of insurgents hiding in the Whispering Mountains, using the treacherous terrain to defy imperial authority. To solidify imperial rule, Horace decided to dispatch Loken to annihilate them. Loken, enhanced with the third-generation gene engine, desperately needed to prove himself worthy of wielding such formidable power. He accepted the mission eagerly. Taking the warriors of 10th Company, he boarded a transport and headed for the Whispering Mountains. Upon reaching the skies above, they leaped from the vessel, plummeting earthward like meteors wreathed in fire. The wealth disparity in this world was staggering. The high city, where the emperor had reigned, retained most of its golden age technology, flying vehicles, and grav cars in abundance. In the remote regions, however, people maintained primitive lifestyles. In those distant villages and settlements, countless ignorant souls had been raised in a cultural environment steeped in legend and superstition. Thus, when they witnessed the Astartes descending from the heavens, they regarded them as divine beings made manifest. Loken touched down and examined the tactical situation displayed on his helm's auspex. The Whispering Mountains' entire geological structure lay mapped before him, hidden passages, concealed chambers, all clearly marked. Advance, eliminate all resistance, Loken commanded, bring them the Empire's enlightenment. With the order given, the 10th Company split into combat squads and entered the mountains. Fighting erupted swiftly across multiple choke points and strategic positions. The Resistance's firepower proved fierce, but 10th Company's martial prowess was overwhelming. They shattered the defensive positions with ease, their bolters roaring and chainswords shrieking as they carved through the insurgents, leaving trails of blood and corpses in their wake. Captain, came Xavier Jubel's voice across the Vox, one of the Mournival Guard. Chapter 207, Whispering Mountains Part 1. What's wrong, Xavier Jubel? Loken asked. There's a strange sound. Xavier Jubal transmitted a data packet. Loken opened it. The sound was hoarse, like wind scraping across a sun-scorched desert. Samus, this is the only name you will hear. Samus, it represents an end and death. Samus, I am Samus. Samus is everywhere. Samus is the person next to you. Samus will chew your bones. Beware, Samus is coming. The voice faded, returning to dead silence. This sound has been echoing through our communication channel, Xavier Jubal explained. It's causing some panic. Some of the men think there's something unnatural in these mountains. Nothing remarkable, Loken said, merely a psyker's trick. The Imperium has countermeasures for this. Activate your mental barrier protocols to prevent psychic intrusion. Continue the advance. As long as they are living beings of the Materium, their flesh and blood cannot withstand a single bolt round. Understood, Xavier Jubal responded. Loken switched to the tactical display, confirmed the enemy's position, and then opened a spatial portal, leading his tactical squad to the designated coordinates. Space warped, light burst forth. Loken and his warriors charged through, bolters ready. Before the enemy could react, they were annihilated. This battle was a slaughter without suspense. The technological disparity between the rebels and the Imperial forces proved insurmountable. The Imperium's spatial teleportation, combined with transhuman combat superiority, overwhelmed the insurgents completely. They could neither escape nor resist. The battle lasted just over 20 minutes. The fortresses and tunnels carved into the mountains were reduced to smoking ruins. Cold architectural debris lay, scattered across the desolate peaks. Xavier Jubal, captain of the Hellebore tactical squad, cornered the rebel leader. The man proved stubborn, refusing to surrender and even raising his weapon against an Astartes. He was annihilated for his defiance. I curse you all, the rebel leader gasped with his dying breath. One day you will pay for today's atrocities. Even in death, he finds no peace, Xavier Jubal muttered, removing his helmet and spitting at the corpse. Then a voice called his name. Xavier Jubal looked up, scanning his surroundings. An ancient stone corridor, dark and profound, led deep into the mountain. The voice emanated from within, full of seduction, drawing him forward against his better judgment. He entered a cold, damp stone hall lit from above. Within stood a clear pool, its surrounding walls covered with strange symbols. Around the pool lay unburnt candles, copper coins, and skulls, both human and animal. Xavier Jubal approached the pool as if possessed. The clear water reflected his face, carved like marble. After staring at his reflection for a long moment, Xavier Jubal turned to leave. The reflection in the pool grinned back at him. Another victory. Loken stood upon a wide stone platform overlooking the battlefield. Behind him gathered the remembrancers assigned to his expedition. Chief Announcer Cinderman, Official Poet Karkas, Scribe Masadi, and Imagist Euphrates Keeler. The Whisperhead Mountains campaign had ended. The fires of war were dying, their light growing dim. Keeler photographed the departing gunships and shattered peaks spewing smoke plumes, but found little inspiration in the images. She had traveled to too many worlds, witnessed the Imperium's magnificent industrial wonders and countless natural marvels. The vast mountains stretching in all directions might seem majestic to this world's inhabitants, but to her eyes they appeared unremarkable. She wanted something else, something sensational, something no one else had captured. As Loken briefed the remembrancers on the Whisperhead Mountains operation, a voice crackled through his voxbead. Captain. Xavier Jubal, Loken paused. What is it? Captain, I am Sam. Loken's expression hardened. What happened to you? Nothing happened to me, but you should come see. Samus, it's Samus. I've activated my location beacon. Captain, come quickly. Samus, what did you find, Xavier Jubal? I found it, Captain. Samus is here. The communication was cut off. Loken delegated the remembrancers to Vipas and immediately departed for Xavier Jubal's coordinates, opening a spatial portal to reach him faster. Keeler noticed Loken's hurried departure. Quietly, she activated her spatial fluctuation analyzer and locked onto his teleportation signature. Then, using the unauthorized portal device she'd acquired from the underground black market, she followed. Deep within the Whisperhead Mountains, cold wind howled through cracks and conduits invisible to the naked eye. Xavier Jubal stood alone at the edge of a cliff, beside a clear pool. Xavier Jubal. Loken emerged from the spatial portal, calling his name. Xavier Jubal turned. "Captain," he said, "I have found something wonderful." Abnormal subspace readings detected. The warning flashed from the third-generation gene engine implanted in Loken's body. His expression darkened as he studied Xavier Jubal. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine, I just found something," Xavier Jubal said. "You haven't found anything. You've merely been deceived by the warp," Loken said, approaching carefully while keeping his voice calm. "That is not something we should interact with." "Didn't you hear that voice?" Xavier Jubal pointed to the pool. "No, I didn't hear anything," Loken said. "You need treatment, Xavier Jubal." "No, there's nothing wrong with me. I truly heard a voice. It was speaking a name." Xavier Jubal's tone grew frenzied, his eyes bloodshot. A name repeating over and over. "Samus, this is the only name you will hear. Samus, it represents an end and death." Footsteps echoed through the chamber. The other members of the Hellebore tactical squad arrived and immediately recognized something was wrong with their captain. "Enough, you need treatment," Loken said firmly. "Restrain him and summon an apothecary." Xavier Jubal raised his bolter and fired at one of his brothers. Loken thrust out his hand, conjuring a spatial barrier that intercepted the bolt round. Boom! The explosion sent a wave of fire rippling outward. "Xavier Jubal, what have you done? How could you attack your own brother?" The Hellebore squad stared in shock. Loken charged forward and tackled Xavier Jubal to the ground as he pulled the trigger again. But in the next instant, Xavier Jubal began to mutate. Some malevolent force surged into his body. His frame swelled rapidly, tearing through his power armor. Strange spikes and lesions erupted across his flesh. Veins coiled like serpents across distended muscles. His hands twisted into black talons. His teeth lengthened into sharp, translucent needles that filled his mouth. "Samus, Samus is coming," he drawled, voice warping into an inhuman shriek. "No," Loken recoiled in horror. The Astartes incorporated the Imperium's most advanced technologies. They were demigods walking among mortals. How could such corruption manifest so swiftly? Eldritch flames kindled across Xavier Jubal's transformed body. Strange whispers filled the air. The creature that had been Xavier Jubal struck Loken with devastating force, sending him crashing into the cavern wall. The mutated Astartes rose, issuing a guttural roar. His crimson eyes spun wildly like a compass needle at the pole. "Oh my god, oh my god." Keeler, having just materialized through her portal, stumbled backward and fell. But even in her terror, she raised her pictor and captured several images. The creature charged, batting aside several Astartes who tried to intercept it. Roaring, it swung its claws toward the remembrancer who had dared intrude upon this moment. Keeler screamed. Fear paralyzed her. She could only watch helplessly as the demonic thing lunged. A high-pitched cry rang out, sharp and piercing as a raptor's scream. Brilliant golden light erupted through the chamber. The twisted abomination that had been Xavier Jubal was hurled backward, shrieking in agony. A towering figure materialized before Keeler. Chapter 208, Whispering Mountains Part 2. He appeared like a god made manifest. His golden armor radiated light like the dawn, its surface inscribed with countless runes. Most striking was the eye symbol emblazoned upon his breastplate, gazing eternally forward. Behind this revered, haloed figure, a pristine white cloak billowed in the wind. The stern face revealed above his breastplate was flawless. Horus, Lord of the 16th Legion. Raven perched upon his shoulder. Their sudden arrival repelled the mutated Xavier Jubal and successfully suppressed him. The corrupted Astartes lay twitching on the ground. Strange black energy rose continuously from his body, eventually coalescing into an odd, tar-like figure that emitted inhuman sounds as it revealed its true form. The members of the Hellebore tactical squad, and Loken, who had just regained his feet, stared in shock. The creature looked almost identical to Loken himself. "What's going on?" Loken's eyes widened. I don't understand what I'm seeing. Horus said nothing. He strode toward the eerie figure and brought his hands together sharply. An invisible barrier materialized around the demon, then compressed inward until it crystallized into black glass. What is all of this? Loken asked, still dazed. Why does that thing look exactly like me? Horus secured the black crystal in a hidden dimensional pocket before turning his gaze to Loken. Master Raven will explain this matter. It's complicated, Raven said. Samus is a demon born from your death. But I'm not dead, Loken protested, shaking his head at the absurdity. That is the nature of demons, Raven explained. There are countless possible futures. In one timeline, you died and it was born. From that moment, it exists across every timeline. This is why the demons of the warp are endless and can constantly resurrect, because they can be born from any timeline and then exist simultaneously in all timelines. Raven did not elaborate further on the nature of demonic entities with Loken and Horus. Instead, he flew before Euphrates Keeler, tilting his head to regard this preordained saint of the imperial cult. At this moment, she had not yet embarked upon the path of faith in the Emperor. Only after enduring great hardship would she comprehend the power of belief when Horus fell to chaos. But the predetermined fate of the Warhammer universe had been irrevocably altered by his arrival. This future saint may find another calling. Give me your picture, Keeler, Raven said. Some things cannot be made public so quickly. If this causes panic, the consequences would be severe. Keeler didn't know where she found the courage, but she refused him. But doesn't the public have a right to know the truth? They have a right to know what happened here. They have a right to know that Astartes can be corrupted, that they can even turn their weapons on their own brothers. Keeler's words made Loken and the Hellebore squad tense. If the matter of Xavaer Jubal were publicized, it would deal an unimaginably heavy blow to the 16th Legion's reputation. Their honor and achievements would be tarnished. Other legions would view them as uncontrollable, unreliable allies. In the worst case, the 16th Legion could be ostracized and slandered by rumor. The current Imperium was not entirely ignorant of the warp. The Night Watcher organizations and psionic academies established across Imperial space existed precisely to deal with such threats. Terra itself, the power center of the Imperium, would lower its trust in the 16th Legion. It was highly possible the Legion would be removed from the ranks of the primary expeditionary forces. The members of the Hellebore squad moved to stand behind Keeler, blocking her retreat. Even at great cost, they would not allow the 16th Legion to be shamed. You cannot demand freedom of speech only when it benefits you, Keeler said, clutching her recording device tightly. She looked to Horus and Corax for support. Horus glanced at Raven, inquiring about his stance with his eyes. Honestly, Horus was inclined to resolve this matter by force. He did not want the 16th Legion's reputation damaged. You make a very good point, child, Raven said. His words surprised Horus, Loken, and the others, and displeased them. Was Master Raven in support of publicizing what had just occurred? Horus clenched his fists. A sense of powerlessness washed over him, like being betrayed. He could accept betrayal from others, but not from Raven or the Emperor. He loved them more than he loved himself. If danger arose, Horus would sacrifice his life without hesitation to protect them both. A martyr's sorrow welled in Horus's heart. If this matter were publicized, he would no longer be qualified to compete with Lion El'Jansen for the title of first among equals. People would favor the Lion, believing him the true firstborn. Even knowing he could travel to other universes in the future, Horus still wanted that recognition. He, Horus, was no worse than the Lion, but now it was Raven making the decision. What could he do but accept? What was the point of resistance? Compared to losing honor, what pained him more was Raven's apparent indifference. Keeler's face brightened with a smile. She thought Raven supported her position. But the people of the Imperium cannot yet know some truths, Corax continued. The public has the right to know the truth, but we also have the obligation to protect them. The Astartes are the elite of the Imperium. What do you think would happen if their corruption were made public? Without waiting for Keeler to respond, Raven circled around her on his little feet. It would bring panic. Unease. People would grow anxious, terrified, living in constant dread until they finally fell into inescapable despair. Do you think Samus is an isolated case? Do you think what you just witnessed is the most terrifying thing in this universe? Raven flew closer to Keeler. Two streams of light flowed from his eyes into hers, transmitting fragments of dark memories and terrible truths directly into her mind. He showed her an unimaginably dark and despairing galaxy. Unimaginable darkness lurked beneath the Materium realm. The evil power of chaos poisoned the entire warp. Nightmare-like anomalies eroded the dream realm like volcanic ash. Evil lights flickered among the stars. Filth lurked behind the veil. Drooling fangs and compound eyes peered into reality from beyond. Those evil beings possessed blasphemous, terrifying forms and screamed in ways that violated sanity itself. Keeler's strength, what little had returned, vanished again. She collapsed to the ground. Fear will make them lose their minds and finally throw themselves into the arms of the great enemy, Raven said. I will not force you to do what you believe is wrong, but this world is not simply a myriad of few colors. Raven, in his power, simply walked through the air, his voice steady as he opened a teleportation portal. It led to the side of the other remembrancers, Chiral Cinderman, Mesati, and the rest. They looked at the open channel with surprised expressions, wondering who else was about to arrive. They all turned their pictures and attention toward it. You can choose to tell them the truth, Raven said, or bear the truth alone until the general populace of the Imperium is capable of accepting it. He regarded Keeler evenly. Fate is in your hands, child. The honor and disgrace of the 16th Legion rest in your hands, Euphrates Keeler. The duty of a remembrancer is to seek truth, protect truth, and pass on truth. But they also have the obligation to secretly bear the truth, to protect humanity from being poisoned by it. Keeler took a step toward the portal. Loken and the others instinctively moved to stop her, but Horus raised his hand, halting them. Keeler wanted to leave. She wanted to make the truth public. But the visions, those visions, mountains of corpses piercing through the sky, muddy river of blood flowing through the Imperium, the never-ending war fought across the galaxy in the Emperor's name, burning both enemies and allies alike, and shattered civilizations flooding her mind made her stop as a chill went through her spine. Was truth truly more important than the survival of all humanity? Are those visions true, my lord? Keeler asked, her tone desperate and lost. Her belief, built upon years of professional dedication, clashed violently with the future of humanity, tormenting her. You witnessed Xavier Jubal's mutation, Raven said. Do you think those things are fake? You witnessed the truth with your own eyes. Why do you question its authenticity now? I give you a choice, child, just as I will give humanity a choice. The future is forged by countless martyrs bearing suffering. Are you willing to be one of them, Euphrates Keeler? Keeler withdrew her foot from the threshold. She handed her picture to a nearby Astartes, then silently stepped through the portal. Won't you expunge her memory, Master Raven? Horus approached and asked. That would be safer in all ways. Raven shook his head. She is a remembrancer, Horus. From the moment she was born, she was meant to record the truth. We meant them to record the truth. But if this gets out, the consequences will be severe, Horus said. We cannot take such a risk. It's nothing serious. Nothing can be perfect, and she won't speak, otherwise she wouldn't have surrendered her picture. Raven looked at Horus directly. And you, don't always try to hide behind that perfect image you have made for yourself. Do you even realize just how fragile this glass you have made around yourself is? Horus wanted to interject, but Raven stopped him by raising his one wing. Silence, listen to me carefully, Horus. If one day you can no longer maintain that false perfection, it will be the day of your fall, mark my words. Accept your imperfections as they are, Horus, and improve on them. No one, not even a Primarch, can be perfect. No man is perfect, not even your father. Raven's words shocked both Horus and Astartes as they understood the message and reality behind his simple, yet profound words. After speaking, Raven turned and flew to Xavier Jubal. The warrior had been helped to his feet by his brothers for examination. The mutation had vanished by now, and he had returned to his original form. He's fine, Raven confirmed after checking Xuanhuan's condition. He just needs time to recover. Though eroded by Samus, Xuanhuan had been protected by his gene engine implants. His condition was not severe. Warp corruption is not insurmountable, Raven added. It can be treated and prevented. After a while, I will dispatch a team of demon hunters to accompany the expeditionary forces. They have extensive research in this field. Things are getting interesting after centuries. Things were truly mirroring the parallel realities. Samus's appearance indicated that the predetermined timeline was still exerting influence. Korax had to remain vigilant. The Chaos Gods, supported by those strange beings from the void, would never surrender easily. They would try every means to push the Imperium toward destruction. Horus and you all, Raven, standing in the air, called to them and they looked at him to hear. The days of unstoppable victories are nearing the end. The Imperium reaches borders the galaxy's end. The time when we openly fight against our true enemy is nearing, and you must be ready. Horus, having been lectured by Raven, dared not refute. He could only nod repeatedly. Chapter 209, The Price of Freedom. Take care of yourself. If anything comes up, let me know in advance. I'm leaving now. And drop this matter. Humanity's fate belongs to humanity itself. Your future will be glorious, and you'll become the king who rules the universe. There's no need to maintain a false, perfect image through lies. Even if you gain the title of eldest son through deception, is that truly what you want? After advising Horus, Raven didn't linger. He tore open a spatial rift and left. He'd originally planned to visit Russ and Mortarion first, but reconsidered. This task should have fallen to the Custodes, but they'd failed to locate where Korax had fallen, Lycius. The coordinates were too imprecise. Finding a single planet in the galaxy was like finding one grain of sand on an endless beach. Even with vague coordinates, the Custodes would need massive time and resources to search. The 11th had already been found and was being escorted back to Terra. Raven decided to retrieve the Raven Lord himself. That way, all the Primarchs would return. He reviewed astronomical data across the galaxy and quickly pinpointed Lycius's coordinates. Kaiavar was a technologically advanced forge world. While many human colonies had collapsed during the Age of Strife due to warp storms and war, Kaiavar had maintained interstellar trade and preserved much technology from the Dark Age of technology. But the Long Age of Strife had created a massive wealth gap. The elite lived in Kaiavar's spired towers, enjoying fresh air, gardens, and unpolluted food. The masses lived in the sunless lower hives, breathing toxic industrial air. Those declared guilty, idealists who opposed the powerful, workers who failed quotas, and anyone who offended their betters were enslaved and exiled to Kaiavar's moon, Lycius. Lycius was a desolate rock with no atmosphere and vast temperature swings between day and night. Slave miners stayed underground, excavating ore for their masters to earn a living. As an infant, Korax had been stolen by the Chaos Gods and cast down on Lycius. He was discovered by a young slave woman who saved him from her master, and the slaves hid him. They taught him combat, guerrilla warfare, strategy, politics, and philosophy. When he matured, Korax united the workers of Lycius through charisma alone. He'd been secretly preparing an uprising, ordering the creation of 5 atomic mining charges to destroy the slavers' army. Today was the day. The rebels hid their weapons, waiting for orders. Most were young, hearts burning with passion and anticipation. To ensure nothing went wrong, Korax left his subordinates behind and went alone. He'd disable the Black Tower first, the fortress that monitored slaves and controlled automated weapon arrays, then assassinate the commanders, leaving the slaver army leaderless. Darkness pooled between flickering corridor lights and searchlights from the Black Tower. Korax moved through the darkness like smoke. His body was coated in camouflage made from forged soot and ash, shielding him from thermal imaging, infrared scanners, and other detection systems. He easily avoided all surveillance, advancing toward the Black Tower. The tower covered roughly 20 hectares, a massive structure of black stone reinforced with plasteel columns. Its walls were studded with barbed pipes, its windows fitted with razor blades. Korax used the shadows to infiltrate, his superhuman mind memorizing every firing point, elevated position, and angle of approach. Turning a corner, he felt eyes on him. A quick scan revealed a lit window in a nearby hab block. A woman stood with her back to it, holding a crying infant and gently patting his back. The child stared at the tall warrior with wide, innocent eyes. "I am not here," Korax murmured. The child's eyes clouded with confusion. His small mind lost all memory of the Primarch. Moments later, the infant forgot everything and rested content against his mother's shoulder. Korax smiled faintly and left in silence. This was his gift, erasing his existence from others' minds. He used exposed plasteel pipes and structural protrusions to scale the building, running silently along rooftops, gliding through the night like a hunting bird. He leaped from structure to structure, passing over guards' heads, advancing toward the Black Tower's center. With another leap, he glided through industrial smoke and landed in shadow. Then he felt that gaze again. He looked around and spotted a black raven perched in the distance. Its eyes were unnaturally bright as it watched him. Korax felt uneasy under its scrutiny. Something was strange about this bird. Its gaze didn't seem animal, more like an elder's. "I'm going mad thinking a bird looks like an elder," Korax thought, shaking his head. To be safe, he activated his ability again, intending to erase himself from the creature's mind. The raven kept watching. Its gaze never wavered, completely unaffected. "What's going on?" Korax frowned. "An interesting ability," the raven said. Korax's eyes widened. Fear followed. His first thought, this bird was genetically modified and trained, an informant for the slavers. When he moved to deal with it, the raven spoke again. "Don't be afraid. I mean you no harm, Korax. I can help you." "Of course help isn't free. You'll have to pay a small price." A talking black raven, offering help for a small price. This sounded exactly like the devil's tricks from old stories. Korax frowned. "A price? Do you want my soul, or do you want me to harvest souls for you?" "Whichever it is, I refuse," he added silently. He shifted his stance, preparing to eliminate this raven. The risk was too great. If his presence were exposed, not only would he be in danger, but the entire uprising could fail. "Souls? Only those fools in the warp need those." The raven tilted its small head with clear disdain. "I am a noble raven. I don't need such things. You only need to find me 99 different flavors of fries or ketchup, and this planet is yours. Fair and square, clearly priced." Several metaphorical question marks appeared above Korax's head. 99 different flavors of fries or ketchup for a planet. What kind of scam was this? That's all. Korax had no idea how demanding this truly was. The Imperium maintained vast research institutes that developed various fry flavors. Imperial expeditionary forces throughout the galaxy, and beyond, had standing orders to collect potatoes and tomatoes from every world they encountered. Every conceivable flavor had been cataloged in the Imperium's culinary archives. Black holes had even been used as cultivation sites. The potatoes grown in those extreme gravitational fields were denser than iron and could puncture starship hulls if thrown hard enough. To find 99 new flavors, Korax would have to venture to other universes. Even one universe might not be enough, he'd need to visit many. Of course, a noble raven only requires delicious fries and ketchup. Souls, those are for uncultured savage creatures of the warp, the raven said. "Doesn't sound impossible," Korax said, considering the benefits. It was just fries, how hard could it be? Suddenly, footsteps echoed from the window to Korax's left. He pressed flat against the wall, avoiding detection. The raven flapped its wings and landed on his shoulder, hiding with him in the darkness. Two fully armed soldiers walked to the window, lit cigarettes, took deep drags, then exhaled slowly. That son of a bitch. Wouldn't be surprising if someone shanked him one day. One soldier complained about his superior while smoking. "Stop whining, we're here for the money," the other said. "If it weren't for the money, who the hell would come to this shithole? Just deal with it. If you can't, think about all the other humiliating things you've done for credits." "Fair point, Bayan. By the way, I'm curious, have you ever done anything humiliating for money?" Couldn't afford a wife, so I had to borrow the neighbor's. You're just like that son of a bitch, truly deserve to die. Haha. The conversation left Korax, pressed against the window outside, utterly speechless. The raven perched on his shoulder muttered inwardly, well, well, a cuckold right in front of us. Korax seized the opportunity. He leaped up and burst through the window. Chapter 210, The Liberation of Lycius. The two smoking soldiers stared wide-eyed at the Primarch, but before they could react, Korax kicked them away. He walked over and snapped both their necks. This is revenge for the Pure Love faction, Korax muttered, looking down at the bodies. Then he turned to Raven on his shoulder. So, how about it? Want to make a deal? 99 different flavors of fries or ketchup, and you'll have my help. No need, I'll lead them to victory myself, Korax said. He strode into the Black Tower's depths, moving like a ghost through the shadows. Sentries at critical positions were eliminated silently. Eventually, he reached the core control area. The slaver enforcers, stationed there, died before they could scream. Korax seized control of the systems. Lycius gains her freedom today. He shut down the surveillance network and defense systems, then injected his pre-prepared virus into the mainframe, disabling the automated weapon arrays. When the searchlights over the mining zones went dark, the first explosion rang out alongside gunfire. A massive detonation echoed through the tunnels. Enraged slave miners poured from underground with weapons in hand, shouting for freedom as they charged the slaver army. The enemy forces were caught off guard. They were still trying to figure out why their systems had failed when the miners, people they'd brutalized daily, came rushing at them, guns blazing. The rebels opened fire, sweeping las beams and bullets across the slaver ranks. The concentrated firepower hit like a tidal wave. Within moments, the enemy broke and ran. They fled in chaos. But the slavers quickly reorganized, seizing key choke points and cutting off life support to the underground sections. The rebels had prepared for this day extensively, rehearsing every detail of the plan. The initial assault went well, but the slavers' superior firepower took a heavy toll. When the rebels used their atomic mining charges to destroy an enemy command hub, swarms of combat drones descended, raking the ground with devastating fire. The slaver army counterattacked hard. The battle turned brutal, rebel casualties mounted rapidly. Korax threw himself into the fighting. His lightning claws tore through enemy soldiers with ease. But there were too many of them, and the body count kept rising. The slaver garrison held a fortified stronghold, bristling with heavy weapons, drone squadrons, and automated warwalkers. So many are dying, Raven said from the Primarch's shoulder, watching the carnage. My offer still stands, Raven continued. With what you have now, winning this fight will cost you dearly. You really only want fries and ketchup? Korax ripped out an enemy soldier's throat. Blood sprayed across the rockcrete. Yes, Raven said simply. Korax looked at his struggling forces in the distance. Fine, I agree. Just help reduce the casualties. Excellent. Korax waited a moment, then looked at Raven expectantly. Where's the contract? Shouldn't we sign something? Contract? Raven shook his head. No need, I trust you. Now I'll summon my exclusive battle pet. Battle pet? Korax frowned. This was starting to sound sketchy. Come forth, big golden corn. Raven raised one wing, and a glowing portal opened above them. Several golden figures plummeted through. They hit the ground with earth-shaking impacts. It was Valdor and several senior custodian tribunes. They'd been inspecting biological research facilities, reviewing plans to upgrade the custodes with fourth-generation gene engines and develop specialized fifth-generation variants. Then a portal had appeared out of nowhere and swallowed them whole. Who am I? Where am I? What just happened? Valdor looked around, completely disoriented. Big golden corn, Raven flapped his wings enthusiastically. Get to work, wipe out that slaver army. Hearing that voice, Valdor's head snapped around. He saw Raven perched on a Primarch's shoulder and immediately understood. Raven, Valdor's blood pressure spiked. Being treated like a servant was bad enough. Now he was a summoned pet. You just snap your wings whenever you need something. This is too much, you damned bird. What's that you're mumbling? Raven asked innocently. The Captain General of the Adeptus Custodes clenched his fists, took a breath, then smiled with remarkable self-control. I merely meant that you shouldn't trouble yourself, my lord. Allow me to handle these enemies. It's an honor to serve you, Lord Raven. Really? Raven tilted his head skeptically. Behind Valdor, Ra and Sagittarian were barely holding back laughter. Watching their normally unshakable commander getting trolled by a bird was surprisingly entertaining. Yes, Valdor said through gritted teeth. Good, then get moving. Oh, and this is Corax, the 19th Primarch. Raven wasted no time assigning the mission while making introductions. Valdor studied Corax, the last one to be recovered. Primarch, Corax looked confused. You didn't tell him, Valdor shot Raven a look. That's not my job. You custodians are supposed to retrieve Primarchs and brief them. Why are you asking me? Raven's casual deflection made Valdor want to scream. Of course, still the same lazy, food-obsessed bird. You're the Emperor's son. Commander of the Imperium's 19th Legion, Valdor said, activating his gene engine to transmit a data packet into Corax's mind. Corax's eyes went wide. He stared at Raven. This bird actually served his father, the Emperor he'd never met. All right, enough talking. Get to work. Move it or I'll have you on Koipan duty, Raven told Valdor. Valdor didn't dare argue with Raven's orders. He could only take out his frustration on the slaver army. He activated his weapons and charged into the enemy like a golden war god. Ra and Sagittarian followed, launching their own assault. You dare resist, bellowed an augmented soldier, massive and heavily modified. Before he finished the sentence, Valdor obliterated him. A red mist hung in the air where the man had been. Bloody fragments scattered across the ground. Ra and Sagittarian unleashed equally devastating force. Corax watched the three custodians hit the battlefield, stunned. The rebels beside him stood frozen in shock. They couldn't track the kills, couldn't see how the enemies died. Everything happened too fast. The custodians wielded no guns, only spears wreathed in golden energy that cut through armor like cloth, destroying everything they touched. Tanks, bipedal mechs, defensive turrets, all were torn apart and reduced to flaming wreckage. In minutes, the fortress that had cost the rebels so dearly to assault was breached by the custodians. The garrison commander's severed head was mounted on a flagpole above the smoking ruins. With the custodians' help, Lycius was liberated within hours. Even Kaivar itself, the industrially advanced primary world, fell soon after. Against three demigods who could tear holes in space and cleave war machines in half, the planetary oligarchs had no chance. They were butchered efficiently. The system was free. You owe me 99 different flavors of fries or ketchup, Raven said to Corax, who still looked like he was processing a fever dream. Corax snapped back to reality. That's easy, I can get those delivered quickly. Ones I've already tried don't count, Raven clarified. No problem, Corax said confidently, having no idea what he'd just committed to. Valdor, mission complete, looked at this Primarch with genuine pity. The poor bastard had racked up astronomical debt before even reaching Terra. He hoped Corax could keep that confidence after learning the truth. New fry flavors commanded absurd prices in the Imperium. In an age where rogue traders casually conquered worlds, even 100 planets wouldn't cover this debt. People would trade entire sectors for unique potato strains. Not that the Primarchs cared about such deals. For them, conquering planets was routine. Several were currently waging wars in alternate universes. Planets, those were easy to acquire. Big golden corn, you're done here. Take young Corax back with you. He'll study on Terra for a while before taking command of the 19th Legion, Raven said. Have him work hard to pay off my fries and ketchup. Corax hesitated, reluctant to leave the newly freed Lycius. But Raven convinced him easily. You need to go to Terra. Here on Lycius, you can't really help them. They need reconstruction. They need outside resources and technology. Go to Terra, and you can secure all of that for them. A spatial rift opened. After one last look at Lycius, Corax followed the Captain General through the portal. The spatial distortion twisted, then normalized. Chapter 211, poor Raven. In an instant, Korax traversed tens of thousands of light years, emerging upon a colossal platform within the solar system itself. The structure was vast beyond mortal comprehension, larger than a continent, housing innumerable grand machines and arcane devices of the Imperium's making. The guards stationed there detected the spatial distortion immediately, weapons snapping to ready positions as combat protocols engaged. Upon recognizing the Imperial Guard commander, they quickly stood down. The activated turrets swiveled away, their targeting spirits quieted. The platform's supervisor arrived swiftly. After rendering a proper salute, he arranged a transport shuttle according to Valdo's orders. Korax stepped through the space-time passage, and his first glimpse of the solar system left him profoundly shaken. Giant structures dominated the void, impossible edifices visible throughout the entire star system. Even the star itself wore a crown of massive orbital constructs. "Come," Valdor said to Korax, "I'll take you to meet your father and your brothers." Under Valdor's guidance, Korax boarded a massive void craft. The vessel gleamed brilliant gold, its streamlined hull adorned with wings that evoked a giant imperial aquila preparing to take flight. The transport cabin was vast, even a Primarch would not feel confined within its generous dimensions. Once seated, the pilot initiated the launch sequence. Anti-gravity engines roared to life. Propulsion drives spewed bright flames. The heavy hull vibrated with barely contained power as a deep hum resonated through the deck plating. The Voidcraft launched from port, banking toward Terra. Korax gazed through the viewport. The magnificent void docks and countless ports stretched before him in full glory. Standing on the platform versus witnessing this from the void itself, two entirely different experiences. Ships swarmed like schools of fish. Thousands of foundries and smelters operated in synchronized rhythm. Weapon platforms larger than cities loomed alongside gravity well launchers. Planet-sized megastructures arrayed themselves throughout the void in orderly progression. Surveillance ships patrolled ceaselessly through the black, maintaining eternal vigilance, like diligent worker bees guarding their hive. Korax marveled at the human empire's military might and technological prowess. His homeworld possessed remnants of Golden Age technology and industry, but compared to the solar system, it was akin to a grain of sand beside the Milky Way itself, utterly insignificant. Valdor sat opposite Korax, silent. He allowed the Primarch to process everything independently. After a long moment, Korax finally tore his gaze away and looked at Valdo. "What kind of person is my father?" "He is the human lord, one of the Empire's supreme rulers, destined to command the boundless universe. He created you, but thieves stole you away and scattered you across distant regions of the galaxy." Valdor gestured at the vista beyond. "Everything you see was forged jointly by him and the Raven, and this is merely the beginning. You already have 5 brothers who have ventured into other universes. The Empire's glory will spread across all the heavens." "What kind of people are my brothers?" Korax asked. "You are all the Emperor's finest creations. Each of you wields godlike power and serves as vanguard and main force for the Empire's expansion." Valdor extended a hand, opening a light screen displaying the Primarch's information. Lion L. Johnson, leader of the 1st Legion Dark Angels. Night King of Caliban, the Lion. Achievements: annihilation of the Space Yeti race, annihilation of the Shadow Creature race, annihilation of the Mekaran Xenos. Korax blinked at the uniform record of annihilations. His brother seemed to have quite the murderous streak. "Why did it skip to number 3? Where's number 2? Korax noticed the gap immediately. Number 2's soul encountered complications requiring cognitive reconstruction, Valdor explained. He is currently in recovery. It will be some time before he can lead the 2nd Legion. Korax wanted to ask more about number 2's condition, but Valdor didn't elaborate. He gave up and continued reading. Fulgrim, leader of the 3rd Legion Emperor's Children, the perfect one of Chemo's, the Phoenix. Korax read through each Primarch's introduction. All were exceptional, with brilliant records of achievement. His own accomplishments seemed insignificant by comparison. He also noticed one Primarch who resembled him greatly. Conrad Kurz, leader of the 8th Legion, Night Lords. He also used lightning claws and favored infiltration tactics, practically another version of himself. A sense of frustration crept into him. On Lycius, as a Primarch, he'd been a guiding beacon for the rebel organization. His wisdom and strength were beyond mortal reach. Now, after encountering the human empire, he'd been shocked first by its technology and military, and now learned there were 20 individuals as excellent as him. Corax's reverence for the Emperor deepened. The Emperor of mankind, capable of creating and commanding 20 godlike offspring, must possess power and wisdom far surpassing even the Primarchs themselves. The Voidcraft was swift. Terra came into view quickly. The planet was highly developed, entirely enveloped by magnificent structures. Dozens of grand sky-piercing towers connected surface to void platforms, transporting goods and personnel in constant flow. Terra's ports teemed with ships, bustling beyond measure. Thanks to the highest access clearance, they proceeded unhindered. Finally, the Voidcraft landed at the spaceport. Malcador, Perturabo, and a contingent of high-ranking Imperial officials had already been waiting, having received advance notice. The moment Corax stepped out, the band behind them struck up a piece titled Imperial Honor. "Welcome back, Corax." Malcador stepped forward first, embracing the Primarch. "Welcome, my brother." Perturabo followed, giving Corax a firm hug. The meeting was harmonious. Perturabo introduced his achievements to Corax, noting that most of the solar system's megastructures had been designed and planned by him personally. Currently, he was planning and constructing a cross-time space travel platform for the Empire. Once built, even if the Ravens slacked off, the Empire could travel to other universes independently. This project ranked among the Empire's most critical undertakings. Corax's expression of shock greatly pleased Perturabo. Indeed, the Primarch brothers who just returned to the Empire were more amiable and understood how to appreciate his plans properly. After pleasantries, Corax was ushered into the throne room of the Terra Palace. The Emperor was there, calibrating the Golden Throne, the device used to establish and promote the construction of the Webway. Webway travel remained the most cost-effective method of faster-than-light transit for the vast empire. Once established, starships could achieve inexpensive FTL travel even without warp engines or hyperspace jump drives. Therefore, the Emperor planned to extend the Webway throughout the entire galaxy and eventually the universe itself. After all, the Webway shield tunneling machine technology had already been acquired. Letting it gather dust would be wasteful. Corax ascended the elevated platform where the Golden Throne stood. The Emperor sat there, radiating intense luminescence like a golden sun incarnate. The closer the Primarch drew to that blazing presence, the more apprehensive he felt. Upon reaching the platform, he instinctively knelt on one knee. "Father," he said softly. The Emperor opened his eyes. Bright light flowed within his pupils. Corax's eyes widened in profound shock. Within those eyes, he witnessed the cycle of creation and destruction of all things, saw the universe perish and restart. Those eyes were unfathomably deep, containing endless wisdom. Even looking at them gave him the sensation of being drawn into an infinite abyss. 19th, welcome back. The Emperor's voice was sacred, vast, as if the entire universe echoed in Corax's ears. But there was no emotion within it, utterly cold. It was like a god who had completely transcended humanity speaking to his creation. The Emperor fit all of Corax's imaginings of a creator, mysterious, powerful, without personal desires or emotions. Yet it also left him feeling disappointed. He'd addressed him as father, but received no emotional response in return. This inexplicably reminded him of Lord Raven. It was hard to imagine that the Raven, who never maintained a proper appearance, could become partners with a father as emotionally wooden as this, and even create the Empire together. It must have been difficult for Lord Raven. Fortunately, the Emperor was focused on the Webway and Webway projects, not fully concentrating on the meeting with Corax. Had he known the inner thoughts of this rebellious son, he would surely have been exasperated enough to vomit blood. That damned Raven having a hard time. The Raven was practically ready to replace the Aquila banner with his favorite fries and ketchup. throughout the entire empire who enjoyed life more than him. Meanwhile, the time-traveling Raven suddenly sneezed. Akshu. Raven paused. Hey. Akshu. Hey. I can actually catch a cold. Raven stared at nothing, questioning reality itself. He wasn't even a carbon-based life form anymore. How could he possibly catch a cold? Had science died, how could such an illogical thing happen? Chapter 212, Russ, for the Allfather for the Raven. But then Raven thought about it. This was the Warhammer 40K universe, and the Warhammer universe's science was indeed half-dead underground. It's probably Nurgle, that bastard, trying to scheme against me. The Raven considered another possibility. That dead fatty was brewing his snot soup every day. Who knew what conspiracy he was cooking up this time? This was too much. Sooner or later, he'd invade that garden and shove Nurgle into his own pot. Actuo. Ag, Nurgle, you little shit. You just wait for my wraith. The Raven secretly plotted his retaliation. Meanwhile, in his garden, Nurgle suddenly felt a chill down his spine. An inexplicable unease crept over him, the distinct sensation that someone wanted to harm him. He turned his head but found nothing, so he continued brewing his plague soup. The Raven arrived at his destination, the Yeni system. This was one of the human empire's colonies, the Fasci Empire. The Fasci Empire was also a human civilization that had endured the long age of darkness, re-emerged into the galaxy, and sought to restore humanity's glory. After negotiations to peacefully join the human empire broke down, the Fasci Empire openly declared war. Their ruler even ordered a continuous stream of taunts and insults sent to the empire, expressing his determination to resist to the end. Unable to tolerate it any longer, Terra ordered the 6th Legion to move out, with clear orders, destroy the Fasci Empire, and enlighten the ignorant people who had been misled. The Raven's trip was to find Russ. Since Russ left the Emperor's grand design, he hadn't been seen. Considering how long it had been, the Raven felt he needed to check in more often, couldn't have the space wolf getting abducted. At this moment, the 6th Legion was launching a fierce assault on the Fasci Empire's colony. In the void, Fasci's hunter warships were being routed. Several magnificent orbital fortresses crumbled amidst dense gunfire, terrifying explosions engulfing each structure whole. The 6th Legion's warships smoothly disengaged from the expanding fireballs and continued firing upon the fleeing Fasci fleet. Intersecting laser fire filled the gaps between warships, striking shields and creating cascading ripples. Russ's flagship, the Hrafnkel, a Gloriana-class battleship, was fully engaged in destroying the Fasci Empire's last fortress in the Yeni system. It was a massive cylindrical space station constructed from carbon steel composite materials, orbiting Yeni's 3rd planet. The station possessed vast arrays of energy weapons, dense missile silos, and over 100,000 Fasci soldiers. Yet such a formidable fortress could not withstand Hrafnkel's bombardment for even half an hour. Its energy shields failed under saturated fire. The massive fortress was pierced by light-speed projectiles launched from mass drivers, then utterly destroyed and disintegrated into fragments during 5 minutes of sustained kinetic bombardment. Hunting time, Russ said, licking his lips as he watched the fleeing Fasci warships. They'll pay for their foolishness. This battle was without suspense. The 6th Legion, equipped with 2nd-generation warships and 3rd-generation Astartes, could easily crush all resistance from the Fasci Empire. No matter how valiantly they fought, their ultimate fate was defeat. Suddenly, a bright arc of light appeared, expanding into a portal. The Raven jumped out. Russ and his wolf guard startled, weapons snapping up. Upon recognizing the Raven, they immediately lowered them. Russ's surprise turned to excitement. "Lord Raven, why have you come?" "Of course I came to see you, Husky." The Raven's words made Russ burst into laughter. "Other Bjorn, the task of clearing out the enemy is yours. Oh, and bring up the gift we prepared for Lord Raven." He handed the final mopping up operations to his trusted company commanders and ordered someone to bring the fries and ketchup the 6th Legion had collected during the campaign. The Raven tasted a few bites and found that these fries and ketchup had different alcoholic flavors. "You always get me good stuff, Husky, so delicious. The taste is unique, very satisfying." "Oh, how's the war against the Fasci Empire going?" the Raven asked between bites. "Very smoothly. The main resistance forces have been annihilated. Now we just need to find the Fasci Empire's home base," Russ said. As soon as he finished speaking, Bjorn, commanding the battle, brought new intel. They'd boarded the last few Fasci warships and captured several high-ranking generals. From the captives, they'd obtained the coordinates of the Fasci Empire's capital planet, Durin. "It's time for this campaign to end," Russ declared. "For the All-Father, for the Raven, let us set sail and bring a perfect close to this war." For the current Empire, once an enemy planet's coordinates were exposed, the opponent was already within their grasp. Victory was only a matter of time. This was only considering that Durin was a human colony. Otherwise, with a cross-dimensional planetary annihilation strike, the 6th Legion wouldn't even need to show up to destroy all life on a planet. After leaving a unit on Yeni to guard and clear the battlefield, the 6th Legion set sail for the Fasci Empire's home base. With the Golden Throne's amplification, the Emperor's control over the warp had already reached incredible degrees, far surpassing his alternate counterpart. Currently, the warp was calm and undisturbed, and the time required for superluminal travel was significantly reduced. A few days later, the 6th Legion's warships arrived in the Durin system. By this time, the Fasci Empire had assembled heavy forces and constructed numerous fortresses and strongholds. Soon after the 6th Legion entered real space, fierce fighting erupted. Noisy chatter surged through the fleet's communication channels. The voices of commanders and high-ranking Legion officials rose and fell, punctuated by occasional roars. The fleet moved steadily according to precisely planned tactical schemes. The Fasci Empire's capital planet, Durin, hung visible within eyesight. Initially just a bright star, its outline grew larger as the fleet continuously approached. Hundreds of warships sailed toward the 6th Legion's fleet. They were the Fasci Empire's last naval strength. Raven lay sprawled lazily on a small throne padded with unknown animal hides. The throne's size was quite miniature for an Astartes, only a few dozen centimeters long and wide. One wolfguard could easily lift and hold it steady. Other wolfguard were responsible for carrying the fries and ketchup. Raven wasn't concerned with the battle, treating it merely as entertainment to pass the time. "Speed up, send them on their way," Russ ordered, eyes fixed on the tactical projection. Sensing his master's killing intent, the two giant wolves, Frecky and Jerry, resting beside the Primarch, let out low growls. The void battlefield quickly intensified. The Fasci Empire's remaining forces erupted with unimaginable courage. For them, Durin was their terra, not in grandeur or splendor, but in meaning. In status within their hearts, and there was a long history behind this. When humanity first set foot on this planet over a dozen millennia ago, the settlers gave everything to this planet's development. As years passed, the people here had long forgotten Terra's existence. They regarded Durin as their homeworld. In their hearts, Durin's meaning was equivalent to Earth itself. They would not surrender Durin, just as the human empire would undoubtedly use all its strength to protect Terra. Facing the human empire's furious assault, they knew they were doomed and had no retreat, but they would never give up. They would resist to the end. Even knowing death was the final outcome, the people of Durin would shed every drop of blood for every inch of their sacred homeland. Raven felt pity for Durin's inhabitants, little children fighting a useless war in the end, but he did not stop the 6th Legion. To maintain the unity of human civilization, the blood of kin must be shed. The path to glory was destined to be woven from blood, fire, and sins of their own. Neither he nor the Emperor would babysit each and every planet in the universe. Do that, and you doom the future of people. The Fasci fleet's vessels were bloated and massive, reactor light visible through portholes illuminating the surrounding orbit. The defensive orbital stations in Durin's orbit also unleashed full firepower, furiously pouring energy beams, missiles, and projectiles onto the 6th Legion's fleet. Dense light beams illuminated the dark void, weaving temporary, brilliant constellations. Accompanied by continuous flashes, terrifying explosions occurred endlessly, soundless, but with slowly expanding shockwaves visible to the naked eye. Fasci fighter squadrons weaved through the chaotic battlefield, dancing agilely. Flames spewed from gun barrels beneath their fuselages, burning eternally. Laser crossfire went back and forth like netting, and the sparks of exploding ordnance spread rampantly. Occasionally, burning metal broke off and fell, as if every inch of void space was filled with the smoke and dust of war. The people of Durin resisted fiercely and fearlessly, so much so that even some officers, though mocking this whole facade, still gave admiration for the brave souls, already thinking about how they would integrate these warriors into their fleets. However, the human empire's second generation warships far surpassed Fasci vessels in both performance and firepower. Courage and fearlessness could not offset the disparity brought by technology. Amidst the fierce battle, Fasci's commander helplessly watched as one ship after another was destroyed. A Fasci warship's shields were breached, instantly submerged by dense projectiles. Terrifying but silent explosions tore through the thick hull, throwing crew members out into space. Dense light lances and lasers pierced fighter fuselages, stabbing them through and through, turning them into burning balls of flame. Fasci warships' gunfire somehow did land on the 6th Legion's vessels, but they were blocked by thick void shields, merely causing ripples and tremors like soft waves, unable to penetrate the defenses. And the human empire's counterattacks often turned these Fasci warships into bloody fireworks in the void. The Fasci fleet quickly collapsed. The remaining ships and brethren dragged their scarred bodies and kins and fled toward the Star Fortress, trying to escape the nightmare that was Imperium. Chapter 213, War Ends, Rest in Peace. The wolves pursued without mercy. Durin's orbital defenses activated at full power. Their massive structures bristled with anti-ship weapons capable of overwhelming even second-generation battleship shields. But the VI Legion's greatest strength lay not in their steel warships, but in the demigod warriors blessed by the Emperor. Once breaches appeared in the orbital defenders' shields, the wolves used spatial teleportation to board the stations, bringing the fight to close quarters. Thousands of space wolves poured into the orbital facilities. They fought from one command post to another, destroying weapon systems, killing defenders, and smashing everything in their path. To protect their homeworld, Durin's defenders fought with desperate fury. They deployed war machines, built trench networks, and organized mechanized units to hold every position. Heavy weapons covered every strategic chokepoint. For the Primarch, for the Allfather, for Corax. Long live Lemon Russ, the Wolf King. The wolves roared, raising axes and power swords high. They threw themselves into battle, destroying all resistance in the human empire's name. The wave of destruction spread through the station's corridors. Lights dimmed section by section. Blood flowed in rivers. Fires spread rapidly from node to node. The orbital station fell. Few defenders survived. They had given everything for their homeland. The battle witnessed countless acts of tragic heroism, suicide charges with melt-a-bombs clutched in trembling hands, soldiers with shattered legs and blinded eyes who continued fighting until their last breath. Even the wolves showed respect, admiring the determination and sacrifice displayed in defense of home. But it couldn't change the outcome. The orbital station fell. The Fasci fleet was annihilated. Planet Durin lay besieged by the wolf fleet, helpless as meat on a butcher's block. "We need a swift, decisive offensive," Russ said after capturing the station, convening his senior commanders. "Cut off enemy support and eliminate the Durin tyrant. Only then can we minimize casualties." The situation on Durin was problematic. The population had been thoroughly indoctrinated. Once the VI Legion launched its ground offensive, fierce resistance was inevitable. Ordinary resistance posed no tactical problem for the wolves. With their implanted second-generation gene engines, they could slaughter any number of baseline humans. But after so many battles, they understood the determination of Durin's people. These weren't fanatics or tyrants, they were simply trying to protect their home. Slaughter was pointless. A swift decapitation strike, crushing the local leadership and avoiding unnecessary casualties. That was the path forward. After formulating a detailed battle plan targeting the palace where the Dulan Emperor resided, the airborne operation commenced. Warships in orbit scanned continuously, locking onto defensive artillery, barracks, laser arrays, turrets, missile silos, and airfields. Orbital bombardment followed. Artillery fire swept over designated targets. Dazzling laser weapons from the warships surged relentlessly, their deadly beams threading through falling trajectories to strike with precision. Once the enemy lost their ability to retaliate, swarms of fighters poured from carrier ships, diving toward Duran's atmosphere. On the surface, portals opened with crackling lightning. Wolf warriors surged through. Tanks, titans, night mechs, and auxiliary forces deployed to the battlefield alongside them. Titans descended like world-ending giants, their core reactors glowing with stellar radiance, propulsion engines roaring. Massive cannon barrels tracked target after target with mechanical precision. Gatling cannons glowed hot, unleashing devastating beams. Power claws wreathed in lightning tore through city walls and towers with ease. Duran's mechanized forces bravely resisted the human empire's first wave. They launched countercharges through withering fire, attempting to reach Imperial positions. Bullets struck barriers, producing cascading flares of dissipating energy. Mobile artillery emerged from camouflaged fortifications, their massive barrels nearly parallel to the ground, shaking violently from recoil. Fully armored walking mechs lumbered from the shadows of city walls, shoulder-mounted launchers targeting the most brutal combat zones, unleashing grenades without mercy. Every variety of heavy weapon found its way to the battlefield. Casualties mounted into cold numbers. Russ joined the fighting personally, wielding Mjalnar. The frost blade tore through armor and shields effortlessly. Before enemies could react, the greatsword swept across with thunderous force. Death bloomed among enemy ranks. Lifeless bodies flew and crashed back down in broken heaps. At times, he employed more esoteric powers, tearing apart thick walls, dismembering war machines, crushing armored turrets with his bare hands. Under his leadership, the vanguard broke through enemy defenses, reaching the palace depths. The Dulan Emperor's personal guard resisted fiercely. But Russ was overwhelming. His combat prowess inspired despair. No guard could approach him. None who entered his sight survived. Thud! The sound of a blade piercing flesh rang clearly. Crimson blood flowed, dripping to the floor. "Rest in peace," Russ said with genuine pity, withdrawing his blade slowly. The wide-eyed guard fell, his life extinguished. Glancing at his wolf guard clearing the remaining defenders, Russ stepped over the threshold into the main hall. "Follow him," Korak said lazily from his miniature throne. Several wolf guard carrying the throne and managing the fries and ketchup supply hastily followed Russ inside. The main hall's furnishings were lavish, befitting its owner's noble status. Intricate corridors branched in all directions, leading to antechambers, rooms, and alcoves. Though the light remained soft and pleasant, the indoor temperature was oppressively high. Heat rolled through arched Gothic windows. Outside, the sky still burned red. The dome featured a mosaic of a coiled dragon, Duran's symbol. Directly beneath it sat a throne of pure black. Upon it rested a solitary figure. A man wrapped in crimson robes, frail and ancient, his skin translucent like parchment. "Reckoning time again," Korax mumbled. "You've eliminated another enemy for the human empire, you big oaf." Russ turned and smiled at Korax on his miniature throne, then faced the figure. "Surrender, you've already lost. Accept the human empire's integration and join the unified human civilization. Continued resistance will only bring death. You burned everything we spent millennia building, and you call it victory," the Dulan Emperor said with a tired, mocking smile. "Now you demand we accept your enlightenment." "Your refusal of peace brought these consequences," Russ said. "If you'd accepted the envoy's terms, none of this would have happened. Instead, you would have gained far more, enjoyed the benefits of humanity's rise. But we don't need you to give us more. We just wanted to live our own lives," the Dulan Emperor said. "We endured millennia of crisis and finally saw civilization's dawn, yet you demand we bow down." This is for humanity's rise, Russ said. There was another group who claimed they acted for humanity, the Dulan Emperor scoffed. Their evil deeds tore apart human civilization and caused wars that swept the galaxy. How many atrocities in the Star River have been given noble names? Why waste breath on this? Korax stretched his claws lazily. Our technology and systems are superior, so our combat power is stronger, so we won. Winners have the right to dominate losers. That's the truth of this universe. The Dulan Emperor tried to speak, but Korax interrupted directly. I know you want to argue, but I don't care to hear it. Winning is winning, losing is losing, regardless of justice. We think this will help humanity rise, so we do it. You can disagree, but you still lost. Now order your forces to surrender and end this. Resistance is meaningless. If you gamble, you must accept the loss. Russ gave a mental thumbs up. As expected of Korax, his verbal assaults were devastating. The Dulan Emperor stared at Korax with astonishment, then slowly lowered his head in defeat. He surrendered to human empire custody. The Fasci Empire was declared overthrown. All its territories and colonies were incorporated into the human empire. Terra. Korax didn't know how he walked out of the throne room. For days afterward, he remained in a daze. His mind overflowed with images of the Golden Throne and the Emperor shrouded in light. By the time his usual focus returned, he was already aboard a supply ship bound for the Transformers universe. News had reached Terra. Sentinel Prime, lieutenant of the Cosmic Emperor, was leading a vast Transformer army to encircle and annihilate human empire forces led by 3 Primarchs, Lion, Sanguinius, and Guilliman. This war spanned multiple domains and dimensions, holding immense educational value for a Primarch like Korax, who had not yet undergone gene engine implantation. He'd been urgently dispatched to the Transformers universe. No sooner had Korax entered that reality than bad news arrived. Sentinel Prime, accompanied by elite forces, had launched a surprise attack on the fortress. The human empire command post had fallen, and the 3 Primarchs were embroiled in desperate fighting. The magnificent Cybertronian fleet traversed the cold, boundless void. Each warship measured dozens of kilometers in length, majestic metal cities sailing through space. Some carrier vessels reached several hundred kilometers long, resembling mobile continents of steel. Propulsion engines mounted at their sterns glowed like stars. These capital ships mounted incredibly powerful weaponry. A single shot could destroy a planet, even an entire star system. They unleashed beams 1,000 meters in diameter, brilliant columns of death cutting through the void toward human empire fortress structures, too bright to view directly. In an instant, they crossed vast distances and reached the colossal imperial fortress. Layers of interwoven lotus-shaped shields are activated. The moment they contacted the beams, they shattered. Shields broke layer after layer with astonishing speed. Chapter 214. Welcome to Transformers Universe. However, each layer of shielding weakened the incoming beams. The automated systems rapidly cycled new barriers into place. The enemy fire didn't penetrate all defenses. After piercing hundreds of shield layers, the beams lost power and dissipated into the void. The human empire, under attack, fired back with destructive weapons of their own. Explosions and energy beams lit up the entire combat zone. Tens of millions of kilometers became a battlefield dense with gunfire and the fireballs of detonations. Astartes warriors, implanted with gene seed, moved through the void in powered armor, fiercely engaging the massive Transformers. Both sides fought desperately in an evenly matched struggle. Sometimes an Astartes fell. Sometimes a Transformer was destroyed. For Lion L. Johnson, for the human empire. Dark Angel Astran charged toward the enemy, his longsword covered in a tearing field. The blade swept across a Transformer, splitting the massive body in two. A silent explosion appeared. Shockwaves swept outward. Kills +1. The kill notification appeared in his helmet. Astran adjusted his posture and accelerated continuously, crashing into another Transformer like a meteor. That Transformer was 1,000 meters tall and possessed incredibly sturdy shields. Weapons equipped by the Astartes only caused ripples when they struck its body. Even employing various rule-based attacks failed due to insufficient computing power. Calculating kinetic energy generated BY impact. Calculating shield strength, calculating enemy AT field power supply. Establishing collision model, compressing protective force field, increasing protective force field strength. Dense notification sounds appeared continuously. Astran paid no heed. His eyes were fixed solely on the target, his will firm and unwavering. Finally, he pierced through the Transformer's shield like a sharp blade, penetrating its body. The moment he penetrated the opponent's body, the impact force sent him flying out with countless metal fragments, scattering into the void. Kills +1. Another kill notification sounded. Astran slowed down, finally stopping in the void. Before he could survey the battlefield, a bright beam swept over, hitting his body and sending him flying thousands of kilometers. Warning: facial armor damaged, defense decreased by 45%. Warning: left abdominal armor damaged, defense decreased by 25%. Warning: chest armor damaged, defense decreased by 75%. Repair program activated. Estimated repair time 3 minutes 25 seconds. Are these guys unkillable? Astran looked up and saw a dense mass of Transformers. They have a repair program, Luther's voice echoed in Astran's ear. Those destroyed Transformers will be recovered, implanted with new fire sources, and then deployed back to the battlefield. Does that mean they can revive infinitely? Astran's heart sank. If so, how long will this war last? The enemy is using an artifact called the Allspark to revive themselves infinitely. 3 Primarchs have already gone to deal with it. As long as they can defeat the enemy's leader, this problem can be resolved, Luther said. This battle is really bad, Astran mumbled. He turned his head to look into the depths of the void. The most crucial battle was erupting there. 3 Primarchs were engaging a massive transformer. The power unleashed by both sides was earth-shattering. The surrounding spacetime was shattered, and winds of nothingness raged. Our reinforcements are here. Luther's words drew Astran's attention back, making him somewhat curious. Besides the Astartes, what other units did the human empire have that could contend with these massive mechanical lifeforms? Just then, beams of light flew out from the fortress, landing on the void battlefield. They were Imperial giants created using light conversion technology. They had never been deployed in their home universe, only entering the battlefield for the first time in the Transformers universe. Every candidate for a light giant was an absolutely loyal Imperial elite. Unlike the Ultraman universe's giants, who draw power from emotions like love and hope, the Imperial giants' power comes from loyalty. The more loyal, the stronger their power. The combat effectiveness of the Imperial giants was beyond doubt. They possessed excellent combat skills and complex light-based abilities, enough to contend with the Transformers. The Imperial giants joined the battlefield and quickly turned the tide. But the enemy's numbers were endless, and the Imperial army could only adopt a defensive stance. The fortress itself also fell into a chaotic battle. Some smaller Transformers infiltrated, intending to destroy the fortress from within, thereby paralyzing the human empire's firepower and shields. These carbon-based guys are really annoying. Transformer Lazarbeak raised 2 high-energy laser cannons and opened fire on the human empire defenders. They just won't quit, another companion said. Lazarbeak grabbed a gravity grenade. Let's show them what we've got. Carbon-based life can't match us. Suddenly, an energy wave rippled through the corridor. Both Transformers' sensors went haywire. Wait, something's wrong. Lazarbeak looked up. A giant glowing red stood at the end of the corridor. Before he could process the threat, psychic energy slammed forward. ZZZZT, crack. Steel bodies crumpled like tin cans. Electrical arcs jumped between broken circuits. Lubricant sprayed everywhere. Well, slag, Lazarbeak transmitted over comms to his squad. A second later, the psychic wave crushed him into a compacted ball of scrap. His spark ejected, data streaming back to the Allspark for reinstantiation. The one who arrived was Magnus. He held a staff, clad in crimson armor, and with a casual wave, unleashed surging psychic power. The transformers in his path were destroyed before they could even resist. After eliminating all the transformers within his field of vision, Magnus walked to the viewport and looked out at the battlefield. At this moment, the entire void was engulfed in war. The outer fortress had been breached and was slowly disintegrating in the flames. Is this the war of the heavens? Magnus mused. The human empire's technology and military power were considered top tier in their home universe. Upon arriving in the Transformers universe, they still couldn't distance themselves from the mechanical lifeforms here. The human empire had the Emperor, and the Transformers also had the Cosmic Emperor. The human empire had Primarchs, and the Transformers also had the 13 Primes. I wonder how long this war will last. Magnus looked into the depths of the void. Lion L. Johnson, Sanguinius, and Gilliman were fiercely battling the leader of the Transformers, Sentinel Prime. New reinforcements are coming. A new Primarch has also arrived, the recently returned 19th. The voice from the Core Command Center echoed in the comms, pulling Magnus's attention back from the distant void battlefield. A new Primarch. Magnus waved his staff, opening a teleportation channel, and stepped through, directly arriving at the Spacetime Gate platform. The Spacetime Gate was incredibly magnificent. Even dozens of battleships side by side could easily pass through. The human empire had sent more military units and warships to support the 3 Primarchs. Are you the 19th Primarch who has just returned? Welcome to the Transformers universe. Magnus immediately found Korax among the supporting Imperial personnel. The aura of a Primarch was truly too conspicuous in a crowd. Korax also scrutinized his brother. My name is Korax. My name is Magnus, the 15th. I've read your data. It says you possess incredible psychic power. Yes, among all the Primarchs, I possess the strongest psychic power, Magnus said with a proud expression. The two conversed for a while. Magnus then led Korax to the Core Command Center. The human empire had deployed hundreds of proton observers, giving a clear view of the entire battlefield. Numerous battlefield scenes were being displayed on projection screens before the high-ranking Imperial officers. As soon as Korax entered the command center, he was captivated by the images on the projection. Especially the scene of Lion L. Johnson, Sanguinius, and Gilliman battling Sentinel Prime. In the vast and boundless void, the 3 Primarchs all revealed their gigantic forms. Their entire bodies radiated light. Like 3 deities who had emerged from ancient times, their divine might was unrivaled. Just looking at them made one feel immense pressure. With every gesture, they unleashed unimaginable world-destroying power. Chapter 215, Deathly Battle. Space fractured like brittle glass beneath the weight of their conflict. Sentinel Prime burned with terrible radiance, his optical sensors blazing with the feverish light of conquest. Wherever his scepter traced its arc, the laws of reality bent to his will, twisted, subjugated, remade into something that served him alone. He was a warlord of the Unicorn's court, his campaigns legendary, his victories countless. Entire civilizations had fallen to his might, erased for daring to resist his power. As a mechanical lifeform, his regenerative capacity was nearly indefeasible. Wounds that would slay titans were sealed with mechanical precision. Even rule-based and conceptual attacks dissolved harmlessly against the AT field that encased his warform, rendering them meaningless before his superior nature. Thus, their battle devolved into primal savagery, titans clashing violently in the void. The scepter rose high. Space tore open. The gashes wept terrible energy, brilliant and coruscating across the darkness. This instrument was forged from cybermetal, the universe's rarest substance, a conductor of unimaginable potency. It resonated with its wielder's will, amplifying the laws of creation itself into instruments of annihilation. Lion L. Johnson radiated luminescence like a god form torn from myth. His longsword blazed with the brilliance of suns, cutting through the void like a beacon of judgment. Clang! The collision rent the void apart. Shockwaves shattered asteroids and meteorites like dust, scattering them across the battlefield. Sound itself defied physics, echoing across every sector, and every warrior present heard it, the universe itself screaming in agony. Both combatants hurtled backward, separated by hundreds of kilometers. Sanguinius charged without hesitation, his spear extended as a lance of judgment. His wings, luminous and eternal, tore through the dimensional barriers as he descended upon his foe. Space restraint. The invocation was law. His gene engine bent spatial reality to his design. Transparent barriers crystallized around Sentinel Prime, a cage of geometry and force that should have held him fast. Crack, crack. Sentinel Prime's scepter shattered each barrier with ease, shattering them like glass. Behind him, a cannon gathered stellar radiance and unleashed its wrath upon the battlefield. Sanguinius was hurled backward, his trajectory carved through the void in a desperate arc. Guilliman seized the opening, seeing his chance. He became motion itself, a living projectile of transhuman fury and purpose. Subspace blessings and gene engine enhancements rendered him no less in physique than his opponent, and as Sentinel Prime's balance wavered, Guilliman reached forth to claim the scepter. He had already divined its truth. This weapon was the nexus of the warlord's power. But Sentinel Prime's secondary limb extended a cannon. Starlight erupted without warning. The beam engulfed Guilliman in destructive radiance, consuming him in brilliant fire. Warning, protective field approaching critical failure. Warning. The alerts screamed through his systems, yet Guilliman paid them no heed. He swung his blade through the onslaught, the tearing field inscribed upon its edge, severing Sentinel Prime's arm clean. The scepter flew free, spiraling into the void. Lion L. Johnson tore open a spatial rift and banished it beyond reach, a decisive removal of the weapon from its wielder's grasp. Disarmed and crippled, Sentinel Prime's advantage crumbled away. The battle turned decisively. After a tempest of violence, Sanguinius's spear found its mark, driving through the Transformer's thorax and piercing his spark chamber, the mechanical heart that granted him life. Sentinel Prime's cry of agony reverberated through the void. Lion L. Johnson rushed forward, his blade raised high to deliver the final blow that would end this war. Then space itself screamed open. The void wind surged forth like a typhoon given dimension and malice. A tentacle, colossal beyond reckoning, a thing before which planets were marbles in an infant's hand, extended from the rift without mercy. The three Primarchs were cast aside like children's toys, powerless against such overwhelming force. The tentacle coiled around Sentinel Prime, drawing him back into the spatial tier. The rift sealed. It vanished without a trace. Lion L. Johnson and Sanguinius activated their engines, their consciousness diving into the data stream to analyze the spatial signature and pursue their enemy. They would ensure Sentinel Prime's absolute destruction. But then Guilliman collapsed. Accumulated damage had reached its threshold. The weight of his injuries forced them to abandon the chase. They turned their attention to their brother, and what they found terrified them. Guilliman had endured Sentinel Prime's maximum output, then suffered the Void Wind's tentacle at full force. Repeated catastrophic trauma had accumulated into a wound beyond reckoning. Only a Primarch's transhuman physiology, only the blessing of his gene engine, prevented death from claiming him countless times over. Warning, body damage reached 85%. Unknown power signature detected in cellular matrix. Warning, vital signs decreasing. Initiating self-repair protocol. Warning, core origin compromised. Repair sequence obstructed. The alarms were white noise. His mind had fractured. His senses scattered into fragments. His brother's voices reached him as distant echoes, hollow and unreachable. The medical deck was a cathedral of sterile white and gleaming steel. Cold, soulless, devoted entirely to the preservation of transhuman flesh. When word came that the 13th Primarch lay comatose and grievously wounded, the four heroes of Ultramar abandoned their stations without hesitation. Tawno, Axe, Valentis, and Strauss moved through the fortress's intricate corridors with urgent purpose. They arrived at the medical sector to find their lord lying upon a medical bed, surrounded by humming machinery and the clinical ministrations of apothecaries. The sight broke them. Guilliman's azure armor lay shattered. His musculature, usually lustrous and perfect, was charred black with necrotic damage. In places, blackened bones showed through ruined flesh. The figure of godly perfection was rendered mortal, broken, vulnerable. Tano, praised as hero and demigod, felt panic claw at his heart. His composure shattered like ceramite under cannon fire. Here stood a warrior of legendary renown, reduced to helplessness before forces beyond his capability. The other three heroes fell into stunned silence, their extraordinary minds crashing against the terrible reality before them. "Sages, over here." Lion Eljanssen's call cut through the oppressive quiet. He parted the gathering crowd, making way for the Adeptus Mechanicus delegation, corpulent figures in scarlet robes, their bodies augmented with countless mechanical prosthetics, each supported by anti-gravity chassis. The sages approached Gilliman's form. Mechanical appendages moved with precision. Holographic displays bloomed around the medical bed, filling with scrolling data and cascading value curves. After prolonged analysis, one of the senior sages turned to address the assembled Primarchs and heroes. The Primarch has suffered damage from a rule-based power, designated as annihilation. Chapter 216, Kala's Typhon. In the predetermined timeline, Kala's Typhon would eventually become known as Typhus, host of the Destroyer Hive and favored servant of Nurgle. Typhon had been the first uncorrupted human Mortarian encountered after he escaped from Barbarous, and his counsel proved instrumental in turning the Primarch against his adoptive father. Few held greater sway over Mortarian's heart. Typhon possessed psychic gifts he had long concealed. Mortarian's disdain for psychers was well known, so Typhon had learned to hide his talents entirely, even as he quietly enlisted other psychers into the 14th Legion's ranks and taught them to master their abilities in secret. In the early Great Crusade, Typhon distinguished himself through exceptional service, earning the Primarch's genuine regard. All of that changed upon his meeting with Erebus. Through forbidden knowledge, Typhon learned of the Chaos God's existence. Upon Barbarous, he heard their whispers calling, and he chose to answer. What began as the heresy would become his grand game. A masterwork of deception, wherein he would turn Mortarian's own paranoia as a weapon, convincing him that the navigators were all agents of the cursed Navis Nobilitas. The purge of the Death Guard's navigator caste would follow inevitably. Typhon would then offer himself as a replacement, a position that would place him perfectly to strand the fleet in the warp's embrace, where plague and suffering would at last break the Primarch's resistance. But this was the predetermined timeline. Now was different. Raven understood this truth with absolute conviction. One could not assume the traitors of one age would necessarily betray another. The heresy itself had emerged from countless factors, and rash judgment born of foreknowledge risked transforming prophecy into self-fulfilling doom. Better to forestall corruption than punish it in retrospect. You possess psychic powers. Raven's question carried curiosity rather than accusation. Mortarian's head turned, surprise flickering across features accustomed to command. He had known nothing of this. Typhon hesitated, then recognized the futility of deception before one who could divine such truths so effortlessly. A lie would damage his standing with both Primarch and advisor, and an investigation would expose him regardless. Yes, he admitted, I have concealed the ability and studied its disciplines in secret. How did I never perceive this? Mortarian's tone held an edge of betrayal. You abhor psychers, Typhon replied carefully. I feared your displeasure. Mortarian was about to respond, but Raven raised his wing hand, stopping him. This is no cause for concern. The Imperium is now moving toward establishing a formal psychic order, a necessary evolution if we are to meet threats across the multiversal frontier. Should you command psychers within the Death Guard, you might establish a librarius of your own. The wars ahead will demand it. Other universes hold powers that modest ballistic weapons cannot counter alone. When the 14th Legion is inevitably deployed beyond this realm, such abilities may prove decisive. The Primarch considered this. He had walked other worlds. He understood the terrible hierarchy of might that existed beyond the Emperor's light. To ignore such advantages would be folly. In future, you will conceal nothing of importance from me, Mortarion said at last. I am not the narrow mind you imagine. I have erred, father, Typhon replied. Raven, observing the crisis averted, felt quiet satisfaction. In the predetermined timeline, Typhon had been Mortarion's doom. Yet loyalty and shared trials had bound them since Barbarous, roots too deep to sever over mere witchcraft alone. To fracture them, now over hidden talents, was to invite greater wolves into the fold. The contamination source, ever patient and ever circling beyond the veil, awaited only the most minor wound through which to press its hunger. Typhon did not linger much longer. He gathered the Death Guard's senior officers and departed to coordinate the assault against the Atrud, leaving the Primarch and his advisor to their discourse on empires and futures. Mortarion and Raven spoke of more consequential matters. The Emperor's reign would not simply endure, it would expand across infinite heavens. The Primarchs, those demigods of old, would one day stand as independent sovereigns. The dual throne Raven shared with the Emperor would eventually become something greater. A philosophy, a beacon to guide human civilization through the infinite dark. Those heroes who opened pathways between worlds would wield genuine authority, not mere ceremony and exaggerated titles. Raven spoke these truths deliberately, weaving reassurance into each word. The Emperor would not purge his Astartes' children. Instead, their disciplines would deepen and their power increase. Humanity's ascension was not the work of a moment, but of ages. In the secondary command chamber, Typhon stood at the strategic cogitator, surrounded by the Legion's highest officers. Above them, the primary bridge sprawled over, a vast cathedral of command where the captain's podium rose amid banks of servo choirs, all ringed with grand hololithic displays that rendered the Gorgas system in terrible clarity. The enemy fleet appeared the moment human vessels breached the system's perimeter. The Atrud materialized with their chitinous swarms and unleashed their assault. The Atrud fleet defied conventional classification, a grotesque agglomeration of fungal-plated matter and chronal energies, vessels that seemed to exist partially outside standard spacetime. They carved holes through the fabric of reality itself, stepping between moments as lesser beings stepped between rooms. Their entropy beams lashed out with devastating effect. Ships caught in that withering radiance suffered impossible fates. Matter itself fractured across temporal boundaries, separated by years or centuries depending on the distortion's intensity. Crew sections would suddenly age into dust while others reverted to callow youth. The results were uniformly catastrophic, entire vessel sections collapsing as their internal chronology tore itself apart, explosions blooming like dreadful flowers across the void. Temporal weapons are prepared and standing by, the tech priest reported, her voice steady despite the carnage blooming across the hollow display. The time erasers, salvaged from the Marvel Universe's own temporal guardians and repurposed by Imperium technocrats for multiple purposes, represented humanity's answer. Where the Atrud dug through moments in time, these weapons would erase them, banishing targets to the end of time itself. Even the memory of their existence would perish. Grant these Xenos Emperor's mercy, Typhon commanded. Fire the temporal beams, let them be unmade. Emerald light lanced out. Atrud warships vanished as though erased by some cosmic hand, leaving not even wreckage. The alien fleet scattered, rooted from their planned course. But the Atrud did not retreat. Instead, they fractured their remaining vessels and began forcing their way through Imperial hull breaches, flooding into the corridors of the Indomitable itself. What they could not accomplish through open warfare, they would resolve through intimate brutality. They moved through time as easily as through corridors, striking with temporal blades that aged flesh to brittle parchment. Human crewmen fell by the dozens, their screams cut short as their bodies decayed across entire lifetimes in seconds. White-haired corpses lay scattered in dress uniforms grown threadbare with the weight of centuries. None had actually lived. Typhon himself descended into the maelstrom. A Atrud materialized from a fold in spacetime, its double-bladed temporal saber carving reality itself. Around it, time congealed like amber, Astartes warriors struggling as though dragging through viscous fluid, their movements fractional and pained, while external observers watched them move in slow nightmare. The Death Guard champion felt the distortion before he saw the creature, a wrongness in the air's composition, light bending toward the violet end of the spectrum. His gene seed elevated him beyond such petty limitations. He drew his longsword and pushed his transhuman physiology into overdrive. The Atrud lunged, its presence only visible by the ripples in spacetime it carved. Typhon's blade answered with terrible speed, meeting invisible flesh and tearing through it. Death broke the creature's entropic field. What was revealed was an abomination. Broad features dominated by enormous black orbs, ichorous secretions weeping from every orifice, mandibles twitching with continuous distress. Its hairless hide was slick with mucus, its expression utterly alien, its eyes suffused with an agony no transhuman could fathom. A foul-smelling robe draped its form, articulated armor clinging to limbs, engineered for geometries that hurt to contemplate. Typhon cast the filthy corpse aside and advanced on to the next enemy. Death Guard and armed crew fought in terrible concert, driving the incursion back, reclaiming their vessel section by blood-soaked section. Chapter 217, A Message from Type 0 Civilization. When the boarding action failed, the Atrud realized they were powerless to resist the human empire's offensive. They began to flee. The warships, hidden beneath layers of shifting temporal fields, were nearly invisible. Only advanced spacetime detection equipment could discern their faint traces. The human empire fleet intercepted many of these alien vessels, yet some still managed to escape. Eventually, the Atrud homeworld itself underwent a strange transformation. The alien cities slowly ascended into the sky, with numerous warships circling around them in a hollow cube formation, their rough hulls lashing out with temporal beams that interwove into a geometric lattice. Spacetime distortions rippled across the entire star system. All eyes watched as the planet aged rapidly in front of them, billions of years confined in a small moment. Within hours, the star, which had been in its prime, entered its expansion phase. Terrifying explosions erupted continuously across its surface, its brightness increasing 100-fold or even 1,000-fold. Mortarion recognized the danger. He seized command and brought Raven to the command room. Increase the temporal weapon to maximum power and erase all the spacetime fluctuations here. The bridge crew obeyed without hesitation. They adjusted the temporal eraser launcher to maximum output. Many areas of the Resilient dimmed as systems entered sleep mode, their entire power capacity funneled into the temporal device. Finally, a brilliant emerald beam shot out, piercing the void and striking the Atrud world. In an instant, the Atrud planet was erased entirely. The alien warships vanished without a trace, thoroughly wiped out. The Atrud suffered a crushing defeat, but many Atrud still managed to escape into the system's depths. The Death Guard would need considerable time and effort to hunt down the survivors. After the battle ended, Raven remained with Mortarion for further discussion before departing. He still had other kids to visit and talk to. The next was Vulcan, the Lord of the Salamanders. When Raven arrived, Vulcan was already negotiating with envoys from the Interrex civilization, strongly advocating for their peaceful integration into the human empire. The Interrex civilization was ancient. They had endured the Age of Darkness and maintained peaceful coexistence with multiple xeno-species. In the predetermined timeline, it was Horus who encountered them. The Blood Angels had discovered the world where the Interrex had exiled the Megarachnid, and an entire team was annihilated. The 16th Legion answered the distress call and clashed with the creatures in bloody combat. Only after a fierce battle did the Interrex recognize that Horus had come to their aid, did the negotiations begin. Yet the Interrex harbored a profound fear of chaos. They had been wary of Horus and his forces, suspecting them of corruption. When Erebus stole their sealed chaos artifacts, revealing their own ignorance, a devastating war erupted between the two civilizations. This time, however, the events unfolded differently and on a more optimistic tone from Imperium's side. Vulcan initially did not understand why the Interrex envoy's demeanor shifted between warmth and suspicion. as though he was not a human, but an avatar of some primordial corruption itself. When Raven arrived, he understood the situation immediately and spoke a few clarifying words on behalf of both sides, creating understanding between them, also earning aura points in the eyes of Interrex, who marveled at this weird creature. The Interrex feared subspace, they feared chaos, they suspected Vulcan of bearing its taint. But Vulcan, educated by the Emperor himself in the nature of the contamination source, presented irrefutable evidence of the human empire's dedication to opposing the warp's corruption. He spoke of battles fought against the very entities the Interrex dreaded, and trust was earned. The envoys promised to escort Vulcan to the Interrex capital, where a formal peace treaty for joining the human empire would be signed. "Thank you, Mr. Raven," Vulcan said gratefully. "Your wisdom has once again illuminated my path forward." "No need for such formality, little dragon," Raven replied, crunching fries with lazy indifference. "Guiding you is part of my duty and job." Vulcan smiled, then asked about another matter. Meanwhile, on Terra, the Emperor continued his work upon the Golden Throne. Using its amplification, he had already established the warp web, temporal communication nodes, instant networks, and the webway he had always envisioned. But his ambitions extended further. He sought to project his power into other universes. His previous encounter with Gilliman had been merely one experiment. Now, seated upon the Golden Throne, he projected his consciousness into the void itself, greedily absorbing information. Only certain transmissions could persist in the void, those born from universal cataclysm or emitted by cosmic-level beings with creation abilities. One message seized his full attention. "Greetings, beings from beyond the universe. We are the Zeroth civilization. We have developed to the limit allowed by the universe, and therefore we call out to beyond the universe. Beings who receive this message, please establish contact with us. This is our cosmic coordinate." Is this a trap, a Zeroth civilization? The Emperor fell into contemplating silence. His thoughts were complex, yet excitement coursed through him along with apprehension. Should he respond? If he did, the Zeroth civilization, if they are truly as claimed, must be some Type 0 civilization. Naturally, their technological superiority meant they would likely track his position. They had dared transmit beyond the universe itself, without any fear of consequences. Either they were ignorant, just like when humans send messages in the vast galaxy for years without knowing the consequences. Or maybe it was born from absolute confidence in their ability to counter any threats such contact might attract. The latter was far more probable. To develop to the limit allowed by one's universe-required trials beyond mortal comprehension. No naive civilization would survive such ascension. After careful consideration, the Emperor chose not to respond. There was no benefit to early contact, only risk, but he recorded their coordinates. One day, those numbers would prove valuable. The Warp Web, Instant Communication Network, Webway, and other projects are all proceeding on schedule, the Emperor murmured to himself. It is time to embark upon new journeys. Since his trip to the Shrouding the Heavens universe to repair Number 2's soul, he had remained in his home universe, laying the foundations for humanity's rise. Most of that work was now complete. It was time to venture forth again. Raven also needed new universes to sustain his power. The multiversal campaigns could no longer be delayed. The Emperor planned to divide his forces. One contingent to conquer other regions of this universe, another to travel to different universes and acquire resources and alien technologies. The Chaos Gods and the subspace contamination source were eternal threats. The human empire needed to grow stronger. The Emperor had feared what would happen if he encountered catastrophe while traversing other spacetimes. Would the human empire collapse? After what happened with Shrouding the Heavens, he had not dared risk such travel. But the Primarch's performance had changed his assessment. It was just as Raven had said, the Primarch's independence was inevitable. The Imperium would eventually fragment, yes, but in doing so, human civilization would spread across the infinite heavens. The Emperor had never been attached to dominion. The Empire had always been merely a tool. Once humanity could walk unassisted, the tool's purpose would be fulfilled. If I fall, the emperor considered, the human empire should be governed jointly by the 20 Primarchs, until it breaks free from dependence and moves toward endless glory. He contemplated contingencies. If he fell to a powerful enemy while traversing other universes, how should the human empire be arranged? Appointing any single Primarch as successor was impractical. Horus and Lion El'Jonson already competed for the title of first son. Elevating one would guarantee jealousy and conflict among the others. It is better that the 20 Primarchs govern as one body, ensuring fairness. The Zeroth civilization's message stirred deeper meditation. The vast multiverse might already host many such civilizations, all striving to transcend their universe's limitations. There were also terrifying entities like the contamination source lurking in the spaces between realities. The human empire needed more than military strength. It needed psychological preparation to step beyond the boundaries of one universe. While the emperor considered the future, Raven sat with Vulcan, eating fries and listening to his negotiations with the Interact's envoys. "Your vigilance against chaos is reassuring," Vulcan was saying, "but rest assured, the Imperium of Man is not what you fear. We deeply detest chaos and actively seek ways to combat it." Unlike in the predetermined timeline, the Emperor had not kept the truth about subspace hidden from the Primarchs. Raven's guidance had seen to that. Therefore, Vulcan was not ignorant. At first, he had not understood the Interact's envoy's mercurial behavior, with moments of warmth as though addressing long-lost human kin, followed by sudden shifts into dread and suspicion. After Raven arrived, clarity came swiftly. The Interacts feared chaos. They feared Vulcan might be its servant, an envoy of primordial destruction. But Vulcan presented irrefutable evidence of the human empire's war against chaos itself. Trust was earned through shared purpose. They promised to take Vulcan to the Interact's capital, where a formal peace treaty for joining the human empire would be signed. "Thank you, Mr. Raven," Vulcan said gratefully. "Your wisdom has illuminated my path forward." "No need for such formality, little fire dragon," Raven replied, crunching fries with lazy indifference. "Guiding you is part of my job." Vulcan smiled, then asked about another matter. He planned to create gifts for each of the Primarchs, but didn't know their individual tastes well enough. He feared giving something that would displease them. He wanted Raven's opinion. "Gift-giving is an art unto itself," Raven mused. "For Lion El'Jonson, forge a sword of victory, he has always seen himself as a knight. For the little phoenix, craft beautiful armor, the more aesthetically pleasing, the better. For the skinhead, forge a warhammer and engrave his deeds upon both striking faces. For Chagoris, a scimitar is the inevitable choice. Mortarion doesn't need a weapon, he already possesses the death scythe. Forge him instead a pair of gloves capable of resisting the scythe's influence." Ongoing. This audiobook is in progress and stopped at chapter 218. Xuanhuan members can request an update in the following update request post or by sending me a message.